On the rooftop of a high-rise building in Donghai City, Luo Sheng sat forlornly atop the parapet, surrounded by several empty bottles of Erguo Tu. He had never anticipated that the winds atop the building could be so fierce. His presence there was not born of despair or a desire to depart from this world, but rather an inclination to quietly gaze upon the nocturnal splendor of Donghai, a city that perpetually radiates an opulence not typically afforded to the ordinary. In his youth, Luo Sheng had arrived in this city, brimming with ambition and aspirations to carve out a niche for himself. In the earlier years, through a combination of his own efforts and a stroke of luck, he had amassed savings exceeding 100,000 yuan. Subsequently, he met his soulmate through work, and their relationship blossomed into love, culminating in a natural progression to marriage and parenthood. For an orphan like Luo Sheng, such a journey was nothing short of remarkable. Had it not been for unforeseen circumstances, perhaps his life would have been one of contentment, if not affluence. However, 3 years ago, emboldened by the encouragement of a friend and lacking any entrepreneurial experience, he rashly resigned from his job to embark on a venture together. The initial phase of entrepreneurship was fraught with challenges, yet it unfolded with relative ease, revealing to Luo Sheng the arduous reality of establishing a business in today's society. He had presumed that everything would proceed methodically, gradually bringing his ambitions to fruition. Yet, fate has an uncanny way of playing tricks on individuals. The abrupt departure of the project team, the sudden shift in policies, and the withdrawal of partners, these successive tribulations overwhelmed him. With no financial foundation to speak of, he found himself unable and unwilling to bear the losses, resolutely persevering on his own. Ultimately, not only did 3 years of relentless toil dissipate into nothingness, leaving behind mere illusions, but he also incurred a debt exceeding 2 million. Such staggering costs of trial and error were far beyond his capacity to endure. On that fateful day, Luo Sheng watched helplessly as his wife, accompanied by their daughter who had just begun her primary education, walked away. This was the result of a mutual agreement between them, even if he himself was indifferent. He had to consider the well-being of his wife and daughter, who should not and could not bear the consequences of his misfortunes. Returning to the present, Luo Sheng raised his gaze to the city that had been his companion for over a decade. From arriving here with nothing, he now found himself still devoid of fortune, though perhaps not entirely empty-handed, for he bore the weight of over 2 million in debt. Ding dong, ding dong. The crisp sounds of 2 text messages shattered the silence atop the building. Luo Sheng, with a somewhat numb expression, retrieved his phone, anticipating that it might be a message from a debt collector. However, upon unlocking the device, he discovered otherwise. The first message was from his ex-wife, Han Yutong. Luo Sheng, I have transferred 50,000 yuan to you via payment. You do not need to repay me. Focus on resolving your own issues first and do not sink deeper. No reply necessary. Luo Sheng felt a swell of emotion in his eyes. The guilt towards his ex-wife and daughter was a burden that perhaps only those who have endured similar experiences could truly comprehend. The second message came from a brother named Chen Yajun. Sheng, I have heard about your situation with your wife. You need not worry about the financial matters. Together, we shall find a solution. We will surely overcome this hurdle, said Chen Yajun, his steadfast friend. He was, in fact, the only one who had not abandoned him during these trying times. In moments of despair, when he found himself ensnared in a quagmire, Chen was willing to extend a helping hand, unwilling to witness his friend's descent into oblivion. As for those who had once called him brother, they had either shunned him or added to his woes. The harsh realities of life, the fickleness of fortune, and the cruelty of human nature had been laid bare to him during this period. The chilling wind from above sent a shiver down his spine. He descended from the wall, weary from prolonged mental torment and exacerbated by alcohol, which left him vulnerable to the encroaching embrace of slumber. He collapsed on the ground, leaning against the wall, and gradually succumbed to sleep. A sensation of comfort and softness enveloped Luo Sheng, transmitting warmth from his entire being to his mind. His consciousness remained somewhat hazy. Yet, one thing was abundantly clear. Just moments ago, he had been atop his own building. Having indulged in too much drink, he had lost consciousness, and now he found himself in a bed. As he slowly opened his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of an opulent ceiling adorned with a grand crystal chandelier. He realized with a start that he was lying naked on a sumptuous bed. Luo Sheng was bewildered. This was not his home. Where is he? He had yet to take in the details of his surroundings when he suddenly became aware of movement beside him, realizing there was indeed another person lying in the bed. Gently lifting a corner of the quilt, he discovered a strikingly beautiful young girl nestled within. Her exquisite features, porcelain skin, and flowing raven hair cascaded elegantly over her curvaceous form, resembling an alluring masterpiece. As if sensing his gaze, the girl opened her eyes and turned to look at Luo Sheng. With a faint blush adorning her cheeks, she sat up, one hand propping herself on the bed while the other modestly covered her chest. "Sir, you are awake. Would you like to rise and freshen up now?" she inquired, her voice soft and imbued with a respectful tone. Luo Sheng's eyes widened as he stared at her, momentarily taken aback. After several seconds, he became aware of his own discomposure and hurriedly regained his composure. Fortunately, the girl kept her gaze lowered, avoiding direct eye contact with him, patiently awaiting his response. Luo Sheng felt somewhat overwhelmed. He was at a loss regarding the events that had transpired and the identity of the young lady before him. However, he was certain that prior to his intoxication, he had been alone. From her demeanor, it was evident that she was not a stranger. Her tone and manner indicated familiarity and respect. After a brief contemplation, Luo Sheng spoke. "You, please continue to rest. I will visit the restroom first." The girl nodded gently, responding, "All right, sir." He quickly grabbed a towel from the bedside table, wrapping it haphazardly around himself. After surveying the surroundings and locating the restroom, he rose from the bed. In the spacious, opulent bathroom, Luo Sheng stared blankly at his reflection in the mirror above the sink. He swore that he had never encountered such an absurd situation in his entire life. In the mirror stood a young man in his early 20s. His sharply defined features, paired with a pair of profound eyes, exuded an extraordinary aura of nobility. His robust and well-proportioned physique, towering at least 6 feet tall, epitomized the essence of a perfect form. Luo Sheng could assert with absolute certainty that the person reflected in the mirror was unequivocally not himself. Just as Luo Sheng prepared to freshen up before contemplating his next course of action, a sudden wave of intense dizziness overwhelmed him. Within his mind, a set of memories that did not belong to him was gradually coming into focus. Chapter 2. Noble Blood. 2 minutes later, Luo Sheng gradually rose from the wash basin, his hands resting on the countertop. When he glanced into the mirror once more, the uncertainty that had previously clouded his gaze was replaced by confidence and resolve. Although the reason remained elusive, at this moment, the memories of his original self had awakened, merging seamlessly with his current consciousness. He now understood the circumstances surrounding him. The world he inhabited was still the one he had once known, albeit with a temporal shift of 10 years. The original owner of this body shared his name, Luo Sheng, and was the esteemed firstborn son of the illustrious Luo family of the Great Xia dynasty. The family's prominence was widely recognized, primarily due to their vast enterprise, the Tian Luo Group. This colossal conglomerate spanned a multitude of sectors, including healthcare, pharmaceuticals, education, retail, telecommunications, construction, energy, and heavy industry. In essence, it encompassed nearly every facet of an ordinary person's life, from hospitals and schools to supermarkets, electronics, housing, and transportation. Remarkably, within the confines of the Great Xia, nearly 2% of the population were employees of the subsidiaries under the Tian Luo Group. Many of the younger generation in this new era found it incomprehensible how such a formidable entity could coexist with the Great Xia dynasty and its royal family. In truth, the Luo family had thrived for nearly a century, even before the establishment of the Great Xia dynasty over 100 years ago. They were the true inaugural chief sponsors and privileged players in the early access of this grand venture. Furthermore, the current royal family remained the only external shareholder of the Tian Luo Group besides the Luo family itself. The group has developed to the point where its annual global revenue rivals that of many small to medium-sized nations, and its assets can no longer be simply quantified in monetary terms. This is because a closed loop has been established across numerous industrial chains. In essence, money circulates externally before ultimately returning to the Tian Luo Group. As the heir apparent of the Daxia Luo family, Luo Sheng, the new generation's firstborn, is inherently positioned at the pinnacle of society, an embodiment of untold wealth. Just months ago, he completed his studies and returned to the family's stronghold in Donghai City, the Chiyun Mountain Villa. He was poised to embark on a splendid journey through life, only to find himself supplanted by another Luo Sheng from a decade hence. Or perhaps this Luo Sheng bears the memories of an ordinary existence from 10 years past. On this matter, even Luo Sheng himself remains perplexed. He exhaled a deep sigh, turning on the faucet to wash his face repeatedly, attempting to rid himself of this surreal sensation. After 5 long minutes, a knock sounded from outside the restroom, prompting Luo Sheng to reluctantly confront this absurd reality. "Sir, do you need me to come in and assist you?" came the voice of a young maid outside. This maid, in truth, is merely one of Luo Sheng's personal attendants. Her specific name escapes him, but there are over 200 such maids in the estate, each possessing notable beauty. One should not find this surprising, as their duties extend beyond merely attending to Luo Sheng's daily needs. They are tasked with various responsibilities, including housekeeping, massage therapy, and restaurant service, scattered throughout the Chiyun Mountain Villa to provide round-the-clock service. Whenever Luo Sheng desires, these maids are available at any time and in any place, ready to serve at his pleasure. He paused, articulating in as equable a tone as he could muster, "Enter." At his bidding, the maidservant, head bowed, gingerly pushed open the lavatory door and stepped inside. From beginning to end, she did not once raise her gaze to meet Luo Sheng's. This was not out of coyness, but rather due to the regulations within Chiyun Manor, which strictly forbade any attendant from looking directly at their master without explicit permission, under penalty of severe punishment, potentially leading to expulsion from the estate. Not a single attendant was willing to forfeit their position, which came with a monthly salary in the 6-figure range. The maidservant was clad only in a flimsy cotton nightgown, a sash loosely tied at her waist, the wide neckline doing little to conceal the scenery beneath. She glided to Luo Sheng's side and delicately untied the towel from his body. Influenced by the memories of the original host, Luo Sheng, now fully exposed to the air, felt no awkwardness, allowing the maidservant to take his hand and lead him deeper into the lavatory. It is worth noting that even this ensuite bathroom spanned nearly 100 square meters. Beyond the 2 rows of double-sided washstands crafted from whole pieces of natural jade at the entrance, there were 2 commodious toilet rooms at the rear, as well as storage spaces filled with various high-end aromatherapy and cleaning products. Further in, separated by marble wardrobes housing bath towels and robes, lay the wet area, with independent shower rooms and saunas on either side, all enclosed in full glass partitions. At the far end of the lavatory stood a colossal, elliptical, thermostatically controlled jacuzzi, akin to a miniature swimming pool, with a continuous 24-hour water supply to ensure that the master of the house never had to wait when desiring a bath. Under the attentive care of the maid, Luo Sheng stepped into the bathtub, immersing himself in the soothing warmth of the water, through the expansive one-way floor-to-ceiling window beside him. He admired the picturesque landscape of the estate. The maid knelt beside him, gently massaging his shoulders. As he soaked in the tub, Luo Sheng's mind wandered through a myriad of thoughts. This experience felt utterly surreal to him. He pondered whether those from his previous life still existed in this world. Half an hour later, after completing his cleansing ritual, Luo Sheng emerged from the bathroom clad in a luxurious robe. Once the maid confirmed he had no further needs, she discreetly exited the bedroom. With her departure, Luo Sheng surveyed the entire room, and one word encapsulated his impression: opulence. It was beyond the imagination of an ordinary person that a mere bedroom could possess such vastness. He estimated it to be no less than 200 square meters. The space was ingeniously divided into multiple open-concept areas through various decorations and latticework, and it boasted an expansive sun terrace, a temperature-controlled infinity pool, among other luxuries. The semicircular arrangement of sofas added an additional resting area beyond mere sleeping. The morning sunlight streamed through the panoramic windows, imbuing the bedroom with an extraordinary grandeur. As for the decorative furnishings scattered throughout, their worth was staggering. Each piece could easily reach tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands. Feeling the texture of the hand-woven carpet beneath his feet, Luo Sheng pushed open a small door on one side of the bedroom. This led to an equally astonishing walk-in wardrobe. Surrounding him, the cabinets displayed a meticulously organized collection of garments in various styles and fashions. At the heart of the wardrobe stood a chaise lounge accompanied by a small table, offering yet another refuge within this realm of luxury. Luo Sheng reclined on the chaise longue and pressed the call button on the nearby table. Moments later, a cool, feminine voice emanated from the device. "Sir, how may I assist you?" After a brief pause, Luo Sheng replied into the intercom, "Meng Qing, arrange for someone to come to the dressing room." "Certainly, sir." Please hold on. Among the numerous female workers at the estate, she was the only name that lingered in his memory, not merely a maid, but Luo Sheng's personal life assistant, responsible for coordinating the attendants who catered exclusively to him. Within a few moments, a wooden door in the corner creaked open, revealing a young woman with shoulder-length hair, attired in an elegant, tailored professional outfit. Following her were four maids clad in sleek black uniforms. They approached Luo Sheng, bowing deeply in unison, and greeted him with utmost respect. "Good morning, sir." Chapter 3. A Life of Indulgence. Luo Sheng regarded the group before him with a slight nod. Meng Qing gestured for the maids to present the garments. Shortly thereafter, each maid returned from the wardrobe, bearing a selection of outfits. Luo Sheng cast a cursory glance, offering no indication of approval. Observing his lack of satisfaction, Meng Qing promptly instructed the maids to fetch another set of attire. After several rounds of selection, Luo Sheng ultimately settled on a silver casual suit. Rising from the chaise longue, he allowed the maids to assist him in dressing, embodying the demeanor of a sovereign, refraining from any effort on his own. Yet, this was merely a glimpse into the opulence of his lifestyle. Before him lay a seemingly simple dressing room. Yet the annual expenditure on attire alone soared into the hundreds of millions. Many would deem such a figure implausible, surpassing even the sartorial budget of a reigning monarch. However, each garment donned by Luo Sheng was the exclusive creation of world-renowned design ateliers. These designs were then meticulously brought to life by master tailors, employing time-honored handcraftsmanship for bespoke tailoring. Be it the lining, the outer shell, or the hosiery, every element, down to the minutest button, zipper, or thread, was a uniquely personalized creation. Within this sartorial sanctuary, save for accoutrements such as spectacles, timepieces, and brooches, every article of clothing, even if worn but once, was promptly discarded. As the scion of the esteemed Luo family of Great Xia, Luo Sheng would never deign to wear an ensemble twice. Once attired to perfection, a handmaiden retrieved a tray bearing an array of timepieces from a nearby display case. From this collection, she selected a Patek Philippe Celestial, a globally limited edition, and fastened it upon his wrist. Luo Sheng then stood before a towering full-length mirror. The bespoke suit, with its impeccable cut and exquisite materials, was a testament to sartorial excellence. Nearby, Meng Qing, holding a pair of gold-rimmed spectacles, positioned herself opposite Luo Sheng. Despite her own height of 172 centimeters, accentuated by high heels, she stood only slightly shorter than Luo Sheng. Her delicate features and cool demeanor were arresting as she halted a mere 20 centimeters from him. Luo Sheng gazed upon her with unreserved admiration, as if beholding a work of art. Meng Qing's countenance betrayed no emotion as she gently raised her hand to place the gold-rimmed spectacles upon Luo Sheng's face. Aware that the woman before him harbored no personal animosity, Luo Sheng recognized her aloof demeanor as intrinsic to her nature, a detached posture she adopted towards everyone and everything. Were he not intimately acquainted with her alternate disposition, he might have been deceived by her icy facade. Inhaling the alluring fragrance that permeated the air, Luo Sheng gently patted Meng Qing's posterior. "Instruct Chun Tai to prepare," he said. "I shall be departing after breakfast." Meng Qing inclined her head slightly, her tone retaining its characteristic coolness. "Understood, sir," she replied. Once fully attired, Luo Sheng emerged from the dressing room and re-entered the bedroom. In the brief interlude of his changing, the bed had been meticulously made. He pushed open the ornately carved rosewood double doors of the bedroom, revealing a sitting room beyond. This space was adorned with an array of bespoke furniture and embellished with antique calligraphy and paintings. After a moment's contemplation, Luo Sheng departed the sitting room and descended the spiral staircase towards the dining room on the second floor, guided by his memory. The edifice he inhabited was the principal residence of Qiyun Manor, comprising 4 stories. The third and fourth floors housed bedrooms, studies, and tea rooms, while the entirety of the second floor was dedicated to dining areas. This space was further subdivided into Chinese, Western, and breakfast dining rooms, each distinguished by its unique decor and purpose, yet united in their opulence. Luo Sheng seated himself at the table, which was laden with an extravagant assortment of culinary delights. Despite being intended for a solitary diner, the spread could easily have served 10. In the expansive breakfast room, 2 maids stood in attendance, flanking Luo Sheng. After declining their meal service, Luo Sheng picked up a glass of freshly squeezed juice and leisurely took a sip. In the recesses of his past memories, he had at one time yearned for the life of the affluent, surrounded by beautiful women and indulging in lavish feasts. He no longer had to wake up each day in a rush, hurriedly dressing and washing up before dashing to catch the subway for work. Often, in his desire to steal a few extra minutes of slumber, he would forego breakfast altogether. But now, Luo Sheng glanced at the maids standing with their heads bowed beside him, and a profound sense of satisfaction filled his heart. In this lifetime, he would never again have to endure such a life, nor would he worry about the constraints of money. Perhaps, in the days to come, all he needed to do was to strive for a life filled with joy. After finishing his breakfast, a maid presented him with a towel, gently wiping the corners of his mouth with her delicate, fair hand. At that moment, Meng Qing entered the dining hall, first bowing respectfully to Luo Sheng. "Sir, Captain Chun has brought the car to the entrance, and we are ready to depart at your convenience." Luo Sheng nodded and rose to leave the dining hall. Passing through the reception hall on the first floor, he walked along an elegantly styled corridor, traversing an indoor landscape courtyard before arriving at the villa's entrance hall. Several maids were already waiting there. Upon seeing Luo Sheng's arrival, they all bowed and greeted him with deference. Luo Sheng seated himself on a long bench in the entrance hall, where a maid of striking beauty immediately knelt before him, lowering her head to remove his slippers and replacing them with a pair of brown leather shoes. Seizing the moment while his shoes were being changed, Luo Sheng observed those around him. Each individual here treated him with utmost humility. Every gesture and greeting they offered betrayed their reverence for Luo Sheng. As he emerged, hands in pockets, from the main residence's towering entrance, standing at the top of the steps, he surveyed the Rolls-Royce Phantom convoy in the plaza below. A wave of emotion washed over him as the surrounding dozen bodyguards bowed their heads in unison, offering their salutations. Chen Tai, head of the security detail, approached with alacrity, halting 2 steps away from Luo Sheng. "Sir, shall we depart now?" Luo Sheng nodded imperceptibly, a subtle affirmation escaping his nostrils, before striding towards the vehicle. Once he was ensconced within the car, it glided into motion, trailed by 4 black Mercedes-Benz G-Wagons, heading towards the gates of Qiyun Manor. En route, Luo Sheng, seated in the rear, admired the landscaped gardens through the window. Qiyun Manor was initially established in the early years of the previous century, and subsequent expansions and renovations have culminated in the sprawling private estate that it is today, encompassing 640,000 square meters. The manor comprises only 9 primary structures, including a main villa spanning nearly 3,000 square meters and 8 auxiliary villas. In addition to these edifices, the estate boasts private equestrian facilities, an outdoor swimming pool, a comprehensive gymnasium, a helicopter landing pad, and both artificial streams and lakes. Chapter 4. Return to familiar grounds. With a resounding creak, the colossal iron gates, soaring over 5 meters in height, at the entrance to Qiyun Manor, slowly swung open. Several armed guards stood sentinel on either side, watching the convoy carrying Luo Sheng as it departed. In the vehicle, Chen Tai, seated in the passenger seat, turned and inquired deferentially, "Sir, where are we headed today?" Luo Sheng reclined against the handcrafted leather seat in the back, his arms casually resting on either side. The primary reason he chose to venture out, having just acclimated to his new identity, was to ascertain certain truths, although the memories in his mind bore little deviation from his past life. The very occurrence of such an extraordinary soul transmigration event raised the question, what else could be deemed impossible? After calculating the time, he realized that at this juncture in his previous life, he had just graduated from university. Subsequently, he had arrived in Donghai City alongside Chen Yajun, embarking on his inaugural formal employment at the Jinghai Commercial under the Tian Luo Group. As they made their way to Jinghai Central Plaza, Chen Tai exchanged a surprised glance with the bodyguard in the driver's seat. Jinghai Central Plaza was a commercial hub belonging to this subsidiary of Jinghai Commercial. Logically, given Luo Sheng's standing, even for a routine inspection, he should have been heading to the headquarters of the subsidiary rather than directly to a project site. Nevertheless, adhering to an unquestionable demeanor, Chen Tai paused for merely a moment before instructing the convoy to proceed towards Jinghai Central Plaza. He simultaneously retrieved his phone to contact the general manager of the subsidiary. Approximately 20 minutes later, Luo Sheng's convoy arrived at the main entrance of Jinghai Central Plaza. Upon receiving the notification, Zhang Xing, the general manager of Jinghai Commercial, hastily summoned all senior executives and arrived at the scene within 5 minutes. It was no laughing matter. The sudden visit from the group's young master demanded utmost urgency. Any hint of negligence on his part could result in his dismissal by the following day. While losing his job would be a minor setback, offending the Luo family would render him virtually incapable of securing a suitable position elsewhere. Having attained his current age and station, burdened by the responsibilities of caring for both his elders and his offspring, it would be untenable for him to simply seek any form of employment for sustenance. As the vehicle came to a standstill, Chintai opened the car door, and Roland strode forth from the rear of the Rolls-Royce Phantom. After a brief adjustment of his attire, he was met by a middle-aged gentleman approaching with a beaming countenance. "Mr. Roland, a warm welcome to Jingtai Central Plaza. I am Zhang Sheng, the general manager of Jingtai Commercial." As Zhang Sheng spoke, he extended his right hand, seeking to greet the young master of the Roland family. Roland, however, kept his hands in his pockets. The vast disparity in their social standing prompted him to merely glance at Zhang Sheng before proceeding directly into the mall, as if he were intimately familiar with the premises. It is a tenet of high society that inferiors do not initiate a handshake before their superiors. This is both a social custom and a demonstration of respect for those of higher rank. Zhang Sheng, somewhat abashed, retracted his hand and continued to follow Roland with obsequious deference. The other senior executives, observing this interaction, dared not approach him rashly. After greeting Roland, they discreetly joined the procession at the rear. At this hour, Jingtai Central Plaza had only just opened for business, and the crowds were sparse. The shop assistants stood attentively at their respective counters, welcoming the few customers who trickled in. Roland's arrival, however, instantly captured the attention of all the employees. He advanced with measured steps at the vanguard of the group, followed by the numerous senior executives of Jingtai Commercial, numbering over a dozen. Those who normally held positions of authority within Jingtai Central Plaza, such as department heads, vice presidents, and various managers, trailed behind like humble subordinates. Flanking the entourage were a dozen bodyguards under the command of Chintai. This formidable array prompted the shop assistants to be exceptionally attentive. While they did not recognize Luo Sheng in the numerous executives from Jingtai Commerce, they were familiar with Li Jun, the head of the store. The fact that he was trailing cautiously at the rear of the group suggested the extraordinary status of the person leading the way. Once Luo Sheng's party had moved on, the shop assistants began to whisper among themselves. Who was that young man? He exuded such authority. Even Mr. Li Jun, the general manager, was trailing behind him. You're asking me? I have no idea, but he was quite handsome. Could that attractive gentleman at the forefront have been a high-ranking executive from the head office? But he appeared so youthful. I doubt he's from the head office. Didn't you notice the man following closely behind him? I now recall that he's the general manager of the head office. Even the general manager of the head office was relegated to the rear? Could that handsome man be from the group? The crowd exchanged glances, realizing the significance of someone from the group, especially one so young. Some of the more attractive young female employees were already contemplating an opportunity to approach him for his contact information. Given his position within the group, he was likely at least a director of some sort. Moreover, his youth and good looks made him an attractive prospect. Even a brief romantic entanglement could yield benefits equivalent to several years of employment. It was implausible for Roshing to conjecture their unrealistic fantasies at that moment. He had arrived at the entrance of the commercial management office. Upon receiving prior notification of this news, the entire office staff was instantly in an uproar. Was this some sort of April Fool's joke? The young master of the Tianluo group not only personally visited the subsidiary's project, but also came to the office? For these societal workhorses, the disparity between them was beyond description. Roshing strode into the office with great momentum. The instant he crossed the threshold, everyone in the office clearly sensed a powerful aura. Not a single person dared to look directly at Roshing's figure. He stood at the entrance, observing the familiar yet foreign office before him. His gaze swept along the workstations, across each person's face. He recognized all of these individuals and could generally recall their names. After all, he had worked alongside them for 3 years. Suddenly, his attention focused on a workstation where an unfamiliar young man was seated, seemingly fresh out of college. He appeared quite callow. Roshing's brow furrowed slightly. That position was formerly his workstation in his past life, but now it was occupied by a stranger. It seemed that, after all, variables had emerged. Zhang Sheng, Roshing uttered calmly. The general manager of Jingtai Commercial Company immediately bent over and edged forward, assuming an exceedingly humble demeanor. Chairman Luo, please speak. Everyone, proceed to the main conference room. Zhang Sheng immediately nodded. Understood, understood. Chairman Luo, please follow me. As he spoke, he walked ahead, leading the way. Inside the conference room, everyone held their breath, for they were utterly unaware of the purpose behind the day's unexpected visit from this distinguished gentleman. Seated at the head of the table, Luo Sheng maintained his composure. After a minute of silence, he spoke in a calm tone. Please bring me the files of all new hires for this year's project. Chapter 5. Bidding farewell to the past before long. The door to the grand conference room swung open. A young man entered, carefully cradling a stack of folders. Luo Sheng, who had been absorbed in his phone, lifted his gaze at the sound. In that fleeting moment, his pupils involuntarily constricted. The young man, upon receiving a nod from his superior, approached and presented the folders to Luo Sheng, speaking in a slightly anxious tone. Mr. Luo, here are the documents you requested. This year, we have welcomed a total of 17 new colleagues to the project, some of whom have already departed. All the information is contained herein. After delivering his message, the young man stepped aside, his eyes averted from Luo Sheng. Luo Sheng picked up the folder from the table and appeared to scrutinize its contents intently. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the young man's awkward demeanor, which stirred a sense of nostalgia within him. This individual was, in fact, his brother from a past life, Chen Yajun. The two had not only been childhood friends, but had also shared a close bond. They attended the same university and, after graduation, had chosen to work together in the same company. In those early days of their careers, when finances were tight, they had shared a rental for an extended period. Every day, they commute to work together during the day, engage in gaming at night, and share the same room. Were it not for their conventional orientations, they might have drawn closer. Even in the face of his previous life's total collapse, this individual remained steadfast, continuously assisting in securing funds for him. Now, as Luo Sheng encounters this old friend once more, a sense of the passage of time envelopes him. The disparity in their social standings suggests that their lives may no longer intersect in the future. However, today's meeting serves as a testament to his past existence. What Luo Sheng can do now is to arrange a suitable position for this former acquaintance, preferably one that offers abundant remuneration with minimal obligations, ensuring his future comfort. After perusing the documents, Luo Sheng casually tossed the folder aside and remarked with an impassive demeanor, "All right, you may leave." With a slightly trembling hand, Chen Yajun picked up the folder from the table, bowed to Luo Sheng, and quietly exited the conference room. Leaning back in his chair, Luo Sheng surveyed the individuals below. His presence today was merely to satisfy his own curiosity, not, as these individuals speculated, to oversee the project. After all, the colossal Tianluo Group extends its roots into nearly every corner of the Great Xia, even reaching overseas territories. Countless unseen are intertwined with this great entity, thriving together in shared prosperity. Therefore, there is no need for the authority to impose unnecessary intervention. The passage of time will invariably enrich every aspect of the era, much like the gentle rain of early spring, fostering its grandeur. Furthermore, even if Rozon were inclined, his stature would confine him to the group's headquarters or its international divisions. He would scarcely visit a subsidiary's headquarters, let alone a specific project. However, to allay any apprehension, he stated calmly, "I am merely here for observation. There is no need for undue concern." Upon hearing this, the atmosphere in the conference room relaxed slightly. Starting with General Manager Zhang Sheng, "Provide a concise overview of the project's status. I will depart immediately after listening." For the subsequent half-hour, Rozon feigned interest in the project's operational details. Swiftly concluding the impromptu meeting, he declined the invitation from Zhang Sheng, the general manager of Jintai Commercial, and numerous other senior executives of the subsidiary, to tour the premises. Escorted by Chun Tai and a contingent of bodyguards, Rozon re-entered the vehicle. As the car set off, Chun Tai inquired respectfully, "Sir, where shall we proceed?" Gazing through the car window, Rozon glanced once more at Jintai Central Plaza and said impassively, "To 118, Qianhai Road. Is Sir intending to visit young Master Dong?" Chun Tai asked. "Indeed, I'm going to inspect the progress of his new establishment." The individual Rozon sought was Dong Xiaolei, an acquaintance from his time studying in the United States. Regardless of Rozon's perception of him, Dong Xiaolei undoubtedly regarded Rozon as a cherished mentor. Dong Xiaolei's family circumstances were relatively favorable, with both parents being intellectuals. The reason why Luo Sheng was able to coexist harmoniously with his companion was entirely due to his admiration for the latter's extraordinary talent in computing. During his sophomore year, he began to independently delve into the intricacies of virtual reality technology, achieving noteworthy results. However, this knowledge remained a closely guarded secret, known only to Luo Sheng himself. Initially, Dong Xiaolei was unaware of Luo Sheng's true identity. He merely perceived them as peers of similar age, both hailing from the same region, Daxia. Moreover, Luo Sheng's remarkable demeanor and his deliberate attempts to forge a connection fostered a swift bond between them, transforming them into confidants who shared everything. Throughout their time at university, Luo Sheng generously supported Dong Xiaolei, even leveraging the resources of Tian Luo Group in America to grant him access to supercomputer capabilities. Their indulgent escapades became a commonplace occurrence. At first, Dong Xiaolei was taken aback by Luo Sheng's extravagant generosity, but as time passed, he grew accustomed to it and ceased to inquire about the source of Luo Sheng's wealth or the nature of his family's business. His understanding of money was rather nebulous. He believed that as long as he had enough, there was no need for extravagant riches, as his sole desire was to refine his technical skills. As their relationship deepened, Luo Sheng came to realize that Dong Xiaolei resembled the protagonist of a novel who possessed extraordinary abilities. His proficiency in computing far surpassed Luo Sheng's previous understanding. On one occasion, in a fit of excitement, Dong Xiaolei led Luo Sheng to his clandestine research facility and fitted him with a fully immersive helmet. With a series of deft maneuvers, Luo Sheng's consciousness blurred, and in an instant, he found himself in a blank room, unable to control his own body or even perceive its existence. Before Luo Sheng could react, the voice of Dong Xiaolei echoed through the vast emptiness around him. In that moment, Luo Sheng realized he had entered an entirely new virtual realm. However, due to technological limitations, he could only see and hear. Sensations such as touch and smell had yet to be realized. Amidst his astonishment, Luo Sheng resolved to keep this individual firmly within his grasp. This would be a technology capable of transforming the world and all of humanity. Henceforth, Luo Sheng assumed the role of a benevolent elder brother. Whatever Dong Xiaolei required, be it in research, daily life, or matters of women and material goods, Luo Sheng was always at his service. After graduating and returning to his homeland, it was only natural for Luo Sheng to bring him under his wing. Yet, whether in private or public, he always interacted with him as a brother, as an elder. Luo Sheng understood that with such a person, emotional connection was essential. Relying solely on material wealth would be insufficient for lasting bonds. Chapter 6. No. 118. Qianhai Road. The vehicle swiftly arrived at number 118 Qianhai Road. This location had originally been a technology park, which Luo Sheng acquired at great expense and gifted to Dong Xiaolei. He subsequently mobilized every resource at his disposal to provide support and stationed a private militia from the Luo family in Donghai at this site to ensure that Dong Xiaolei could focus on his research without concern. At the entrance of the technology park, several armed guards stood vigilantly, only lifting the barrier upon confirming Luo Sheng's arrival. Upon reaching the building where Dong Xiaolei was located, Luo Sheng signaled for everyone else to remain behind, allowing only Chun Tai to accompany him inside. The arrival of Luo Sheng went unnoticed by anyone in the park as he directly took the elevator to the 21st floor. This entire floor, exceeding 5,000 square meters, served as the sole office of Dong Xiaolei. Apart from the small secretary at the elevator entrance, there was no one else present. Upon stepping out of the elevator, Luo Sheng coincidentally encountered Dong Xiaolei, who was dressed in casual sportswear and was instructing the secretary on certain matters. Upon seeing Luo Sheng, Dong Xiaolei joyfully approached him and exclaimed, "Brother Sheng, what brings you here today?" Luo Sheng surveyed the minimalist yet technologically advanced office with a smile and replied, "I came to take a look at your new domain." A hint of bashfulness crossed Dong Xiaolei's face as he scratched his head, saying, "New domain? Brother Sheng, please come in and have a seat." The two settled onto a sofa in the lounge area, where the secretary served them each a cup of coffee. "Brother Sheng, are you here to see my latest research achievements?" Dong Xiaolei asked with a grin. "I knew you couldn't wait." Luo Sheng had grown accustomed to the informal manner in which Dong Xiaolei spoke to him, a stark contrast to the formality others might display. As Dong Xiaolei would put it, "Brother Sheng is my elder brother. Why act so distant?" Luo Sheng raised his cup, taking a sip before responding. "I can tell you are eager to show off." He continued, "So, what new developments have you made since moving in?" The moment the topic shifted to his specialty, Dong Xiaolei became immensely animated. "Brother Sheng, remember before I returned home I mentioned I had new ideas? It pertains to the realm of bodily perception. Recently, after setting up the space, I began experimenting with calculations. You have no idea how many issues were involved. I spent an entire fortnight to complete it. Now, allow me to briefly elaborate." This brief elaboration could easily consume an entire morning. Just in terms of coffee, Luo Sheng has already consumed 5 cups. Although he comprehended not a single word throughout, it did not hinder his role as a companion. In the end, he even managed to reply, "Indeed, it is quite taxing." Yet, in truth, Luo Sheng was profoundly astonished. In just 2 weeks, this young man achieved substantial technological breakthroughs, which was nothing short of extraordinary. Glancing at his Patek Philippe, he noted that it was already noon. Rubbing his temples, he smiled and said, "Chalet, it's about time. Let us go have lunch." Dong Chalet paused for a moment and then checked his phone. "Shengu, it's already noon. Why does time fly so swiftly whenever I chat with you? Come on. Lunch is on me." Luo Sheng nearly burst into laughter at Dong Chalet's audacity. Where did this kid find the courage to say such a thing? We shall discuss it further once we arrive. After descending and settling into the Rolls-Royce Phantom, Dong Chalet began to fidget, his hands unsure of where to rest. "Shengu, this car must be quite expensive. I've never seen you drive it before." Luo Sheng chuckled and replied, "It's not too bad. Previously, while abroad, I kept things simple. If you like it, I might just gift it to you later." Dong Chalet shook his head, expressing his discomfort with such a lavish vehicle, stating that it was more suited for someone of his brother's stature and that he would rather abstain. The vehicle soon arrived at a destination, a restaurant named Guantinjian. Although Dong Chalet had never heard of this establishment before, he immediately recognized its exceptional quality upon disembarking. The grand, vintage architecture radiated an air of nobility, which would likely intimidate an ordinary wage earner from even daring to step inside. As Luo Sheng exited the car, a suited gentleman hurriedly approached from the restaurant's entrance. "Mr. Luo, welcome to Guantinjian. The private room has been prepared for you." The restaurant manager, evidently familiar with Luo Sheng, greeted him warmly and led the way. In Luo Sheng's memory, he had frequented this restaurant for casual meals, which explained the staff's familiarity with him. Individuals of Luo Sheng's stature are invariably the C-Army de la C-Army of VIPs. After all, being the eldest son of the Luo family and the heir of Tian Luo Group signifies unparalleled strength and influence. Upon entering the restaurant, one was struck by its exquisite and opulent decor. Notably, there was no cacophony typical of ordinary dining establishments. Instead, it featured exclusively private rooms, ensuring customer privacy while safeguarding against disturbances from the external environment. Once seated, the restaurant manager personally attended to them, respectfully presenting the menus to both Luo Sheng and Dong Chalet. Luo Sheng casually perused the menu. What has been mentioned above merely revolves around the exquisite offerings of Australian lobster, king crab, or perhaps the finest caviar derived from sturgeon, foie gras with black truffles, a 5 Wagyu beef, and a sumptuous soup of fish maw, abalone, and sea cucumber. The presentation, however, is notably more refined than elsewhere. Following customary practices, the flavors are to be somewhat mild. After making his remarks, Luo Sheng inquired of Dong Chalet if he had any preferences for the meal. The latter simply gazed at him with clear eyes and shook his head. Luo Sheng merely smiled in response. After all, Dong Chalet had always deferred to him when dining out, even concerning the menu selection. He resembled a game character who had mistakenly allocated all his attribute points to intelligence, rendering him nearly inept in all other areas, save for matters concerning women. Presenting the menu, Luo Sheng contemplated for a moment before addressing the restaurant manager, who was patiently bending nearby. "Please bring us another bottle of Romanicani, preferably of a superior vintage." "Certainly, Mr. Luo. I shall attend to that immediately. Please bear with me for a moment." Once the manager departed, the private room was left with only Luo Sheng and Dong Chalet. Chen Tai and the other bodyguards had been positioned outside from the outset. Seizing a moment during the interlude of service, Luo Sheng casually asked Chalet, "Have your parents settled in well?" Dong Chalet's parents, both retired university professors, resided not in Donghai but in Jiacheng, which is not far from Donghai. However, considering the necessity of having Dong Chalet nearby for work, accommodations were arranged for his parents in Donghai. Upon this topic, Dong Chalet's expression revealed gratitude, as he had gained a profound understanding of the housing prices and living standards in Donghai during his recent time there. In summary, one word encapsulates it all: expensive. Everything is costly, especially the housing prices. Were it not for the substantial salary that Sheng Gu provides each month, he would hardly remain in this city. Chapter 7. Are you discussing cost-effectiveness with me? Yet, Donghai City possesses its advantages. The quality of life is elevated, healthcare is superior, and the city thrives with vibrancy. It is the utmost aspiration and pride of every child to ensure their parents enjoy a comfortable life in their later years. Dong Chalet is no exception. Yes, My parents moved here from Jiangxing 2 weeks ago. Shenggu, you have no idea. Upon learning that the house was arranged by you, they immediately urged me to diligently assist you, expressing their desire not to disappoint you. I have grown weary of their insistence. Luo Sheng chuckled, acknowledging their good intentions. Dong Xiaolei shook his head in resignation and sighed. How could I not recognize the kindness you show me, Shenggu? You are my brother. If I do not assist you, whom shall I aid? Besides, I must realize our shared dream of establishing a second world. I dared not mention this to my parents. At this juncture, Luo Sheng gazed at Dong Xiaolei with earnestness and solemnly stated, Xiaolei, concerning our shared vision, let us refrain from speaking of it aloud in the future. Understood? Indeed, Luo Sheng intended to leverage Dong Xiaolei's expertise to create a virtual realm, a second world entirely governed by the Tianluo group, encompassing all of humanity. However, this grand ambition has only just begun to take its first step. Dong Xiaolei observed Luo Sheng's serious expression and nodded in understanding. Brother Sheng, I comprehend. You mentioned this to me previously. Soon, the waiter pushed open the door to the private room, gradually bringing forth an array of exquisite dishes to adorn the table. Luo Sheng gestured towards the beautifully presented delicacies. Xiaolei, this marks the first occasion since your return that I am treating you to a meal. Let us savor the culinary delights of our own great Xia and see how they compare to those from abroad. Certainly, Brother Sheng. Dong Xiaolei picked up his chopsticks, ready to sample the dishes when a faint sound of footsteps approached. Following the sound, he beheld a young maiden clad in an elegant ancient-style gown, gliding into the room like a delicate butterfly. Her movements were graceful and composed. Upon reaching the vacant space at the table, she paused, slightly bowing in a traditional greeting to the two gentlemen present. At that moment, a gentle melody, reminiscent of celestial harmonies, began to resonate, flowing like a babbling brook from the surround sound system. As the music played, the maiden parted her lips in a soft smile and, like petals dancing in the breeze, commenced to unveil her enchanting dance. Simultaneously, two sweetly charming waitresses quietly appeared beside Luo Sheng and Dong Xiaolei. They crouched gracefully, akin to gentle fawns, skillfully arranging the utensils for the two gentlemen. Yet, at that moment, Dong Xiaolei found himself utterly bewildered by the scene before him, especially by the waitress who was half-crouched beside him. Her stunning beauty is truly breathtaking, with skin as fair and smooth as mutton fat jade, and beneath her prominent nose lies a cherry-red mouth, naturally alluring. What makes her even more enchanting is the faint, ethereal fragrance that wafts from her, intoxicating all who come near. She extends her delicate, slender fingers and carefully scoops a steaming spoonful of soup from the bowl. Gently, she breathes on the spoon, attempting to cool the broth just a touch. With an exquisitely gentle motion, she offers the spoon to Dong Xiaolei's lips, her eyes radiating boundless tenderness. Faced with such considerate and attentive service, Dong Xiaolei finds his mind utterly blank, rendered speechless in the presence of this captivating woman. He gazes at her in a daze, a tide of indescribable emotion swelling within him. In contrast, Luo Sheng outright declines the server's assistance, requesting instead that she peel the crab for him. He then savors a glass of freshly opened Romani Conti, relishing both the wine and the graceful dance of the ancient-style maiden. As the meal progresses, Luo Sheng remains unfazed, while Dong Xiaolei feels a profound discomfort. It is a peculiar feeling to be attended to throughout the meal, an experience he has never encountered even during his outings in America with Luo Sheng. The last time he was treated this way was before he turned 3. Yet, one cannot deny the exquisite flavors of this restaurant's offerings. Many tastes and textures are ones he has never experienced before. Indeed, the culinary delights of the Great Xia are unparalleled by those abroad. After both have finished their meals, Luo Sheng beckons for Mr. Chen Tai. Mr. Chen, he murmurs respectfully. Luo Sheng casually handed over a black gold card to the other party, urging him to settle the bill. Chen Tai respectfully accepted the card and exited the private room. Shortly thereafter, he returned, holding not only Luo Sheng's black gold card, but also a bill. Sir, here is the bill. Luo Sheng nodded in acknowledgement. Beside him, Dong Xiaolei took the bill, his eyes widening in astonishment at the sum of 270,000. He hastily shoved his phone back into his pocket. To think that a mere meal could cost over 200,000 was astounding. It was equivalent to his entire monthly salary. What was more concerning was that his salary for the month had not yet been disbursed, and with merely over 100,000 in his account, he couldn't even afford to cover the bill. Rising from his seat, Luo Sheng patted Dong Xiaolei on the shoulder. Don't just sit there foolishly. Let's go. The two returned to the car, and as Dong Xiaolei pressed the window button, he inquired, So, Xinggu, where are we headed next? Leaning back in the rear seat, Luo Sheng closed his eyes and replied, Xiaolei, you possess a Daxia driver's license, right? Dong Xiaolei nodded. Yes, Xinggu. I obtained it during the summer after my high school graduation. Good. Since you're back in the country now, I'll take you to pick out a vehicle for convenience in getting around. With that, Luo Sheng turned to Dong Xiaolei again. Since you mentioned you're not accustomed to riding in a Rolls-Royce, do you have a preference for any particular car? This left Dong Xiaolei utterly perplexed. To be honest, he knew very little about cars and had no interest in the various models available on the market, aside from the well-known brands like BMW, Mercedes, and Volkswagen. He was entirely uninformed about anything else. Even the decision to acquire a driver's license was instigated by his father, who insisted that in the future, a driver's license would be as essential as an identity card, indispensable for everyone. After a moment of contemplation, Dong Xiaolei spoke up. Xinggu, why not arrange for me a Toyota? A Volkswagen would suffice as well. I recall seeing online that many people praised the cost-effectiveness of these two brands. You could simply oversee the model selection for me. In Dong Xiaolei's perspective, purchasing items necessitated a pursuit of value for money. Since others had endorsed these brands, he believed there could be no misjudgment. However, Luo Sheng promptly dismissed his notion. What a joke. Only the average person seeks so-called value for money. You wish to buy something cost-effective while overlooking a Rolls-Royce Phantom? He called out to Chen Tai, who was seated in the front passenger seat. Chen Tai immediately turned around, saying, Sir, how may I assist you? Take me to the Bentley flagship store. Certainly, sir. Chapter 8. Satisfaction leads to acquisition upon the arrival of the convoy at the Bentley flagship store. The saleswoman at the entrance immediately recognized the presence of a significant client and rushed forward to extend a warm welcome. The bodyguards descending from the Mercedes-Benz G-Class swiftly positioned themselves to ensure a 5-meter distance from the potential customer. The saleswoman had never encountered an individual accompanied by such a formidable entourage while shopping for a vehicle. Nevertheless, this did not dampen her enthusiasm. Maintaining a respectful demeanor even from several meters away, she proclaimed, Esteemed guest, welcome to the Bentley flagship store. Luo Sheng merely cast a glance at her before leading Dong Xiaolei into the establishment. As soon as they entered, the group undeniably captured the attention of everyone present. It was inevitable. Anyone in their position, surrounded by a dozen bodyguards clad in black, would find it difficult to remain unnoticed. Upon entering the showroom, Luo Sheng strolled leisurely past each vehicle. Despite the repeated attempts of both the store manager and sales staff to approach him for introductions to the car models, none were granted permission, and all were kept at bay several meters away. After perusing the selections, Luo Sheng approached the latest model of the Continental GT convertible and inquired of Dong Xiaolei, What do you think of this one? Dong Xiaolei gazed at the sleek vehicle, swallowing hard. Brother Sheng, this car is incredibly stylish. But once I saw the price, my jaw dropped. Brother Sheng, this car is too expensive. Shall we consider another? Luo Sheng frowned slightly. Let us take it for a spin. If you're satisfied, we'll purchase it outright. At Luo Sheng's gesture, Dong Xiaolei opened the door and settled into the driver's seat, his hands caressing the steering wheel as his eyes roamed over the luxurious interior. He could hardly believe that at just over 20 years of age, he was seated in a multi-million-dollar luxury car. Luo Sheng gave Dong Xiaolei a gentle pat and asked, Do you like it? Dong Xiaolei was too exhilarated to respond verbally, merely nodding enthusiastically. Then discuss the details with the sales team, and once everything is confirmed, come find me. I'll be in the lounge. Their exchange was clearly audible to the staff within the store. Under the personal guidance of the store manager, Luo Sheng, accompanied by his entourage of bodyguards, proceeded to the VIP room to relax. At that moment, a charming saleswoman in black stockings approached with a smile. She first greeted Dong Xiaolei, then naturally settled into the passenger seat. Hello, handsome. My name is Millie. Do you like this car? Observing the alluring saleswoman, who was nearly pressed against him, Dong Xiaolei felt a surge of nervousness. Why yes, this car is quite nice. Millie, sensing his unease, quickly realized that this young man was rather inexperienced. If that were the case, securing this sale would be effortless. She discreetly placed her left hand on Dong Xiaolei's thigh and began to elaborate on the car's features. This bold gesture sent a rush of blood to the face of the 20-something-year-old who had been single for over 2 decades. As if sensing the shift in his demeanor, Millie's touch grew increasingly audacious. Her intentions had shifted from merely closing the deal to capturing the attention of this young man before her. The rationale was simple. Although she was unaware of his identity or background, the man who accompanied him was undoubtedly significant, likely a person of considerable influence. Given the rapport between them, it was clear they shared a good relationship. Birds of a feather flocked together, thus. Winning over this young man would certainly yield benefits for her. Just as Millie continued her conversation with Dong Xiaolei, a sharply dressed young man entered the scene. Upon catching sight of Dong Xiaolei, who was clad in casual athletic wear and still bore a youthful countenance, a flicker of disdain crossed his features. However, he swiftly averted his gaze, searching among the sales personnel for someone or something. The other sales staff in the store evidently recognized this young man. As one approached him and exclaimed, "Young Master Wang, what brings you here today? Are you looking to test drive a particular model?" Wang Xiao cast a disdainful glance at the salesman, clearly looking down on him. "Where's Millie? Have her come to attend to me." The salesman, feeling awkward, glanced towards Dong Xiaolei's direction and replied, "Wang Xiao, Millie is currently attending to another customer. Would you like me to assist you instead?" Wang Xiao followed the salesperson's gaze and indeed saw Millie laughing and chatting in the car with the very young man he had just dismissed. This sight ignited a fiery rage within Wang Xiao, who was initially disinclined to cause a scene. He directed an imperious tone at the salesman. "What does this mean? Am I of a lower status than this young brat?" He pointed towards Dong Xiaolei's location, incredulous. What nonsense! He had already set his sights on Millie, planning to seize the opportunity today. How could she be in the company of a boy whose pockets might not even hold 1,000 yuan, sharing laughter in the car? Was this not a public slap to his face? Though Wang Xiao's voice was not loud, his words reverberated with audacity, filling the once quiet showroom. Dong Xiaolei's face flushed with embarrassment, while Millie noticed the newcomer, contemplating whether to exit the vehicle. At that moment, the manager of the Bentley flagship store hurried over. Upon seeing the young man, he smiled slightly. "Ah, it's Wang Xiao. Welcome, welcome. This young brother is our esteemed guest today." Wang Xiao scoffed, disbelief etched on his face. "Young, have you lost your mind? This mere boy can be considered a valued guest?" Just as the manager was about to explain, Luo Sheng approached slowly, flanked by a formidable entourage of bodyguards. Luo Sheng cast a glance at the young man and spoke with a hint of indifference. "My people are unworthy of being esteemed guests. Do you consider yourself worthy?" Wang Xiao assessed Luo Sheng from head to toe, noticing his youth juxtaposed with an imposing presence, which left him feeling somewhat unsettled. Nevertheless, he retorted defiantly, "And who might you be, playing the part of some grand figure here?" Yet, inwardly, he pondered, "Goodness, which affluent family does this young master hail from? His aura is formidable, and he is accompanied by such a retinue of bodyguards." Although Wang Zhe was not among the elite second generation of Donghai, his family's assets still amounted to several billion. He had encountered numerous wealthy heirs, yet none possessed such an overwhelming presence, not to mention the dozen or so bodyguards behind him, all evidently skilled fighters. Was he about to encounter something formidable? A cold smile graced Luo Sheng's lips as he turned and walked towards Dong Yajun, leaving behind a succinct command, "Chen Tai, take care of this." Chen Tai bowed his head in acknowledgement. "Understood, sir." With a swift motion of his hand, two burly men in black surged forward, arms outstretched, poised to expel Wang Zhe. Observing Luo Sheng's departing figure, Wang Xiao felt a surge of indignation. Was the other party too disdainful to utter even a single word to him? "Hey, let go. On what grounds do you dare to expel me?" He forcefully shoved aside the bodyguard's arm, feeling an intense sense of humiliation. Damn it, they are exceedingly arrogant. Clearing the area at the slightest disagreement. I have never acted in such a manner. He glanced at the hapless manager Yang beside him and spoke with an edge of displeasure. "Aren't you going to intervene?" Manager Yang, having been singled out, forced a smile, wishing to remain inconspicuous. Upon recalling the moment in the VIP lounge when a gentleman named Chen Tai presented me with an embossed business card, I find myself captivated by the bold inscription, "Minister Chen Tai, Security Management Department, Tian Luo Group Global Headquarters." That card now rests within my pocket. Though I dared not inquire about the identity of the young man I revered, it was evident he must be a figure of considerable prominence within Tian Luo Group. Realizing this, I understood that even if young Master Wang was a frequent patron of their establishment, my priority now was to safeguard my own interests. "Young Master Wang, I sincerely apologize. Might I suggest you return home today? I shall personally visit you tomorrow to express my contrition." Despite my attempt at diplomacy, I knew this would not absolve me from inciting offense. Yet, there was little choice for me. The young man present today commanded too lofty a status for me to risk antagonizing. Wang Zhe, upon hearing my words, widened his eyes in disbelief. This insolent fellow. who typically treated him with utmost deference, now dared to assist in ushering him away. His gaze shifted to the nearby Millie, with whom he locked eyes, further fueling his indignation. However, the sheer number of individuals present rendered him powerless to take a forceful stand. He spat out a venomous retort. "You wait, boy. If the mountain does not yield, the water shall flow." Just as he turned to leave, Chun-Tai seized him by the nape of the neck with an iron grip, pinning him to the ground as if he were a mere chick. "To speak disrespectfully to my superior is to invite retribution," Chun-Tai's chilling voice resonated. Wang Zhe, in a state of panic, attempted to glance back at Chun-Tai, yet found himself immobilized as if shackled by iron arms. Struggling, he bellowed, "Do you know who I am? Your actions towards me will not go unpunished by my father." Chun-Tai's grip tightened as he brazenly expressed his defiance before the gentleman, oblivious to any consequences. The atmosphere in the store grew tense, with an uneasy silence enveloping the room as everyone held their breath. From a distance, Luo Xing's voice resonated. "Chun-Tai, do not disturb others' business. Take this outside." "Understood, sir," Chun-Tai replied succinctly. Along with 2 bodyguards, they forcibly escorted Wang Zhe out of the exhibition hall. And no one dared to intervene. Disregarding such trivial matters, Luo Sheng approached Dong Xiaolei. "How did the car inspection go? If there are no issues, we can finalize the deal." Dong Xiaolei nodded with excitement. "Brother Sheng, everything is perfect. I truly appreciate your help." Luo Sheng patted his shoulder, reassuring him that there was no need for formality among brothers. At that moment, Millie quickly adjusted her demeanor, smiling as she announced, "Gentlemen, the paperwork will be completed shortly. And we will also present you with some premium automotive accessories." Luo Sheng nodded slightly, indicating his approval. Before long, Chun-Tai returned from outside, his cuffs stained with traces of blood. Luo Sheng merely cast a glance in his direction before resuming his conversation with Dong Xiaolei regarding the vehicle. Once all the paperwork was finalized, Millie approached Dong Xiaolei, holding a bag of documents. With a radiant smile, she declared, "Brother Dong, all your paperwork is complete. The blue Bentley Continental GT convertible you requested is available in our inventory and can be driven away shortly." Dong Xiaolei accepted the materials from Millie and graciously replied, "Thank you for your assistance. Let us proceed to collect the car." When Dong Xiaolei settled into the luxurious Continental GT that truly belonged to him, it would be disingenuous to claim he felt no excitement. Although he regarded the vehicle as lacking in cost-effectiveness, its aesthetic appeal was undeniable. Much like how women, despite knowing that diamond rings may not hold substantial value, are irresistibly drawn to their sparkling allure, men share this sentiment. Even though these multi-million-dollar luxury cars and supercars may only reach modest speeds of a few dozen kilometers per hour in the city, they evoke the same admiration as their less expensive counterparts. Yet, the allure of their elegance is simply irresistible, and driving such a vehicle commands respect. "Dong, let us connect on WeChat. If you ever need anything, feel free to reach out." Millie's voice pulled Dong Xiaolei from his reverie. Glancing at the enchanting figure by the car door, he found no reason to decline her offer. Without hesitation, he retrieved his phone and added her as a friend. As he departed from the Bentley flagship store, Dong Xiaolei opted to ride alongside Luo Sheng in a Rolls-Royce. This choice was not merely due to the vehicle's higher price, but rather because it had been years since he had last driven, which was during his driving test. He figured that by the time they returned to the park, he would need to carve out some time to practice. Otherwise, he might find himself returning to the dealership for repairs before even leaving the lot. The newly acquired car would be entrusted to a bodyguard for driving duties. Seated in the opulent backseat of the Rolls-Royce Phantom, Dong Xiaolei expressed his gratitude to Luo Sheng for his timely intervention. "Brother Sheng, I'm truly thankful for your assistance just now. Otherwise, I would have been at a loss for how to conclude that situation." Luo Sheng waved his hand dismissively. "Those individuals are merely insignificant. They are not worth our concern. However, you should indeed consider updating your attire. Back in school, you always had a penchant for sporting attire. Now that you are the chief director of the technology park, it is high time for a change." Dong Xiaolei said bashfully, "But, Shengge, I find this outfit quite comfortable." "Xiaolei, heed my advice. This afternoon, seek out a place to purchase yourself some decent clothing," Luo Sheng said earnestly. "But Shengge, I am not good at buying clothes myself. This is something I cannot assist you with. My own wardrobe is entirely managed by Meng Qing." As he spoke, Luo Sheng had a thought and pulled out his phone, transferring 2 million directly to Dong Xiaolei. Dong Xiaolei was taken aback by this extraordinary gesture. "What does this mean, Shengge? A transfer without any prior discussion?" Before he could voice his confusion, Luo Sheng continued. Did you not just add that saleswoman as a friend? If it comes to it, invite her out and have her accompany you. Additionally, arrange for a Mercedes-Benz G-Class to be at your disposal, along with 2 drivers. Consider today a day off. Make the most of it. With that, he flashed Dong Xiaolei a knowing smile. Despite having followed Luo Sheng for quite some time, this young man remained a novice. Initially, Luo Sheng thought that he was merely shy or uninterested in women, so he did not press the matter. It was only upon returning home that he discovered Xiaolei's preference did not lean towards Western styles. But Sheng Ge, wouldn't it be inappropriate to invite her directly? Dong Xiaolei queried, his tone laden with hesitation. However, Luo Sheng smiled and said, believe in yourself. As long as you reach out to her, the one named Millie, she will be even more enthusiastic than you. In the end, Dong Xiaolei hesitated as he alighted from the car. Yet, glancing at the text notification on his phone indicating a deposit of 2 million, he felt a twinge of melancholy. How on earth could he spend such a sum? It was quite a conundrum. Chapter 10. The race. The Rolls-Royce Phantom glided along the road, and within the vehicle, Chun Tai quietly inquired, Sir, where are we headed now? Luo Sheng leaned back against the seat, contemplating whether to return to Chiun Mountain Villa, when his phone suddenly rang. Upon checking, he saw it was a contact named Qin Jun. This individual was the eldest son of the Qin family from Donghai City, and also a close friend of the original owner of Luo Sheng's body. The Qin family primarily operated in the insurance and finance sectors, ranking among the few leading enterprises within the realm of Daxia. As he answered the call, before he could utter a word, Qin Jun's voice resonated on the other end. Brother Sheng, what are you up to? I just finished some errands and was about to head back to the villa, Luo Sheng replied. Don't return just yet. Come to the Donghai International Racing Circuit. I've invited a few friends over this afternoon for some fun. Join us, and we can head to a bar together later. The Donghai International Racing Circuit is one of the few large-scale racing tracks that adhere to international standards within Daxia. It is typically open to the public only when no events are taking place. Local and regional amateur racing enthusiasts often seize this opportunity to bring their beloved cars onto the track for a few exhilarating laps, while also expanding their social circles. After all, the vehicles that are permitted entry to the venue cannot possibly be the modest family cars priced at a mere 100 or 200,000. The starting point is luxury automobiles worth over $1 million. Luo Sheng remarked, I can come, but I haven't driven my own car today. Qin Jun replied, Brother Sheng, what are you saying? Now that you're here, you can't just sit idly by. Allow me to make arrangements. Luo Sheng stipulated, that's fine, but I must insist that I won't entertain any vehicles priced below 10 million. Qin Jun responded, Brother Sheng, as long as you can make it, I'll let you take my LaFerrari. What do you think? Luo Sheng replied, wait for me. Meanwhile, Dong Xiaolei sat in the back seat of a Mercedes-Benz G-Class, contemplating how to allocate his funds. He had just sent a message to Millie, the Bentley salesperson, hoping she would accompany him to purchase some clothing, citing her as a consultant for his selections. He initially anticipated a polite refusal, but to his surprise, she responded almost instantly, requesting that he share his location so she could take a taxi to meet him. This truly affirmed Dong Xiaolei's belief in Brother Sheng's words. Indeed, he is deserving of the title of Big Brother. Consequently, he selected a nearby shopping mall and sent Millie the location. After a moment of hesitation, he picked up his phone again to search for hotels near the mall. On the other side, Luo Sheng was speeding towards the Donghai International Circuit in his Rolls-Royce. It wasn't too long before he arrived at the venue. At the entrance of the racing circuit, Qin Jun leaned against the hood of his red LaFerrari, accompanied by a young and beautiful woman. Upon spotting Luo Sheng accompanied by a retinue of bodyguards, he eagerly approached and embraced him, exclaiming, Brother Sheng, you have finally arrived. With a cheerful smile, Luo Sheng gazed at the young girl behind Qin Jun. Have you changed girlfriends again? For an ordinary person, such a remark might provoke an immediate and frantic response. In contrast, Qin Jun responded nonchalantly, Brother Sheng, this is Xia, a celebrated internet personality with a following of millions. He then turned to the girl and called out, Aren't you going to introduce yourself? Xia, embodying a delicate charm, stepped forward shyly and greeted, Hello, Brother Sheng. Her voice was soft and sweet, resonating like a gentle melody. Luo Sheng nodded slightly, acknowledging her presence. Qin Jun retrieved the car keys from his pocket and pointed to the striking red LaFerrari parked nearby. Brother Sheng, the car is right there. I hope you'll go easy on me today. With a slight smirk, Luo Sheng accepted the keys. As they entered the racetrack, a multitude of luxury car owners and racing enthusiasts surrounded the area. Most recognized only Qin Zhen, but the sight of Luo Sheng accompanied by a cadre of bodyguards, along with Qin Zhen's warm welcome, made it evident that he was no ordinary visitor. Qin Zhen led Luo Sheng to the reserved lounge area he had arranged in advance, where 3 other individuals awaited, all friends invited by Qin Zhen. Although the trio was not intimately acquainted with Luo Sheng, they were familiar with him. Upon realizing that Qin Zhen had indeed managed to bring Luo Sheng along, they all rose to greet him. Qin Zhen interjected, "Brother Sheng, you should recall these 3. We dined together previously." After a moment of contemplation, Luo Sheng recognized the trio's identities. Wang Yaozong hails from a family that operates a business specializing in outdoor sports products, boasting exclusive stores in various provinces and cities. Li Su's family engages in the chain restaurant industry, encompassing hot pot, buffets, and casual dining. Chen Feng, on the other hand, comes from a family involved in venture capital, making him the wealthiest among the trio. These affluent young gentlemen share a cordial relationship with Qin Zhen and have dined with Luo Sheng on 2 occasions. Young Master Qin, since young Master Luo has arrived, shall we warm up with a round? Li Su suggested. Certainly, Qin Zhen replied, proceeding towards a striking yellow Lamborghini Aventador. Sheng Gu, don't hold back. Show the brothers what you've got, Qin Zhen encouraged as he noticed Luo Sheng still hesitating beside the car. With a smile, Luo Sheng opened the door of his LaFerrari and settled into the driver's seat. Once everyone was prepared, the roar of the Ferrari engine filled the air as Luo Sheng accelerated like an arrow released from its bow. Racing was not unfamiliar to Luo Sheng. In fact, he was quite adept at it, having frequented the Donghai International Circuit. His family owned an impressive collection of world-class supercars, and failing to take them for a spin would indeed be a travesty. After completing a lap, the group parked their vehicles and engaged in casual conversation in the resting area. How about a friendly match with the amateur team next door? I happen to know their captain, Qin Zhen proposed. Luo Sheng had no objections. Racing solely among themselves lacked excitement. Soon, Qin Zhen returned. Sheng, good. Li Jun from next door wishes to meet you. Luo Sheng smiled. Li Jun, the captain of the Lin Supercar Club next door? Indeed, brother Sheng. Li Jun has long desired to meet you. Upon learning of your arrival, he expressed a wish to pay his respects. Just as Qin Zhen finished speaking, a cheerful voice resonated from behind. Young Master Luo, I hope you can forgive my unsolicited visit. Li Jun, clad in a stylish racing suit, entered the lounge of Luo Sheng and his companions. Luo Sheng was somewhat familiar with this Li Jun. His father had once engaged in the real estate sector domestically before venturing into Southeast Asia, focusing on high-end residential properties. However, Li Jun himself was reluctant to pursue a career in real estate and instead founded the Lin Supercar Club. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit, President Li? Luo Sheng asked nonchalantly. Li Jun smiled and approached, extending his hand for a handshake. I have long admired your reputation, young Master Luo. Today, it is a rare opportunity to encounter you, so I thought to come and make your acquaintance. After we complete a couple of laps together, I hope you would honor me with a dinner invitation this evening, he added. Luo Sheng rose, casually patting Li Jun on the shoulder. Let us discuss dinner another time. For now, we must head to the racetrack. Chapter 11. Next time, bring someone considerate. Luo Sheng had encountered many individuals like Li Jun, all eager to establish a connection with him. However, to be candid, there were few peers within the vast realm of Daxia capable of engaging with him on equal footing. Luo Sheng had little inclination to entertain these young fellows. Li Jun offered an awkward smile, fully aware that this was their first meeting, and given his family background, it was perfectly reasonable for Luo Sheng to overlook him. The conversation soon shifted to matters concerning the race. Although our team is amateur, we possess a certain level of skill, and I hope everyone enjoys themselves today, Li Jun expressed with eager anticipation. As the competition was about to commence, the drivers took their positions. With a commanding signal, the vehicles surged forth. Leveraging his exceptional driving prowess, Luo Sheng swiftly secured the lead, while Li Jun relentlessly pursued him. At a sharp bend, Li Jun took a daring chance to overtake, but inadvertently grazed the adjacent protective barrier, causing a sudden deceleration. Observing this, Luo Sheng did not accelerate to widen the gap. Instead, he slightly reduced his speed to allow his rival to catch up once more. Throughout the subsequent track, Luo Sheng, with the remarkable performance of his Ferrari and his masterful driving skills, consistently maintained an advantage over Li Jun. Ultimately, Luo Sheng triumphantly crossed the finish line in first place. Leaving the authenticity of the result, whether it was a testament to genuine talent or merely a reflection of social dynamics. Open to interpretation. Following the race, Li Jun and others gathered around, showering Luo Sheng with praise. Many in the group learned of Luo Sheng's esteemed identity during their exchange, eager to seize the opportunity to befriend him or exchange contact details. However, they were thwarted by Chen Tai and several bodyguards who stood vigilant. At that moment, Qin Zhen emerged from a luxury car. "Brother Sheng, it's nearly time. Let us find a place to dine," he suggested. That evening, in a private room of an upscale Chinese restaurant, Luo Sheng sat at a round table, surrounded by Qin Zhen and a few others. Apart from Luo Sheng, each individual present was accompanied by a strikingly attractive companion. Despite the stark contrasts, none dared to jest about this circumstance in Luo Sheng's presence. As the distinguished heir of the Luo family, he could effortlessly summon a multitude of admirers if he so desired. At the dining table, considering the need to drive later, they opted for beverages instead of alcoholic drinks. Nevertheless, the guests continued to toast and exchange pleasantries, and the atmosphere gradually grew more lively. Once everyone had nearly finished their meal, Qin Jin spoke up. "Brother Sheng, I've heard that the land in the west of the city is set for development. Could you possibly bring your brothers along for some involvement?" Luo Sheng set down his chopsticks and looked at the somewhat expectant Qin Jin, asking, "Where did you hear that? I usually do not concern myself with such matters." Qin Jin chuckled. "Brother Sheng, is it really necessary to keep this from the brothers? The entire circle is abuzz with it." After a moment of contemplation, Luo Sheng gently shook his head. "As far as I know, the group currently has no plans to engage, but if you all have ideas, you might give it a try." At that moment, a young woman beside Li Su playfully interjected, "Brother Sheng, why would you pass up such a great opportunity? Is there a more promising project you're keeping from us?" Luo Sheng squinted at her, remaining silent. Upon hearing the young lady's remarks, Li Su quickly reprimanded, "Is this a conversation for you to join?" The young woman looked slightly aggrieved, wanting to speak but hesitating. Qin Jin cast an annoyed glance at Li Su, saying, "Li Su, next time you bring a girl out, make sure she understands her place." He then turned to the young woman. It's getting late. You should take a taxi home." Qin Jin's words were unrelenting, leaving the young woman somewhat at a loss. She tugged at Li Su's arm, seeking comfort and support from him, but Li Su had no intention of indulging her, especially since they had only known each other for a couple of days. Had it not been for her striking beauty and commendable physique and his own lingering desires, he would have long since dismissed her. Yet, Li Su was not one to indulge in free rides. He retrieved his phone and transferred 2,000 yuan to her, then coldly remarked, "Did you not hear what young Master Qin said? I've sent you 2,000 yuan. You may entertain yourself this evening." The young woman, momentarily taken aback by Li Su's unkind gaze, silently gathered her belongings and departed. In contrast, the companions of the other three men exhibited considerable awareness. Throughout the evening, they maintained pleasant smiles while clinging to their partners' arms, serving their men dishes, and occasionally picking up napkins to dab at their mouths. Their demeanor was one of quiet obedience. After this minor episode, the topic of the urban development in the Western District was forsaken. A little over 10 minutes later, the door to the private room swung open. A man clad in an impeccably tailored suit hurriedly entered, whispering a few words into Luo Sheng's ear while handing him a set of car keys. After receiving them, Luo Sheng waved the man off. Noticing the puzzled expressions on everyone's faces, he chuckled. "Before we began our meal, I instructed my subordinate to fetch the car." As he spoke, Luo Sheng raised his hand, shaking the key emblazoned with the letters EB. Qin Jin, gazing at the key, seemed to recall something and uncertainly inquired, "Brother Sheng, did you bring that car here directly? What else?" "You know the emblem well enough," Luo Sheng replied with a smile. Instantly, Qin Jin sprang to his feet, a hint of excitement in his voice. "No way, I must see it. Is the car parked outside?" Wang Yaozong, Li Su, and Chen Feng were left in a state of confusion. They are naturally familiar with the emblem of Bugatti, although this brand is quite rare in the summer, and the prices of various models soar into the tens of millions. It is expected for someone of the Luo family's stature to possess such a premier hypercar. Yet, why does Qin Jin appear so agitated? Luo Sheng gently pressed his hand down, chuckling. "Do not rush. The meal is not yet finished." Wang Yaozong chimed in, "Indeed. Qin Xiao, the car parked outside isn't going to drive away on its own. What are you so anxious about? Do you know what car is parked outside?" Qin Jin responded, his tone still tinged with excitement. "Bugatti," Wang Yaozong answered. Qin Jin smiled, continuing, "Indeed, it is a Bugatti." but it is the one and only voice of the night limited to the entire globe. Upon hearing this, Wang Yaozong and the other two could no longer maintain their composure. Wait, Qin Xiao, are you joking? Isn't it said that this car is in the possession of a foreigner? Exactly. I heard it was purchased by an old man abroad. Qin Zhen turned to Luo Shang, who was smiling silently, and clarified, these are all mere smokescreens. Do not concern yourselves with who made the purchase. The car is currently in the hands of Luo Xiao and is parked right outside. After hearing this, Wang Yaozong's demeanor shifted as well. Luo Xiao, how about we finish our meal first, and then continue at the bar? Seeing the urgency in everyone, Luo Shang chose not to insist further. He stood up and walked with the others towards the restaurant entrance. Chapter 12. Am I your father? At that moment, in the parking space by the entrance, a sleek, all-black hypercar sat quietly, resembling the sovereign of the night. Two bodyguards clad in black stood at the front and rear of the vehicle. Upon witnessing the legendary Bugatti Chiron, Qin Zhen and his companions eagerly approached, gently caressing the car's sleek surface. Have you all had your fill? This is a sports car, not a beauty, remarked Luo Shang, who stood behind them with his hands casually tucked into his pockets, a hint of amusement in his voice. Once regaining his composure, Qin Zhen stepped forward to Luo Shang, hesitating momentarily before asking, Brother Shang, are we not brothers? Anticipating the response, Luo Shang irritably tossed the car keys to him. It's merely a car. If you wish to drive, just say so. There's no need to ask if we are brothers. Receiving the keys, Qin Zhen was overwhelmed with excitement and retorted, I was just afraid you might be reluctant to part with it. Meanwhile, Wang Yaozong and the others could only watch in silence. They lacked the courage to ask Luo Shang for the keys, as their relationship had not yet reached that level of familiarity. After they finalized the destination for their second gathering, Qin Zhen and his female companion climbed into the Chiron, while Luo Shang took the wheel of his crimson LaFerrari. As for Wang Yaozong and his companions, they too were driving luxury vehicles, including Lamborghinis, Aston Martins, and Porsches. The Rolls-Royce Phantom had been sent back earlier when Luo Shang arranged for someone to return it. The engines of several supercars roared to life simultaneously, echoing through the streets of Donghai City, followed closely by 4 Mercedes G-Wagons. Such a lavish convoy turned the heads of pedestrians and passing vehicles alike. Countless weary workers, just finishing their shifts, gazed upon this spectacle, dreaming of the exhilarating feeling of being behind the wheel of a supercar themselves. In the most bustling area of Donghai City at night, there lies a bar named the Golden Earl. Renowned as a high-end establishment in the locality, it attracts a plethora of luxury vehicles each evening. However, due to the prime location, parking spaces in front of the bar are rather limited. Unless one possesses a certain status, the only option is to utilize the underground garage beside the bar. Undoubtedly, the vehicles driven by Luo Shang and his companions far exceed the standard. Even before the convoy reached the entrance of the parking lot, security had already moved the traffic cones aside and stood respectfully, ready to direct parking. Groups of young men and women took notice of the approaching cars, swiftly pulling out their phones to capture the moment. Some who seldom frequented the venue gasped in astonishment upon recognizing the vehicles. Wow, it's a Ferrari LaFerrari, how stunning, exclaimed one. And there's an Aston Martin and a Lamborghini, all of which are my dream cars. Another chimed in. Did you see that black Bugatti behind? I noticed it too. Isn't that the voice of the night? I thought it was limited to a single unit worldwide. Is that even real? I can't believe I'm seeing the only Bugatti in existence, the voice of the night. Is that Bugatti really that impressive? Could it possibly be more expensive than a Ferrari? Isn't that obvious? A LaFerrari costs around 30 million, while the voice of the night is at least over 100 million. And it's priceless. 100 million. That car is worth as much as a property in Huangpu No. 1. Under the guidance of the security personnel, Luo Shang and his companions parked their extravagant sports car and, as they descended, elicited gasps of admiration from the surrounding young women. Not only were they driving a vehicle of astonishing value, but each of them was also remarkably youthful and handsome. Some of the younger ladies, were it not for the restraining hands of their companions, would have rushed forward without hesitation. Consequently, these women chided their friends fervently. Let me go, I must approach them. Otherwise, if I miss this chance, who knows when the next opportunity will arise. Meanwhile, the two friends holding her back were apprehensive, fearing that her nearly 180-pound frame might lead her to be swiftly subdued by the bodyguards accompanying the men. The arrival of Luo Shang and his group stirred a commotion at the entrance of the bar. They exchanged knowing smiles, as if such attention was a commonplace occurrence for them. and thus they proceeded into the establishment together. Initially, Qingjun suggested they enjoy the lively atmosphere of the main hall, renowned for its distinctive girl group performances. However, Luo Sheng preferred a more tranquil environment for the evening, ultimately opting for a private room. Once everyone was seated, the bar's marketing manager, Lu Qian, elegantly clad in a black silk business attire and holding an iPad, entered with a warm smile. She was well aware of the esteemed guests present that night. "Young Master Luo, young Master Qin. It has been some time since your last visit," she remarked. Qin Jin took the iPad and began to browse through it, while Luo Sheng embraced Lu Qian, who gracefully leaned into his arms, playfully letting out soft sighs. At 25, Lu Qian was in the prime of her alluring femininity. Her exquisite features and delicate makeup, combined with an alluring aura that enveloped her, left many customers yearning for her company. Were it anyone else, Lu Qian would undoubtedly resist such advances. Even with her long-standing clients, she would only engage in playful banter. But who is Luo Sheng? He is the scion of the Luo family. Not only in the vast realm of Xia, but even within the confines of Donghai, he is among the most affluent and influential. Every woman is drawn to strength. Whether she is a single maiden or a married matron, the presence of a powerful man stirs an involuntary ripple within them. However, when Luo Sheng embraced her, it was more in jest than with any serious intention. Lu Qian gently caressed Luo Sheng's chest, speaking softly. "Young Master Luo, do you wish for my company tonight?" Luo Sheng reclined, resting one leg on the table, one arm wrapped around Lu Qian, the other draped casually over the sofa's backrest. "You seem to have quite the imagination. Keeping you here is merely for the sake of sharing a drink." With women from the nightlife, Luo Sheng never sought deeper connections. His interactions were limited to embraces and toasts. The reasons were simple. First, his family lacked no access to high-quality young women. Second, he had no desire for attachments. Lu Qian had already anticipated that Luo Sheng would not pursue women from her milieu. Thus, she remained unfazed. "Young Master Luo, I have a poor tolerance for alcohol. If I happen to get intoxicated, will you take care of me?" "Taking care of you? That would be your father's responsibility, not mine." Luo Sheng replied with a wry smile. El Chinju playfully tapped Luo Sheng, teasing, "Aren't you just my baba?" Upon hearing this, Luo Sheng let out a carefree laugh. At that moment, Qingjun, who had just ordered some drinks, was selecting the usual bar staples like Ace of Spades and Louis XIII. After confirming the order with Luo Sheng, he instructed the waiter to prepare the drinks. Just as the waiter departed, the door swung open, revealing a group of elegantly dressed ladies who entered the private room in succession. Chapter 13. The Tragedy of the Underdog. These captivating ladies, adorned in an array of distinct styles, lined up at the forefront of the room. There were approximately 20 of them, each seemingly in their 20s. Perhaps they had received prior word of the esteemed guests gracing the room that evening, for not a single girl wore a frown. They all endeavored to present themselves as alluring and enchanting as possible. Seasoned patrons like Qin Jun unabashedly scrutinized the young women before them. "Brother Sheng, why not select a couple more to accompany you?" Qin Jun inquired. Luo Sheng released his arm from around El Qian and stood up, strolling towards the ladies with his hands in his pockets, unabashedly appraising each one as he passed. After surveying them all, he turned to speak to El Qian without looking back, saying, "Your general manager Su knows of my presence tonight and has brought out the finest dishes." El Qian chuckled. "Master Luo, you flatter me. Since you have graciously chosen to visit our Golden Count, we must ensure your complete satisfaction. Had General Manager Su not been away, he would certainly have joined you for a delightful evening." Luo Sheng reclined on the sofa, crossing his legs as he remarked, "Since Mr. Su is so inclined, why bother selecting? Let us keep everything." As these words were uttered, the young women, not oblivious, immediately gathered around. Among them, Luo Sheng was the most favored. It was evident to all but the oblivious that he was the star of the evening, a figure so impressive that even their boss, Mr. Su, sought to ingratiate himself with him. Soon, an array of exquisite beverages began to grace the table. Lu Qian first poured a glass of Louis XIII for Luo Sheng, then filled her own. "To you, Luo Xiao," she declared, swiftly downing the drink. Luo Sheng accepted the glass with a smile, taking a sip himself. Meanwhile, the other young women around him engaged in toasting and offering fruits, quickly elevating the atmosphere to a crescendo. Over at Qin Jin's side, he had taken a whole bottle of Ace of Spades, playfully showering the nearby girls. Just as the revelry reached its peak, the door to the private room was suddenly flung open with force. A man clad in a server's uniform, his countenance dark, stormed in. Chen Tai followed closely with 2 bodyguards, swiftly subduing the intruder and pinning him to the ground while explaining, "Sir, this person is impersonating a waiter." Luo Sheng gestured for Chen Tai to refrain from speaking, eager to discern the intentions of this audacious intruder. Wang Yaozong, who had been selecting songs, instinctively paused the music. The man on the floor struggled desperately, only to realize the futility of his efforts and surrender. He lifted his gaze towards Lu Qian, seated on the sofa, his eyes ablaze with fury. "Qian, did you not say you wouldn't serve drinks?" He glared at her, his tone menacing. Qian hurriedly adjusted her disheveled collar, then stood up, slightly frowning. "Yu, what brings you here?" The man named Yu was firmly pinned to the ground. As Qian's boyfriend, he had always relished the envy of others for having such a beautiful partner. However, in his eyes, a respectable woman would never work in a bar, regardless of her role in marketing. Thus, he consistently opposed her decision to take this job. Qian, however, would always silence him with justifications of high income and their future together. If it weren't for a message from one of Qian's colleagues today, he would have been oblivious to the unfolding events. Listening to Qian's reprimands, Yu forced out a response. "What am I doing here? If I hadn't come, you'd be in bed with another man." Just as Qian was about to explain, she was abruptly pulled back into the embrace of Luo Shin behind her. "Don't forget, your primary task tonight is to keep me company while I drink," he said nonchalantly, not even casting a glance at the man on the floor. With no choice, Qian leaned against Luo Sheng, allowing him to hold her as she replied, "Yu, you should go back first. I'll explain everything after my shift." As Yu was about to say more, Luo Sheng impatiently addressed Chen Tai. "What are you waiting for? Take him out." Upon hearing this, 2 bodyguards exchanged glances and promptly began to drag Yu away. "Qian, how could you betray my trust?" he lamented, but before he could finish, the bodyguards silenced him and escorted him out of the private room. Chen Tai's bowed to Luo Sheng and exited the private room. As for the fate that awaited Yu and the actions he might undertake, Luo Sheng felt no concern. The notion of an underdog turning the tide and ultimately vanquishing a formidable adversary, as often depicted in novels and films, remained a mere figment of imagination. In reality, after being dragged out, he would likely be rendered incapacitated, receiving a compensation that would ensure his silence and anonymity henceforth. Throughout this ordeal, there was no necessity for Luo Sheng to intervene or even exert the slightest effort. Moreover, that individual would never even learn Luo Sheng's name. Inside the private room, silence enveloped the atmosphere following Yu's abrupt intrusion. Luo Sheng leisurely picked up the microphone from the table, continued to drink, and the music resumed. Although his words appeared unremarkable, in light of the recent events, they instilled a sense of trepidation among the young women present. In stark contrast, Qin Zhen and his companions remained unfazed, continuing to embrace their partners, drink, sing, and dance. They had encountered similar episodes before, particularly when picking up girls near certain universities, where they often faced confrontations from their boyfriends. These scenarios typically culminated in a dramatic breakup, yet the young women would ultimately depart in their luxurious sports cars, spending the night with their suitors. Ironically, those women would subsequently attempt to forge lasting connections, as if they were oblivious to the transient nature of their encounters. Lu Qian, somewhat distracted, raised her glass towards Luo Sheng in an apologetic gesture. "Young Master Luo, I am uncertain how Yu managed to arrive here." Luo Sheng raised a finger, silencing Lu Qian's lips, which were about to utter more. "As for your personal matters, I harbor no interest. However, it would be prudent for you to refrain from meeting that young gentleman of yours in the future, lest you find your tenure here short-lived." Luo Sheng's tone was devoid of any emotional fluctuation, strikingly calm. Lu Qian, perplexed, could only acquiesce with a nod. She contemplated seeking Yu after work tonight to elucidate matters. Meanwhile, Chen Feng, who had been rather reticent and lacking in presence, gently pushed aside the beautiful woman beside him and approached Luo Sheng with a glass in hand. "Young Master Luo, I would like to propose a toast to you. My father often speaks highly of the Luo family, and I have longed for the opportunity to converse with you more." Luo Sheng regarded the refined-looking Chen Feng and, after accepting the glass from a nearby beauty, replied, "If I recall correctly, your family is involved in venture capital." Chen Feng's expression brightened. He was taken aback that young Master Luo remembered the nature of his family's business. He had presumed that a figure of Luo Sheng's stature would consider individuals like him as mere trifles, hardly worth remembering. Though Chen Feng was indeed a prominent scion of wealth in the Donghai circle, he felt insignificant in comparison to Luo Sheng. Indeed, young Master Luo, should the opportunity arise, I would be eager to forge a friendship with you, he added. Luo Sheng offered a slight smile. We are already friends, are we not? Including this occasion. This marks our third meal together. Chen Feng hastily responded, Yes, indeed we are friends. In that case, young Master Luo, I shall drink to you, and you may drink as you please. Having spoken, Chen Feng swiftly drained the contents of his glass. In truth, Luo Sheng had always adopted a rather serendipitous approach to friendships. He understood that those who approached him typically did so because of his status. However, Luo Sheng remained indifferent to this fact, for when it came to family lineage and background, few could rival his standing. The gathering continued until just past midnight, during which the atmosphere in the private room gradually shifted, prompting Lu Qian to depart prematurely. Luo Sheng accompanied her. As for the female companions brought by Qin Zhen and the others, they were quite perceptive, transforming into the most attentive support. After the event, except for Luo Sheng, the others appeared somewhat fatigued, with over 20 individuals still sifting through the room in search of scattered garments. Upon reaching the entrance of the bar, Qin Zhen, supported by his girlfriend Xia, swayed slightly in front of Luo Sheng, slightly inebriated. Brother Sheng, shall we go for a massage? Luo Sheng observed their unsteady movements. Yet he remained unaffected by the alcohol. You should take Wang Yaozong and the others with you. We can arrange to meet another day. Qin Zhen did not press the issue, as he too felt a bit weary. Waving his hand, he said, Then, Brother Sheng, we shall take our leave. Wang Yaozong and the other two approached in turn to bid farewell to Luo Sheng. Despite their inebriation, they made sure to exchange contact information with him before departing, facilitating future arrangements. Watching them head towards a nearby foot massage parlor, Luo Sheng settled into the passenger seat of his Bugatti Chiron, opting for this position due to his consumption of alcohol, while Chen Tai took the wheel. As the vehicle traversed the path back to Chiyun Mountain Villa, Luo Sheng gazed at the rapidly receding nightscape, his mind a whirlpool of thoughts. The first day of his rebirth had passed in such a fulfilling manner. From awakening in the estate at dawn, surrounded by a multitude of enchanting maidens, who, like stars orbiting the moon, catered to his every whim with utmost reverence, to later visiting the Jingtai Central Square, where former superiors and colleagues, once exalted above him, now bowed and scraped before him with faces adorned in sycophantic smiles. Subsequently, he received an invitation to partake in a racing event from the dashing heir of the Donghai Qin family, a titan in the insurance industry. Seated within a multi-million-dollar supercar, he experienced a velocity and fervor unknown to him in his previous life. After the race, he was lauded by numerous scions of affluent families. Later that evening, at a bar, extravagant bottles of liquor were poured as freely as water, all in pursuit of fleeting moments of joy and satisfaction. Each of these experiences felt both tangible and surreal, akin to a dream, a life so extraordinary that even an ordinary person could scarcely conceive of it. In the driver's seat, Chen Tai seemed to sense Luo Sheng's unusual demeanor. After a moment of hesitation, he inquired, Sir, is there something on your mind? This question jolted Luo Sheng back to reality. He glanced at Chen Tai, then at the opulent interior of the Bugatti, and offered a serene smile. Nothing at all, merely contemplating some intriguing matters. He raised his hand to point at a high-rise residential building in a nearby commercial complex. Chen Tai, what do you suppose the lives of those who reside within those walls are like? Chen Tai was taken aback, not having anticipated such a question from Luo Sheng. Does the gentleman wish to experience the life of an ordinary person? It might not be a bad idea, considering this is Donghai. Those who can settle in this city generally possess a certain economic foundation. But what about those who rent? Chen Tai fell silent for a few seconds before continuing. In Donghai, they may merely be surviving. Indeed, merely surviving. Although Donghai is a super first-tier city, it boasts remarkable inclusivity, accommodating both individuals earning a monthly salary of 3,000 or 4,000 and ultra-wealthy tycoons with assets in the hundreds of millions. However, for the average office worker, Donghai is characterized by overcrowded subways, endless overtime, and an abundance of takeout. Where is the opportunity to relish life as Luo Sheng does now? The two refrained from delving deeper into this topic. The convoy soon arrived at the Yunding Avenue, leading to Chiyun Mountain Villa. At the entrance, several armed guards, upon recognizing the lead vehicle as Luo Sheng's, promptly lifted the barrier and respectfully saluted. This 2-kilometer, dual carriageway, specifically paved by Tian Luo Group for the Luo family's estate, is exclusive to them. The armed guards at the entrance and the villa's gate are also a privilege granted by the Daxia royal family, privately owned by the Luo family. Consequently, Qiyin Mountain Villa remains an enigmatic existence to the outside world, as all vehicles and personnel are strictly prohibited from passing through without prior permission. Should anyone be stubborn enough to test this, the armed guards would not hesitate to serve them a lesson. The Bugatti glided smoothly along Yunding Avenue, entering the gates of Qiyin Mountain Villa. In the estate at night, a myriad of lights illuminated the surroundings with resplendence. Particularly striking was the colossal crystal fountain situated in the square behind the grand entrance, its kaleidoscopic play of light casting an opulent ambience that enveloped all who entered. Before long, a vehicle came to a halt in the open space before the main villa. Meng Qing, the life assistant and steward to Luo Shang, had arrived early with 2 maids to await his return. Upon seeing her master descend from the car, she and the 2 maidens immediately bowed in a gesture of respect, exclaiming, "Sir, welcome home." Luo Shang inclined his head slightly and strode into the villa. The entrance hall was ablaze with light, adorned with an array of exquisite decorations. A line of over 10 maidens stood before a 20-meter-wide screen carved from golden silk nanmu, all bending in unison. "Sir, welcome home," they chimed, their voices delicate and sweet. Luo Shang settled onto the plush sofa, and without needing to utter a word, a maid approached and knelt before him, presenting a pair of comfortable slippers for him to don. Meng Qing, standing nearby, softly inquired, "Sir, did you have a pleasant day?" "Quite all right," he replied. "I had a drink with Qingjin this evening." After stepping into his slippers, Luo Shang gazed down at the maid still kneeling before him, gently caressing her cheek as he continued. "So, shall I inform the SBA room to prepare for your relaxation later?" Meng Qing asked. "Is that suitable, sir?" "That would be fine. I shall first have some tea," he responded before rising and making his way deeper into the villa. Traversing the tranquil courtyard, he took a seat at the tea table in the living room. Within moments, a maid adorned in traditional attire approached gracefully. "Good evening, sir," she greeted. The maid first offered a respectful bow to Luo Shang before kneeling at the tea table to prepare tea for him. Chapter 15. A phone call savoring the exquisite and rare imperial Longjing tea in his cup. Luo Shang retrieved his mobile phone to peruse his contacts. There were few individuals worthy of note, numbering just over 30 aside from his family. Among them was his younger brother, Luo Xiao, who was 2 years his junior. As the second son of the Luo family, Luo Xiao was fated to be devoid of any claim to inheritance. However, in comparison to other illegitimate offspring, his circumstances were considerably more favorable. At the very least, a lifetime of prosperity was assured. Should he prove himself worthy, he might even receive some business support. Yet, this younger brother had never garnered their father's favor, which allowed Luo Shang to distance himself from him. After all, even if Luo Xiao were to encounter significant troubles outside, the Luo family would ensure his protection. Fortunately, Luo Xiao maintained a respectful demeanor towards his elder brother, Luo Shang, never daring to overstep. Otherwise, their father would not have permitted him to remain in Daxia. After a moment's hesitation, Luo Shang dialed his brother's number. Although it was nearing 1 o'clock in the morning, he knew his younger brother would not be resting. The phone rang for several seconds before it was answered. Luo Xiao. "Hello, brother, what is the matter?" A gusting wind was audible through the receiver, clearly indicating he was outdoors. "Luo Shang, where are you?" Luo Xiao. "Brother, I'm out having fun with friends." "Are you coming?" Luo Shang. "No, I just need you to return by noon tomorrow. Father's flight arrives in Donghai in the afternoon, and you are to accompany me to pick him up." Luo Xiao. "Understood, brother. I will return punctually before lunch tomorrow." Luo Shang. "All right, let us leave it at that." Then, after ending the call, Luo Shang placed his teacup down and rose to head towards the leisure area on the basement level. Indulging in a sauna and a spa session before sleep had become a part of his daily routine, in stark contrast to the bustling daytime atmosphere of Donghai City. The late-night scene transformed the city into a vibrant metropolis. The streets were illuminated by brilliant lights, flanked by an array of nightclubs and bars. Numerous luxury cars, seldom seen during the day, were now a common sight. A striking red Ferrari SF90 awaited at a traffic light at the intersection. Behind the wheel sat Luo Xiao, his hair a striking white and adorned with silver earrings, having just finished his call. Beside him was an attractive young woman, Brother Xiao, who was on the line. Her voice was sweet and melodious. "No one special, Just my elder brother asking me to return by noon tomorrow, Luo Xiao replied. One hand confidently gripping the Ferrari's steering wheel while the other casually explored the passenger seat, seemingly indifferent to the girl's reaction. The girl's complexion flushed slightly as she, with a hint of breathlessness, pleaded, "Brother Xiao, please stop. The light is green." A smirk tugged at Luo Xiao's lips as he pressed the accelerator, propelling the car forward, yet his hand's movement remained unabated. The Ferrari's remarkable acceleration left the two Mercedes G-Class vehicles trailing far behind. The girl in the car appeared visibly anxious. "Brother Xiao, could you slow down? You've had quite a bit to drink tonight." She trembled as she spoke. Some intoxicated individuals certainly would not heed the words of the young woman. Not only did the pressure of their hands intensify, but the force beneath their feet also escalated simultaneously. As the speed of the Ferrari surged beyond 100 miles per hour, it showed no inclination to decelerate. Before long, the vehicle encountered a flashing red light ahead, indicating the presence of traffic enforcement conducting sobriety checks. Cursing his misfortune, Luo Xiao calmly began to reduce speed. Meanwhile, the young woman beside him anxiously inquired, "Xiao, Brother Xiao, are they checking for drunk driving? Why are you so nervous? Just sit still." Luo Xiao replied, somewhat irked, as he began to sift through his contacts on his phone. As the Ferrari approached, two traffic officers signaled for him to stop and produce their instruments, preparing to conduct a test. However, as they drew near, they were immediately struck by a potent scent of alcohol. There was no need for testing. It was evident that the occupants of the vehicle had been drinking, and quite heavily at that. "Turn off the engine, exit the vehicle. Your driver's license and vehicle registration." Even in the presence of a multi-million-dollar Ferrari, the officers exhibited no semblance of leniency. Nonchalantly holding his phone, Luo Xiao stepped out of the car and leaned against the vehicle, casting a look of disdain towards the two officers. Upon witnessing his demeanor, they sternly commanded, "Put down the phone and present your driver's license and vehicle registration." At that moment, two Mercedes-Benz G-Class vehicles arrived on the scene. As soon as they came to a halt, 8 bodyguards clad in black swiftly disembarked, positioning themselves beside Luo Xiao. "Second young master," they exclaimed in unison, leaving the two traffic officers utterly bewildered. As the nearby traffic officers witnessed the situation, they hurriedly approached, sternly admonishing, "What do you intend to do?" Meanwhile, Luo Xiao, who was on the phone, gestured for silence to everyone and said to the person on the other end, "Well, you may speak to them yourself." He then turned to the assembled officers, a hint of disdain curling his lips, and inquired, "Which of you is in charge?" A middle-aged officer stepped forward, asserting, "I am." "What do you wish to convey?" Luo Xiao did not spare him a glance, merely tilting his head to offer his phone, saying, "Here, take this call." The middle-aged officer seemed to have a realization and declined to take the call, stating, "If you have something to say, just say it directly. No need for me to answer the phone." With a mocking expression, Luo Xiao retorted in an audacious tone, "Whether you answer or not will not alter the outcome. But I advise you to take it." Seeing Luo Xiao's confidence, the middle-aged man reluctantly accepted the phone, curious about the source of this wealthy youth's assurance. "Hello, who is this?" he queried. Upon hearing the response, his eyes widened in disbelief as he glanced at Luo Xiao. A conflicted expression crossed his face, and he began to respond repeatedly into the phone. "Yes, understood, rest assured, leader." After returning the phone to Luo Xiao, he made a decision that left all the traffic officers astonished. "You may leave now, but do be cautious on the road." "Captain Yang?" Several officers simultaneously cast him inquiring glances. "I said, let them go first." The voice of the middle-aged man rose a pitch. Seemingly having anticipated this outcome, Luo Xiao, upon receiving the phone, graciously expressed his thanks to the other party. He then settled into his Ferrari, accompanied by all his bodyguards, and departed with a flourish. All the traffic officers present hoped their captain would provide a reasonable explanation. Clearly, the other party was in the wrong. Why did Captain Yang, after merely answering a phone call, release them without a word? Was there someone influential involved, or had the caller promised some form of benefit? Captain Yang sighed before responding. "The call was from the Municipal Bureau. I shall refrain from disclosing the identity of the caller. As for that young man, he is Luo's second son, Luo Xiao. Whether we take action against him or not makes no difference to his standing. Do you understand?" Upon hearing this, all others fell silent. Chapter 16. Chiyun Mountain Villa. On the way to the Intercontinental Hotel, the girl beside Luo Xiao chattered incessantly, her words imbued with boundless admiration. "Xiao Gu, you are truly remarkable. A single phone call, and you resolved everything with that group. Luo Xiao smiled, unfazed, and replied, "Little fish, have you forgotten? Your Xiao Gu excels in more than just this area. Wait and see. I shall show you what true prowess entails. Ha ha ha." The girl, known as Little Fish, let out a playful cry. "Oh, Xiao Gu, you're so mischievous." She then inquired, "By the way, Xiao Gu, did you mention you would be returning tomorrow at noon?" Luo Xiao nodded affirmatively. "Yes, I will return to dine with my elder brother and pick up my father at the airport in the afternoon." Although Luo Xiao was well aware that his father did not favor him, he generally spent little time at home to spare himself the discomfort of his father's discontent. Nevertheless, he remained his father's son, and since his elder brother had personally called him regarding this matter, he felt obliged to comply. Otherwise, it would be a source of ridicule for outsiders. Ultimately, his primary concern was the fear of losing his financial support from his brother and father. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu, with a playful tone, asked, "Xiao Gu, could you take me back with you tomorrow?" Luo Xiao, taken aback, inquired, "What would you want to go there for?" The Luo family is not a place one can visit casually. I'm simply curious. The internet has portrayed Chiyun Mountain Villa as so enigmatic. I just wish to see it and satisfy my curiosity. Xiao Yu responded, "Have you heard the saying that curiosity killed the cat?" Luo Xiao replied, feigning seriousness, "Xiao Gu, please take me back to see it. I promise to agree to anything you ask tonight. Will you?" With a smile playing on his lips, Luo Xiao remarked, "That will depend on whether I am satisfied with your behavior." The following day, shortly after 10 in the morning, Luo Xiao's Ferrari SF90 appeared at the entrance of Chiyun Mountain Villa, with Xiao Yu seated in the passenger seat. Although she had not rested well the previous night, her excitement was palpable. This exhilaration had persisted since they left the hotel that morning. It was no wonder she felt such delight. The online rumors suggested that the villa was guarded by armed private security, strictly prohibiting any unauthorized individuals from approaching, and that its interior was vast, resembling an independent small city. Not only does the estate boast an array of extraordinarily rare and luxurious residences, but it is also adorned with precious and exotic flora, along with towering trees. These botanical treasures have been meticulously gathered from around the globe, many of which even the most seasoned horticulturists may struggle to identify. Furthermore, the high-end amenities at Chiyun Manor are comprehensive, though opinions vary regarding their specifics. Rumor has it that the manor is inhabited by countless stunningly beautiful maids, each possessing remarkable looks and an elegant demeanor. This alone ignites the imaginations of many men. Moreover, the manor is replete with antique artworks, each piece a priceless treasure capable of transforming an ordinary individual's fortunes and potentially granting them financial independence. As a small influencer who delights in sharing various aspects of a luxurious lifestyle, Xiao Yu felt a surge of excitement at the thought of entering this opulent estate, her legs trembling with anticipation. From the moment she stepped onto Yunding Avenue to the scene before the grand entrance, it was evident that Chiyun Manor was guarded by armed private security. While she could not identify the weapons they carried, she sensed they were genuine. Like many netizens, Xiao Yu was equally puzzled. Wasn't private gun ownership strictly prohibited in Daxia? After a moment's hesitation, she turned to the already open massive iron gates and inquired of her companion. "Luo Xiao, Brother Xiao, are those guards really holding real guns? Why don't you go and find out?" Luo Xiao replied with a smile as he drove into the estate. "But isn't gun ownership banned in Daxia?" Xiao Yu cautiously asked. Were it not for the knowledge that the Tian Luo group owned by the Luo family is a legitimate enterprise, Xiao Yu might have suspected it to be a criminal syndicate. One need only understand that this is a privilege granted to the Luo family by royal decree. Beyond that, no further knowledge is required. Luo Xiao, too, was disinclined to provide an explanation. Simultaneously, he contemplated gun control. Regulations are never intended to restrain their creators. As the Ferrari glided through the grand and imposing gates, the final veil shrouding the enigmatic estate was lifted. Inside the vehicle, Xiao Yu widened her eyes in astonishment, her mouth slightly agape. It was nothing short of a breathtaking tableau of opulence. The first sight to captivate her was an enormous crystal fountain. The crystalline water soared high, shimmering in a kaleidoscope of colors under the sun, resembling splendid rainbows. Surrounding the fountain plaza were exquisite sculptures adorned with gold and various rare gemstones, each meticulously crafted. They stood gracefully or danced lightly, each figure rendered with such lifelike detail that they seemed to possess a spirit of their own. Looking further afield, an expansive emerald lawn stretched out like a soft green velvet carpet, extending to the horizon. The aura of grandeur surged like tumultuous waves, crashing upon Xiao Yuer in relentless succession, fiercely assaulting her visual senses. In the past, Xiao Yuer had the fortune to visit a few so-called upscale restaurants, hotels, and even some exclusive villa communities. At that time, she naively believed that such environments epitomized the lifestyle of the elite wealthy and that she had touched upon it, albeit only fleetingly. Today, she has just stepped through the gates of this grand estate, and all her prior perceptions have been utterly transformed. The vehicle glides along a serene, tree-lined path. Throughout the journey, Xiao Yuer gazes intently out of the window at the ever-changing landscape, her heart brimming with awe and curiosity. Here, one can find intricately shaped artificial mountains, crystal-clear streams meandering gently, and ancient, elegant stone bridges arching gracefully over the water. Scattered around these picturesque vistas are several villas, each uniquely designed and exuding an air of magnificence that speaks to the extraordinary status of their owners. Some villas adopt a classical European style, featuring pointed arches and splendid stone columns, each detail steeped in rich historical resonance. Others incorporate modern architectural elements, with sleek lines and expansive glass facades, embodying a sense of contemporary elegance and technological sophistication. Just as Xiao Yuer becomes entranced by the scenery, a uniquely shaped building catches her eye. It resembles a rounded droplet of water, its smooth surface reflecting the surrounding beauty, rendering the entire structure dreamlike. Noticing her captivation, Luo Xiao remarks, "That is the multifunctional sports arena. It hosts a variety of events, though I seldom attend." Before Xiao Yuer can fully absorb Luo Xiao's words, in the distance, a vast racetrack appears, rivaling the size of several standard football fields. Is this truly a private estate? Her mind was a complete blank. As Luo Xiao brought the car to a halt in front of the main residence, Xiao Yuer gazed at the imposing structure before her and realized that indeed, poverty had constrained her imagination. Chapter 17. The opulent mansion, the main residence of Qiyun Mountain Villa, sprawls across nearly 3,000 square meters. Its architectural design seamlessly intertwines modern and classical elements, exuding unparalleled luxury and nobility. The exaggerated ceiling height gives the impression that, despite its mere 4 stories, it resembles a magnificent palace. The towering wooden door, standing at over 10 meters, is intricately carved with exquisite patterns that not only convey a sense of weight and grandeur, but also reflect the owner's status and identity. Although Xiao Yuer could not discern the type of wood used for this grand entrance, it was undeniably extraordinary at first glance. Such a mansion, even before she stepped inside, had already left her in awe. Anyone standing before such a structure would instantly feel diminutive. Luo Xiao playfully wrapped an arm around Xiao Yuer's shoulders and teased, "Are you dumbfounded? It's just a house." Xiao Yuer silently cursed him in her heart. Just a house? This was in Donghai, where every inch of land is precious, boasting such an estate and such a residence. Not to mention ordinary individuals, even the elite of society might struggle for a millennium to possess it. Yet, she retorted, "It's not like I've never seen such a large mansion before." "All right, let me take you inside," he said, leading her into the main residence. Upon entering, they were greeted by a spacious and lavish hall. In the grand hall, a magnificent crystal chandelier hangs from the lofty ceiling. Every detail here seems to have been meticulously crafted, leaving no room for criticism. Young Yu, having mentally prepared herself, was not overly astonished. However, the envy reflected in her eyes was impossible to conceal. She couldn't help but glance at Luo Xiao, pondering if she could ever become his legitimate girlfriend, perhaps one day even residing here. At that moment, a group of maids emerged from a side chamber, greeting Luo Xiao in unison, "Second young master, welcome home." Luo Xiao nodded and inquired, "Where's my brother?" One of the maids stepped forward to respond, "Second young master. He is waiting for you at the pool on the basement level." Upon learning of his brother's whereabouts, Luo Xiao settled onto the sofa and patted the space beside him, inviting Youngyu to join him. Soon, the two were served by the maids as they changed into slippers. Youngyu was somewhat taken aback when she noticed a maid, whose appearance was no less than her own, kneeling before her to assist with her slippers. As they strolled through the corridor of the indoor courtyard, Luo Xiao paused and spoke, "Are you curious as to why there are so many beautiful women here, yet I still sought you out?" Youngyu nodded, thinking to herself, what other reason could there be, other than boredom? Luo Xiao, unfazed by her thoughts, simply replied, "Because the maids in this estate, indeed throughout the entire manor, are off limits to me. They belong to my brother and father. Or rather, Everything within the Chiyun Mountain Villa belongs solely to the family patriarch and the primary heir. Thus, they address me as the second young master and my elder brother as sir, merely to distinguish our positions. Little Fish stared in astonishment at Luo Xiao before her. She had not anticipated such a revelation. In ordinary families, wealth is typically divided among brothers, and even if the eldest receives a larger share, the others are not left with nothing. Yet in the Luo family, from the implication of this second young master, it appears that nothing belongs to him. How then could she reside here? Observing her expression, Luo Xiao teasingly inquired, "You seem rather disappointed?" "Indeed, when I marry, or when my elder brother officially ascends to his position, that will mark my departure from this place. This is precisely why I harbor no fondness for remaining here. It will never truly be mine." Little Fish, momentarily stunned, contemplated the futility of her efforts. "Brother Xiao, why have you suddenly chosen to confide in me?" "It is nothing, really. I simply have not found someone to talk to. And today I felt compelled to share," Luo Xiao replied. "So do not harbor any illusions." Upon being called out, Little Fish quickly retorted, "I have no illusions whatsoever." "It is best if that is the case." After a brief pause, Luo Xiao continued, "However, I am fortunate to have been born into the Luo family as a legitimate son. At least I need not worry about wealth in this lifetime." Little Fish, upon hearing this, offered consolation, "Brother Xiao, do not dwell on such thoughts. Happiness is what truly matters." Luo Xiao smiled and led Little Fish onward. Upon entering the living room, Luo Xiao instructed Xiao Yuer to sit quietly and advised her not to wander. He then ventured alone to the basement level to find Luo Sheng. The spacious living room was left with Xiao Yuer as its sole occupant. With nothing to occupy her time, she settled onto the sofa and opened a video with explosive sound. She noticed a plethora of private messages inquiring about her absence from the broadcast the previous night. "Yuzong, what were you busy with last night? I waited for you all evening, and you didn't go live. Yuzong, will you be broadcasting tonight? Xiaoyu, let me know when you go live. I have a sports car ready for you. Anchor, did you not stream last night?" She had been preoccupied with accompanying Luo Xiao, reveling until the early hours of the morning, leaving her no time to broadcast. However, Xiao Yuer suddenly remembered that today presented a rare opportunity. She found herself in the legendary Chiyun Mountain Villa. Countless anchors and influencers yearned to visit this place, yet many were halted at the entrance of Yunding Avenue. But here she was, inside, in the main living room of the estate. Thus, Xiao Yuer took a moment to tidy her appearance, selected what she deemed a flattering angle, and initiated her live stream. Within minutes of starting, some loyal fans promptly joined, and the number of viewers swiftly exceeded 100. "Anchor, why did you choose to stream in the morning today? Anchor, what were you busy with last night? Yuzong, where are you today? It looks quite upscale. Xiaoyu, I'm here. Yuzong, did you change your streaming schedule? I didn't see you mention it in the fan group." Xiao Yue greeted her audience. "Good morning, everyone. Today is a rare opportunity, so I decided to stream for a while this morning. Xiao Yue, let me clarify first. I have taken a considerable risk to start this broadcast, so I may end it at any moment. Is this the host home? It appears quite spacious. Judging by the background, it seems to be at least over 300 square meters of a grand flat. Has my Yue truly moved into such a lavish abode? Xiao Yue, everyone, this is not my home. However, I can take you on a little tour. Let's all guess where this might be, and I shall reveal the answer once we have a larger audience." With a cheerful smile, Xiao Yue rose from her seat, casually turning the camera to provide a better view for the online viewers. She first directed the lens towards the nearby sofa and coffee table, as well as the enormous embedded LCD screen directly in front of her. As the camera shifted, the entire living room gradually unfolded before the audience's eyes. The interior was adorned in resplendent opulence, with each detail radiating an unparalleled luxurious aura. The ceiling, soaring nearly 10 meters high, was graced by a magnificent crystal chandelier. Sunlight streamed through the colossal floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the exquisite reliefs that adorned the walls. All of these elements, which were not intended to be revealed, appeared vividly within the live stream. Chapter 18. He is merely sensationalizing. Particularly astonishing were the dimensions and height of the living room, leaving one utterly speechless. It could only be described as grand and expansive. This space far exceeded the earlier estimation of 300 square meters. The flooring was meticulously laid with slabs of natural marble, each piece polished to perfection. The marble's patterns flowed seamlessly, exuding a gentle luster akin to jade, as if a grand and exquisite tapestry unfurled beneath one's feet. As the little fish glided through the space, it felt as though one were immersed in an opulent palace, where each step resonated with a sense of nobility and grandeur. "Goodness, this is excessively luxurious," exclaimed one viewer. "Host, where on earth are we?" Another chimed in. "Could it be that this fish has ventured into a royal palace?" Someone speculated. "It is astonishingly vast. This appears to be merely a sitting room. Host, do hurry and show us more." The little fish responded, "Please, do not be impatient. I am here today by the gracious invitation of the host." She continued, "Thus, we must not overindulge. Let us simply explore the sitting room." Upon hearing that she was a guest, viewers began to speculate about the identity of the house's owner. "I cannot divulge that information just yet," she teased, "but rest assured, when the time comes for me to reveal the answer, you shall all deduce it." The little fish enjoyed the suspense, secretly pleased as she noticed the viewer count steadily rising. Indeed, choosing to broadcast today was a prudent decision. Regardless of the tips she might receive, the surge in followers was bound to be substantial. As the audience continued to marvel at the opulence of the sitting room, a maid dressed in a sleek black uniform approached, carrying a platter of fruits. In a soft voice, the maid addressed her, "Miss." The second young master instructed that if you desire any refreshments or snacks, please feel free to inform me. He and the gentleman have matters to discuss, and it may take a while. The appearance of the maid sent the live chat into a frenzy. "Goodness, there's even a maid here? And she is so beautiful," another viewer exclaimed. "What kind of family is this? The residence is undeniably opulent. But even the household maid possesses such sophistication? I must confess, I am truly envious. Streamer, might I obtain the maid's contact information? I would gladly reward you with a luxury sports car. How delightful, how delightful. If I were to have such a maid, I could hardly bear to have her serve tea and water." As the maid was still present, Xiao Yuer paid heed to the barrage of comments in the live stream. With a gentle smile, she politely addressed the maid, saying, "No, thank you. I can wait for him here." The maid cast a puzzled glance at the phone in Xiao Yuer's hand but refrained from further inquiry. Since the young master had brought her as a guest, the attendants had neither the authority to question her identity nor the audacity to interfere with her actions. Once the maid had departed, Xiao Yuer triumphantly turned to the camera and proclaimed, "Did you all see that? The service here is exceptionally attentive." After that, she continued to guide her audience through the intricate details of the living room. On one side of the room stood a tea table over 3 meters long, accompanied by several chairs. Xiao Yuer took a seat to experience its grandeur and shared with her viewers the various embellishments adorning the table. Directly opposite was an expansive embedded aquarium wall, nearly covering the entire surface. Although the aquatic scene within was exquisitely arranged, it contained no fish. Streamer, this aquarium wall is impressive. Just this wall alone must be worth over $1 million. Not just that, judging by the interior water features. Achieving such a setup would likely cost at least $2 to $3 million. Indeed, one cannot help but wonder whether the red coral within is genuine. If it is, the implications are quite staggering. How could it be? A mere gram of authentic red coral commands several $1,000s, and who knows how many kilograms are contained herein. Goodness. Does this aquatic wall equate to the value of an entire apartment? Casting a glance at my own aquarium, I find myself pondering whether to discard it or retain it. Little fish, intrigued by the worth of this aquatic wall, stepped forward, intent on capturing the scene up close. However, before she could even align her camera to photograph the enchanting underwater landscape, she sensed a stir in the currents above. Instinctively, she raised her phone and followed the lens upwards. To her astonishment, several nearly ethereal mermaids gracefully descended from above. Their breathtaking beauty, skin as luminous as ivory, and exquisitely curvaceous forms rendered them akin to genuine mermaids. In that fleeting moment, Little Fish's realization dawned upon her, and she hastily lowered her phone. It became clear why this aquatic wall housed no other fish. Indeed, it was home to these magnificent mermaids. The mermaids, too, became aware of the presence of an outsider. With warm smiles, they waved at Little Fish before leisurely ascending back to their lofty abode, disappearing from sight. Only once the initial shock subsided did Little Fish dare to lift her phone once more, glancing at the barrage of comments in the live stream. What did I just witness? Mermaids. I saw it too. So this multi-million-dollar aquatic wall is a sanctuary for mermaids. This is absolutely mind-blowing. I can hardly contain myself. Whose magnificent abode is this? Countless netizens flooded the screen with playful banter, urging the host to capture yet another glimpse. Just as the little fish was about to express that there was nothing more to show, she noticed a distinct comment amidst the chatter. "Dear host, Although I am unaware of whose invitation has brought you here or the location of this place, I strongly advise you to conclude your broadcast promptly. From the moment you took your seat at that expansive 3-meter tea table, I discerned that the entire table and its accompanying chairs were crafted from exquisite Wangwali wood. This material is exceedingly rare in the market and cannot simply be acquired with wealth alone. Moreover, that box of tea, though only caught in a fleeting glance, I can assert with certainty, is indeed the legendary Imperial Longjing. In my view, this household is not merely inhabited by affluent individuals. Your audacious filming, dear host, seems to have been conducted without the owner's consent, and I fear the repercussions may be beyond your endurance. This netizen poured forth a torrent of warnings, hoping the host would heed their advice and cease the broadcast. Upon reading the comment, although the little fish felt a twinge of guilt, she remained undeterred. She even perceived the warning as an exaggeration. After all, it was merely a live stream, showcasing the living room's ambience. What harm could it possibly bring? Dismissing the individual's words, she resolved to take her audience outside to explore. Upon her arrival, she had noticed the garden was quite enchanting. While she was uncertain about the other floors, she assumed there would be no inconvenience in wandering through the garden, which was adorned with an array of flowers and trees. Thus, Xiaoyu raised his phone and walked towards the indoor landscaped courtyard in the living room. Chapter 19. Cease the broadcast immediately. Meanwhile, Luo Xiao had also arrived at the indoor heated swimming pool on the lower level. There, he found Luo Sheng, a tall figure with a stern countenance, leaning against the poolside. Two attendants clad in bikinis flanked him, one holding a fruit platter and the other cradling a glass of red wine. Ming Qing stood meticulously at the edge of the pool, accompanied by a maid bearing a towel. Upon seeing Luo Xiao approach, she greeted him. "Good morning, second young master." Luo Sheng, recognizing his brother's presence, slightly lifted his gaze. "Brother, I'm here," Luo Xiao announced. Luo Sheng replied. "Wait for me in the lounge." "All right, brother," Luo Xiao said, casting another glance at the attendants serving Luo Sheng before turning towards the adjacent lounge. Estimating that he would have to wait a while for his brother to finish, Luo Xiao began mindlessly scrolling through videos. He pondered whether he could seek out beautiful streamers online, much like Xiaoyu. A seemingly ordinary little streamer could easily be drawn in by a mere handful of events, rushing to him at the mere mention of his status as the second young master of the Luo family. Once they met, no little streamer could evade his charm. He had spent nearly a week with Xiaoyu. It was time for a change of pace. Due to his interest in Xiaoyu, as soon as he opened the video app, it immediately directed him to her livestream. Luo Xiao stood there, captivated by the familiar scene unfolding before him in the livestream. He could hardly believe that this little fish had the audacity to broadcast the interior of the residence of the Qiyun Mountain Manor's master without his permission. Without a moment's hesitation, he clicked into the live stream, only to find nearly 1,000 viewers already watching. Without further thought, Luo Xiao swiftly sent out a barrage of comments. "Luxurious life. What on earth are you doing? Shut it down immediately." However, his message was quickly overshadowed by the comments of other netizens. At that moment, the little fish was engrossed in observing a tree, touted by viewers as a priceless $1,000,000 Lohan pine, with great enthusiasm. "Is this tree truly worth millions as you claim?" Doubtful. The little fish reached out to touch its branches, but just then, a phone call came through. Seeing it was Luo Xiao calling, she initially considered hanging up, but ultimately answered. "Remove your hand from that Lohan pine." Luo Xiao's voice, strained with suppressed anger, reverberated through the receiver, startling the little fish. "What?" The little fish, taken aback, turned her head to glance around. Luo Xiao scolded again. "Shut down that damned live stream. Stay right where you are. I will send someone to find you." "Brother Xiao, why are you scaring me?" The little fish attempted to play the innocent card again. Yet the call was abruptly terminated by the other party. Pouting slightly, she reluctantly opened the live stream again, preparing to end it. "Dear viewers, something urgent has come up, so I must sign off. Director you still haven't revealed your location." "Indeed, dear host, I have been waiting for quite some time, eagerly anticipating your revelation. Please, do share. I too am curious about this place. Has the esteemed Mr. Yu already concluded the broadcast? I was hoping to explore further." "Xiaoyu, regrettably, it seems we must end the stream. However, as so many of you are keen to learn, I shall disclose the information. This is the main residence of Qiyun Mountain Villa in Donghai City." Just as Xiaoyu was about to continue, her cheerful demeanor vanished in an instant upon seeing the notification of her permanent ban from the livestream. She was utterly bewildered. How could this happen? I have not engaged in any wrongful conduct. Why such an abrupt violation notice, culminating in a permanent ban? Was her account now rendered useless? A surge of indignation welled within her. She felt compelled to lodge an appeal. Yet, before she could act, several men clad in black emerged from the shadows, advancing toward her. What do you want? Xiao Yue stammered, a hint of fear creeping into her voice. One of the men, with an icy demeanor, replied, Miss, we have received orders. You are required to accompany us immediately. Where are we going? I refuse to leave. I must wait for young Master Luo Xiao here. She invoked Luo Xiao's name, hoping to instill a sense of intimidation in the black-clad figures. I am sorry, miss, but it is young Master Heir who has sent us. To ensure your safety, I advise you to cooperate with our directives. As he spoke, two of the men positioned themselves on either side of Xiao Yue. In an instant, Xiao Yue retreated, exclaiming, On what grounds do you compel me to accompany you? Do not touch me. The burly man in black, upon witnessing this, let out a cold smirk and, without further ado, advanced towards her, seizing her from either side and taking her away. Although Xiao Yue's live streaming account was permanently banned, and she herself vanished completely from the digital realm thereafter. This particular broadcast was meticulously recorded by several netizens accustomed to archiving such events. In the lounge, Luo Xiao was inwardly cursing the fool. This woman, possessing a beautiful visage, seemed utterly devoid of common sense. How could one simply film at Chiyun Mountain Villa? Even he would never dare to take a selfie there, let alone stream live. Such audacity was nothing short of reckless. Luo Xiao paced restlessly within the lounge. Just then, Luo Sheng, clad in a bathrobe and freshly emerged from a shower, entered the room. Noticing his younger brother's troubled expression, he casually chose a nearby sofa to sit down. Meng Qing, following closely behind, placed her hands upon his shoulders, gently massaging them. After a moment, Luo Sheng began to speak. What trouble have you stirred up now? After some hesitation, Luo Xiao divulged the entire situation to Luo Sheng. Realizing that he could not conceal the matter, given that it had transpired within Chiyun Mountain Villa itself. Upon hearing the account, Luo Sheng's brow furrowed slightly. Come here. Luo Xiao cautiously approached his elder brother. In the next moment, Luo Sheng stood up and delivered a resounding slap across Luo Xiao's face. Although the sudden strike left Luo Xiao somewhat dazed, he remained standing upright. Luo Sheng gazed at Luo Xiao, who was bowed in silence, and spoke in a remarkably calm tone. You have invited a small internet celebrity, whom you have known for less than a week, into Chiyun Villa? Pray tell, what were your thoughts regarding this matter? The most affluent and powerful individuals place immense value on their privacy. For many aspects of life remain concealed from the eyes of ordinary people. Yet now, there exists a mere streamer who has commenced a live broadcast within the main residence of Chiyun Villa. Has this place been reduced to a mere check-in spot for internet celebrities? Luo Xiao, unable to meet his elder brother's gaze, replied with a hint of uncertainty, Brother, I truly did not think much of it at the time. I was merely seeking a fleeting thrill. Where is she now? Luo Xing inquired. I had to take her to a small dark room for the time being, Luo Xiao responded. Once dinner is over, you shall attend to the situation personally. After a brief pause, Luo Sheng scrutinized Luo Xiao's attire and continued. Additionally, change into something more formal. Father S. plane arrives at 3 o'clock this afternoon. Understood, brother. I shall do as you say, Luo Xiao affirmed. Chapter 20. Only yourself to blame after their lunch in the restaurant. Luo Xiao went off to tend to his own affairs, while Luo Sheng returned to his study on the 3rd floor. Seated in the study, he dialed Dong Xiaolei's number. Upon connection, Dong Xiaolei's voice came through, tinged with excitement. Brother Sheng, what are your instructions? He inquired. Luo Sheng replied, Xiaolei, from your voice, it seems you are in good spirits. Dong Xiaolei chuckled softly. After receiving that sales call from Millie yesterday, we indulged in a shopping spree. After a complete transformation from head to toe, Dong Xiaolei appeared considerably more spirited. Subsequently, he dined at a Michelin-starred restaurant. The remainder of their time was spent at the nearby Intercontinental Hotel. Dong Xiaolei, having unleashed the pent-up energy accumulated over 2 decades, experienced an unparalleled sense of euphoria. Naturally, the following day, he awoke feeling invigorated. Dong Xiaolei remarked, Brother Sheng, thanks to you, last night felt like a dream. He continued, you have no idea. That Bentley saleswoman named Millie is truly enough. I'm not interested in the details, Luo Sheng interjected. Are you heading back to number 118 Xinhai Road now? Not yet. I just dropped Millie off and plan to head over shortly, Dong Xiaolei replied. All right, return in the morning, tidy up a bit, and come to Chiyun Mountain Villa to find me in the evening, Luo Sheng instructed. Brother Sheng, do you have any plans for tonight? You will find out then. It's about fulfilling one of your wishes. Dong Xiaolei had long harbored a dream of experiencing the charm of Macau. During his time in America, he had mentioned numerous times that upon returning to the country, he would definitely visit Macau. With number 118 Qianhai Road now nearly settled, there was no need for Dong Xiaolei to worry about the remaining arrangements. His subordinates would handle everything. Thus, seizing the day seemed prudent, and he planned to take his young companion for a tour of Macau. On the other end of the line, Dong Xiaolei refrained from further inquiries. Regardless of what Luo Sheng arranged for him, he felt assured in his compliance. At present, he has nearly succumbed to a complete indoctrination, believing that whatever actions are undertaken, Luo Sheng would never cause him harm, and that they would invariably yield positive outcomes. After concluding his communication with Dong Xiaolei, Luo Sheng proceeded to make several additional calls. Engaging in brief exchanges, time swiftly advanced to 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The two brothers, Luo Sheng and Luo Xiao, shared a luxurious ride in a Rolls-Royce Phantom, with several sleek black Mercedes-Benz G-Class vehicles following closely behind as they gracefully departed from Chiyun Villa, heading towards the airport. In the rear seat of the car, Luo Sheng held a glass of Krug champagne, gazing at the pale golden liquid within, his favorite. Typically, such exquisite champagne is rare in production and seldom available on the market. The limited allocations are predominantly seized by the elite, and it has been designated as the official champagne of the English royal family. To secure a steady supply of Krug champagne, which falls under the LVMH group, Luo Sheng has invested significantly to acquire shares in the conglomerate, thus becoming one of its shareholders. After savoring a sip, he turned to his brother Luo Xiao and inquired, "How has that woman been dealt with?" Donning a fresh blue suit, Luo Xiao responded to his elder brother, "Rest assured, I have already taught her a lesson and sent her away." Additionally, it seems that the explosive situation has also been noticed, leading to a permanent ban being swiftly imposed. As for the woman in question, she had indeed underestimated the circumstances. She merely intended to seize the opportunity to stream and gain followers, entirely unaware of what content was permissible and what was not. Luo Sheng nodded, then turned to Luo Xiao and said in a calm tone, "Be more vigilant in the future. If there is a next time, you may find yourself residing abroad." Luo Xiao's pupils constricted, and he immediately acquiesced, simultaneously cursing that little fish in his heart once more. Meanwhile, on a desolate mountain outside Donghai City, a silver Alfred came to a halt along the winding road halfway up the hill. With a dull thud, the car door slowly swung open. Two burly men, robust and imposing, seized a woman whose head was entirely concealed by a black hood. They yanked her out of the vehicle with brutal force, showing no mercy. At that moment, a man with a sinister visage and a fierce countenance emerged from the passenger seat. He strode purposefully towards the unfortunate woman, extending a powerful hand to unceremoniously rip off the hood that shrouded her face. It was the woman known as Little Fish, the live broadcaster. Yet, at this moment, she had lost all semblance of the enchanting allure she once possessed on screen. Her once neatly styled hair was now a tangled mess, and the garments she wore were stained with alarming crimson blood. Overwhelming terror caused her tears to cascade down her pale cheeks like a torrent breaching a dam. To make matters worse, her mouth was tightly bound with a filthy rag, rendering her incapable of uttering even the slightest sound to convey her profound despair and plea for help. Suddenly, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from the dense and shadowy woods not far away. A towering figure clad in jet-black attire approached a small group of individuals. He swiftly made his way to the side of a man whose countenance was marked by ferocity, and in a hushed tone, he whispered, "Brother Hu, everything is prepared." The man referred to as Brother Hu slightly lifted his head, casting a vigilant glance around his surroundings. Once he ascertained that there were no unusual occurrences in the vicinity, he expressionlessly nodded and coldly replied, "Then take her away and bury her." These callous and emotionally devoid words struck the heart of the young girl like a thunderbolt, leaving her in a state of sheer shock. Her body trembled violently, as if she had plummeted into an unfathomable abyss of ice, the chill piercing to her very core. Driven by the instinct for survival, she began to desperately shake her head, exerting every ounce of strength to break free from her restraints. A sudden, sharp sound resonated through the air. A vivid and shocking handprint appeared on her delicate, fair cheek as a result of a swift slap. This unexpected blow rendered the once struggling girl silent in an instant. Ahu, with a grim expression, leaned in closer, ruthlessly gripping her chin. His voice was cold as he remarked, Do not blame me. You can only blame yourself for provoking Brother Xiao. With that, Ahu abruptly waved his hand, commanding, "Drag her away swiftly." The several men in black, upon receiving the order, dared not to hesitate. Approximately 10 minutes later, they returned to the roadside. Yet conspicuously absent was the female broadcaster known as Xiao Yu. "Brother Hu, it's done. No traces left behind." One among the group murmured softly. Upon hearing this, Ahu extinguished the cigarette beneath his feet and remarked nonchalantly, "Let us return to the villa." Chapter 21. The representative of the Melon family. Not long after, Luo Sheng's convoy arrived at Donghai International Airport, entering through the VIP passage. Once all vehicles had come to a halt, Chen Tai swiftly exited the car and opened the rear door of the Rolls-Royce. The remaining bodyguards positioned themselves strategically around, on high alert. As Luo Sheng stepped out, he glanced at his Vacheron Constantine watch, noting that there were still a few minutes until the plane's arrival. Beside him, Luo Xiao inquired, "Brother, why has father suddenly returned home? Did he not just travel to America last week?" With his hands tucked in his pockets, Luo Sheng gazed into the distance and replied slowly, "The matters over there have been settled satisfactorily. The Melon family is quite pleased with the future cooperation plans between our parties. Accompanying father on this return is also a representative from the Melon family, who intends to assess the market in Daxia." Luo Xiao, somewhat puzzled, asked, "Brother, there is one thing I cannot fathom. If this is merely a collaboration, why does father need to be present in person? Hasn't he, the Melon family, sought to partner with us for several years now? It seems everything is already in place. Sending someone to discuss the details should suffice." Luo Sheng shook his head, his own expression reflecting a hint of uncertainty. The Luo family of Daxia holds an unassailable position globally, and virtually no faction is disinclined to collaborate with them. Indeed, there was little need for father to make a personal visit. I am also somewhat uncertain of his thoughts. Regarding this matter, my father did not express himself explicitly, merely stating that I would understand once he returned. Soon, everyone beheld an aircraft adorned with the emblem of the Tian Luo Group entering their line of sight. It was a Boeing 747-8, a grand passenger airliner. As the plane came to a halt, accompanied by a subtle hum of mechanical operations, the cabin doors slowly slid open. The first sight that greeted the eyes was a dozen tall bodyguards clad in black suits and wearing sunglasses. They emerged from the aircraft with the precision of well-trained soldiers, swiftly dispersing and forming a straight line alongside the staircase. They bowed slightly and deeply, assuming a posture of respectful welcome. Luo Sheng and the others approached, positioning themselves directly opposite the cabin door, holding their breath in anticipation. A seemingly slender yet imposing middle-aged man appeared at the entrance. He emanated an undeniable aura of authority, as if the entire world revolved around him. This man was none other than Luo Sheng's father, Luo Zhen, the current head of the Luo family in Daxia and the chairman of the vast commercial empire, Tian Luo Group. Luo Zhen's expression was stern, his eyes sharp as an eagle's. He descended the staircase with deliberate, measured steps, each stride exuding a sense of calm strength. Following closely behind him were several assistants, equally attired in suits and bearing serious expressions. "Father, welcome home." Luo Sheng led the others in bowing in greeting. Luo Zhen approached Luo Sheng, speaking in a flat tone. "Ah Sheng, you have worked hard. Father, this is what I ought to do." Luo Zhen glanced back at Luo Xiao and then shifted his gaze, continuing, "Ah Sheng, go greet your old friend." Luo Sheng followed his father's gaze towards the cabin door. A woman of noble bearing, with flowing golden hair, stood quietly there. Sunlight illuminated her cheeks, accentuating the elegant curve of her high nose and the subtle lift of her lips. The black dress clung to her graceful form, perfectly accentuating her slender waist and voluptuous hips, creating an exquisite silhouette. Luo Sheng raised an eyebrow, surprised that the representative of the Melon family would be her. The golden-haired woman approached him with a captivating smile, greeting him in a somewhat halting Daxia dialect, "Sheng, long time no see," as she extended her arms for an embrace. Luo Sheng took a step back, offering his hand instead in a gesture of handshake. "Miss Emily Melon, welcome to Daxia." Emily observed the man before her, his blue eyes revealing a hint of melancholy. "Sheng, do you not welcome me?" Luo Sheng smiled softly. "How could that be? I simply did not expect the representative of the Melon family to be you. Please, get in the car, Miss Emily Melon. My father is still waiting for us." As he spoke, Luo Sheng pointed to Luo Zhen, who had already taken a seat in the vehicle. Behind them, Luo Xiao recognized the golden-haired beauty as well. She was a core member of the American Melon family and one of his elder brother's ardent admirers during his studies in America. However, it seems that my elder brother does not intend to seek a foreign lady as his future partner. Given the unique status of the other party, once entangled, it would be impossible to treat her as one would an ordinary woman. Thus, he resolutely distances himself. After all, as a member of the Luo family, he will never lack for high-quality beauties in his vicinity. On the way back, under Luo Jin's deliberate arrangement, Luo Sheng and Emily found themselves alone in a vehicle. During the ride, noticing Luo Sheng's intention to keep her at arm's length, Emily smiled and remarked, "Aren't you curious about why I came all this way?" Luo Sheng, idly toying with the stem of his goblet, replied nonchalantly, "Regardless of the reason, the moment I laid eyes on you, I realized that the notion of market research was nothing but a farce." Emily's laughter rang out like the chime of silver bells. With keen interest, she scrutinized the man beside her, extending a finger to gently trace the back of his hand. As for matters of collaboration, the Mellon family will naturally dispatch a professional team to handle it. There is no need for my personal involvement, just as Uncle Luo need not travel to America for business. Upon hearing this, a flicker of something unusual crossed Luo Sheng's eyes. Yet, he maintained a facade of politeness, saying, "Then I wish Miss Emily a delightful time in the Great Xia. Sheng, won't you accompany me?" Emily pouted playfully. Luo Sheng chuckled softly. "Miss Emily, I hope you come to understand one thing. I, Luo Sheng, am the legitimate heir of the Luo family in Great Xia. No woman has yet earned the right to my company. However, in the spirit of hospitality, I shall arrange for an assistant and bodyguard to ensure your safety during your stay in Great Xia." Upon hearing this, Emily feigned an air of mystery and replied, "That will depend on your father's wishes. Your words alone hold no weight." Sensing the confidence radiating from her, Luo Sheng felt a surge of astonishment. Just how much influence did the Mellon family wield to compel his father to consider sacrificing his own son? However, it was evident that this was not the appropriate moment for such inquiries. The convoy swiftly returned to Chiyun Manor. Upon entering the estate, even Emily, the quintessential American belle, could not help but marvel at its opulence. After temporarily accommodating their esteemed guest in one of the other villas on the estate, Luo Sheng eagerly made his way to the main residence. Chapter 22. Reception in the tea room on the 4th floor of the main house. Luo Sheng and his father sat facing each other, with only a maid present to brew their tea. "Father, was the negotiation for our collaboration successful?" Luo Sheng tentatively inquired. Luo Jin took a sip of the tea, his gaze fixed intently on the cup in his hand. "You should be able to deduce that my visit was not solely for the purpose of collaboration. Such trivial matters do not warrant further questioning." Luo Jin replied in a notably flat tone. Luo Sheng was well aware of this. After a moment of contemplation, he chose to shift the topic. "Father, I will arrange for Miss Emily to be accompanied by Meng Qing throughout her stay in Great Xia. She will be entirely responsible for her needs." Luo Jin regarded his son with a knowing smile, setting down his cup. "Now that Emily has arrived, surely you understand? The Mellon family seeks a safeguard, and the Luo family can provide it. However, in matters concerning our family's legacy, it is imperative that no mixed blood emerges among the direct descendants. The remainder is left to your discretion. I shall not interfere. You need not concern yourself with other matters. They merely seek a form of insurance." Lacking the audacity to reach for more, when Luo Jin uttered his final words, there was an undeniable tone in his voice. Luo Sheng nodded, fully comprehending his father's intent. The other party fears that as the collaboration deepens, they may be gradually encroached upon, wishing to leverage the familial bond for added security. Though such a tactic often proves ineffective within the upper echelons of society, it remains a precautionary measure. Without needing to inquire, Luo Sheng understood that substantial concessions had indeed been made by the other side for this assurance. However, the bloodline of the Xia Luo family is not to be tarnished by outsiders. His father's perspective was straightforward. Insurance may be granted, yet if calamity were to strike, its efficacy remains uncertain. Moreover, the share of the bounty on your plate must also include me, or else all discussions are rendered moot. After sipping another cup of tea, Luo Jin resumed, inquiring about his younger brother's future plans. "I noticed he followed closely behind you today, seemingly devoid of his usual frivolity." Luo Sheng placed his hand upon the table, gently drumming his fingers, and responded, "Father, let my younger brother choose his own path. Should he desire to pursue a career, I can provide him with financial support. Conversely, if he seeks a tranquil existence, I would ensure he occupies a comfortable position within the corporation, securing his future sustenance." Luo Jin nodded slightly, finding this agreeable. At that moment, A maid returned to refill their teacups. Father and son shared another cup of tea, engaging in casual conversation. Luo Zhang glanced at the time and remarked nonchalantly, "You may return to your affairs. I have plans with a few friends and shall be heading out shortly." "Very well, father. I shall take my leave now." With that, Luo Sheng stood and bowed respectfully to his father. After departing from the tea room on the 4th floor, Luo Sheng returned to his chamber and summoned Meng Qing. As he was preparing to fly directly to Haojiang with Dong Xiaolei that evening, it was imperative to arrange matters concerning Emily in advance. Luo Sheng had not contemplated bringing her along. To be frank, Haojiang was a place abundant not only in casinos but also in stunning beauties from around the globe. If one desired, arrangements could be made for ladies from any country. Since it was Emily's first visit to Daxia, he thought it best to have Meng Qing accompany her for some sightseeing. Other matters could be discussed upon his return from Haojiang. Meng Qing soon arrived at Luo Sheng's room. "Sir, you called for me?" Luo Sheng nodded. "Has the accommodation for Miss Emily been arranged?" Meng Qing bowed her head in response. "Yes, sir. I have instructed the staff at Villa No. 2 to make all necessary preparations. Sir, shall I arrange a meeting between you and Miss Emily shortly?" Luo Sheng pondered for a moment. After all, she was a guest, and it would be remiss not to receive her. Yes, that would be appropriate. However, there is no need to arrange it at the main residence. Please prepare Villa No. 2 instead. I will come over shortly. Meng Qing replied, "Understood, sir. Do you have any further instructions?" Ruo Sheng rose from the sofa and approached the water bar, pouring himself a glass of water. After taking a sip, he remarked, "Tonight, I shall fly directly to Macau and may stay for a few days. During this time, Miss Emily will be entrusted to your care. Please take her around Donghai. As she is new here, it is imperative to ensure her safety and comfort." Meng Qing nodded in agreement, assuring him, "Rest assured, sir, I will ensure Miss Emily's satisfaction." Ruo Sheng waved his hand, saying, "You may leave now." After Meng Qing took her leave, Ruo Sheng rested in the room for a while. When the clock struck 4:30 in the afternoon, he appeared before the gate of Villa No. 2. In comparison to the main residence, the other villas, whether in scale, grandeur, or lavish interior decoration, were somewhat inferior. Yet, this was merely relative. If compared to those opulent mansions worth hundreds of millions outside, each of these standalone villas could easily rival them. However, within Chiyun Mountain Villa, they merely served as guest houses for friends and family. In the elegantly classic tea room, the maids presented exquisite platters of delicacies. Emily savored fragrant black tea while indulging in pastries crafted by top-tier patissiers. She looked at Ruo Sheng, who sat opposite her, and smiled, saying, "Sheng, I may stay for quite some time during my visit to Daxia." Ruo Sheng raised his teacup in response, declaring, "Miss Emily, as long as you are pleased. You may stay as long as you wish. Should you require anything, feel free to contact Meng Qing." He also took a moment to introduce the attentive Meng Qing standing beside him. Emily cast a glance at the woman standing beside Luo Sheng, her head bowed. The woman's beauty and grace were striking, and her figure was impeccably proportioned. Even the maidservant preparing tea nearby was a rare gem. It was no wonder that the woman had previously been indifferent to Emily's advances, with attendants of such caliber surrounding her. Any ordinary man would have long since grown accustomed to such allure. Yet, recalling her family's admonitions before her departure, Emily's gaze became resolute. After all, they were merely a group of attendants. She was a core member of the illustrious Mellon family of America. In her social stratum, appearance held little significance. True power was embodied in wealth and status. With this thought, Emily chose to disregard the presence of those women and continued her conversation with Luo Sheng. Reminiscing about past anecdotes, had Luo Sheng possessed the ability to read minds, he would have undoubtedly scoffed at Emily's sentiments. Born into nobility, he stood above countless others, regarding wealth and power as mere embellishments. Thus, when it came to choosing a partner, he needed only to follow his heart. Even Luo Zhan imposed little restriction, merely stipulating that she should be a woman of good family from the Great Xia. Chapter 23. The Sky Mansion. During their conversation, Emily suggested they dine out that evening, hoping Luo Sheng would show her the nightlife of Donghai City, to see if it truly lived up to its reputation of opulence and excess. Luo Sheng leaned back in his chair, glanced at his watch, and replied, "I'm afraid I cannot grant your wish tonight." With a hint of curiosity, Emily inquired, "Do you have other plans this evening? I could join you, as it would be a perfect opportunity to meet your friends." Luo Sheng pondered to himself, reflecting on how this woman truly knew how to seize opportunities. Shaking his head, he remarked, as I was unaware that you would be the representative this time. The occasion I attended was not suitable for you. Perhaps next time, when I return, I shall personally take you on an outing." Upon hearing that he would return, Emily immediately inquired, "Are you going to another city?" "Indeed, I shall be away for a few days," Luo Sheng replied. A slight frown creased Emily's brow. She had come to the Great Xia primarily for Luo Sheng. If she were left alone, what would be the purpose of her visit? She was not genuinely here to assess the market. "So, I just arrived in Donghai this afternoon, and you are leaving tonight?" Emily scrutinized Luo Sheng with suspicion. She could hardly believe he had an urgent matter that required his immediate attention. Being from her social standing, she understood all too well what it meant to be the legitimate heir of the Luo family in Great Xia. For any matter, if he wished, a simple phone call could resolve it. Conversely, if he chose not to, nothing could compel him to abandon her and depart that very night. Thus, Emily pouted and said, "Sheng, are you deliberately avoiding me?" Luo Sheng chuckled and waved his hand dismissively, stating, "Everything has been arranged in advance. Rather than saying I am evading you, Miss Emily, it would be more accurate to say that your arrival has been somewhat unexpected for me." Noticing her continued skepticism, Luo Sheng decided against providing further explanations. He calmly added, "During my absence, Meng Qing will take care of all your needs. If you wish to explore, purchase, or dine, she will be at your service." After a brief silence, Emily nodded slightly, her expression tinged with disappointment, and said, "Since you have everything arranged, what more can I say?" This was typical of Luo Sheng. Were it an ordinary person, the scenario would be unfathomable. A woman traveling thousands of miles to seek you out, only to be unceremoniously cast aside while you frolic in another place for a few days before returning to her. The consequences would be unimaginable. The two exchanged a few more words until Dong Xiaolei called to inform them of his arrival, prompting Luo Sheng to bid farewell to Emily. After picking up Dong Xiaolei at the intersection of Yunding Avenue, the convoy headed straight for the airport. Seated in the car, Dong Xiaolei, unaware of the purpose of their journey, inquired, "Brother Sheng, where are we going for dinner tonight?" "Not for dinner. We are heading to Haojiang. We can eat once we arrive," Luo Sheng replied casually. Dong Xiaolei widened his eyes in disbelief, instinctively glancing at his newly acquired Cartier watch. "Brother Sheng, are you saying that at 6 in the evening, we are going directly to Haojiang from Donghai?" Luo Sheng looked at him with a calm demeanor and asked, "What's the matter? The flight is just over 2 hours. We should arrive before 9. Or are you hungry now and wish to eat first?" Dong Xiaolei, at a loss for words, replied, "Brother Sheng, this isn't merely a matter of dining or not. Are we really going to Haojiang on such a whim? Just like that?" As soon as he spoke, Dong Xiaolei realized the gravity of his words. After all, he was in the presence of Luo Sheng. It was not merely a spontaneous trip to Haojiang. They could just as easily decide to dine on the other side of America and return afterward. It was merely a matter of a single sentence. Luo Sheng did not find anything amiss and retorted, "It's just a trip to the harbor. It's not like we're going abroad. What else needs preparation?" Once again, feeling the unrestrained freedom that came with belonging to a prestigious family, Dong Xiaolei could only manage an awkward smile. Before long, the two arrived at the airport in a Rolls-Royce Phantom. However, to Dong Xiaolei's surprise, the vehicle did not pull into the drop-off area of the terminal, nor did it choose the underground garage. Instead, it drove directly through the VIP lane into the airport's interior, stopping beside a massive aircraft. Observing the Tianluo Group logo emblazoned on the fuselage, Dong Xiaolei deduced that this must be the private jet of the illustrious Luo family. Even at this point, Dong Xiaolei felt no particular astonishment. After all, it was common for prominent figures to possess private jets. For someone of Luo Sheng's stature, he would consider it entirely reasonable to own not merely one, but even 10 private aircraft. However, it was only when he followed Luo Sheng's footsteps and entered the cabin that he realized the shallowness of his previous perceptions. The private jet he boarded was a Boeing 747-8. As an intercontinental aircraft, it boasted a range exceeding 14,000 kilometers, capable of reaching nearly every city in the world. With Luo Sheng's permission, Dong Xiaolei, seizing the opportunity before takeoff, accompanied a flight attendant on a brief tour of the entire cabin. The expansive cabin space, coupled with its 2-deck structure, encompassed nearly all the luxuries one might require during their travels. This included, but was not limited to, a fully equipped comprehensive dining area, conference room, and lounge. There are multiple luxurious airborne presidential suites, complete with walk-in closets and living rooms. The decor throughout the interior exudes an opulent splendor, replete with gilded details, According to the accompanying flight attendants, even the smallest elements, such as door handles and faucets, as well as the grander metallic features like the railings flanking the stairs, are coated with a layer of 20 micrometers of gold, which imparts a richness to their hue. All furnishings and amenities, whether the seating in the communal lounge or the petite lamp within the presidential suite, have been meticulously crafted by a world-class design team. Were it not for the view of the airport runway visible through the window, Dong Xiaolei might have doubted whether he had entered a premier luxury residence. However, what astonished him even more was when he ascended to the second level via the staircase. At the rear of the cabin, he discovered a bar, a private cinema, a spa room, and an emergency medical facility. The sheer magnitude of these amenities nearly overwhelmed his senses. It was at this moment that he genuinely understood why affluent individuals, upon reaching a certain level of wealth, opt to acquire their own private aircraft. Beyond the advantages of time savings and more efficient travel, as well as the assurance of privacy, perhaps the most significant factor is the unparalleled experience sitting within such a private jet. Regardless of the destination or the duration of the journey, one finds not a hint of fatigue, but rather an elevation of comfort to an entirely new zenith. Chapter 24. A man more noble than the Lion King. As the engine roared to life, the Boeing 747-8 began its gradual acceleration down the runway, ultimately soaring into the clouds. Dong Xiaolei found himself ensnared in the opulence of the airborne mansion, utterly captivated. Every detail in this space was a novelty to him. Though he had boarded a few flights throughout his life, they had always been in cramped economy class, never having tasted the luxury of business class. Now, however, he found himself elevated to the pinnacle of comfort. Meanwhile, Luo Sheng had settled into his exclusive suite once the aircraft reached cruising altitude. Reclining in a custom leather seat, he adopted an extremely relaxed posture, holding a freshly poured glass of Krug champagne. Below him, a flight attendant knelt gracefully, gently massaging his feet. Through the side window of his seat, Luo Sheng gazed down upon the shimmering nightscape of the city below. Perhaps, at this very moment, among the twinkling lights, there were weary souls just finishing their day's toil, looking up at the night sky, possibly exclaiming to those beside them, "Look, there's an airplane." After more than 2 hours of flight, the aircraft successfully arrived over the skies of Hong Kong. Even at several thousand meters above, one could still sense the palpable aura of wealth emanating from the city. The plane touched down at Hong Kong International Airport, where MGM's public relations team awaited in the VIP passage, having received prior notification. Gao Xiaoyun, a senior public relations officer at MGM's VIP lounge, was quite familiar with the esteemed individual she was to welcome. This was not Luo Sheng's first visit to Hong Kong. She had been the one to receive him since his inaugural arrival, perhaps due to a satisfactory level of service, or perhaps because the other party deemed it unnecessary to make a change. She continued to be the one receiving guests in subsequent visits. Beside Gao Xiaoyun, in addition to the standard few bodyguards, there was also her assistant, Su Xiaoxiao, a fresh-faced young woman who exuded an air of innocence. "Sister Xiaoyun, who are we picking up today? I noticed you turned down General Manager Lu and arranged for so many cars." Su Xiaoxiao inquired with curiosity. Gao Xiaoyun glanced at the time. The guest should have already arrived, and they would soon meet him. To prevent Su Xiaoxiao from inadvertently offending the guest, Gao Xiaoyun said earnestly, "Xiaoxiao, pay close attention. The person coming is Mr. Luo. He is our esteemed guest, and we must not show any signs of negligence. The reason for the arranged vehicles is due to the large number of his accompanying personnel, and we must extend the same level of respect to them." For this airport reception, Gao Xiaoyun had arranged a Rolls-Royce Phantom, along with 8 Maybach S-Class vehicles. Moreover, even the hotel accommodations were set in the most luxurious establishment in Hong Kong, the Yonghua Mansion. Such treatment is not something the average individual can experience. "Sister Xiaoyun, is this Mr. Luo the holder of the Lion King card?" Su Xiaoxiao asked. The Lion King card, the pinnacle of MGM's membership, grants access to various privileges, such as first-class round trips, luxury vehicle transfers, stays in the most elite Yonghua Mansion, and a personal butler throughout the experience. Any imaginable service available in Hong Kong can be provided. It is said that in Hong Kong, no one dares to refuse a Lion King. However, such privileges often come at a significant cost. After all, entertainment venues are not charitable organizations. The more you invest, the more service you can expect in return. Yet, Luo Sheng stands as the sole exception. Gao Xiaoyun smiled and shook her head, stating, "Mr. Luo is not the holder of the Lion King card, but he is a man of even greater distinction. Paying no heed to Su Xiaoxiao's doubts, she reiterated, "You will understand in due time. Mr. Luo is on his way. Remember my words. Be sure to maintain decorum in his presence. Do you understand?" Su Xiaoxiao blinked and replied, "I understand, Sister Xiaoyan." Before long, a group appeared in the VIP passage, with Luo Sheng leading the way. His hands were tucked into his pockets, his stride confident and resolute, his eyes brimming with assurance and decisiveness. 8 bodyguards clad in black flanked him, and behind them, besides Dong Xiaolei, were 2 accompanying maidens and 4 additional bodyguards bringing up the rear. Gao Xiaoyan quickly approached, greeting, "Mr. Luo, welcome to Haokong." Luo Sheng nodded and replied, "Xiaoyan, it's been a while." Gao Xiaoyan smiled. "Indeed, Mr. Luo, the last time we met was several months ago." With that, she gestured invitingly, "Mr. Luo, please, step into the car. Your room has already been arranged." Inside the Rolls-Royce Phantom, Luo Sheng and Dong Xiaolei occupied the back seat, while Gao Xiaoyan took her place in the front passenger seat. En route to the hotel, despite his efforts to restrain himself, Dong Xiaolei could not resist peering curiously out of the window, like an inquisitive child. Since his student days, he has yearned to visit Macau, ideally emulating the affluent figures seen on television, engaging in spirited conversation while lavishly spending, observing the resplendent and imposing architectural marvels outside. Dong Xiaolei quietly inquired of his companion Luo Sheng, "Brother Sheng, may I take a photograph?" Luo Sheng chuckled softly at the naivety of his younger brother, teasingly asking, "Do you need me to lend you my phone?" Embarrassed, Dong Xiaolei replied with a shy smile, "That won't be necessary." He then retrieved his phone and began to enthusiastically capture the scenery outside the car window. In the front passenger seat, Gao Xiaoyan glanced back through the rearview mirror, puzzled by the man behind her. His attire suggested he was not lacking in wealth, and he was accompanied by Mr. Luo. Logically, he should not be displaying such behavior. It was as if he were an ordinary person, unaccustomed to the wonders of the world, visiting Macau for the first time. Tentatively, she asked, "Is this your first time visiting Macau, sir?" Dong Xiaolei lowered his phone, meeting the gaze of the beautiful woman in front of him. "Indeed, it is my first visit, and I owe it to Brother Sheng. This is my little brother, Dong Xiaolei. I'm primarily here to show him around." Luo Sheng interjected at the opportune moment. Upon hearing this, Gao Xiaoyan's tone shifted to one of respect, realizing he was a friend of Mr. Luo's. "Then Mr. Dong, I hope you enjoy your time here." Upon arriving at Yonghua Mansion, Chen Tai and a cadre of bodyguards swiftly exited the back of the Maybach. Chen Tai even beat the attendants to the punch, graciously opening the door for Luo Sheng. "Sir, please." The bodyguards dispersed, ever vigilant against the approach of any unfamiliar faces. Upon disembarking from the vehicle, Luo Sheng began to survey the opulent Yonghua Mansion before him. Although this was not his first visit, one could not help but acknowledge that the hotels in Haojiang spared no expense in their lavish decor, effortlessly outshining numerous establishments in the mainland and perfectly embodying the essence of prestige and prominence. Even an ordinary individual stepping into this realm would feel elevated above the commonplace. Chapter 25. Playing with 200 million. As Luo Sheng traversed the corridor of Yonghua Mansion, despite the extravagance that surrounded him, it appeared rather mundane in his discerning eyes. Beside him, Gao Xiaoyan sensed the aura of nobility radiating from him, a presence far more compelling than any magnate she had ever hosted. This was, of course, to be expected. Throughout history, it has been said that wealth shapes character. When riches accumulate over time to a considerable magnitude, they transcend mere figures or tools for satiating material desires. They transform into an intangible yet formidable force, endowing their possessor with an inner calm and poise. Regardless of the circumstances at hand, they possess a profound understanding that their wealth is ample enough to confront the majority of life's challenges and adversities. As the esteemed scion of the Luo family, a man embodying immense fortune, he truly stood out among his peers, suppressing the ripples of emotion stirring within her. Yao Xiaoyan respectfully suggested, "Mr. Luo, as the hour grows late, perhaps you might consider retiring after dinner to freshen up and rest. Tomorrow, upon your awakening, I shall assist in arranging the subsequent agenda. What do you think?" Luo Sheng nodded slightly and said, "All right. And please ensure arrangements are made for my younger brother as well. Mr. Luo, rest assured, I will not disappoint General Dong. I have already arranged for my assistant to attend to him personally." As Gao Xiaoyan spoke, he cast a glance at the 2 maids trailing behind Luo Sheng and tentatively inquired, "Mr. Luo, shall I arrange for an escort during this trip?" Luo Sheng replied coolly, "No need. Many perceive that the most distinctive feature of the Macau region lies in its entertainment venues. However, this is only partially true. There exists a well-known clandestine industry here, comprising exquisite beauties from around the globe. Should one be willing to spend, they will provide round-the-clock paid companionship. Unlike the mainland, the personnel here are more professional, having undergone comprehensive pre-service training and regular health checks. Each of them, upon entering your room, carries a suitcase filled not with mere trinkets, but with high-end luxury garments and accessories. During your leisure time, they don these items, transforming into your devoted companion. To outsiders, as long as you remain silent, no one would suspect that these individuals have known you for less than an hour. Likewise, as night falls and you return to your room, they will offer you the most comforting experiences, often surpassing the attentiveness of a genuine girlfriend from the mainland. Their primary focus is to maximize emotional and physiological satisfaction. However, Luo Sheng has a steadfast principle. He never easily engages with women from outside. Thus, during this journey, he deliberately arranged for 2 maidens to accompany him from the Qiyun mountain villa. After dining with Gao Shaoan, Luo Sheng retired to his quarters with the 2 maidens for the night. The following morning, after completing his morning rituals and dressing, Luo Sheng was enjoying breakfast in his room when Gao Shaoyan approached, guided by the maidens. "Good morning, Mr. Luo," she bowed respectfully. Luo Sheng set down his coffee, wiped his mouth with a nearby towel, and replied, "You arrived quite early. I was just about to send you a message." Gao Shaoyan smiled and said, "Mr. Luo, it is my duty to be here. I hope you rested well last night." "Not too bad. Compared to the mainland, the amenities at Yonghua Mansion are indeed commendable." Receiving Luo Sheng's praise, Gao Shaoyan continued, "Thank you for your acknowledgement. Last night, Miss He even called me specifically to ensure that I would attend to you well, fearing you might not feel comfortable sleeping here. After all, compared to Qiyun Mountain Villa, Yonghua Mansion does lack in several aspects." Luo Sheng stood up with a smile, received an exquisite gift box from one of the maidens, and handed it to Gao Shaoyan. "You may have to endure quite a bit in the next couple of days. Please accept this small token of appreciation." Gao Shaoyan respectfully accepted the gift box with both hands, refraining from opening it immediately. Knowing it was a present from Luo Sheng, she understood that its contents were undoubtedly precious, especially given the precedent of previous gifts, all valued in the millions. "Thank you, Mr. Luo. You are too generous. If you were to visit more often, I might be able to retire early." Gao Shaoyan jestingly remarked, "It seems the threshold for your retirement is rather high. Given your current assets, I surmise you possess not less than several tens of millions, if not a billion." Luo Sheng chuckled in response. "However, my expenses are substantial." With a charming smile, Gao Shaoyan gracefully looped her arm through Luo Sheng's. "Mr. Luo, shall we proceed? The VIP lounge has already been prepared for you." The VIP lounge at the casino is distinctly different from the main hall outside. Not only does it possess an inherent exclusivity, allowing entry solely to patrons who meet a specific spending threshold, but it also stands apart from the chaotic ambience of the main hall, which is teeming with individuals from all walks of life. Inside the lounge, in a private room, Luo Sheng had just taken a seat at a table when Gao Shaoyan, accompanied by 2 attendants, arranged a stack of chips worth 1 million each neatly before him, approximately 200 in total. At that moment, a server wheeled in a cart bearing a pot of tea. The maid who had been closely attending to Luo Sheng stepped forward to pour tea into a cup, placing it before him. "Sir, please enjoy," she said. Gao Shaoyan drew a nearby chair closer and sat beside Luo Sheng, respectfully inquiring, "Mr. Luo, is this the agreed sum for your play?" Luo Sheng toyed with the chips in his hand, smiling as he replied, "No need. I'm merely here for a bit of casual amusement." For Luo Sheng, gambling held little allure. He reflected that those who frequent such establishments can generally be categorized into 2 types: those who exchange 3,000 to 5,000 chips purely for entertainment, and those who, in dire financial straits, seek a swift turnaround. However, Luo Sheng belongs to the 3rd category, neither lacking in funds nor engaging in anything but pure entertainment. In the confines of this small territory of Macau, even the most high-stakes games yield a mere few hundred million in winnings or losses, practically just a fraction of the balance in Luo Sheng's bank account. Thus, even though Gao Xiaoyan's credit limit in the VIP room may not be particularly high, upon discovering that her patron is Luo Sheng, the VIP room immediately granted her an unlimited credit line. As long as Luo Sheng wishes to play, it is not just a matter of 200 million. Even 2 billion poses no issue. This is precisely why Gao Xiaoyan adores such clients. lavish spenders who are indifferent to winning or losing. With their substantial financial backing, her risk in extending credit is virtually non-existent, allowing her to effortlessly earn generous commissions. Occasionally, there are unexpected bonuses, such as the glass pendant worth over 2 million that Luo Sheng gifted her that morning. Chapter 26. You want me to play with a safety net? In this round, Luo Sheng opted for Baccarat, often regarded as the fairest game in the casino. Its enduring popularity is a testament to its appeal. After the cards were dealt, Luo Sheng, adhering to customary practice, instructed the dealer to burn the cards. This was to assess the card patterns before deciding whether to place a bet. As Luo Sheng had booked the table exclusively for himself, he could continue to have the dealer burn cards as long as he refrained from betting, until he deemed the time right. 10 minutes slipped by unnoticed. Observing the card pattern display, a promising trend emerged, prompting Luo Sheng to decisively halt the card burning. He fingered the chips in his hand and casually placed a wager of 5 million, causing Gao Xiaoyan, who was watching nearby, to feel a jolt of anxiety. Truly, this is the esteemed young master of the Luo family, beginning with a staggering wager of 5 million. Observing his demeanor, it is as if he were spending 500 without a flicker of his eyelid. As the dealer revealed the cards, the outcome was predictable. Luo Sheng emerged victorious once again. Collecting his winnings, he placed another bet of 5 million. For over 2 hours, the game continued, with its ebbs and flows of fortune. Yet, perhaps fortune favored Luo Sheng today, for he had amassed nearly 100 million thus far. The private room he occupied began to draw the attention of other guests and public relations personnel who lingered just beyond the threshold, observing the unfolding spectacle. Among them, 2 youthful gentlemen gazed in awe at the mountain of chips on the table, all of which were of 1 million denominations, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Brother Tian, is that individual truly wagering so much? I see he bets 5 million each time, inquired the long-haired youth of his short-haired companion. The man known as Brother Tian chuckled. Now that is a true heavyweight. Only by playing this way can one secure such winnings. Brother Tian, is that woman beside him Sister Xiaoyan? The long-haired youth gestured towards Gao Xiaoyan's silhouette. Following his gaze, Brother Tian indeed recognized her. It seems she has encountered a stroke of incredible luck, aligning herself with such a significant client. After a moment of contemplation, Brother Tian resolved to approach and extend his greetings. However, before he could draw near, he was intercepted by Chun Tai and his associates, who regarded him with icy stares and warned, "The gentleman is currently engaged in entertainment. Please step back to the doorway." Brother Tian was momentarily taken aback by their chilling glances, reminiscent of gazes reserved for the deceased. He quickly clarified, "I apologize. I am also part of the public relations team here and wish to speak with your boss for a moment." Who knows? Chun Tai is entirely the type who remains impervious to persuasion, continuing to issue a cold warning. "Please step outside the door." Simultaneously, the other bodyguards within the room slowly moved closer, ready to apprehend the intruder at a moment's notice. Just as Luo Sheng, who was intending to take a brief respite, was drawn by the commotion behind him and turned to look, Gao Xiaoyan, observing the man speaking at the doorway, leaned in and whispered to Luo Sheng, "Mr. Luo, this individual is named Tian, a senior public relations officer from the VIP lounge. He has only recently transferred from another entertainment venue, thus he is unfamiliar with you." Luo Sheng took a sip of tea and replied nonchalantly, "So, you could say you are colleagues then?" He contemplated allowing the man entry to inquire about his intentions, considering their colleague status. However, Gao Xiaoyan retorted with irritation, "This Tian has a penchant for setting traps, luring certain business tycoons into clandestine undertakings. Consequently, many have ended up losing their fortunes entirely. I once had a client with whom I maintained a good relationship. Within 6 months of falling into a Tian scheme, he faced utter ruin and vanished without a trace." "Oh, he enjoys leading others into precarious situations?" Luo Sheng observed with keen interest the youth who was preparing to exit the room. It is worth noting that the so-called playing the margin essentially refers to leveraging one's bets, such as 1 to 3. On the surface, one might win a certain amount, while beneath, they could potentially win 3 times that. Naturally, the same applies to losses. However, in Macau, playing the margin is officially prohibited. Yet, some individuals, unable to resist temptation or in dire need of funds, are led down this irreversible path by unscrupulous public relations agents. Ordinary card games failed to pique Luo Sheng's interest. However, if it were a game of stakes, he glanced at the time and noted it was already 11 o'clock. "Let's call it a night," he announced. "Shall we have lunch together?" Gao Xiaoyan cast a glance at the table, where Luo Sheng had amassed nearly 100 million, yet he exhibited no signs of emotional fluctuation, as if winning a mere 10,000. Very well, Mr. Luo. I shall make the arrangements, she replied, as Luo Sheng rose. A nearby attendant promptly draped his coat over his shoulders. Observing this scene, Gao Xiaoyan found herself at a loss for words. She had seen companions brought along for card games before, but accompanying one's own attendants, 2 of them, no less, was a first for her, especially with a dozen expressionless bodyguards in tow. Regardless, this was the MGM in Macau. The security was assured, yet was it truly necessary? Just as Luo Sheng reached the entrance of the VIP lounge, he suddenly added, please also invite that young man from the entrance. I wish to have a word with him. Upon hearing this, Gao Xiaoyun's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Luo Sheng. Mr. Luo, do you intend to play for stakes? Although she understood that Luo Sheng's wealth was substantial enough that even a loss in a high-stakes game might not constitute a significant loss. As someone who genuinely regarded him as a valued guest, she hoped he would refrain from such a venture. It seemed entirely unnecessary. After all, he was not in want of money. In response to Gao Xiaoyun's skepticism, Luo Sheng calmly remarked, No, I am merely seeking a bit of amusement. Atian had initially lost all hope, but upon learning that Luo Sheng had invited him to lunch, his spirits were immediately lifted. In the hotel restaurant, Atian cautiously took a seat opposite Luo Sheng, his gaze frequently drifting toward the surrounding bodyguards clad in black. Who exactly was this person? It was remarkable that he had brought so many bodyguards to Haojiang. What astonished him even more was that each of these bodyguards had conspicuously bulging waists. Given the shape of those protrusions, they certainly did not resemble walkie-talkies. Had these individuals not undergone security checks upon entering the hotel? How could they be permitted to bring such items inside? This only heightened Atian's curiosity about the man before him. Accompanying them was, of course, Gao Xiaoyan. Yet she seemed disinclined to reveal Luo Sheng's identity. She merely introduced him as Mr. Luo, the most esteemed guest of MGM. Atian did not concern himself with the details, as long as the individual was wealthy. The more influential, the more he appreciated them. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, he raised a glass of red wine from the table and, with a smile, said, Mr. Luo, today your luck seems extraordinary. I wonder if you are interested in a game of 1 against 3? You could win 1 portion on the table and 3 portions from me beneath it. Luo Sheng mused to himself that this young man was indeed quite eager, attempting to entice him into a risky proposition right from the start. He feigned confusion and inquired, Brother Atian, is your intention in meeting me to persuade me to play the role of a safety net? Chapter 27. Do you dare to play 1 against 20? Atian was fully aware that the man across from him possessed formidable strength. Such substantial stakes were appealing to anyone, and everyone coveted a taste of it. However, such individuals often possess a notable flaw. They are not financially constrained. Given their affluence, they lack a pressing urgency regarding monetary matters. Consequently, in order to prevent a hard-won opportunity from slipping away, Atian resolved to adopt an alternative approach, first, to establish a familiar rapport, and subsequently, to subtly instill the allure of security into the conversation. Mr. Luo, please do not misunderstand. I merely noticed your fortunate streak and wish to encourage you to win even more. However, my primary intention in meeting you today is to forge a friendship. After all, there are not many young and accomplished individuals like yourself. Nearby, Gao Xiaoyan listened to Atian's words, simply smiling in silence. The notion of befriending Mr. Luo seemed rather presumptuous. Luo Sheng reclined in his chair, his arms casually draped over the shoulders of the 2 attendants beside him. In a tone laced with disdain, he remarked, Many aspire to befriend me, yet not everyone is worthy of that privilege. Mr. Luo, Atian attempted to interject further, but Luo Sheng raised his hand to halt him, stating calmly, Let us discuss matters of security instead. I find this topic far more intriguing. Atian glanced at Luo Sheng in surprise, and then turned to Gao Xiaoyan, clearly indicating that if he did not seize this opportunity, his friend would. Yet, Gao Xiaoyan maintained an air of indifference, sipping her red wine without concern. Observing this, Atian smiled brightly and said, Mr. Luo, since you are a friend of Sister Xiaoyan, I assure you that I, Atian, am equally generous. With that, he extended 5 fingers, asking, How about a 5-for-1 deal? I wonder if Mr. Luo would find this satisfactory? Luo Sheng shook his head and remarked, Since we are playing, let us indulge fully. A wager of 1 to 20. Does this esteemed brother Atian dare to accept? 1 to 20. Atian's heart quivered violently. Such prowess from his opponent was unexpected. To propose such odds implied that should he lose 1 million on the table, he would owe a staggering 20 million beneath it. Ation hesitated, his mind clouded with doubt. Despite the apparent strength of his adversary, the prospect of a 1 to 20 wager loomed large. What if he ended up losing 1 or 200 million? Could the other party truly fulfill such a monumental payout of tens of millions? For any prominent businessman, this was no trifling sum. After careful consideration, Ation finally spoke. Mr. Luo, I naturally have the courage to accept. However, given that this is merely our first acquaintance, does a wager of 1 to 20 seem somewhat excessive? His unspoken thoughts lingered in the air, revealing a concern for Luo Sheng's genuine financial capacity. The corners of Luo Sheng's mouth involuntarily curled upwards. It was the first time anyone had doubted his monetary prowess. Even the two young maidens by his side could not contain their disdain, their gazes laden with contempt for Ation. Luo Sheng remained silent, merely gesturing for Gao Shaoan to express her stance. Upon noticing his cue, Gao Shaoan ceased her pretense of ignorance. She delicately wiped the corner of her mouth and addressed Ation. You may consult Brother Zhong. Simply inform him that Mr. Luo wishes to engage you in a wager of 1 to 20 and see what he advises. Brother Zhong was the proprietor of their VIP lounge and also their superior. Upon hearing these words and receiving tacit approval from Luo Sheng, Ation rose to take his leave. 5 minutes later, he returned to his seat. But his demeanor had undergone a remarkable transformation. He was now exceedingly courteous. The reason for this shift was the respectful tone that Brother Zhong had adopted regarding Mr. Luo during their recent phone conversation. He had urged Ation to do everything within his power to accommodate Mr. Luo's desires, assuring him that he need not worry about the capacity for payment. Ation was about to inquire about Brother Zhong's identity when he was advised not to pry into matters that were not meant for him to know. Despite his lingering curiosity about Luo Sheng's background, it did nothing to dampen Ation's exhilaration. He had indeed landed a significant opportunity. What he remained unaware of, however, was that Brother Zhong's respectful attitude stemmed not merely from the wealth of the individual in question, but from far deeper implications. Mr. Luo, I sincerely apologize for any offense caused earlier. If you wish to engage in a game with a 20-to-1 ratio, I shall make the necessary arrangements. Ation declared confidently, thumping his chest. Had time not been of the essence, he would have eagerly escorted his companion to the VIP lounge immediately. Luo Sheng took a sip of the red wine in his glass and remarked nonchalantly, May I inquire when Brother Ation will be able to finalize the arrangements? Mr. Luo, how does tomorrow sound? Ation replied with a broad smile. Very well, then it shall be tomorrow. After a simple lunch and seeing Ation off, Gao Shaoyan finally spoke up. Mr. Luo, how much do you require for tomorrow? Let us use the 1 billion chips won today, along with the additional 2 billion that I possess. By the way, how is the young brother I brought along faring? Luo Sheng inquired calmly. Gao Shaoyan pondered for a moment and said, Mr. Luo, Chairman Dong may not have had the best luck this morning, losing approximately 1.5 million. Before arriving at the restaurant, I had my assistant take him out to unwind. I anticipate he will continue this evening. Luo Sheng nodded in agreement. Let him enjoy himself. It's all accounted for on my end. Additionally, arrange for 2 beautiful women. This lad has a penchant for Japanese and Korean charm. Gao Shaoan chuckled lightly before responding. Mr. Luo, Chairman Dong has already arranged for himself last night. What a clever fellow. No wonder he has been silent since entering the hotel last night. It seems he has taken good care of himself. Luo Sheng paid no mind to Dong Xiaolei. His intention in bringing him was for the experience. With his presence, the young man might feel hesitant. Therefore, before disembarking the plane, Luo Sheng had specifically advised him to embrace the freedom to enjoy, assuring him that they would separate upon arrival, and any needs could be addressed directly with the public relations manager. He could revel in the experience. Everything would be managed on his behalf. That afternoon, Luo Sheng did not return to the VIP lounge. Instead, under Gao Shaoyan's guidance, he first indulged in a refreshing shower and sauna, followed by a unique, high-end spa experience characteristic of Macau. After a brief respite as evening approached, he attended a spectacular performance. After all, Luo Sheng's visit to Macau was not merely to sit in the VIP lounge, playing with chips. That would be rather dull. Once the gaming session concluded the following day, he intended to explore other parts of Macau, perhaps chartering a yacht for a maritime celebration, inviting Dong Xiaolei to join the revelry at sea. Let him be aware that when visiting Macau, he should not appear as a fool, idly seated and merely playing with chips. However, this is a common behavior among many ordinary individuals. Upon arrival, they head straight to the gaming establishments, and that same evening, they hastily book a flight back. The reason is simple: they have fulfilled their monetary obligations and wish to linger not a moment longer, often foregoing even a single night in a hotel. Chapter 28. I have yet to savor enough. Do you understand why it is said that 9 out of 10 gamblers will lose? As long as neither party resorts to deception and fairness prevails, the ultimate victor will invariably be the casino. This outcome is influenced not only by the well-known probabilities of the games, but also by an insurmountable barrier that the average person cannot transcend: boundless wealth. According to the game's odds, out of 100 participants, 49 will emerge victorious while 51 will suffer defeat. As the number of players increases, this statistical probability approaches the standard ratio. The casino possesses an inexhaustible supply of resources to continue the game until you are left with nothing. This is a common adage in Macau's casinos. They fear not your winnings, but your absence. However, should your wealth be sufficiently abundant, surpassing the casino's riches, you will disrupt the equilibrium of this numerical law when you engage in play. After all, your individual wealth could equate to the total wealth of those 100 players combined. The essence is quite straightforward. Under equal probabilities, the greater the capital, the higher the likelihood of winning. If I possess 100 yuan while you have merely 10, and we partake in a coin toss game for 5 yuan per round, who do you believe stands a greater chance of victory in the end? Should you insist on claiming that fortune has favored you extraordinarily, allowing you to triumph over me by 100, it is of no consequence. With a mere phone call, an infusion of 10,000 yuan will grace my account, and we shall continue our game. The following morning, Luo Sheng awoke from a deep slumber. Beside him, the two maidens had risen early, completed their morning rituals, and were quietly seated on the sofa in the bedroom, awaiting his presence. Their opportunity to accompany their master to the bustling city was a source of envy among the sisters back at the estate. Typically, Luo Sheng's numerous personal attendants operated on a rotation system, changing daily. To serve him in such an intimate capacity was a privilege that might require a month-long wait. Should it happen that their master was absent from home one night, the wait would extend further still. With the assistance of the two maidens, Luo Sheng prepared for the day, washing up and partaking of a modest breakfast delivered by the hotel. Once all was in readiness, he summoned Gao Shaoan, accompanied by a Tian. After exchanging pleasantries, a Tian eagerly presented a contract. Mr. Luo, here is the contract for your review. If all is satisfactory, a signature will suffice. Luo Sheng perused several pages, and, finding no discrepancies, promptly affixed his signature. A Tian had exhausted all his resources for this occasion. Aware that Luo Sheng's stake amounted to 300 million, a sum he could not absorb alone. Thus, he had diligently sought out more than 20 prominent local figures to partake in this venture. However, much to everyone's surprise, Gao Shaoyan bluntly declined a Tian's invitation, expressing her lack of interest in this endeavor. A Tian, recognizing her resolve, did not press further. It was precisely because the other party was a client she had brought that she reluctantly mentioned it, not wanting to appear too ungracious. Since there was no willingness, she decided to let it go. At exactly 10 o'clock in the morning, Luo Sheng made his entrance in the VIP lounge. His arrival drew the attention of the group of bosses in the backstage lounge. To their astonishment, he was accompanied by an entourage of bodyguards. Moreover, from his demeanor and manner of speaking, it was evident that he was no ordinary scion of wealth. Luo Sheng settled into an armchair. With 300 million in chips neatly arranged on the table, each carrying a denomination of 1 million. The atmosphere was undeniably imposing. A nearby attendant presented him with a freshly brewed cup of tea. Luo Sheng took a sip, then, with an air of calm composure, addressed the dealer across from him, saying, "Let us begin." In the office of the VIP lounge, Brother Zhang, the owner, had also chosen to be present today. He was a middle-aged man nearing 50, of modest height, and sported a bald head. Brother Zhang observed the images displayed on the surveillance monitor, his eyes filled with uncertainty. Standing beside him was Gao Shaoyan, who was not accompanying Luo Sheng this time. "Brother Zhang, what is your opinion on today's game?" Gao Shaoyan inquired. "What is there to think? Of course, we shall simply watch," Brother Zhang replied curtly. "I did not anticipate that Brad Tian would possess such capabilities. Mr. Luo's presence today has stirred the entire Macau. Does he not realize that those who dare to challenge Mr. Luo in such a manner are either desperately in need of money or exceptionally wealthy? Is Mr. Luo someone who is short of funds? The Tian Luo group is indeed in dire financial straits, isn't it? As soon as today passes, a Tian is destined to vanish from the gambling scene in Macau. Brother Zhang remarked, taking a deep drag from his cigarette. However, Gao Xiaoan murmured in disbelief, Brother Zhang, is it truly that serious? With a cold smirk, Brother Zhang gazed at the visage of Luo Sheng on the display screen, asserting with unwavering conviction, once today concludes, regardless of victory or defeat, Tian will disappear. After a brief pause, Brother Zhang continued, do you know why Mr. Luo chose to come to Macau instead of Las Vegas? Gao Xiaoyan shook her head. She was aware of Mr. Luo's identity and understood that this man was someone to never offend, but the specifics of his affairs were beyond her knowledge. Brother Zhang poured himself a glass of whiskey and filled one for Gao Xiaoyan as well, before slowly explaining. That's because Las Vegas neither dares to win his money nor can afford to pay him if he wins, thus they simply do not allow Mr. Luo to participate. He, being a friend of Mr. Luo, welcomed him for a game, and Mr. Luo would not act recklessly in return. Upon hearing this, Gao Xiaoyan immediately inquired. Then Brother Zhang, why did you consent to Tian's actions? Brother Zhang raised an eyebrow. Did I agree to it? It was Tian who approached the situation on his own. Would I dare to spoil Mr. Luo's amusement? As time passed in the VIP room, Gao Xiaoyan returned from the office to the gaming area. The initial 300 million in chips had dwindled to less than 100 million. Luo Sheng remained calm and composed, engaging in cheerful banter with Gao Xiaoyan while placing his bets. Another half hour elapsed. Observing the dwindling stack of chips before him, Luo Sheng calmly directed his gaze towards Gao Xiaoyan and said, please, fetch me another 500 million in chips. Despite the increase in stakes, Luo Sheng's demeanor was far from that of a desperate gambler striving to recoup losses. Rather, he resembled a connoisseur savoring a delightful delicacy, requesting the waiter for additional portions. Gao Xiaoyan was acutely aware of the circumstances. With a hint of concern, she replied, Mr. Luo, is that truly necessary? Luo Sheng, smiling, gently caressed her cheek and said, I have yet to indulge fully. Be a dear and comply. Though taken aback by this sudden gesture, Gao Xiaoyan complied without hesitation. Before long, a mountain of 1 million denomination chips once again filled Luo Sheng's table. Chapter 29. Let them be quiet in the VIP lounge. The 20 or so businessmen who had been observing Luo Sheng's dwindling chips initially believed the game was nearing its conclusion, anticipating the distribution of winnings. However, no one could have anticipated that an additional 500 million chips would be granted to Luo Sheng. This unexpected turn of events left all faces frozen in astonishment, their gazes instinctively shifting to Tian. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Tian swiftly exited the lounge and raced to the office. He needed to inquire with Brother Zhang about why more chips were being allocated. Upon arriving at the office, Tian found Brother Zhang leisurely sipping wine while monitoring the surveillance. Breathless, he inquired, Brother Zhang, I just saw Sister Xiaoyan grant Mr. Luo another 500 million in chips. This clearly exceeds her authorized limit. Upon seeing the newcomer was Tian, Brother Zhang set down his wine glass, rose to his feet, and approached him. Do you really think I need your guidance in my affairs? Brother Zhang remarked with a stern expression. However, Brother Zhang, this approach is rather unorthodox. Tian gasped for breath before continuing. If everyone were to act this way, what would happen if a client is unable to repay? Noticing Brother Zhang's silence, Tian assumed there might still be room for negotiation. He pressed on, Brother Zhang, I acknowledge that Mr. Luo possesses considerable capabilities. Yet shouldn't we also weigh the risks? Furthermore, Tian, do you know how Mr. Luo arrived in Haojiang? Brother Zhang suddenly shifted the conversation's direction. Tian felt somewhat perplexed. How he arrived in Haojiang? What relevance does that have to the current situation? Surely it was just a matter of taking a first-class flight. Was it not? Before he could voice his thoughts, Brother Zhang interjected, Mr. Luo flew here on his private jet, traveling directly from Donghai to Haojiang. Just the value of that jet alone approaches 4 billion. At this revelation, Tian's eyes widened in astonishment. A private jet worth 4 billion. What does that signify? The tycoons from the mainland typically acquire jets worth at most a few billion. What sort of individual possesses a private jet valued at 4 billion? Coupled with the image of the bodyguards at the other party's side, who could access the Haojiang entertainment venues without impediment, Tian asked with a quivering voice, Brother Zhang, please tell me the truth. Who exactly is this Mr. Luo? As Zhonggu observed the surveillance footage, he sighed upon noticing Luo Sheng's upward curving lips and remarked, the Luo family of Daxia. Which Luo? Family of Daxia? Tian trembled as he spoke. In the entirety of Daxia, which other Luo family could it be? Surely, you already possess the answer in your heart. Zhonggu replied matter-of-factly. Since we have broached the subject, I shall be candid. Mr. Luo is the legitimate eldest son of the esteemed Luo family of Daxia. After stating this plainly, he turned his gaze back to Tian and patted him on the shoulder. Tell me, could I, or would I dare, question Mr. Luo's ability to repay? Furthermore, I advise you to patiently await Mr. Luo's conclusion. Let us discuss matters once everything has transpired. After all, the moment Mr. Luo disembarked from his flight, he promptly contacted me, urging us to ensure we do not neglect our courtesy to him. At that moment, Tian's expression was more dismal than if he had ingested something vile. He could scarcely recall how he returned to the lounge. A group of executives, upon seeing him return, hurriedly surrounded him to inquire about the situation. Tian, still hesitant to reveal Luo Sheng's identity, could only dully state that the other party possessed sufficient proof of assets. As long as the opponent remained undeterred, this game would likely endure for some time. After speaking, he slumped onto the sofa in the lounge, resembling a deflated balloon. The VIP room continued its proceedings, and during a brief intermission, Luo Sheng took a moment to rest while partaking in a simple lunch. Such is the nature of fortune. When one encounters misfortune, fortune is bound to follow. Indeed, during the first half of the game, Luo Sheng's luck had been rather poor, as he had depleted 300 million in chips in a mere 2 hours. Yet, in this second half, only an hour had elapsed. Originally, the 300 million lost was entirely reclaimed, and a few tens of millions were gained on top of that. This has left the proprietors at the table in a state of desperation. They are not like Luo Sheng, who possesses an inexhaustible supply of resources. Every penny they hold has been painstakingly earned, and even the slightest loss is a source of great anguish. Little do they realize that the true turmoil awaits them further down the line. As time gradually passes, Luo Sheng's luck begins to flourish, reaching an astounding win rate of over 90%. The 1 million chips on the table continue to pile higher and higher, ultimately leading him to win over 400 million in chips. Combined with his original capital, Luo Sheng now holds chips that approach an astonishing 1 billion. This spectacle prompts Tian to grow increasingly restless, compelling him to rush to Brother Zhong's office. Brother Zhong, please help me. Mr. Luo has already amassed over 400 million. If he suddenly decides to withdraw, the proprietors at the table will suffer greatly, he implores. Brother Zhong glances at Tian with indifference and replies, their suffering is of no concern to you. Tian, in a state of panic, retorts, Brother Zhong, are you not aware of the nature of those proprietors? They will certainly accept their losses, but they will not spare me. Moreover, I have personally absorbed some of the losses. If this continues, I will be unable to bear it. Brother Zhong, feigning a tone of earnestness, responds, Tian, I have long advised you against acting as a safety net for others. You disregarded my counsel, and now you seek my assistance? Shortly thereafter, Tian emerges from the office, dejected. Yet, the game persists. The proprietors seated in the lounge grow increasingly restless. In the VIP lounge, not far behind Luo Sheng, a group of the boss's subordinates had gathered. Each of them was intently observing the unfolding situation while clutching their phones, dutifully reporting back to their respective bosses. Initially, they communicated through text messages. However, as Luo Sheng continued to accumulate his winnings and the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, the pace of texting proved insufficient. It was unclear who initiated the change, but soon they began to make phone calls for updates, and soon everyone followed suit. The rear of the VIP lounge became a cacophony of voices. Boss, he has won again. Boss, he has nearly amassed 800 million on the table. Understood, boss. I'm keeping a close watch. Boss, it seems this round is nearing its end. Yes, indeed, he has won 11 consecutive games so far. As Luo Sheng was flipping cards, a frown crossed his brow. He tossed the card in his hand aside and angrily admonished Chen Tai. Are you deaf? Tell them to quiet down. Chen Tai immediately bent over an apology, signaling to the surrounding bodyguards. A group of burly men in black hurried to disperse the subordinates still on their phones. One of the subordinates, visibly displeased, explained, your boss is playing a 20-to-1 game today. We must keep an eye on things. With an impassive expression, Chen Tai had no intention of engaging in idle chatter with these individuals. He swiftly drew a Glock from his waistband and pressed it against the forehead of the speaker. The cold metal against his skin rendered him instantly silent. The remaining individuals present exhibited expressions of sheer terror. How did this individual manage to bring that person into the entertainment venue? Were the security personnel at the entrance asleep? Chen Tai coldly stated, I will count to 3. All unrelated personnel must exit the room. No one would be foolish enough to gamble on whether what this person held was indeed a genuine weapon, nor would anyone dare to wager on the other's willingness to act. Consequently, everyone had no choice but to obediently leave, seeking clarification from the venue staff regarding the situation. Why would someone in the MGM VIP room carry a Glock? This scene was naturally witnessed by the proprietors in the lounge, as well as a Tion. Bringing a weapon in here. This is in the gambling capital, within the territory of the Great Xia. Tian Zai, who is this person? How did they manage to bring a weapon inside? Indeed, Tian Zai, what is the true identity of this individual you found? Quickly call the police. Regardless of whether the weapon is real, we cannot allow such chaos to unfold. The lounge descended into utter turmoil. Given that Luo Sheng's financial backing was already formidable, coupled with his recent good fortune, everyone was already on high alert. Now, with this sudden development, the proprietors collectively erupted, directing their frustration entirely at Tion. Chen Tai's forceful clearing of the room brought a significant calm to the VIP area. Even the attendants within the hall appeared noticeably unsettled. As for the entertainment venue's management, their explanation regarding the breach of security by someone carrying contraband was that Mr. Luo's esteemed status necessitated enhanced security measures, and everything had been sanctioned and authorized by the authorities in conjunction with Ms. He. Upon learning this, the crowd could only reluctantly silence their protests. However, a profound reverence for the young man ensconced within the VIP lounge took root in their hearts. As the afternoon waned, around 4:30, Luo Sheng unveiled an 8-spot card, proclaiming his triumph in the final round, thereby concluding the extraordinary card game of the day. Upon the table lay not only the initial capital of 800 million, but an additional 1,500 million won by Luo Sheng. Beneath the table, the stakes soared to 30 billion, evenly distributed amongst the score of magnates. Each would be liable for over $1 billion. Luo Sheng entrusted the collection of debts entirely to Chen Tai, foregoing personal involvement. Instead, he proceeded to the VIP lounge's office to confer with Zhong Guo. Observing Zhong Ji's countenance, a mixture of anguish and forced joviality, Luo Sheng offered a faint smile. Zhong Sheng, if my memory serves me right, this marks our second encounter. Zhong Sheng nodded obsequiously, pouring Luo Sheng a glass of whiskey before settling down with a hint of reservation. Indeed, Mr. Luo, we had the pleasure of meeting once before at Madame He's birthday banquet. Luo Sheng took a delicate sip of the whiskey, then produced a recently cashed check from his pocket, bearing the sum of 1,500 million. He placed it on the table, gesturing for Zhong Sheng to accept it. Despite anticipating Luo Sheng's intentions, Zhong Sheng inquired with curiosity, Mr. Luo, what is the significance of this? Luo Sheng stated matter-of-factly, do not misunderstand. This is out of regard for Madame He. My visit here is merely for amusement. The relationship between the entertainment complex and the VIP lounge is akin to that of a shopping mall and its specialty boutiques. The VIP lounge remits fees, bears its own profits and losses, and operates under the management of the entertainment complex. While taking away 1,500 million would not have significantly impacted the entertainment complex, it would have represented a considerable expenditure for Zhong Sheng. More importantly, Madame He of MGM had been making inquiries since Luo Sheng's arrival in Macau. Those in the know recognized him as Madame He's acquaintance, a distinguished guest, and saw no reason to cause a friend embarrassment over such a sum. Zhong Sheng was taken aback by Luo Sheng's actions. Despite being tempted by the check, he maintained, Mr. Luo, you rightfully earned this through your own skill, and it should be yours. With unwavering resolve, Zhong Sheng slid the check back toward Luo Sheng, his admiration for him growing. Truly befitting the eldest son of the esteemed Luo family of Great Xia, his magnanimity was such that he could relinquish 1,500 million that was rightfully his. However, Luo Sheng had no intention of dwelling on the matter. He glanced at the check on the table, offered a faint smile, and rose to leave. In his view, the money was akin to two friends sharing a bowl of noodles, where the act of settling the bill was hardly worth quibbling over. Zhong Sheng watched Luo Sheng's departing figure with an air of nonchalant grace, then looked back at the check on the table, his mouth agape, yet unable to utter a word. Later that evening, in a top-tier Western restaurant within the entertainment complex, Gao Xiaoyun raised a stemmed glass filled with freshly uncorked Romani Conti. With a slightly dreamy gaze, she looked at the man beside her and said, Mr. Luo, congratulations on your impressive haul of 300 billion today. Seated across from her, Dong Xiaolei also raised his glass, exclaiming with excitement, Brother Sheng, you are absolutely incredible. I've lost nearly 3 million in the past 2 days, and you've managed to win 300 billion in one fell swoop. I dare say that sum represents a significant portion of my earnings. He was elated for Luo Sheng. The monetary aspect was of little consequence to him. However, his elation stemmed from his elder brother's triumph, which surpassed even the legendary gamblers he had witnessed in films. While Dong Xiaolei was merely astonished by Luo Sheng's fortune and skill, Su Xiaoxiao, who had accompanied Dong Xiaolei for the meal, was simply overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of the amount. Her eyes widened in disbelief. 300 billion. The sum was so vast that she could scarcely comprehend it. If she were to possess such an amount, it would be an indescribable dream come true. Was this the man of whom Xiaoyan had spoken? The one even more esteemed than the Lion King? Yet, despite winning 300 billion, he remained composed and serene, unlike the bosses she had previously encountered, who would become euphoric over a mere few tens of millions. Luo Sheng lifted his glass, took a casual sip, and remarked, "Indeed, it is an unexpected windfall." Observing the almost uncontrollable excitement on the faces of those before him, one might have assumed that they were the ones who had won such a fortune. "Xiaoyan, please arrange for us to set sail tomorrow morning." Upon hearing the mention of a task, Gao Xiaoyan immediately set down her glass and inquired, "I am at your service. Mr. Luo, how long do you anticipate the excursion to last, so that I may make the necessary arrangements?" After some deliberation, Luo Sheng replied, "We shall depart tomorrow morning and return the day after tomorrow in the afternoon. Feel free to invite a larger group this time, including individuals from Japan, Korea, Europe, and America, as you see fit." Gao Xiaoyan smiled gently and reassured Mr. Luo, "Rest assured, this voyage will surely meet your expectations." Nearby, Dong Xiaolei's eyes sparkled upon hearing this. Although he had incurred losses over the past couple of days, his disappointment stemmed not from the loss of money, but from the unsettling thought that his luck had taken a turn for the worse. However, he could not deny the charm of the ladies here. Their beauty, physique, and service awareness exceeded his previous perceptions of the industry, elevating him to an entirely new level. Chapter 31. The yacht party the following morning, Luo Sheng, accompanied by a Rolls-Royce Phantom provided by the MGM Entertainment City, arrived at a dock in the Haozhong area. For this outing, Gao Xiaoyan had arranged a brand-new Ferretti yacht. Measuring 50 meters in length, the yacht boasted 4 decks. With over 800 square meters of living space and more than 300 square meters of outdoor space. Such ample outdoor area allowed for endless possibilities on each deck, creating a series of scenic terraces. At that moment, Gao Xiaoyan approached Luo Sheng, who had just disembarked, and inquired, "Mr. Luo, are you satisfied with this yacht?" Standing at the dock and gazing at the Ferretti yacht before him, Luo Sheng nodded in approval. "It's quite satisfactory, but it ultimately depends on Xiaolei's opinion. I have no particular preference." Dong Xiaolei, slightly flustered by the compliment, replied, "Brother Sheng, you flatter me too much. Just make the decision you deem fit." In truth, he wanted to express that this was the first time in his life he had ever been on a yacht. Even a modest yacht of a dozen meters would be a novelty to him, let alone this opulent behemoth before him. Gao Xiaoyan smiled, gesturing an invitation. "Mr. Luo, please embark. The ladies will be arriving momentarily." Due to the inherent spatial constraints of the yacht, Luo Sheng did not bring his entire retinue of bodyguards aboard. He permitted Qintai to accompany him, along with 4 other bodyguards, while the remainder followed in another vessel. Upon entering the interior of the Ferretti yacht, Luo Sheng settled onto a sofa in the yacht salon, surveying the surrounding layout. The furnishings, cabinetry, and flooring were all crafted from Canaletto walnut. Complemented by extensive glass curtain walls, the yacht's interior exuded dynamism and levity. Qintai and the other 4 bodyguards stood impassively on either side, seemingly impervious to the surrounding environment. Dong Xiaolei, on the other hand, was visibly animated, his face brimming with curiosity and excitement as he examined every detail. Shortly thereafter, Gao Xiaoyan boarded the yacht with a bevy of a dozen or so yacht babes, adorned in provocative bikinis. Half of them hailed from Europe and America, while the other half were of Japanese and Korean descent. Furthermore, for the sake of comprehensive security, they had all surrendered their mobile phones and other recording devices, as well as their respective medical reports prior to boarding. In addition to these beauties, the yacht was staffed with a seasoned captain, enthusiastic sailors, and relevant service personnel, along with a DJ. Upon boarding the yacht, the charming attendants lined up neatly, facing Luo Sheng and the others, greeting them in unison, "Good day, gentlemen." Luo Sheng merely nodded in acknowledgement, while Dong Xiaolei gazed in awe. Gao Xiaoyan clapped her hands, a smile gracing her lips as she said, "Ladies, please ensure our esteemed guests are well entertained." I shall return to fetch you tomorrow afternoon. Turning to Luo Sheng, she added, Mr. Luo, enjoy your time with Mr. Dong. I shall take my leave now. As Gao Xiaoyan departed, the yacht's engines roared to life, setting sail towards the vast ocean. As the vessel drifted further from the dock, music filled the air and the attendants began to enliven the atmosphere. Some approached Luo Sheng and Dong Xiaolei, offering toasting drinks, while others swayed gracefully on the dance floor. Holding a glass, Luo Sheng took a gentle sip, his gaze serene as he observed the revelry unfolding before him. In contrast, Dong Xiaolei was already surrounded by several attendants. Laughing heartily, the Ferretti yacht was also equipped with 2 jet skis. At Dong Xiaolei's suggestion, he and Luo Sheng each took a beautiful companion and set off on the jet skis, racing over the endless expanse of the sea. Meanwhile, the remaining guests stood at the yacht's edge, cheering and waving in encouragement. In the afternoon, the group engaged in an exceptionally spirited water gun battle on the deck. Laughter and shouts echoed around them as the friendly skirmish gradually transformed into a chase, with Luo Sheng and Dong Xiaolei as the pursuers, and the attendants as the ones being pursued. In the midst of the playful chaos, some found their garments mysteriously discarded in the excitement. The games continued well into the night. Having been utterly exhausted, Dong Xiaolei hastily consumed his supper to replenish some vigor, then embraced 2 beauties and retired to his chamber for slumber. The remaining yacht babes likewise retreated into their cabins. Only Luo Sheng sat serenely at the prow of the yacht, a fishing rod in hand, with the meticulous Chun Tai standing behind him. Listening to the sound of the waves, Luo Sheng gazed up at the night sky. Since his rebirth, several days had elapsed, and he had gradually acclimated to his new identity. He did not intend to dwell on the people and events of his previous life, much like Qin Yajun. However, one person remained a thorn in his side, Han Yutong, his wife from his previous existence. Luo Sheng knew that she should be a junior at Donghai University at this moment. Locating her would be effortless, but what would transpire after finding her? Would he proffer a sum of money to atone for the regrets of his past life? Or would he simply bring her back to Qiyun Manor? Luo Sheng had not yet resolved this question. He only vaguely recalled that Han Yutong had joined Jingtai Commercial, a subsidiary of Tian Luo Group, after graduating from university. Subsequently, the two had become acquainted at a company event. For the time being, he could only set it aside. Under the cloak of night, the temperature dipped slightly, and Luo Sheng prepared to rise and retire to his cabin for rest. Suddenly, a commotion arose behind him. The vigilant Chen Tai, with a conditioned reflex, immediately turned and drew his Glock. The dark muzzle of the firearm was aimed directly at a girl wrapped in a blanket. I apologize. I did not intend to disturb you. I am merely suffering from insomnia and came out for a stroll. The girl spoke with extreme trepidation. Having never been threatened by a gun before, wasn't it said that firearms were prohibited in Daxia? How could this person possess such a thing? Upon recognizing the visitor as the daytime yacht beauty, Chen Tai holstered his firearm yet remained vigilant, his gaze fixed on the newcomer. Luo Sheng gestured for Chen Tai to step aside, inquiring, "What is your name?" The young woman cautiously glanced at Chen Tai before responding, "Boss, you may call me Jiajia. I introduced myself earlier today." "I seem to have forgotten," replied Luo Sheng calmly. "From your accent, I gather you are of Korean descent. What is your true name?" The girl nodded and obediently replied, "Yes, boss, my real name is Park Soo-yeon." Luo Sheng scrutinized her once more. She possessed an elegant demeanor, reminiscent of a refined lady. Her physique was commendable, standing approximately 165 centimeters, with 2/3 of her height attributed to her long legs. Stepping closer, Luo Sheng wrapped his arm around her shoulders. Park Soo-yeon, understanding and compliant, nestled into his embrace, asking softly, "Boss, do you need to rest?" Luo Sheng smiled gently. "Aren't you suffering from insomnia? A bit of exercise before resting would do you good." With that, the two naturally entered the cabin together. Chapter 32. Wonderful moments on the yacht. The following morning, the dawn light filtered through the curtain seams, casting a soft and warm glow within the room. However, this tranquility was swiftly shattered by a cacophony from outside, rudely awakening Luo Sheng from his slumber. Rubbing his bleary eyes, he turned to his side and beheld Park Soo-yeon peacefully lying there. Her snow-white back, illuminated by the morning light, appeared exceptionally enchanting. At this moment, she appeared to be still immersed in the realm of dreams, her lips curving slightly upwards, occasionally uttering some unintelligible murmurs. Luo Sheng chose not to awaken the peacefully slumbering figure beside him. Instead, he gently descended from the bed and donned his attire. After a brief yet refreshing ablution, he departed the room and made his way to the deck. There, he observed a cluster of yacht bells surrounding Dong Xiaolei, seemingly preoccupied with some activity. Clearing his throat softly, he remarked, "Xiaolei, are you already indulging in revelry this early in the morning?" Upon hearing Luo Sheng's voice, Dong Xiaolei pushed aside the enchanting women encircling him and brought one of them before Luo Sheng. "Brother Sheng, what do you think of my artwork?" Luo Sheng followed the direction of his finger and was momentarily rendered speechless. This fellow had the audacity to draw on a woman's chest so early in the day. How audacious indeed. However, he refrained from commenting on the artistic style. After enjoying a simple yet delectable breakfast, Luo Sheng ambled with a buoyant step toward the bow of the ship. He reclined languidly on a comfortable beach chair, stretching out his limbs as if wishing to meld his entire being into the splendid morning light. The weather was splendid, perfectly suited for basking in the sun. With this thought in mind, Luo Sheng gently waved his hand, beckoning the two lovely ladies beside him to assist him in applying sunscreen. They obediently approached him, holding a bottle of sunscreen that exuded a subtle fragrance. One of them tenderly dispensed a small amount of sunscreen into her palm and began to apply it gently across Luo Sheng's broad chest. The other meticulously attended to his arms and shoulders, her delicate fingers gliding softly across his skin. A gentle sea breeze wafted by, bringing with it a refreshing and invigorating coolness. The warm sunlight generously cascaded upon Luo Sheng, enveloping him in a radiant golden glow. In this moment, he savored an unparalleled sense of ease and relaxation. With his eyes gently closed, he listened to the rhythmic sound of waves lapping against the hull of the boat, allowing the delicate fingers of beautiful women to caress and massage him. Perhaps, even the most exquisite words in the world would fail to accurately depict the profound relaxation and joy that Luo Sheng was experiencing. This sensation transcended the bounds of language. Meanwhile, Dong Xiaolei had successfully completed his unique artistic endeavor. At that moment, he was leading a group of yacht beauties in playful revelry within the expansive swimming pool of the Seaview Terrace. Perhaps due to the exuberance of the previous day's festivities or the overtly enthusiastic demeanor of the ladies, Dong Xiaolei unabashedly engaged in adult games right there in the pool. Luo Sheng merely stole a fleeting glance before diverting his attention, allowing Dong Xiaolei and his companions to indulge in their merriment. After all, a young man like Dong Xiaolei, who had been single for over 20 years, was brimming with vitality. The scene, adorned with a collection of charming, alluring beauties, could only be described as a breathtaking, epic spectacle. Fortunately, the bodyguards accompanying Luo Sheng were all elite individuals, meticulously trained through rigorous professional standards. Otherwise, had it been ordinary individuals witnessing such a scene, confronted with such a tantalizing and stimulating scene, one might truly feel tormented. Yet, the bodyguards, including Chintai, stood there with impassive expressions. Their unwavering gaze swept the surroundings vigilantly, prepared for any unforeseen security incidents. As the afternoon swiftly approached, the yacht began its return journey. Dong Xiaolei slumped on the sofa in the reception area, utterly exhausted, yet wearing an expression that spoke of lingering satisfaction. He lifted a glass of water from the table, took a sip, and addressed Luo Sheng, who sat across from him, saying, "Brother Sheng, to be honest, I really don't want to go back." Observing his state, Luo Sheng understood that this fellow had been pent up over the years. He resembled a famished individual who, after 2 days of hunger, is suddenly presented with a lavish feast, eager to devour it all in one go. There will be plenty of opportunities like this in the future. You need not be so impatient. I'll have MGM issue you a Lion King card, so you can come and enjoy whenever you wish. Although the MGM Lion King card requires the fulfillment of various conditions to obtain, rules are never intended to confine their creators. Dong Xiaolei chuckled. "So, are we heading back to Donghai today?" "What's the matter, reluctant to leave?" Luo Sheng inquired. "I was merely asking. I'll follow your arrangements, Brother Sheng." Dong Xiaolei replied with a grin. Luo Sheng glanced at the time and said, "We won't return today. Let's postpone until tomorrow. We shall head back to Donghai tomorrow morning. After all, there's a guest from afar waiting at home, and it wouldn't be appropriate to delay too long." Before long, the yacht reached the dock. Uncertain of the precise time of Luo Sheng and his companion's return, Gao Xiaoyan could not impose restrictions as one would with ordinary clients. Thus, she awaited them by the shore early that morning. As Luo Sheng descended from the yacht accompanied by Dong Xiaolei and a retinue of bodyguards, Gao Xiaoyan promptly approached him. "Mr. Luo, were you satisfied with your outing at sea?" she inquired. Luo Sheng nodded, "Quite enjoyable. Next time I find myself in Donghai, I shall treat you to a meal. Mr. Luo, you are too kind. This is merely my duty, Gao Xiaoyan replied. This is not mere courtesy, but a commendation. Surprised by the praise, Gao Xiaoyan smiled and expressed her gratitude for Mr. Luo's recognition of her work. Should the opportunity arise for me to travel to the mainland, I will certainly pay you a visit in Donghai. Subsequently, she arranged for vehicles to escort Luo Sheng and his companions to their hotel for rest. After lunch that day, having exchanged pleasantries with Luo Sheng, Dong Xiaolei returned to the entertainment venue. After several hours of intense play, he emerged with a staggering loss of 2 million. Meanwhile, Luo Sheng utilized the majority of the day to tour various entertainment establishments in Macau with 2 maids and his bodyguards. As evening approached, he made a point to purchase 2 exquisite handbags for the maids at the duty-free shop, much to their delight. Upon returning that night and learning of Dong Xiaolei's predicament, Luo Sheng summoned him to Yonghua Mansion. Observing Dong Xiaolei's despondent demeanor, Luo Sheng calmly remarked, Xiaolei, a loss is just that, a loss. Consider it a form of entertainment. After all, it's merely 2 million. Must you present yourself as if you were on the brink of ruin? Dong Xiaolei let out a sigh and said, Sheng Ge. It's not that I'm distressed about the money. I'm simply perplexed by my terrible luck. Especially in the final round, I shockingly lost 23 consecutive games, shattering my personal record from the past 2 days. Luo Sheng chuckled and replied, this indicates that such pursuits are not suited for you. Do not dwell on it. Instead, indulge in a sauna, find a lady to provide you with a massage, and ensure you rest early tonight. Dong Xiaolei silently nodded in agreement. Chapter 33. I wish to advance my salary that evening. Zhongsheng personally visited the MGM VIP lounge to invite Luo Sheng to dinner. Considering that the latter would be boarding a private jet back to Donghai City the following day, who knows when they might encounter such an esteemed individual again. In light of Zhongsheng's invitation, Luo Sheng graciously accepted. Accompanying them were several other proprietors of the VIP lounge, who lavished praise upon Luo Sheng, repeatedly imploring him to extend his stay in Macau so they could properly host him. Meanwhile, at a modest restaurant on the outskirts of Donghai City, Emily Mellon held her phone, meticulously checking the information displayed. Once assured of its accuracy, she strode confidently inside. Meng Qing, who accompanied her, glanced around at the surroundings and the restaurant's signage, astonished by Emily's bold entrance. 2 luxury Alfred vehicles were parked nearby, with several bodyguards standing attentively by the cars. Upon Emily's arrival at the restaurant, she instantly captured the attention of all diners and staff. After all, it was impossible to overlook a striking blonde beauty like her. Upon noticing that the newcomer was a foreigner, the attendant at the entrance immediately called out, Yutong, come here for a moment. A pure-looking young lady with long hair swiftly emerged from within. Sister Zhang, what is it? Sister Zhang gestured discreetly towards Emily Mellon, prompting Han Yutong to smile in understanding. She approached and in fluent English inquired, hello, may I ask what you need? Emily was initially taken aback, but quickly responded with a smile, I can speak Mandarin. I read online that your establishment is renowned for its delicious food, so I decided to come and try it. Han Yutong guided her to a spot in the hall and said, Madam, please take a look at what you would like to eat. You can either scan the code to order or use the menu provided. As she spoke, Han Yutong fetched a kettle from the side and poured a cup of tea for her guest. All right, dear girl, I will take a look myself first, Emily replied. After Han Yutong returned to the bar, Sister Zhang chuckled and remarked, Yutong, you truly embody the essence of a university student, effortlessly speaking English. Oh, it's nothing. I can only manage simple conversations, Han Yutong replied modestly. Sister Zhang glanced at Emily, who was still placing her order, and whispered, the woman who just came in doesn't seem like an ordinary person. I wonder what possesses her to dine in our humble establishment. Sister Zhang, our restaurant is quite good, with delicious flavors and reasonable prices, Han Yutong countered. Sister Zhang scoffed slightly and said, what do you know? Wealthy individuals would never choose to dine in a place like ours, while others indulge in upscale restaurants, savoring steak, exquisite dishes, and fine red wine. Perhaps they have simply grown weary of such luxuries. Suddenly, Han Yutong recalled something and inquired further, Sister Zhang, did Aunt Gu mention when she would return this evening? No. She took Shan Shan to attend a wedding. They probably won't be back until around 9 or 10, Sister Zhang replied. Noticing Han Yutong's anxiety, she asked, Yutong, is there something troubling you? Perhaps you should call the boss lady. Shaking her head, Han Yutong explained. A former friend of mine is in a bit of a predicament and urgently needs money. I was hoping to request an advance on my salary from Aunt Gu. Upon hearing that it involved finances, Sister Zhang decided to refrain from further discussion. You should wait for the boss lady to return. By the way, Table 3 just ordered a bottle of beer. Please take it over. Understood, Sister Zhang. Han Yutong turned and immersed herself back into her busy duties. It wasn't until after 9 in the evening that the restaurant's owner, Aunt Gu, returned alone. By then, the establishment was nearly empty. After assessing the situation, she made her way to the bar to verify the day's earnings. Just then, Han Yutong coincidentally approached. Aunt Gu, didn't Shanshan come back with you? Aunt Gu, engrossed in her computer screen, replied without looking up. Shanshan went home first. Yutong, you've been busy. It's almost time for you to head back as well since you all have classes tomorrow. Han Yutong hesitated for a moment but did not leave, noticing the unusual atmosphere. Aunt Gu raised her head and inquired, Yutong, is there something else you need? Aunt Gu, may I request an advance on my salary for this month? Han Yutong asked cautiously. Aunt Gu, somewhat displeased, responded, Yutong, it's only the 24th of the month, and you wish to draw your salary early? Is something troubling your family? My friend is facing some difficulties and urgently requires financial assistance. I don't have enough on hand, so before Han Yutong could finish her explanation, she was interrupted by Aunt Gu. Yutong, while our shop's business is quite satisfactory, there are numerous expenses to consider. Rent, utilities. Aunt Gu enumerated the various costs with her fingers. Ultimately, the conclusion was that she could only advance Yutong 10 days' worth of wages, amounting to 100 yuan. Upon returning to her dormitory at Donghai University, Han Yutong promptly transferred the advanced salary to her friend. Yutong, Jia, I can only spare this much for now. Take it and make use of it. Jia, thank you. Yutong, once my father's illness is treated, I will certainly find a way to repay you. Yutong, there's no rush on my end. Jia, please take good care of yourself, and I look forward to hearing good news from you. Just as Han Yutong set down her phone, her roommate suddenly leaned in and asked, Yutong, is that restaurant where you work part-time still hiring? What is the matter, Xiaoye? Aren't you doing tutoring? Xiaoye, with a distressed expression, replied, today's children are simply too unmanageable. No matter how I teach, they just don't seem to grasp it. If this continues, I fear I might fall ill from frustration. Han Yutong pondered for a moment before replying, I'm not quite sure about that. I will ask the landlady when I visit tomorrow evening. Xiaoye teased, isn't Gu Shanshan your close friend? The restaurant is her family's. Why not give her a call? But then she reconsidered, never mind. I will ask for you tomorrow evening. Gu Shanshan was Han Yutong's high school classmate. They had maintained a good relationship during their school years and naturally became close friends after both were admitted to the same university. Gu Shanshan's family owned a beef offal restaurant located just a short walk of 10 minutes from Donghai University. She had always treated Han Yutong well, and, given her relatively comfortable family circumstances, she never forgot to share good things with Han Yutong. In the second semester of their sophomore year, upon learning that Han Yutong was considering a part-time job, Gu Shanshan proactively invited her to help out at the restaurant, assuring her of its proximity, the safety of working for a family-owned business, and the assurance that she wouldn't be deceived. Essentially, it was merely a position as a waitress. Chapter 34. Attending the auction above Donghai City, a Boeing 747-8 descended upon Donghai International Airport. While seated in the car returning to Chiyun Mountain Villa, Luo Sheng inquired of Ming Qing about how Miss Emily had been spending her days. Sir, Miss Emily has been quite fulfilled these past few days. She has visited various attractions in Donghai City and even toured the headquarters of Tian Luo Group. However, since yesterday, Miss Emily has begun to venture to places recommended by some online acquaintances on her own. Luo Sheng nodded, indicating his awareness. And where is she now? Miss Emily is aware that you arrived at Donghai at noon today. Thus she has not ventured elsewhere and has remained at the estate. Meng Qing reported earnestly. This woman truly has her gaze fixed upon me. Very well, I understand. Upon returning to the estate, bring her to the main residence to see me. Understood, sir. An hour later, in the reception hall on the first floor of the main residence, Luo Sheng held a glass of Krug champagne, standing before a magnificent aquarium wall. His profound gaze, enhanced by golden-rimmed glasses, admired the mermaids that swam freely within the water. Sheng, your little pets are indeed quite unique, came Emily's voice from behind. Luo Sheng turned, casually placing his glass upon a nearby tea table. Miss Emily, how have you fared these days? Emily settled onto a sofa. Her arms crossed over her chest as she replied, it's been all right. Donghai City can indeed be considered an international metropolis, particularly its night scenery, which is beautiful. Luo Sheng took a seat opposite her. I heard you visited the Tian Luo Group headquarters? Yes, is that a problem? After all, I am here as a representative of the Melon family, merely going through the motions, Emily remarked nonchalantly. And how did your outing go? Were you able to achieve what you set out to do? Emily was unaware that Luo Sheng had journeyed to Haojiang, and even after inquiring with Meng Qing, she did not receive the answer she sought. It went relatively smoothly. After all, within the borders of the Great Xia, any endeavor is a mere trifle for me. May I inquire, Miss Emily, whether you have any interest in the upcoming auction? Luo Sheng suddenly shifted the conversation. Auction? Well, it's all right, Emily replied nonchalantly. You know, I lack for nothing. Rosheng instinctively raised his hand to check the time. It was 3 in the afternoon. An auction was to be held at Donghai. This event had been in preparation for a month, featuring an item that piqued his interest. Miss Emily, if you are intrigued, shall we attend together this afternoon? A month prior, Rosheng had received the invitation to the auction. Initially, he had no intention of attending, but one particular item caught his eye. Coincidentally, he needed to visit Kodo soon and thought to bring this gift along. Sure, I have no other plans. The two engaged in light conversation until a maid approached. Bowing her head respectfully. Sir, lunch is ready. Ah, understood. Rosheng rose and gestured invitingly. After you, Miss Emily. Considering that Western cuisine held little allure for Emily, the main dining hall had arranged for Chinese dishes. As she savored the unfamiliar flavors, Emily experienced an unprecedented liberation of her taste buds. From her initial restraint, she soon found herself engrossed in the meal. Rosheng, do you know? My visit to Daxia is not solely for you. There is an even more significant reason. She continued, it is the food. I adore it so much that I feel I ought to reside here. Rosheng chuckled softly. You have simply not experienced enough. To me, even this lavish spread of delicacies seems rather ordinary. As Emily devoured her meal, she demurred. Nay, it's quite different. I discovered a delightful restaurant last night. Perhaps we could dine there together this evening? It was truly delectable. It struck Roscoe that Emily transformed whenever food was involved. Pray, you are a key member of the Melon family. Where is your composure, your decorum? Very well, we shall visit this restaurant you speak of this evening. I shall see what it has to offer, Roscoe conceded with a nod. Were Meng Qing present, she would undoubtedly caution Roscoe to choose another venue. Such humble roadside eateries, however delicious, were hardly befitting of Roscoe's stature. Alas, she was not. Following luncheon, the pair rested briefly before setting off for the auction house. While not a world-renowned establishment, the Donghai Hongtu Auction House ranked among the top 3 in Xia and Donghai City. Since its inception in the early 1990s, its purview had encompassed a wide array of exquisite items, including rare objets d'art, timepieces, fine jewelry, automobiles, and vintage wines. Today's auction had drawn an audience of tycoons, each possessing assets exceeding hundreds of millions. Of particular interest to the auction house was Roscoe, the eldest son of the esteemed Roscoe family of Xia. He had confirmed his attendance at this afternoon's auction. His willingness to attend indicated that the auction's offerings held something of interest to him. Upon arriving at the auction house, Chen Tai promptly presented the invitation. Upon scrutinizing the invitation, the staff at the entrance promptly greeted Mr. Luo with deference, escorting him to an exclusive suite on the 2nd floor. The VIP room, spanning over 20 square meters, was furnished with plush sofas, a tea table, and 2 expansive LCD screens. One screen showcased the entire auction venue, while the other provided close-up shots of the items on display. This private setting ensured complete confidentiality during bidding, effectively preventing prying eyes and minimizing external distractions. After Mr. Luo and Emily settled in, a staff member delivered refreshments before discreetly exiting the room. With time to spare, Mr. Luo picked up a nearby tablet to peruse the day's auction items, while Emily indulged in the delicacies on the tea table. Shortly thereafter, the auction commenced with a tedious speech from the auctioneer. One by one, exceptional and rare artifacts were presented on the stage, captivating the audience who eagerly bid on their desired items. Mr. Luo remained composed, refraining from bidding until a tray was brought onto the stage. Upon the tray rested a platinum necklace adorned with rubies. Mr. Luo's eyes lit up, recognizing it as his intended target. Emily, too, ceased her snacking, her gaze drawn to the necklace's unique allure. Chapter 35. Setting the sky lantern. The necklace not only captured Emily's attention, but also deeply captivated the audience, including those in other VIP suites. The auctioneer observed the reactions of the attendees, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Allow me to present to you this exquisite necklace named Heart of the Crimson Flame. It is a necklace crafted from pigeon blood rubies, originating from the Kingdom of Kambuja. The entire piece is fashioned from platinum, adorned with 32 untreated rubies, each exhibiting the exceptional hue of the finest pigeon blood red. These rubies vary in size, ranging from 1.3 carats to 2.9 carats, culminating in a total weight of 64.1 carats. It is well known that natural rubies are exceedingly rare, with pigeon blood red being the epitome among them. This necklace, hailing from Cambodia, not only boasts a vibrant and intense color, but also possesses impeccable brightness and clarity, making it a true masterpiece among masterpieces. Whether you intend to present it to a beloved lady, keep it for personal enjoyment, or pass it down through generations, it is undoubtedly a remarkable choice. The bidding will now commence, with a starting price of 20 million, and each subsequent bid must exceed 100,000. As the auctioneer's call concluded, the hall fell silent for just a few seconds before a flurry of bids erupted. 25 million, 28 million, 30 million, 62 million. Once the price soared beyond 60 million, the atmosphere in the auditorium changed. No further bids were made. Everyone understood that while the necklace was indeed a treasure, its value capped around 60 million, beyond which it held little significance. Moreover, many individuals present, despite possessing assets amounting to hundreds of millions or even billions, find that these assets, comprising real estate, stocks, and bonds, do not translate into readily available liquid cash. As the auctioneer observed the absence of further bids, he inadvertently glanced towards the VIP room, where several tycoons worth hundreds of billions were seated, including a particularly notable figure. Logically, given the exquisite quality of the necklace, it would seem improbable for anyone to remain indifferent. Yet, thus far, the VIP room remained eerily silent. Is there a higher offer? After a brief pause, the auctioneer resumed. 62 million, first call. Inside the VIP room, Luo Sheng pressed the button beside him and, into the microphone, uttered in a matter-of-fact tone, 80 million. In stark contrast to the previous increments of 2 or 3 million in the main hall, Luo Sheng had raised the bid by an astonishing 18 million. As his words lingered in the air, the auctioneer on stage had yet to respond when a woman's voice resonated from another VIP room. 90 million. Bidding 90 million from room 5. Is there a higher offer? The auctioneer called out loudly. 100 million. Came the voice of a middle-aged man from room 4. Shortly thereafter, bids from rooms 2 and 3 followed suit. The price rapidly escalated to an astounding 350 million. At this juncture, the bidding had already entered the realm of excessive premiums. Those continuing to bid were clearly individuals who not only cherished the item, but were also financially unencumbered. Rarely would one encounter a fool who, driven by pride, would engage in malicious bidding. Such a fool would not occupy a seat in the VIP room. Serendipitously, Luo Sheng was particularly enamored with the necklace. He spoke into the microphone with a tranquil demeanor, uttering a figure that astounded everyone present, 1 billion. He then added, should anyone else bid subsequently, irrespective of the amount, I shall counter with an additional 100 million. This pronouncement immediately ignited a clamor throughout the venue. Even several individuals seated in other VIP suites were visibly moved. This was essentially akin to lighting the sky lantern at previous auctions. In the past, once someone lit the sky lantern, it signified their unwavering determination to acquire the item. Regardless of how high the price escalated, they would secure the item by bidding a higher increment. And should someone maliciously inflate the price at this juncture, the individual who lit the sky lantern would incur substantial losses. However, such actions were uncommon. To do so would be to invite animosity, as those who dared to light the sky lantern were invariably individuals of considerable means. Luo Sheng's action not only lit the sky lantern, but also elevated the price from 350 million to 1 billion in one fell swoop. After a moment of deliberation, the occupants of the other VIP suites chose to concede. To produce 1 billion in cash for an auction required careful consideration, even for them. The ease with which the other party conducted themselves suggested they were no ordinary magnates. As they relinquished their pursuit, several individuals simultaneously dispatched their subordinates to ascertain the identity of the occupant in suite number 1. The outcome was, of course, indubitable. Luo Sheng secured the pigeon blood ruby platinum necklace at an overwhelmingly dominant price. With this acquisition, the auction concluded. The individuals within the several VIP lounges had learned from the auction house that the occupants of room 1 represented the Tianluo group. However, it was not convenient to disclose their identities. Upon hearing that they were associated with the Tianluo group, the specific individuals became inconsequential. A few of them were inclined to approach and make acquaintances. Yet, When they arrived at the entrance of room 1, they found it occupied only by a solitary cleaner. Seated in the vehicle en route back to Chiyun Mountain Villa, Luo Sheng retrieved from an exquisite briefcase the necklace for which he had expended a staggering 1 billion. The necklace felt somewhat weighty in his grasp, imbued with a slight chill. Emily leaned in closer, scrutinizing the piece with keen interest. The rubies sparkled like countless stars in the night sky, captivating Emily's gaze. She couldn't help but exclaim, "Sheng, this necklace is truly exquisite. No woman could resist such a gift. If someone were to present me with a necklace like this, I would undoubtedly wear it to bed. However, it is not intended for you," Luo Sheng replied nonchalantly. Emily's expression shifted slightly upon hearing this, but she quickly regained her composure. Then, "To which fortunate lady do you intend to present it?" "My sister. Her birthday is approaching," he replied. "Sister?" Emily pondered, unable to comprehend. "Does one truly need to spend 1 billion to purchase a necklace for one's sister? I am aware of your wealth, but such extravagance seems excessive." "Sheng, you are exceptionally kind to your sister. It's a pity I do not have such a brother." Luo Sheng smiled faintly and remarked, "No, our sibling relationship is rather ordinary. It is merely that her status is unique, rendering ordinary gifts unsuitable." Emily was all the more perplexed. Given Luo Sheng's status, even a necklace worth hundreds of thousands would be significant. So how could it be unsuitable? "What is so special about your sister that warrants such earnest attention from you?" "The eldest son of the Luo family?" Luo Sheng met Emily's gaze calmly, responding, "Her name is Luo Yao, and she is the crown princess of the Great Xia dynasty, the future empress." Chapter 36. A fairy tale realized the Great Xia dynasty is a dualistic constitutional monarchy, where the monarch's authority far exceeds that of the parliament. All decrees require their consent and signature to become legally effective. They also hold nominal and substantive supreme command over the army, navy, and air force. Typically, the monarch does not directly participate in governing the nation, with the prime minister acting as their plenipotentiary. The monarch, however, possesses the power to appoint and dismiss the prime minister and all officials of the dynasty. This phenomenon arose during a particular era due to the concerted efforts of individuals with ulterior motives. The primary figure among them was Luo Sheng's great-grandfather, his grandfather's grandfather. Thus, the Luo family's position in Great Xia was firmly established, unassailable by anyone. To speak somewhat irreverently, even Emperor Xia Jie of the current Great Xia dynasty would not dare to antagonize the Luo family. As long as the Luo family does not rebel, their lineage will endure, coexisting with the nation in perpetuity. As for Luo Sheng's sister, Luo Yao, her betrothal was purely a marriage arranged by Emperor Xia Jie to further consolidate the relationship between the two families. This union is an excellent choice for both sides. Thus, no one opposed it. Last year, my sister, Luo Yao, officially married Crown Prince Shiran, transforming into the coveted princess that every girl in the Great Xia yearns to be. Emily had previously shown little interest in the happenings within the Great Xia, and thus remained unaware of this event. However, upon learning of it, her composure faltered. No wonder when she expressed her desire to be with Luo Sheng, her family wholeheartedly supported her. Her father even encouraged her to bear Luo Sheng's child, if necessary. It seems they had been privy to these matters long before. "I never imagined your sister would become the crown princess of Great Xia. It's no surprise you prepared such a gift," Emily remarked, pouting. Luo Sheng retrieved the necklace and placed it back in the suitcase, stating that it was merely the most ordinary among all the gifts he had prepared for her. "You have more," Emily exclaimed, astonished. "What else would you expect?" Luo Sheng replied nonchalantly, "I wouldn't present a mere ruby necklace, valued at only a few million, to a crown princess." Emily, though taken aback, soon reconciled herself with the reality of their positions. After returning the necklace to the estate, and noticing that time was still on their side, Luo Sheng decided to take Emily for a tour of his horse farm, as he had not visited in some time. "Luo Sheng, I heard during school that you owned a thoroughbred. I can finally see it today?" Emily exclaimed excitedly as they reached the entrance of the farm. "Well, if you're interested, you can ride a couple of laps later," Luo Sheng replied. "However, as a member of the Melon family, do you find a thoroughbred horse to be such a rarity?" Emily cast a sidelong glance at Roshan before speaking. "Master Roshan, that is a thoroughbred horse, a commodity that is priceless and beyond mere valuation. I recall a few years ago, at an auction, a thoroughbred horse fetched a staggering final price of over $60 million. That amount could sustain my allowance for a decade." Roshan smiled, but chose to remain silent. The thoroughbred horse in the stable, without a doubt, was the very one Emily referred to. However, It was not acquired by Roshan, but rather a gift from another. The thoroughbred, a breed even more precious than the Arabian horse, is not merely defined by its pure lineage but by its classification as a distinct breed. Renowned worldwide for its remarkable speed over short distances, it holds the world record in speed, high jumping, and long jumping. The thoroughbred's innate sensitivity and exceptional athleticism have solidified its undeniable supremacy in flat racing. Within the facility, there are 5 stables, each housing a single horse. Roshan's thoroughbred is located in stable number 1. Upon his unexpected arrival, the grooms in the horse yard offered him their respectful greetings. Given Roshan's esteemed status, it was inconceivable for him to humbly enter the stable directly. He casually pointed to a groom and instructed, "Bring forth my thoroughbred. Miss Emily wishes to take a look." Shortly thereafter, a majestic brown stallion, with its powerful limbs radiating vitality and explosive potential, was led out of the stable by the groom. Emily approached excitedly, gently caressing the neck of the thoroughbred horse. Luo Shang, with his hands clasped behind his back, stepped forward and spoke slowly. "This horse possesses a gentle temperament. So if you fancy, you may mount it and give it a try." As he spoke, he gestured toward a nearby building, which housed an array of saddles in various designs, some brand new, available for you to don. Having received equestrian training since childhood, riding was an effortless endeavor for Emily. The rare sight of such a magnificent thoroughbred compelled her to seize the opportunity. "All right, just wait for me," she exclaimed, darting off to don her gear. Upon her return, equipped and ready, she beheld Luo Sheng already clad in his attire, astride another splendid white steed. His chiseled features, deep-set eyes, and robust physique exuded an aura of formidable confidence. Dressed in an exquisite white suit and atop the magnificent white horse, he smiled at her, illuminated by the golden hues of the setting sun. This scene instantly conjured images of the prince on a white horse from fairy tales, as if a storybook had leapt into reality, seamlessly merging the two. Noticing Emily momentarily lost in thought, Luo Sheng flicked his riding crop and teased, "Are you mesmerized?" No. I was just curious about how you mounted so effortlessly without any gear," Emily quickly replied, attempting to mask her awe. With a confident tilt of his head, Luo Sheng offered no explanation, merely applying slight pressure with his legs, prompting the white horse to stride forward a few paces. "Hurry and mount your horse. I wish to see your equestrian skills." The stableman led the thoroughbred horse to Emily's side. Emily gracefully mounted the horse and gently patted its neck, prompting the thoroughbred to begin a slow gallop. She adjusted her rhythm, gradually increasing her speed, and soon was racing across the field. Luo Sheng intentionally slowed down, allowing Emily to catch up. Once they were aligned, he skillfully guided his white horse while occasionally glancing over to admire Emily's spirited demeanor. It must be said that Emily possessed commendable riding skills, yet when compared to Luo Sheng, there was still a slight shortcoming. However, this was not a competition. They were simply reveling in the exhilarating sensation of riding. As the sun dipped below the horizon, they rode side by side, savoring the tranquility and beauty of the moment. Chapter 37. The fade in the shadows. After completing several laps around the expansive riding arena, a slightly fatigued Emily suggested returning to freshen up and rest. They agreed to reconvene in an hour to dine at the restaurant she had mentioned for lunch. Upon returning to the main residence, Luo Sheng indulged in a bath and, attended by the maid, donned a new blue suit. After a brief respite, he picked up Emily from the guest villa, and together they departed from Chiyun Mountain Villa. More than half an hour later, in the Gu family's beef offal restaurant, Luo Sheng surveyed his surroundings with a complex expression. He turned to Emily, his gaze unmistakably questioning. "Is this truly the delightful restaurant you spoke of?" It resembled nothing more than a roadside eatery. The entire establishment was not even half the size of the dining room in his own main residence. Given that it was mealtime, the restaurant was bustling with patrons, thriving in business. Unable to find a seat for the time being, he could only wait. Dressed in a bespoke suit worth millions, Luo Sheng sat in silence on a red plastic stool at the entrance of a beef offal restaurant. The air was thick with the pungent aroma of hot pot spices and the cacophony of lively chatter. Despite having been one of the common folk in his past life, the memories of his original self had transformed his mindset in this life. In the face of the once familiar atmosphere of bustling street food, he felt a peculiar sense of alienation. In contrast, Emily appeared brimming with anticipation, seemingly unfazed by the surrounding environment. Luo Sheng sighed inwardly. Indeed, she was a true food enthusiast. Sister Zhang at the bar also noticed the waiting duo, especially Emily, who made a lasting impression. After all, this foreign beauty had dined here just the previous night, and today she had brought a man along. To her, the young man resembled a character straight out of a television drama, exuding an aura of authority that, even while seated on a cheap plastic stool, conveyed an ineffable sense of superiority. After about 10 minutes of waiting, Han Yutong hurried over. Addressing Luo Sheng, who was engrossed in his phone, she said, "Brother, a table has opened up." The familiar voice reached Luo Sheng's ears, and he incredulously lifted his gaze to the waitress. How could it be her? Wasn't she studying at Donghai University? What was she doing here? Could it be that she, too, was caught in the web of the butterfly effect? Luo Sheng stared blankly at Han Yutong, the woman who had been his companion for 8 years in his past life. The other party still bore the same demeanor. Though compared to 8 years hence, there was a hint of youthful innocence, and her complexion appeared notably better. Memories of the final moment flooded his mind. Recalling the message that Han Yutong had sent him, even in that predicament, she still thought of him. "Sheng, there's a seat available. Let us go over." Emily's voice pulled Luo Sheng back from his reverie. He nodded slightly and silently made his way to the vacant seat. As he settled into the freshly cleared chair, Luo Sheng's gaze remained fixed on Han Yutong, who was pouring tea for herself. Han Yutong, sensing his intense scrutiny, shyly inquired, "Brother, do you need something?" "No. I merely find you somewhat familiar. Are you studying at Donghai University?" Luo Sheng asked, his eyes locked onto hers. Han Yutong looked at him in surprise. "How do you know I'm at Donghai University? Are you a student there too?" Upon hearing that she still attended Donghai University, it occurred to him that her presence here must be due to a part-time job. Luo Sheng recalled that Han Yutong had mentioned working part-time during her university days, though she had not elaborated. "I am not. I have merely visited Donghai University and must have seen you there," Luo Sheng replied nonchalantly. Han Yutong smiled slightly. "Oh? All right then. If you need anything, just call for me." With that, she turned and walked away. Luo Sheng was taken aback. It seemed that fate had indeed intertwined their paths. Merely accompanying Emily to a random restaurant had led to this encounter. Was it truly destiny at play? "Sheng, do you know that girl?" Emily asked once Han Yutong had departed. "I do not know her. She just seemed familiar, so I inquired," he responded. Regarding Han Yutong, Luo Sheng found himself unable to confide in anyone, choosing instead to deflect the matter. Emily glanced at Luo Sheng, who was absorbed in selecting his dish, and refrained from pressing further. Before long, their order of beef offal hot pot arrived, accompanied by an assortment of cooked and cold dishes. Han Yutong, carrying a plate of cucumber salad, was en route to their table when she unexpectedly slipped, momentarily losing her balance. Though she did not fall, the plate tilted perilously, spilling its contents all over Luo Sheng's arm. The half-sleeve of his suit was instantly marred by a large patch of grease. "I'm so sorry," Han Yutong exclaimed as she regained her footing. "What kind of service is this? You can't even carry a plate properly." Emily reprimanded angrily. "Are you all right? Did you twist your ankle?" Luo Sheng instinctively inquired, his tone laced with tenderness and concern, a sentiment he was unaware he had expressed. "I'm fine, I'm sorry. It was unintentional," Han Yutong replied anxiously. Sister Zhang at the bar noticed the commotion and hurried over. "Yutong, what happened? How did you manage to stain the customers' clothes like this?" she scolded upon arrival. Emily was poised to further criticize Han Yutong's blunder, but Luo Sheng's mere glance silenced her. Turning to Han Yutong, he stated calmly, "It's all right. It's just a piece of clothing. You may continue with your duties." Seeing that the customer had no intention of pursuing the matter further, Sister Zhang opted for the path of least resistance. She first apologized to Luo Sheng, then advised Han Yutong to be more careful next time, before returning to the bar counter on her own. Han Yutong, with a look of regret, glanced at the oil-stained sleeve of his suit. She bit her lip and said, "Brother, why don't you take off your jacket? I can help you take it to the dry cleaners later. Just give me your contact information, and once it's cleaned, I'll return it to you." Luo Sheng intended to refuse, but upon seeing Han Yutong's displayed WeChat QR code, he inexplicably added her as a friend and removed his jacket. After taking the suit jacket, Han Yutong apologized once more and then departed. Emily cast a discontented glance at Luo Sheng. "Why did you let her off so easily? That suit is quite expensive." Luo Sheng responded in a calm tone, "It's fine, it can be cleaned. Besides, do you really expect a mere restaurant server to compensate for it?" With the last remark, his expression turned noticeably stern. Emily was perplexed. After all, she was just a waitress, so why should Luo Sheng be so courteous? Yet, His gaze unmistakably conveyed that the matter was settled. Chapter 38. The High Cost of Dry Cleaning. After the meal, Luo Shang, who had initially intended to take Emily to the Golden Earl, lost his enthusiasm. He simply returned Emily to the manor and then made his way to the private bar in the basement of the main residence. In the dimly lit bar, Luo Shang sat alone at the counter, a freshly mixed cocktail before him, his gaze fixated on his phone, lost in thought over Han Yutong's WeChat profile picture. Casually, I opened her moments. Fortunately, she had not imposed any restrictions, allowing me to view nearly a year's worth of updates. The most recent post was from today, October 25th. Family, who understands? My meal card has run out of money, accompanied by a pitiful image. On October 19th, how infuriating, I have developed a pimple, paired with a selfie taken in the bathroom, though her phone obscured her face. On October 12th, I still prefer the solitude of the library, accompanied by a photo of a library desk, featuring an open book and a pink cup. On October 7th, classes start tomorrow, I feel so down. On October 5th, day 3 of my journey, my legs no longer feel like my own, sobbing. On October 4th, day 2 of my journey, indulging in all sorts of delicacies, there's simply too much to eat. On October 3rd, day 1 of my journey, the capybara is utterly adorable. On September 30th, tomorrow is a holiday, I'm so happy. Let the celebrations begin. Having perused nearly a year's worth of her posts, Luo Shang finally exited her moments. It was still that familiar feeling, the familiar her. After taking a sip of his drink, Luo Shang glanced at his watch. It was nearly 10 o'clock. He surmised she must have returned to her dorm after work. Just as he pondered this, his phone vibrated abruptly. It was a message from Han Yutong. Yutong, I'm sorry for today. Tomorrow during the day, I will take your clothes for dry cleaning. Luo Shang stared at the message in astonishment. He hadn't anticipated that Han Yutong would reach out to him. After pondering for a moment, he ultimately decided to respond. Oh, is the matter of the clothes urgent? Have you finished work? Yutong. Yes, I just returned to my dormitory. Oh, what year are you in at Donghai University? Yutong. I am in my 3rd year. Oh, what is your major? Yutong. I am majoring in language and literature, as I have a particular fondness for literary works. This indeed aligns well with Yutong's character. Even after many years of marriage, she still enjoys reading books and occasionally writes during her leisure time. Oh, you have a strong scholarly aura. This major suits you well. Yutong. Haha. Thank you. Yutong. I truly appreciate your help today. Without you, I would not know what to do. Oh, it's just a trivial matter. No need to dwell on it. Yutong. It's getting late, so I won't disturb your rest any further. I will contact you once the clothes are washed. Oh, all right, goodbye. After their simple conversation, Luo Shang felt that perhaps this serendipitous encounter was fate guiding him in making choices. What must be faced will eventually need to be confronted. Putting away his phone, Luo Shang stood up and left the bar, heading towards the SBA room. The following noon, after finishing her morning classes, Han Yutong picked up the bag containing Luo Shang's suit jacket and made her way to a dry cleaner outside the campus. Upon entering the shop, the owner greeted her, saying, "Student, are you here to have clothes cleaned?" Han Yutong nodded and replied, "Could you please let me know how much it would cost to dry clean this jacket?" With that, she took the suit jacket from the bag and handed it to the owner. As soon as the boss's hands made contact with the fabric of the suit, he discerned an anomaly. The texture was unmistakably that of a high-quality worsted wool, far from ordinary. Laying the suit flat upon the table, he began to examine it meticulously. After a full 2 minutes had elapsed, just as Han Yutong assumed the stains on the sleeves would prove difficult to cleanse, the boss finally spoke. "My dear student, this suit cannot possibly belong to you, can it?" Han Yutong nodded in agreement. It was evident that this was a men's suit, and it could not be hers. However, the boss's implication was decidedly different. With an air of excitement, he continued, "This is a bespoke suit crafted from pure worsted wool, featuring the utmost in cutting and workmanship. Do you see these buttons adorned with the letter L? Even these seemingly inconspicuous buttons are custom-made. Yet, I am unfamiliar with the fabric encasing the button's base. It appears to be some rare leather. Nevertheless, the golden metallic elements and the gemstones embedded within are genuine gold and authentic jewels. Each of these buttons alone holds considerable value, though I cannot specify the exact worth. Therefore, my dear student, from where did you acquire this garment?" Upon uttering these words, the dry cleaner's gaze towards Han Yutong shifted noticeably. She appeared merely to be an ordinary university student, utterly incapable of possessing such a prestigious custom suit. Han Yutong was taken aback. beginning to realize that this suit must indeed be of high caliber, likely worth several thousand yuan. To her astonishment, the garment was indeed of such exquisite quality that even a mere button was customized. "Boss, this is a client's item from my part-time job. I accidentally stained their sleeve last night, so..." Han Yutong's face flushed crimson, and she hesitated to continue. Such a refined piece of clothing, now tarnished by her actions, would be disastrous if she could not restore it. The boss pondered for a moment, choosing to trust Han Yutong's words. "Given that you are a student, I shall not charge you excessively." He promptly raised 5 fingers, announcing, 5,000. "I can ensure this garment is cleaned impeccably." Han Yutong's eyes widened in disbelief. "How much?" 5,000. "My entire fortune barely amounts to 300. How could I possibly afford that?" "Boss, surely there's been a mistake. It's merely dry cleaning a single garment." The boss shook his head, stating, "This is already a reduced price. If the owner were to come in, I would demand at least 10,000. You must understand, cleaning such an item is not akin to ordinary garments. The intricacies involved are numerous. A moment's inattention could lead to losses that would require selling my establishment to cover." Han Yutong's heart sank. She never anticipated that the cost of dry cleaning a single item could rival the price of a garment she would consider quite fine. Clenching her fists, she gritted her teeth and replied, "Very well, boss. Please proceed with the cleaning. How long do you estimate it will take?" The boss pondered for a moment, glanced at the stains on his sleeve, and then said, 3 days will suffice. This is the fastest I can manage. Come back in 3 days to collect it. However, let me be candid. If you cannot produce the funds by then, I shall not allow you to take the garment. Chapter 39. Borrowing money for laundry. Upon returning to her dormitory, Han Yutong found herself in a state of despair. 5,000 yuan may not seem like a substantial sum. Yet for a university student in her 3rd year, it was indeed a daunting challenge to procure such an amount in a short span. Even attempting to borrow from classmates within 3 days felt akin to chasing a mirage. Directly asking her parents for the money posed its own complications, as she could not adequately explain its purpose. Her part-time job had always been met with their disapproval. Their belief was that since she was in university, she should devote her full attention to her studies. The family was not in dire financial straits that necessitated her assistance. Nevertheless, Han Yutong, being a young woman, harbored her own desires for beautiful bags and the latest smartphones. Witnessing her peers possess such items stirred within her a longing for the same. The 2,000 yuan monthly allowance from her parents barely covered her everyday expenses, especially in a city like Donghai, which was known for its exorbitant costs of living. Lacking the means to request further support from her parents, she resolved to seek alternatives. Thus, Han Yutong picked up her phone. After much hesitation, she could not bring herself to demand the 100 yuan that Lu Jiejia had transferred to her the previous day. Instead, she sent a message to her close friend. "Gu Shanshan, would you be able to lend me 5,000 yuan? I will repay you once I receive my salary." After approximately 2 minutes, Gu Shanshan sent a message. With a hint of late curiosity, she inquired, "What's wrong? Have you found someone?" Following up, she asked, "Who is it?" Han Yutong, upon reading Gu Shanshan's message, felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. "You're the one who has found someone. I haven't even been in a relationship." "So what are you talking about?" Shanshan retorted. "Then why do you need so much money?" Han Yutong briefly explained the situation, including the extravagant nature of the suit in question. Shanshan responded, "No way, how unfortunate that this happened to you." She continued, "But I don't have that much on me. My allowance from my mom this month is barely over 4,000. If you need it, I can transfer you 4,000. Yutong replied, "All right, transfer that to me first. I'll figure out a way for the remaining 1,000. After receiving the 4,000 yuan from Gu Shanshan, Han Yutong borrowed a few hundred from several roommates, finally gathering a total of 5,000 yuan. As she gazed at her balance, now exceeding 5,000, a mix of emotions swirled within her. The individual from last night appeared to be relatively young, likely of the same generation as herself. Yet, the dry cleaning cost of just one garment was staggering. The disparity was indeed profound. Driven by curiosity, Han Yutong decided to explore the individual's social media profile for the first time, eager to uncover more. However, upon opening it, she discovered a blank slate. The only semblance of information was the background image at the top of the profile, a photograph of someone seated on a lavish sofa before a grand floor-to-ceiling window. The owner of the photograph gracefully holds a goblet filled with red wine, turning to gaze at the scenery beyond the floor-to-ceiling window, embodying a sense of tranquility. As the viewer cannot see his face, It remains uncertain whether he is the young man from the previous night. At that moment, Han Yutong's roommate enters the dormitory. Yutong, didn't you go out for lunch? You're back so soon? Yes, I just had to handle a few matters and returned moments ago, Han Yutong replies, simultaneously exiting Luo Xing's social media circle and tucking her phone back into her pocket. Have you eaten yet? Her roommate inquires. Not yet. Perfect. I just came back to grab my meal card. Shall we go together? Sure, Han Yutong responds, and together they leave the dormitory, heading towards the cafeteria. Time swiftly passes, and within a mere 3 days, the moment has arrived. On this particular afternoon, sunlight bathes the campus as Han Yutong, having just concluded her classes, steps out of the classroom with a lively gait. Suddenly, a melodious ringtone disrupts the tranquility. She pulls out her phone to find that it is a call from the dry cleaner. The owner informs her that her clothes are ready for collection. 10 minutes later, upon arriving at the shop, Han Yutong transfers the previously agreed sum of 5,000 yuan to the owner. After confirming the transaction, the owner smiles and advises, Dear student, I must remind you that this garment is exceptionally precious. Once you take it home, please ensure to keep it safe and, ideally, return it to its rightful owner as soon as possible. Han Yutong makes a point to inspect the clothing, noticing that all stains have vanished completely. Moreover, the garments emanated a subtle yet refreshing fragrance, invigorating the senses. The proprietor of the dry cleaning establishment thoughtfully retrieved a special bag designed for suits from behind the counter. With utmost care, Han Yutong placed the attire into the bag and inquired of the owner, If I may ask, how much would such a piece be worth? For days, Han Yutong had been pondering a question, although she was aware that the garment was a bespoke, high-end creation of considerable value. Her curiosity lingered regarding the exact worth of such an item, which warranted exorbitant dry cleaning fees. The owner stroked his chin, somewhat uncertain, and remarked, This is my first encounter with such elite custom tailoring, so I cannot provide an exact figure. However, judging by the materials and craftsmanship alone, it should be valued at least 400,000 to 500,000. Upon hearing that the price might start at 400,000 to 500,000, Han Yutong instinctively tightened her grip on the bag. Such an amount could easily cover a down payment for a house back in her hometown of Luqing. After leaving the dry cleaning shop, Han Yutong dared not linger and immediately sent a message to Luo Sheng. Yutong, hello, I have had the clothes cleaned. Please send me your location, and I will deliver them now. At that moment, Luo Sheng, dining with Emily at Guantang restaurant, received Han Yutong's message. After a moment of contemplation, a smile graced his lips as he composed a response. I'll come to you. Please send me your location. Yutong, alright. Yutong, WeChat location XXXXX. Noticing that Han Yutong's location was near Donghai University, approximately 10 kilometers from his current position, he prepared to set out. I will arrive in about 10 minutes. Rain Tong, then I will wait for you here. Putting away his phone, Luo Sheng wiped his mouth with a towel and said to Emily, I have an urgent matter to attend to and must step out. This afternoon, I will have Mengqing accompany you. Emily, somewhat disappointed, replied, Didn't you promise to go to the movies with me this afternoon? Luo Sheng showed no intention of pausing, donning his coat as he said, Miss Emily, please be mindful of your words. I am under no obligation to accompany anyone, and no one has the right to demand anything of me. Do you understand? After speaking, Luo Sheng dialed Mengqing's number. Arranged for Mengqing to accompany Miss Emily this afternoon at Guantang banquet. Before Mengqing could respond, Luo Sheng hung up and exited the private room, leaving Emily alone. Her gaze complex as she looked at the table laden with dishes. Chapter 40. I do not have a boyfriend outside the door. Chen Tai and a group of bodyguards awaited. Upon seeing Luo Sheng emerge, they all bowed their heads in greeting. Sir, have you finished your lunch? Chen Tai inquired, puzzled. They had only been inside for a little over half an hour, and the dishes had only started arriving a mere 10 minutes ago. Yes, I have an urgent matter. Hand me the car keys. I will drive myself, and you take a few people in another car to follow. Chen Tai was momentarily taken aback, then promptly retrieved the keys to the Rolls-Royce from his pocket and handed them to Luo Sheng with both hands. Observing the keys in Chen Tai's hand, Luo Sheng pushed his hand aside. Give me the keys to the Mercedes. The Rolls-Royce Phantom was undeniably ostentatious. Thus, Luo Sheng had no intention of driving it. Conversely, the Mercedes-Benz G-Class that Chen Tai and the others drove was far more understated. Sir, this. Chen Tai opened his mouth, wishing to dissuade but hesitated to voice his concerns. What? Do you expect me to retrieve it myself? Luo Sheng remarked nonchalantly. I wouldn't dare, sir. Please keep it safe. Upon hearing Luo Sheng's words, Chuntai hurriedly extracted the key to the Mercedes from another's pocket, bowing deeply as he presented it with both hands. After Han Yutong sent the message to Luo Sheng, she anxiously awaited his response, uncertain whether he would be satisfied upon receiving the garment. She pondered how she would address the situation should he request compensation, despite his repeated assurances that it was of no consequence. She interpreted this as a sign of his refinement, rather than an attempt to diminish the significance of the clothing. After all, it was a piece valued in the hundreds of thousands. Who could truly be indifferent? In truth, garments like this were disposable to Luo Sheng. At times, he would change outfits even before wearing them for a full day. While Han Yutong was lost in her thoughts, a sudden honking noise broke her reverie. She turned to see an SUV towering above her, its prominent three-pointed star emblem catching the eye. Luo Sheng emerged from the vehicle, a smile gracing his face as he approached her. Apologies for keeping you waiting. Han Yutong gently shook her head, carefully offering the bag containing the clothing. It's no trouble at all. I have inconvenienced you, making you come in person. Luo Sheng casually accepted the bag without a glance, tossing it directly onto the back seat of the car. Upon witnessing the scene, Han Yutong instinctively wished to caution him to exercise some care. But the words lingered on her lips before being swallowed back. Instead, she inquired, "Aren't you going to take a look?" "No need. It's merely a piece of clothing." Luo Sheng replied with a nonchalant demeanor. "But what about you? Have you had lunch yet?" Han Yutong was taken aback by the sudden question, but managed to respond. "Not yet. I was just about to head to the school cafeteria. What if you treat me to a meal?" Luo Sheng suggested unexpectedly. "Treat you to a meal?" Han Yutong's tone reflected her surprise. Luo Sheng nodded. "Indeed. After all, that garment of mine is quite valuable. Because of you. I not only lacked a jacket last night, but also made this needless trip. Out of both reason and sentiment, you should certainly treat me to a meal." Han Yutong found his reasoning quite compelling. However, being financially constrained, she was at a loss as to where to take him. Before she could respond, Luo Sheng continued. "Let us go to the cafeteria at Donghai University. I have always wanted to try it." In a previous life, when they were in love, Han Yutong had taken Luo Sheng back to her alma mater, and they had dined there once. This visit could be considered a nostalgic return. Han Yutong was surprised that he would suggest going to the school cafeteria. If that were the case, she could certainly manage the expense. "All right, then. Let us go," Han Yutong said timidly. In the car, Han Yutong occupied the passenger seat, stealing glances at Luo Sheng from the corner of her eye. He remained clad in a suit that exuded sophistication, and on his wrist, he wore a watch whose brand was indiscernible. He gripped the steering wheel with one hand. His gaze fixed ahead, and an air of confidence radiated from him, as if he held the world in his grasp. Such demeanor was something she had never witnessed in the boys at school. In fact, while driving, Luo Sheng was also discreetly observing her through the rearview mirror. Noticing her silence, he initiated the conversation. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Luo Sheng." "Oh, I am Han Yutong. Pleased to meet you," she replied. "Yutong, what prompted you to take a part-time job at the restaurant? Are you in need of money?" Luo Sheng inquired. Han Yutong sat somewhat awkwardly, responding, "Not exactly. I mainly wish to have a bit more spending money." According to Luo Sheng's knowledge, Han Yutong's parents were merely ordinary employees, with a monthly household income of approximately 20,000 yuan. While this did not classify them as wealthy, it should suffice for normal living expenses. "Spending money? Don't your parents provide you with any?" Luo Sheng asked. Feeling somewhat embarrassed by his question, Han Yutong replied, "They do, but it's just not quite enough." At this point, Luo Sheng understood. A slight smile appeared on his lips. This was a common issue among many ordinary university students today, as their parents often believed that their children's expenses at school were limited to food, assuming that 2,000 to 3,000 yuan a month would be entirely sufficient. Little did they realize that university life is a microcosm of society, complete with social groups and interactions. Where there are groups and socializing, there inevitably arise additional expenses, unless one is a solitary individual. This might be manageable in a regular county or provincial capital, but, however, if the city where one attends school is a first-tier city, or an ultra-first-tier city like Donghai, it is perhaps best to remain indoors. Otherwise, one might find oneself in a situation akin to Han Yutong, opting for a part-time job to earn some extra living expenses, which could also be considered a form of personal development. The vehicle soon arrived at the entrance of Donghai University, and after parking, Luo Sheng and Han Yutong entered the campus together. As they strolled along the paths of Donghai University, Han Yutong gazed at the distinguished Luo Sheng and curiously inquired, Luo Sheng, what do you do? You appear to be around my age, yet you drive such an exquisite car and wear tailored suits. Anticipating this question, Luo Sheng smiled and replied, my family runs a business. As for myself, I am merely a free spirit. No wonder, she remarked. But you seem quite different from those wealthy second-generation individuals I see online. By the way, was that your girlfriend who joined us for dinner the other night? For some inexplicable reason, Han Yutong felt an unusual tension as she posed this question. Not quite. I would say she is just a casual friend. Luo Sheng answered without hesitation. He then followed up with a question of his own. What about you? If you're in need of living expenses, hasn't he, your boyfriend, offered to help? Han Yutong lowered her head and gently shook it. I do not have a boyfriend. Luo Sheng chuckled inwardly. Knowing full well that she was indeed single, having never even dated anyone prior to meeting him. Thus, the two continued their conversation as they walked, soon arriving at the dining hall. Chapter 41. I need to clear the scene. The campus dining hall at Donghai University surpasses many others in both ambience and variety of offerings. Being a campus establishment, the prices are also exceptionally reasonable. Luo Sheng and his companions opted for some snacks, engaging in lively conversation throughout. Whether it was the striking appearance of the other or an innate charm, Han Yutong was momentarily enveloped in a sense of familiarity with the man before her, as if they had shared many years together. With the afternoon free of classes, they strolled leisurely around the campus after lunch. Along their path, they encountered numerous pairs of young lovers, embracing or holding hands, unmistakably displaying their affection. The atmosphere between them felt somewhat awkward, prompting Han Yutong to suggest a visit to the library. However, Luo Sheng promptly dismissed her idea. Forget the library. If you have no plans this afternoon, why not accompany me to the mall? The mall? Yes, I happen to need to purchase a few items. Would you join me? Faced with such an invitation, Han Yutong instinctively wanted to decline. After all, they had only known each other for a few days. Strictly speaking, just over an hour ago, they were mere strangers. Yet, the familiarity Luo Sheng exuded was so profound that she nearly forgot the brevity of their acquaintance. Luo Sheng, that might not be appropriate for us. Luo Sheng gazed earnestly into Han Yutong's eyes, softly replying, trust me, today I shall provide you with a distinctly different experience. After today, you may contemplate other matters. Well, let this be a compensation for his trip today. Han Yutong mused silently. All right, shall we set off now? Let us go. With that, Luo Sheng proceeded toward the parking area. In the underground parking garage of the Jingtai Central Plaza, Luo Sheng expertly maneuvered the vehicle into a parking space. The choice of this location was not merely for the benefit of his own enterprise. Rather, Jingtai Central Plaza is, in essence, a pinnacle of high-end commerce in Donghai, showcasing a plethora of prestigious luxury brands from around the globe. From fashion labels such as Chanel, Givenchy, and Armani, to handbag icons like Hermès, Louis Vuitton, and Gucci, and extending to the realms of horology and jewelry with names like Patek Philippe, Vacheron Constantin, Bulgari, and Cartier. Each brand boasts its flagship store here. Interestingly, among these luxury brands, Luo Sheng himself has a stake, for Louis Vuitton, Givenchy, Bulgari, and Dior are all subsidiaries of the LVMH group. In pursuit of a stable supply of Krug champagne, Luo Sheng leveraged his financial prowess to become the second largest shareholder of LVMH, following the Arnault family. One might argue that this is an act of indulgent consumption or an investment strategy. Regardless, for Luo Sheng, the ultimate pursuit is simply to have a glass of Krug champagne presented to him whenever he desires. As he walked into Jingtai Central Plaza, Han Yutong gazed at the dazzling array of luxury brands. In an instant, a wave of inferiority surged within her. Had it not been for Luo Sheng's presence beside her, she might have turned on her heel and left immediately. Though she had been in Donghai for 3 years, this was her first visit to this particular establishment. It was not that she had never ventured out to explore shopping malls, but rather that certain places inherently exuded an aura that kept a considerable number of people at bay. Sensing the apprehension of the person beside her, Luo Sheng gently patted her back and bestowed upon her a confident smile, as if to convey, relax, everything is under control. Thus, Han Yutong followed Luo Sheng into a flagship Hermès store. Upon entering, the sales associate, noticing their distinguished attire, promptly greeted them with respect. Welcome to Hermès. How may I assist you? Luo Sheng bypassed the sales associate and led Han Yutong to the lounge area to sit down. Observing the scattered customers within the store, he addressed the attentive sales associate. I do not engage in shopping with unrelated parties. Very well, sir. Would you like us to prepare the VIP room for you? The sales associate assumed he must be a VIP, albeit puzzled as to why he had not made a reservation prior to his arrival. However, Luo Sheng replied nonchalantly, "No, I require the space to be cleared." The primary aim of clearing the area was to avert any unnecessary complications, preventing the unfolding of melodramatic scenes of contention. The sales associate gazed in astonishment at the gentleman before him. It was evident that this man was not of ordinary stature, especially with his impeccably tailored suit that few could don. Nevertheless, the sales associate maintained his courtesy, saying, "I apologize, sir, but all individuals entering the store are our customers. I hope for your understanding." Even Han Yutong, standing beside him, cautiously tugged at Luo Sheng's clothing. Who could be so domineering as to demand the clearing of a space while shopping? No amount of wealth could justify such behavior. Yet, Luo Sheng responded with indifference. "I am a VC of Hermes, entitled to request a clearance." As Han Yutong pondered the meaning of VC, wondering why it was not simply VIP, the SA's attitude underwent a dramatic transformation. She immediately bowed and said, "Apologies, esteemed VC. This is indeed your prerogative. May I kindly request your membership account for registration?" While she framed it as registration, it was, in truth, a verification of authenticity. Upon receiving Luo Sheng's membership details, the SA proceeded to document them. Meanwhile, another SA approached with 2 cups of tea, saying, "Sir, madam, please enjoy some water." Before long, the previous SA returned, her gaze towards Luo Sheng now utterly transformed, almost reverent. "Esteemed Mr. Luo, on behalf of the Hermes flagship store at Jingtai Center, I extend my heartfelt welcome to you." Her greeting was palpably more respectful than before. Sensing the shift, Han Yutong could not help but inquire of Luo Sheng, "So, is VSE a rank higher than VIP?" Luo Sheng's lips curled slightly in a smile, yet he remained silent. The SA beside them interjected, explaining, "Mr. Luo is not only a VC, but also a globally invited VC of Hermes. There are only a handful of individuals in the world who attain such a level. It is not merely the accumulation of consumption that grants access. Rather, only those recognized as esteemed clients by high-end brands globally receive direct invitations. Once invited, one effectively becomes a very important client for all luxury brands. In other words, Mr. Luo, not only is he the most distinguished guest of Hermes, but also the most esteemed guest among all brands present in this hall." Han Yutong was rendered speechless by this explanation, her gaze fixed intently on Luo Sheng, who maintained an unwavering expression throughout. Only after the SA concluded did he speak, "Is the explanation finished? Then please clear the room." Chapter 42. Do you like it? Among the myriad of brands in the luxury sector, the number of VIC members constitutes a mere 2 to 3 of the total membership. This represents an exceedingly rarefied group. However, this small cadre accounts for over 50 of the annual sales for these brands. It is no exaggeration to say that they encompass more than half of the global luxury market. The premier luxury brands are acutely aware of this fact and regard these clients as their benefactors. It is their continuous purchasing power that enables these brands to thrive amidst the increasingly fierce market competition. Consequently, an array of privileges is readily bestowed upon them. Before any luxury brand launches a new product, it will first be curated by the VIC members. This selection process may occur through private consultations or within exclusive lounges, ensuring that ordinary VIPs or non-members do not witness it. Once the VIC members have made their selections, the brand will place the remaining items in the store's display window as new offerings for the season. Luo Sheng was well aware of this. However, time was of the essence today, and it was not the season for new releases. Therefore, he could only bring Han Yutong to the store to browse and purchase some items. The sales associate quickly ushered all unrelated personnel out of the store. As for the methods employed, Luo Sheng paid them no mind. The sales associate, now backed by Luo Sheng's side, stood respectfully and announced, "Mr. Luo, the store is now cleared. You may begin selecting your preferred items." Luo Sheng gestured with his chin towards Han Yutong, saying, "Go ahead. Help me choose a few women's bags that you like." "Me? Aren't you the one shopping?" Han Yutong asked, pointing to herself in confusion. Luo Sheng replied with a faint smile, "Indeed, I am the one making the purchase, but I would like you to assist me in the selection." "Is there a problem with that? But I haven't bought these before." Han Yutong stammered. "Just choose what you like. I trust your judgment. And do not worry about the price." With that, Luo Sheng nonchalantly settled into a chair, engrossed in his phone. Han Yutong took a deep breath, thinking to herself, "After all, He isn't lacking in money. I might as well serve as his advisor. She rose to her feet and, amidst the sales associate's respectful guidance, slowly approached the display case filled with bags. Her eyes swept over the exquisite collection of handbags, a mix of anxiety and exhilaration swelling within her. This was her inaugural experience in a luxury boutique, unabashedly selecting items. The bags radiated an enchanting luster, each piece resembling a work of art. Any woman, when faced with such opulence, would find herself momentarily entranced, and Han Yutong was no exception. Her fingers lightly caressed a crocodile-embossed Birkin bag. After a moment's hesitation, she decided to take it. Subsequently, she became enamored with a petite Kelly bag. The sales associate stood by, smiling as she elucidated the unique features and craftsmanship of each bag. Yet Han Yutong primarily relied on her intuition for her selections. After choosing 5 exquisite pieces, she returned to Luo Sheng. He glanced up from his phone, a look of satisfaction evident in his eyes. Very good, you have an excellent eye. Really? Then you decide which one to buy. I think they are all quite splendid. Observing Han Yutong's enamored expression, Luo Sheng rose, retrieving his black gold card from his pocket. Since you find them all delightful, let us have them all packaged. You want them all? Han Yutong exclaimed, her mouth agape. She had just glanced at the price tags, and even the least expensive one was priced at 58,000. I'm not one to hesitate in my choices. If I like it and it fits, I take it all. The sales associate accepted the black gold card, her face lighting up with joy as she swiftly proceeded with the transaction. Han Yutong, still in shock, whispered to Luo Sheng, "This is quite extravagant." Luo Sheng shrugged. "For me, this is merely a part of everyday expenditure." After completing the purchase formalities, the sales assistant returned the black gold card to Mr. Luo Sheng, saying, "Mr. Luo, your total expenditure today amounts to 473,000 yuan. Here is your card. Additionally, would you prefer these bags to be delivered to your doorstep? Or would you like to take them with you now?" Luo Sheng accepted the black gold card and casually remarked, "Please keep this young lady's contact information and have her reach out to you later." With that, he stepped toward the exit. The sales assistant took out her phone and smiled at Han Yutong, saying, "Madam, shall I add you on WeChat? You can contact me directly afterward." "Oh, okay," Han Yutong responded, perplexed by Luo Sheng's insistence on obtaining her contact details, yet she complied. Meanwhile, she pondered, why do I feel like I've become his little assistant? After leaving her mess, Luo Sheng guided Han Yutong through visits to brands such as Chanel, Givenchy, and Louis Vuitton, employing the same strategy of clearing the space before shopping. Each time, Han Yutong took the lead, trying on clothes and purchasing items according to her size. Ultimately, the contact information left behind was always hers. Gradually, Luo Sheng ceased to request her assistance by saying, "Help me choose," and instead began to ask, "Do you enjoy wearing dresses? Or do you like high heels?" Han Yutong realized that these items could very well be intended for her. However, Luo Sheng did not explicitly state this, nor did she confront him about it. Instead, her emotions began to spiral into confusion. It is worth noting that within this brief span of just over an hour, their total purchases had amassed nearly 3 million yuan. If this truly corresponds to her suspicions, it would be utterly astonishing. It is evident that the two of them were previously unacquainted. Could it be that he harbors an interest in me? Or perhaps there are ulterior motives at play. Surely, it is improbable that a girl would share the same clothing and shoe size as her. As they emerged from the final shop, Luo Sheng suddenly inquired whether she favored watches or bracelets. Han Yutong, preoccupied with contemplating his intentions, was caught off guard by the question and instinctively replied, "I prefer bracelets." The moment the words escaped her lips, she sensed the ensuing predicament. Indeed, the next instant, Luo Sheng halted, pointing towards the Bulgari jewelry store ahead, suggesting they venture inside. Han Yutong glanced around, pondering the coincidence. Was it mere happenstance that she had just expressed her fondness for bracelets, and they fortuitously arrived here? Or did he intend to bring her here all along before posing his question? Upon entering the Bulgari boutique, the atmosphere was swiftly cleared. Resigned, Han Yutong approached the bracelet display, captivated by the dazzling array of shimmering pieces. Her gaze was drawn to a delicate chain adorned with sapphires, compelling her to request the attendant to present it for her inspection. The moment she slipped the bracelet onto her wrist, Luo Sheng leaned closer to her profile, softly murmuring, "This one suits you beautifully." Instantly, Han Yutong felt a subtle blush creep onto her cheeks, her heart racing in response. Chapter 43. A Man Whom Women Cannot Resist. After exiting Bulgari, Han Yutong appeared somewhat dazed, for adorning her wrist was a sapphire bracelet worth several tens of thousands. I recall you mentioning at noon that you obtained your driver's license last year, did you not? The voice of Luo Sheng reached Han Yutong's ears. Han Yutong nodded slightly. Well, then, accompany me to the 4S shop to purchase a car. Han Yutong said uncertainly. So, it's me helping you choose again? Of course. Your taste surpasses mine. As I mentioned, I am not accustomed to selecting items, Luo Sheng replied with a smile. As the two settled into the luxurious Mercedes-Benz G-Class, Luo Sheng turned on the engine. Han Yutong, fiddling with the bracelet on her right wrist, glanced away and said, Actually, those bags and clothes were all intended for me, weren't they? A brief silence enveloped the car. This stillness only served to affirm Han Yutong's inquiry. Summoning her courage, she turned to Luo Sheng, intending to speak, only to find him gazing back at her. An inexplicable flutter stirred within her heart. Yet she struggled to steady her breath, pondering why he would gift her these items when they were previously strangers. Because I like you, Luo Sheng fixed his gaze on the young woman before him. You like me? But we have only just met, Han Yutong replied in confusion. Since we are already engaged in conversation, Luo Sheng decided to turn off the engine. Taking a deep breath, he stated matter-of-factly, Is that not permissible? But Han Yutong wished to continue the dialogue. Yet her attention was captivated by a necklace Luo Sheng retrieved from his pocket. It was a dazzling diamond necklace. Its exquisite and unique design featuring each diamond seemingly set to perfection, reflecting one another's brilliance and exuding enchanting radiance. At the very end of the necklace hung a jadeite of pigeon egg size, glimmering with a mesmerizing hue. The necklace exudes an air of mystery and nobility, rendering one utterly enchanted. This was the choice I made for you while you were admiring the bracelet just moments ago. Do you like it? Luo Sheng held the ends of the necklace with both hands, his words seemingly imbued with magic, compelling Han Yutong to nod unconsciously. With a gentle smile, he brought the necklace closer to her fair neck, preparing to adorn her with it. At that moment, Han Yutong's mind was a blank slate. As Luo Sheng approached, she could feel his breath brushing against her cheek, causing her body to tremble involuntarily. Allowing him to place the necklace around her neck, they locked eyes once more. Luo Sheng gazed with satisfaction at the girl before him, her cheeks flushed with shyness. She was truly beautiful, and it suited her perfectly. Now tell me, do you still think it unfeasible? Han Yutong's thoughts were in complete disarray, her mind engulfed in a battle of conflicting emotions. Yutong, you have only known him for less than a day. You don't even know who he truly is. Yutong, he is so exceptional, far beyond the boys at school. If you let this chance slip away, you will surely regret it in the future. Yutong, do not be deceived by his glamorous exterior. He might just be toying with you. Yutong, consider the bags and clothes you purchased today. How many strive a lifetime and cannot afford them? Do you not wish to live such a life in the future? Yutong, even if you rely on yourself, you can lead a prosperous life. Believe in yourself. Yutong, why not give it a try? It's merely a romance. You are already a grown woman, capable of engaging in love. Yutong, do not acquiesce. Women can never resist the allure of something that sparkles, just as Europe can never be devoid of its sacred city. She gently caressed the necklace around her neck, savoring its cool and tangible touch. Her gaze began to grow hazy, and her breath gradually quickened. I too wished not to concede, yet it truly is exquisite. Is it not? Ultimately, under the fervent gaze of Luo Sheng, Han Yutong nodded. Upon witnessing her assent, a subtle smile graced Luo Sheng's lips. In that moment, the trajectories of their two worlds finally intersected, alleviating a lingering concern within Luo Sheng's heart. He extended his palm, softly clasping Han Yutong's delicate hand. She did not withdraw, albeit feeling somewhat unaccustomed. After all, this was her first intimate contact with a boy since she had come to understanding. Do not overthink it. In the days to come, you shall not regret the decision made today. Having regained her composure, Han Yutong softly inquired, What shall we do next? Luo Sheng restarted the vehicle, stating, Did I not mention? We are heading to the 4S shop to look at cars. You shall choose, and I shall purchase. Arriving at the Porsche 4S dealership, upon disembarking, Han Yutong's initial reaction upon realizing Luo Sheng had brought her here to select a car was to refuse. Even as a girl devoid of much knowledge, she was well aware of the Porsche brand. To this, Luo Sheng reiterated, Select whatever pleases you. The price is not a concern you need to ponder. Luo Sheng's audacity and carefree demeanor left Han Yutong utterly enchanted. Do not say that she is merely a young girl who has had little exposure to society. Even those married women, when confronted with such a situation, often find themselves ensnared. Upon entering the 4S dealership, Luo Sheng personally guided Han Yutong as they explored their surroundings. When they arrived at a wine-red Porsche 911, Luo Sheng gestured for her to take a seat and experience it for herself. Sit inside and see how it feels. If you like it, we can purchase it for your use, he declared, his tone devoid of any suggestion of negotiation. Although Han Yutong felt somewhat unaccustomed to this assertiveness, she secretly relished this passive sensation. With great care, Han Yutong settled into the car, savoring the comfort of the leather interior. She nervously grasped the steering wheel, a flicker of excitement igniting within her. She had just learned that the base price of this vehicle exceeded 2 million yuan. Its design, color, and opulent interior all met her approval. Just days prior, she had been scrambling to gather a few thousand yuan for dry cleaning fees. And now she might soon be driving such an extravagant automobile. Anyone in her position would be utterly bewildered. Luo Sheng discerned the admiration in Han Yutong's eyes and snapped his fingers to signal the nearby sales associate. From the outset, the sales representative had recognized the man's distinguished demeanor and had treated him with utmost respect. Upon hearing Luo Sheng call for him, he hurried over. Sir, did you summon me? Luo Sheng casually indicated Han Yutong, who was still exploring the interior of the car, and remarked nonchalantly, this young lady is quite fond of this vehicle. Please assist her in processing the full payment for the purchase. I will settle the expenses shortly. His extravagant display of wealth undoubtedly awakened the deepest desires within every woman. However, to Luo Sheng, the indifference of a woman towards materialism held little significance. Chapter 44. The transformation of Han Yutong's mindset in the past. While watching television dramas, Han Yutong always found the gestures of wealthy men paying with their cards to be incredibly dashing. Today, she experienced it firsthand. How can one describe this feeling? It was surreal yet undeniably exhilarating. Seated inside the already acquired Porsche 911, Han Yutong gazed at Luo Sheng in the distance, her emotions a whirlpool of complexity. Beyond knowing his name, she remained oblivious to his true identity and profession. In a daze, she had succumbed to his relentless financial advances. Luo Sheng approached, holding a bag of materials, opened the car door, and settled into the passenger seat. Lost in thought, Han Yutong suddenly blushed and murmured, "It's nothing. Just wondering if you always shop so casually?" Luo Sheng initially shook his head before responding, "Generally, I seldom need to purchase things myself. Come on. Let's take a drive and see how skilled you are. What about your car?" Han Yutong asked, turning to glance back, only to have Luo Sheng gently pinch her cheek with one hand. "Someone will handle it. Right now, your sole focus should be on driving diligently." Han Yutong nodded shyly. "Then where shall we go?" As Luo Sheng glanced at the darkening sky, signaling the approach of evening, he remarked, "You treated me to lunch. Now it's my turn to take you out for dinner." He suggested a location for their meal, instructing her to drive there directly. Han Yutong hesitated, stammering, "But I have a part-time job at a restaurant this evening. How about we go tomorrow at noon instead?" This statement undoubtedly amused Luo Sheng, who wondered whether his intentions were not sufficiently clear or if his abilities were deemed unimpressive. "Make a call to that place in a moment, from now on. You needn't concern yourself with that part-time job. But I still owe a few thousand yuan to others, and I." Han Yutong felt increasingly embarrassed as she spoke. Luo Sheng smiled gently, choosing not to inquire about her financial predicament. He opened his messaging app and promptly transferred her 100,000 yuan. Observing the astonishment on Han Yutong's face, he casually said, "Keep this money. Tomorrow, I will arrange for someone to deliver a supplementary card to you. You can use it for any purchases you desire. For now, let's drive. I'll take you to enjoy some delightful cuisine." Han Yutong was so taken aback that she struggled to close her mouth, never having imagined that someone would so effortlessly bestow such a substantial sum upon her, an act her own parents had never done. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at a restaurant named Baiwei Zhai. Upon stepping out of the car, Han Yutong regarded the establishment with a peculiar gaze. The exterior of Baiwei Zhai was exquisitely designed, immediately revealing its status as an upscale dining venue. Yet, its location was rather secluded, seemingly deliberately distanced from the bustling commercial districts. At the very hour when meals are typically served, the entrance stood desolate, devoid of patrons, save for a few luxurious vehicles, evoking an air of solitude. "It seems rather empty here. Shall we consider another venue?" Han Yutong mused, for she firmly believed that a restaurant lacking patrons during peak hours must indeed be lacking in quality. Whether in taste or service, there must be some underlying issue. However, Luo Sheng merely chuckled dismissively, suggesting that sometimes a sparse clientele simply indicated a limited number of diners capable of affording such an establishment. Han Yutong remained unconvinced, arguing that even if the prices were steep, many affluent individuals would still flock to a place known for its excellent cuisine. Following Luo Sheng, she approached the entrance of Bai Weizhai. Upon their arrival, a man clad in a traditional high-collared outfit, accompanied by an attendant, respectfully bowed and said, "Mr. Luo, it is a great honor to have you dine with us this evening." As Luo Sheng ascended the steps, he cast a casual glance at the man and remarked, "This evening, Miss Han is my guest. Ensure her experience is not disappointing." The man promptly turned to Han Yutong, adopting the same respectful tone, "Miss Han, my apologies for my oversight. Please, do step inside." Embracing a philosophy of listening more, speaking less, and observing keenly, Han Yutong smiled in response. The private room at Bai Weizhai exuded a distinctive charm, designed in a semi-open traditional Chinese style. This clever design harmoniously blended privacy with openness, allowing a sense of independence while remaining connected to the surrounding ambience. As Han Yutong entered the room, her eyes were immediately drawn to the meticulously arranged decor. From the antique calligraphy and paintings adorning the walls to the exquisite porcelain displayed on the table, every detail exudes a profound cultural richness. In this artistic ambience, Han Yutong and Luo Sheng are seated opposite each other. As they await the arrival of their dishes, a servant presents a pot of fragrant tea, saying, "Mr. Luo, Miss Han, please enjoy." Luo Sheng pours a cup of tea for Han Yutong, smiling as he remarks, "There is still a while before the dishes arrive. Let us savor some tea first. The tea here is exceptional, not easily found elsewhere." Han Yutong, somewhat dazed, nods and takes a delicate sip from her cup. Even as someone unfamiliar with tea, she can discern its remarkable quality. At that moment, two young ladies dressed in flowing traditional gowns enter the private room, their demeanor poised and their elegance palpable. In response to Han Yutong's bewildered gaze, they first bow gracefully before proceeding to the corner of the room. One of them gently plucks the strings of a guqin, and melodious notes cascade like a flowing stream. Simultaneously, the other dances gracefully in the center of the room. Akin to a butterfly in flight, her movements light and ethereal. Her enchanting dance, filled with spins and leaps, resembles that of a celestial being descending to earth. A sight of breathtaking beauty. Han Yutong, with her mouth agape, gazes in astonishment at the scene before her. It seems that the affluent indulge in dining experiences that are remarkably unique. Is this not akin to the extravagance of ancient emperors? However, before Han Yutong can fully comprehend the spectacle, the server enters with an array of beautifully presented Chinese delicacies. The sight of the delectable dishes alone is enough to make one salivate. The attendant, while meticulously arranging the dishes, began to narrate the origins of the culinary creations. Han Yutong listened intently, recognizing the familiar ingredients, and tentatively sampled a few bites. Upon tasting the dish, an explosion of flavors ignited her palate. Enveloped in the enchanting classical melodies and captivated by the graceful dance performances, she savored the delectable offerings that danced upon her tongue. Coupled with the serene ambience and the man seated before her, who was savoring his tea while observing her, Han Yutong felt an immense sense of fulfillment. Reflecting on the day's experiences, an inexplicable sense of relaxation and superiority welled within her, a feeling she had never encountered in over 2 decades, utterly enchanting. It was as if, in the presence of this man, she could relinquish all her worries and yet possess everything. Suddenly, in the midst of her culinary enjoyment, Han Yutong heard Luo Sheng's calm voice declare, "Stay with me tonight." Chapter 45, Yutong. We should rest. This unexpected declaration left Han Yutong momentarily frozen as she was about to reach for another dish. She lifted her gaze to Luo Sheng, convinced she had misheard him. However, upon meeting his earnest stare, she realized her ears had not deceived her. Luo Sheng did not press her, leisurely sipping his tea, a smile gracing his lips as he regarded her. After a few seconds of internal struggle, Han Yutong finally managed to utter, "But we've only just begun." Luo Sheng leaned back in his chair, one hand casually resting on the table. Opportunities are reserved for those who are prepared. We are all adults. Wouldn't you agree? Noticing the lingering conflict in Han Yutong's expression, Luo Sheng rose from his seat. "I shall take a brief respite in the restroom. If you are unwilling to wait, you may depart at once." To Han Yutong, Luo Sheng indeed embodies a significance that diverges from the ordinary. Yet, the man he is now bears little resemblance to his former self. For him, matters no longer revolve around notions of right and wrong, but rather the weight of their value. A rekindling of a romance spanning several years is no longer a possibility. The brief interlude spent in the restroom is but a few fleeting minutes. Upon Luo Sheng's return, he finds Han Yutong seated in silence, her gaze cast downward. A subtle smirk graces his lips. This outcome was well within his anticipation. Given the prowess he has displayed today, it would be sufficient to compel any ordinary girl to surrender herself entirely. Han Yutong, while possessing a unique place in his heart, remains merely an ordinary university student. Luo Sheng dismisses the two maidens clad in traditional attire from the private room and takes a seat beside Han Yutong. His right hand naturally rests upon her shoulder. Noticing her delicate frame tremble slightly, he speaks in a calm tone, assuring her not to feel apprehensive, for she will one day be grateful for the decision she has made. Han Yutong slowly lifts her head, her eyes reflecting a complexity of emotions as she softly replies, "But I do not even know who you truly are." Luo Sheng releases her shoulder, rises, and lifts a glass containing a modest amount of liquor before her. "I am Luo Sheng, the legitimate heir of the Luo family of the Great Xia." His tone is gentle, as though recounting a trivial matter. "I believe this identity should suffice to clarify everything." Han Yutong's mind felt as if struck by a bolt from the blue, leaving her momentarily blank. How could it be him? How could he possibly have feelings for me? Han Yutong stared vacantly at Luo Sheng. To her astonishment, her inconsequential boyfriend turned out to be the legitimate heir of the prestigious Luo family, one of the foremost clans in Daxia. Countless thoughts raced through her mind. It took a full 5 minutes for Han Yutong to regain her composure, and she tremulously asked, "Is what you said true?" "Indeed," Luo Sheng replied, his gaze unwavering as he looked at Han Yutong, offering little in the way of further proof. After all, in Daxia, such a status was not one to be claimed lightly by impostors. An hour after dinner, Han Yutong found herself in the bathroom of the presidential suite at the Ritz-Carlton. In a daze, she struggled to recall how she had arrived here, only remembering that she had shared a ride in a Rolls-Royce Phantom with Luo Sheng to the hotel, and then entered the room amidst a throng of admirers. Gazing into the mirror at her own reflection, clad only in a bath towel and devoid of any other attire, Han Yutong felt a rush of shyness and covered her face. She patted her cheeks, attempting to bolster her confidence. "Yutong, do not fret. It is merely a first experience that everyone encounters." After bestowing upon her reflection a resolute gaze, she prepared to step outside. However, before she could make her exit, the bathroom door swung open, revealing Luo Sheng. Observing the flushed expression on Han Yutong's face, he smiled gently and stepped forward, enveloping her in a tender embrace. A resolute visage, exuding a potent aura, leaned toward Han Yutong's profile. "Yutong, it is time for us to rest." As Luo Sheng's words trailed off, the towel draped over Han Yutong's form cascaded onto the tiled floor. Meanwhile, at a posh bar in Donghai City, a flamboyant Ferrari SF90 arrogantly occupied the entrance. Luo Xiao, with his mane of white hair, emerged from the vehicle clad in a striking crimson suit. In the passenger seat, a young woman donned a cap and sunglasses, cautiously alighting from the car and linking her arm with Luo Xiao's, as if fearful of being discovered by onlookers. Luo Xiao paid little heed to the girl beside him, casually tossing the car keys to an approaching bartender. "Make sure you park my car properly. If it gets scratched even slightly, I'll have your hands severed," he declared with a brash tone. The bartender promptly assured him, "Rest assured, young Master Luo." Luo Xiao tilted his head, leading the young woman into the bar, closely followed by a Hu and several bodyguards. Upon entering the prearranged private room, they encountered a group of young men, each embracing a beautiful woman, drinking and boisterously reveling. "Hey, I arrive and you all have already started without me?" Upon hearing his voice, the men halted their actions, swiftly turning to the entrance. Spotting Luo Xiao accompanied by a mysterious girl, they rose and approached him. The girl instinctively took a step back, only to be embraced by Luo Xiao's arm around her shoulder. "Come now, young Master Luo, we were merely trying to liven up the atmosphere in your absence." One of them chimed in. "Indeed, young Master Luo, we have all been eagerly awaiting your arrival. Young Master Luo, please come in and take a seat here." The crowd warmly welcomed Luo Xiao as he entered the private room. Once seated, a mysterious young woman nestled closely beside him, neither drinking nor removing her duckbill cap and sunglasses. The other gentleman in the room, curious, inquired, "Young Master Luo, who is this beside you?" Luo Xiao set down the wine glass he had just lifted, turned to the young woman, and said with a displeased tone, "I brought you out to drink, not to serve as a decorative piece. Remove your things." Taking a deep breath, The young woman slowly removed her duckbill cap and sunglasses, revealing a sweet and charming oval face. Wang Ming. Even in the dim light of the private room, everyone immediately recognized the young woman before them as the currently popular star in the entertainment industry. Rising from humble beginnings, she gained fame through a talent show and quickly became known to the public. With her outstanding looks, 2 blockbuster films, and a television series, she skyrocketed to stardom in just 3 years. At the tender age of 24, having debuted for less than 4 years, she was indeed the most sought-after goddess of the moment. Unexpectedly, tonight she appeared in this small bar's private room as Luo Xiao's companion. You all should be familiar with Wang Ming from Xinhua Entertainment. She has been in Donghai filming an endorsement advertisement these past few days and is here to accompany me. As he spoke, Luo Xiao naturally pulled Wang Ming into his embrace, while she, like a timid little bird, dared not resist in the slightest. Chapter 46. Lousy plays with you. The sudden appearance of Wang Ming undoubtedly took everyone by surprise. It was unexpected that the illustrious national goddess would find herself nestled in Luo Xiao's embrace. Luo Xiao, you truly are remarkable. Even Wang Ming has fallen for you. The flattery from those around him was music to Luo Xiao's ears. However, he dismissed their adulation, considering her merely an actress, and remarked on their lack of ambition. As he spoke, he lifted his wine glass once more, but rather than drinking himself, he offered it to Wang Ming. Drink this. Wang Ming regarded Luo Xiao with a frown, his commanding tone leaving her little room for refusal. Nevertheless, she took the glass and downed its contents in one go. Luo Xiao erupted into boisterous laughter. After finishing the drink, the delicate Wang Ming concealed her lips, feeling quite uncomfortable from the effects of the alcohol. Yet, it was evident that Luo Xiao had no intention of letting her off the hook easily. The glass, once set down, was promptly refilled and presented before her once again. Continue, he said, his tone indifferent. The crowd around them began to chant, urging her to drink. Even the accompanying waitresses joined in the raucous cheer, as the goddess they had only seen on screen now seemed no different from themselves. Wang Ming looked at Luo Xiao with pleading eyes, hoping he would spare her from further embarrassment. Luo Xiao, I cannot drink well. Could you allow me a moment to recover? Luo Xiao's expression turned icy. Cannot drink. That may be so, but you sing quite well, don't you? Why not entertain us with a song? Never had Wang Ming felt such humiliation. She fought back tears and nodded, taking the microphone to sing. Before long, the melody filled the air. Luo Xiao sat on the sofa below, flanked by a beautiful woman on each side, brazenly surveying Wang Ming's figure. He could not help but marvel at her talent. Indeed, she was a champion from a talent show, showcasing a certain level of skill in her singing. Meanwhile, others toasted to Luo Xiao, extolling his discerning taste in companions. Having chosen an emerging star like Wang Ming, to the ordinary person, she might seem like a goddess, a superstar, an unattainable figure. The mere thought of standing beside her for a photograph might seem like an extravagant dream. However, for Luo Xiao, they were mere playthings. Individuals who provided him with emotional gratification and amusement. In his world, no one in the entertainment industry could refuse him. The consequences of defiance were far graver than mere obscurity or withdrawal from the spotlight. As Wang Ming passionately displayed her vocal prowess, the door to the private room was suddenly thrust open. A middle-aged man with a square jaw entered, followed by a Hu and 2 bodyguards, who wore expressions of resignation. Luo Xiao, visibly displeased, was about to question a Hu, but the middle-aged man preempted him. Young Master Luo, I apologize for intruding on your enjoyment. I am Tan Feng from the Municipal Police Bureau. Here is my identification. With that, Tan Feng presented his credentials to Luo Xiao, who dismissed them with a casual wave, not even glancing at them. Officer Tan, why are you here instead of apprehending criminals? Could it be that you lack the funds for a drink and wish to mooch off someone else's generosity? Why are you all standing there in a daze? Hurry up and pour a glass for Officer Tan. With a sly grin, someone filled a glass to the brim and placed it on the table before Tan Feng. Luo Xiao pointed at the glass, urging him to drink, for it cost tens of thousands per bottle, a single glass worth several months of your salary. Tan Feng gazed at the arrogant second son of the Luo family with a smile. He leisurely pulled a chair from the side and sat opposite Luo Xiao. I apologize, but it is work hours, and I cannot indulge in alcohol. Luo Xiao beckoned to Wang Ming, gesturing for her to join him, then pinched her chin, saying, Did you hear that? Another one who can't drink. He then turned his attention back to Tan Feng, questioning, If you cannot drink, what brings you to a bar? Luo Xiao's demeanor was exceedingly arrogant, clearly dismissing Tan Feng. However, Tan Feng remained unfazed, responding with a smile. You must be acquainted with a certain female streamer named Xiao Yuer, young Master Luo. Acquainted? What of it? Is it illegal to arrange a meeting? Luo Xiao's gaze turned cold as he regarded Tan Feng. Not at all. Given your status as the second son of the Luo family, there are many women eager to know you. As he spoke, Tan Feng's eyes shifted towards Wang Mok. However, this particular female streamer went missing a few days ago. Her last known appearance was in your company, young Master Luo. Upon hearing this, Luo Xiao scoffed. So, Officer Tan implies that I kidnapped her? Are you jesting? As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Xiao discreetly signaled to a who stood nearby. After understanding the situation, the individual silently instructed one of his bodyguards to block the entrance of the private room, seemingly to prevent anyone from escaping. Tan Feng naturally noticed this and nonchalantly retrieved several photographs from his pocket, casting them onto the table. One image was captured by roadside surveillance during a DUI checkpoint, coinciding with the moment when the streamer known as Xiao Yuer exited his vehicle. Another was taken from the hotel's security footage, depicting the two entering and exiting together. There was also a screenshot recorded by a viewer during one of Xiao Yuer's live streams. Young Master Luo, can you elucidate why the individual disappeared after presumably accompanying you to Qiyun Villa? If he were still a guest at your residence, he should have returned by now. Wouldn't you agree? Luo Xiao glanced at the photographs on the table with a disdainful sneer, suddenly raising his glass and splashing its contents across Tan Feng's face. You think you can meddle in the affairs of the Luo family? Tan Feng remained unfazed, methodically wiping the liquor from his face, and replied in a nonchalant tone. Had it been your elder brother, I might have considered my approach. However, you, Luo Xiao, hardly represent the Luo family. With that, Tan Feng stood up, retrieving a silver bracelet from his pocket. Young Master Luo, I kindly request that you accompany me. Luo Xiao cast a contemptuous glance at him, then rose from the sofa without uttering a word, beckoning Ahu over. As Ahu approached, Luo Xiao swiftly drew a Glock from his waistband, pressing it against Tan Feng's forehead. Now, let me see how you intend to take me away. Tan Feng remained unperturbed, merely stating, Young Master Luo, do not blame me for not warning you. Your current actions constitute a grave offense in the Great Xia. You may choose to accompany me willingly, or you may wait 2 minutes until the authorities arrive to escort you away. It's your decision. Luo Xiao fixed a penetrating gaze upon Tan Feng, and the private room fell into an eerie silence. Ultimately, Luo Xiao stowed his Glock and strode purposefully towards the exit, all the while proclaiming, I'll play your game. If you're so formidable, then imprison me. Chapter 47. Are you in love? The following morning, Luo Sheng was roused from his slumber by the insistent ringing of the telephone. Extracting his arm from beneath Han Yutong, he reached for the receiver on the bedside table. Hello, it's me. After listening to the voice on the other end for nearly a minute, Luo Sheng furrowed his brow and replied, I understand. There's no need to rush. I will come over shortly. What is the matter? Han Yutong inquired, rubbing her bleary eyes and speaking slowly. Luo Sheng propped himself up, playfully pinching her cheek. It's nothing. I need to step out for a bit. After you wake up, return to school on your own. Are you in such a hurry? I wanted to have breakfast with you, she lamented, having just become Luo Sheng's partner the previous night. Han Yutong was feeling particularly clingy and was reluctant to part ways so soon. Be a good girl. Later, I will have someone send you a supplementary card, so you can treat yourself to something nice. Upon hearing this, Han Yutong could only nod obediently. An hour later, Luo Sheng, accompanied by Chen Tai, arrived at the Donghai Municipal Police Bureau. In the office, Luo Sheng sat composedly at the head of the table, a freshly brewed cup of tea before him. Opposite him sat a man of slightly advanced years. Mr. Luo, it is truly a dereliction of duty on my part to have summoned you for such trivial matters, the man remarked. After taking a gentle sip of his tea, Luo Sheng replied calmly, when a person goes missing, one seeks to find them. If they cannot be found, must you then apprehend members of the Luo family? The man, wearing a sycophantic smile, responded, It is all a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. I shall certainly address the matter with that rascal Tan Feng. Luo Sheng set down his teacup and approached the man, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Director Lu, the youth of today tend to be rather impulsive. Perhaps it would be beneficial for him to gain a few more years of experience at the grassroots level of the Public Security Bureau. Director Lu hesitated for a moment, then nodded, I understand, Mr. Luo. With a slight inclination of his head, Luo Sheng turned to leave. However, just as he reached the door, he paused, as if recalling something. Additionally, Director Liu, I hope you will approach your duties with greater diligence in the future. This time, I shall overlook it. But should there be a next time, it will not be as simple as sending someone down for additional training. Director Liu hurriedly replied, Yes, Mr. Luo. Your admonishment is duly noted. Upon arriving in the lobby downstairs, Luo Sheng found his younger brother, Luo Xiao, already waiting at the entrance, accompanied by Tin Feng. Luo Sheng cast a fleeting glance at the two before heading towards the parking lot with his hands in his pockets. Noticing that his elder brother had little to say, Luo Xiao felt a sense of relief wash over him and turned to the expressionless Tan Feng, leaning in to whisper, Captain Tan. It seems you are not up to the task. Tan Feng let out a cold laugh, declaring that whether he could succeed was not for others to decide, and warned the other party to tread carefully in the future. Luo Xiao, seemingly indifferent, retorted that when it came to the art of banter, he indeed could not rival Captain Tan, chuckling heartily. With that audacious laughter, Luo Xiao departed from the police station. Once back in the car, Luo Sheng unexpectedly slapped Luo Xiao across the face. Is this how you handle things? What about that girl? Luo Xiao, covering his face, stammered as he revealed the fate of the girl they referred to as Little Fish. After listening, Luo Sheng displayed no significant surprise, merely stating, in the coming days, find someone with a sturdy tongue to handle the situation. Make sure you manage your affairs more thoroughly from now on. Understood, brother, Luo Xiao replied. Meanwhile, Han Yutong had also set off from the hotel to return to Donghai University, not wishing to attract too much attention. She opted to park her newly acquired Porsche 911 in a nearby parking lot and walk the rest of the way to campus. Upon returning to her dormitory, several roommates quickly surrounded her, inquiring about her escapades the previous night. Naturally, Han Yutong could not disclose that she had spent the night with Luo Sheng. Instead, she concocted a casual excuse, claiming that a close friend had come from out of town to visit her and that they had spent the night out. After successfully dispersing her roommates, she received messages from the sales associates of the luxury stores she had visited the day before, informing her that the items she purchased needed to be delivered somewhere. This posed a dilemma for her, given the volume of luxury items. It was out of the question to have them delivered to the university. If her roommates were to see them, it would certainly raise questions that would be difficult to explain. Perhaps renting an apartment outside would be a viable solution? Han Yutong unlocked her phone. Gazing at the 100,000 yuan that Luo Sheng had transferred to her the previous day, renting an apartment seemed no longer an insurmountable challenge. After a moment's contemplation, she dialed Gu Shanshan's number. Shanshan, are you free this afternoon? Han Yutong inquired. Absolutely, what's up? Gu Shanshan responded. I was hoping you could accompany me to look at some apartments, Han Yutong said. Wow, Yutong, have you won the lottery? Or has some wealthy heir taken a shine to you? First, you suddenly quit your job last night, and now you want to buy a house. Gu Shanshan exclaimed. I'm not buying, I'm renting. I don't have that much money, Han Yutong clarified. Renting? Weren't you quite comfortable in your dormitory at school? What made you decide to rent an apartment outside? Gu Shanshan probed. Well, it's just not very convenient. I want to rent a place near the school. Han Yutong explained. Come on, admit it. Are you in a relationship? Gu Shanshan teased. Let's discuss it in person, Han Yutong replied, ending the call. After some reflection, she resolved to confide in her close friend about her relationship with Luo Sheng. Unlike her roommate, Gu Shanshan was someone with whom such matters could not remain concealed for long. However, she knew she must withhold any details regarding Luo Sheng's identity until she had his consent. Around 4 in the afternoon, Han Yutong exited the school gates and noticed Gu Shanshan had arrived in her Honda CR-V. As an ordinary university student, Han Yutong had always admired her peer Gu Shanshan, who, at such a young age, possessed her own vehicle. Although many perceive it merely as an SUV costing less than 200,000 and thus not worthy of envy, the reality is that most of those who dismiss it do not even possess a modest vehicle worth a few thousand. Gu Shanshan spotted Han Yutong exiting the school gates and promptly rolled down the car window, warmly greeting her. Yutong, over here, quickly get in. Han Yutong smiled as she settled into the passenger seat. Shanshan, you arrived right on time. I thought I would have to wait for you a while. I was eager to see you. Now tell me, who is that man? Is he a senior or an old classmate? Gu Shanshan inquired with palpable excitement. Han Yutong playfully swatted her friend. First, let's park the car. I have an appointment with the landlord nearby. We can walk there. 10 minutes later, the duo arrived at Lanting Apartment, located less than 500 meters east of Donghai University. While the apartment's environment may not rival that of commercial complexes, it was suitable for Han Yutong, who lived alone. Additionally, its proximity to the school made attending classes convenient. Han Yutong had coordinated with the property management, who were also the lessors, allowing her to choose from any available rooms. Before arriving, she had already identified several options. After a thorough selection process, Han Yutong opted for a one-bedroom, one-living-room apartment that was exquisitely furnished. Upon entering this apartment, the first thing that caught the eye was a charming, open-concept kitchen. The living room and bedroom were adorned with a variety of neatly arranged, stylish furniture. Moreover, the furnishings and appliances within the apartment are of remarkable quality, as if they have been recently acquired. However, the only drawback is that such premium living conditions naturally come with a hefty price tag. A monthly rent of 3,800 yuan, along with the requirement of a 1-month deposit and 1-month advance payment, would have previously deterred Han Yutong from considering such an arrangement. Yet, after the events of yesterday, she felt as though she had transformed, becoming somewhat indifferent to the amount of rent. After meticulously inspecting the apartment with Gu Shanshan and confirming that everything was in order, Han Yutong felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction, believing that this would become her warm and comfortable abode for the foreseeable future. Without hesitation, she signed the lease agreement and settled the rent and deposit. Holding the key in her hand, Han Yutong experienced a surge of inexplicable joy. She had long desired a better private space. Having heard that many people opted to leave their dormitories to live independently, she had entertained similar thoughts. However, the exorbitant rental costs had compelled her to suppress those aspirations, planning to reconsider once she graduated and secured employment. With the rental arrangements concluded, the two friends discussed going to the supermarket to procure essentials, aiming to move in the following day. After exiting the apartment, Gu Shanshan could not resist teasing. "Well, Yutong, you're quite generous. Is this money from your boyfriend?" Han Yutong blushed and replied, "Why do you ask that?" Gu Shanshan chuckled. "What other reason could there be? Just a few days ago, you borrowed money from me, and now you're repaying it while also renting an apartment. And soon, we need to go shopping. One day, you spent 10,000 yuan, which hardly aligns with your situation." Gu Shanshan counted on her fingers, calculating Han Yutong's expenses during this brief period, while casting a suspicious glance at her. "Yutong, you haven't found yourself entangled with someone, have you?" Han Yutong's face flushed crimson, stammering, "Shanshan, please don't say such things." With her arms crossed and eyes fixed intently upon her, Gu Shanshan insisted. "Then tell me what's truly going on." Han Yutong bit her lip, walking towards a nearby supermarket as she revealed the truth. From the accidental staining of each other's clothes to their shared escapade to Wushan last night, it was not until the two returned to the apartment, laden with bags, that Gu Shanshan exclaimed in astonishment, "Heavens, this is exactly what it means to be taken care of by someone." Excluding their initial meeting, you have only known each other for a day, and he has already taken you out for a meal, bought you some items, and transferred you some money, and you simply accepted it? Han Yutong, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, "But he insisted." "If he insisted, then you should have refused. Are you out of your mind?" Gu Shanshan harbored serious doubts about her friend's encounter with the scoundrel, as he so easily ensnared an innocent girl. "He transferred money to you. How much was it? Was it 10,000 or 20,000? Han Yutong hesitated, finally admitting, "He transferred 100,000, and he mentioned that someone would deliver a card to me later." Gu Shanshan was taken aback by this revelation. 100,000. Well, that doesn't seem like a loss. But what about the things he bought for you? I didn't see any of them. Could it be that you were deceived by him and the store staff? Gu Shanshan inquired, her persistence unwavering. "Well, the items are still in the store and haven't been delivered yet, which is precisely why I need to rent a place. Otherwise, I would have nowhere to store them, and explaining it would be quite troublesome." As she spoke, Han Yutong suddenly remembered something and quickly retrieved a sapphire bracelet purchased from Bulgari from her sleeve, along with a jade and diamond necklace adorning her neck. "By the way, these were also bought at Bulgari. I'm unsure of the necklace's value, but I distinctly remember this bracelet I chose myself costing over 14,000. Gu Shanshan stood there, utterly astonished by the scene unfolding before her. This narrative was entirely different from what she had just imagined. Logically speaking, given her friend's circumstances, even if someone had taken an interest in her, it would be unlikely for such extravagant gifts to be presented on the very first day. This individual was either a fool or a fraud. Yet, a fraud. For seduction? Wouldn't the price be rather steep? While Gu Shanshan remained engulfed in disbelief, Han Yutong pulled out the key to a Porsche from her pocket. "I'm still a student, and it wouldn't be appropriate for me to drive an overly extravagant car, so he bought me a Porsche 911. However, I still find it a bit ostentatious. Gu Shanshan plopped down onto the bed, staring at Han Yutong, rendered speechless for a long while. The Porsche 911 costs at least 1 to 2 million. And the combined value of the bracelet and necklace must amount to several $100,000. Moreover, she had just mentioned acquiring numerous items stored in the shop, which likely were not the ordinary clothes and bags worth only a few thousand that she had envisioned. All these thoughts coalesced as Gu Shanshan took a deep breath and slowly spoke. Yutong, have you ever pondered why he treats you with such kindness? Han Yutong shook her head, her expression one of confusion. Perhaps he truly harbors feelings for me? Gu Shanshan rolled her eyes in exasperation. Such a fortunate circumstance seemed implausible. Yet, upon further reflection, she considered that if she were in his shoes, she too might find it difficult to resist, especially when gazing upon the exquisite necklace adorning Han Yutong's neck, truly a sight of unparalleled beauty. No woman could possibly decline such a splendid gift. At that moment, Han Yutong's phone rang unexpectedly, and upon answering, a cold voice emerged from the other end. Hello, Ms. Han. I am Ming Qing, Mr. Luo Xing's assistant. We spoke earlier this morning. Earlier that day, while Han Yutong was still at school, this woman, claiming to be Mr. Luo's assistant, had contacted her regarding the provision of a supplementary card, promising its delivery that afternoon. Hello, Assistant Ming. Are you coming to see me now? Yes, Ms. Han. May I inquire as to your current location? I need to personally deliver the card to you. Oh, I am at Lanting Apartment. 20 minutes later. Han Yutong held in her hand a pure black Daxia bank card emblazoned with a golden dragon, watching as Ming Qing departed the apartment, flanked by 2 bodyguards. The echoes of Ming Qing's words still resonated in Gu Shanshan's ears. Ms. Han, this Daxia black gold card is a supplementary card for the gentleman, offering a monthly spending limit of 100 million in any country around the globe. In addition, there are privileges such as a 24-hour personal butler, global legal team assistance, private jet travel, and personal medical team services. After a considerable pause, Gu Shanshan softly spoke. Yutong, are we not good sisters? Han Yutong, bewildered, replied, of course. Shanshan, rest assured, I will share the blessings with you and will not forget you. Gu Shanshan shook her head. Yutong, that's not what I meant. I want to say that, in fact, I have never had a boyfriend. Chapter 49. Wishes granted in the evening, within the comprehensive gymnasium of Chiyun Mountain Villa. Luo Shang, having just finished a tennis match with Emily, accepted the towel handed to him by a nearby maid and casually wiped the sweat from his body. Sitting on a bench in the relaxation area, Luo Shang sipped water while glancing at Emily beside him. When do you plan to return? Upon hearing Luo Shang's inquiry, Emily set her towel down and replied, Shang, do you wish for me to return sooner? Luo Shang squinted at her. Emily, having just finished exercising, had a faint blush adorning her skin. Otherwise, do you wish to wait until after marriage to go back? That is not entirely out of the question. Emily murmured softly. Luo Shang raised his hand and playfully flicked her forehead. Stop daydreaming. Marriage between us is impossible, and you should be aware of that. Return as soon as possible. I will contact the Melon family to express my satisfaction with you. Having said that, Luo Shang stood to head toward the shower, but was abruptly halted by Emily, who grasped his wrist. As Emily caught the perplexed gaze of Luo Shang, she took a deep breath and whispered, however, after all these days, you have yet to even touch me. How can you be so content? As she spoke, a note of grievance tinged her voice, and she continued with a quavering tone, you were always like this in college, indifferent to my presence. Now that I have come to Daxia, you continue to treat me this way. Am I truly so unattractive? Do I have to stand before you, completely bare, for you to acknowledge me? Listening to Emily's lament, Luo Shang appeared unsurprised, his expression unyielding. He gently extricated his hand from her grasp and gestured for the nearby maidens to withdraw. To be candid, even in the eyes of traditional Daxiao individuals, Emily's features were undeniably exquisite, coupled with the lush curves characteristic of Western women. Any man would find it difficult to resist her allure. Unfortunately, she found herself in the company of Luo Shang, a man who had been surrounded by various beauties throughout his life. For him, extraordinary looks and physique did not serve as advantages. Once the maidens had all departed, Luo Shang finally spoke. As long as you are willing to accept a future without children of your own, I shall make you my woman tonight. Why? Emily inquired, bewildered. Being still quite young, she naturally yearned for the prospect of having her own children. Moreover, she was acutely aware that her union with Luo Shang held implications for both families' futures. Without offspring, the bond between them would weaken, and in the years to come, Their connection could ultimately amount to nothing. This is my bottom line. If you accept it, you may come to my residence tonight. After a pause, Luo Sheng sighed. Otherwise, you should return early. Emily was taken aback. She never anticipated that the other party's reluctance to engage with her stemmed from this reason. Observing Emily's silence, Luo Sheng gently caressed her cheek before turning to leave. In the shower, Luo Sheng tilted his head back, allowing the pleasantly warm water to cascade over his face, washing away the fatigue of his body. He pondered whether his earlier words to Emily had been overly direct. Suddenly, he heard a faint sound behind him. Before he could turn around to investigate, he felt a delicate, soft touch against his back. A pair of fair arms wrapped around his chest. Before Luo Sheng could utter a word, he heard Emily's unfamiliar voice in the language of her homeland. Sheng, I think I don't need to wait until tonight. Have you thought it through? Luo Sheng inquired. Emily pressed her cheek against his strong back, feeling his warmth, and slowly replied, Does it matter if I've thought it through? The moment I fell for you, I had no other choice. Luo Sheng turned to face the exotic beauty before him, gently lifting her chin with his hand. In Emily's sapphire-like eyes, a myriad of complex emotions swirled: admiration, melancholy, desire, and loss. This, for you, is the best choice. After finishing his words, Luo Sheng lowered his head and kissed her. As the clock approached 10 in the evening, Luo Sheng reclined on the sofa in the bedroom, holding a glass of freshly poured Roman e Conti. The moonlight streamed through the grand floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a gentle glow upon Emily, who had fallen into a drowsy slumber without even having dinner. The lingering smile at the corner of her lips seemed to suggest that she had finally fulfilled her desires. Luo Sheng, still devoid of sleepiness, rose and donned a robe before stepping into the living area outside the bedroom, where he dialed Qin Jun's number. As soon as the call connected, a cacophony of noise erupted on the other end. Qin Jun shouted at the top of his lungs, Luo Xiao. What instructions do you have? Luo Sheng replied, Find a quieter place. Moments later, the noise on the other end had significantly diminished. Luo Xiao, is it better now? Qin Jun inquired. Where are you? It's so noisy, Luo Sheng asked. I'm at the Golden Earl. Are you coming? My girlfriend Sasha brought a friend along tonight. Qin Jun responded. At this point, Qin Jun lowered his voice suddenly. Sasha mentioned that the girl is still a virgin, but her father is gravely ill and she wants to seize the opportunity to meet some wealthy men. Luo Sheng found little interest in the latter part of the conversation and merely replied with a hint of exasperation, You went to the bar again? Well, what else is there to do on such a long night? It would be rather dull without the bar, Qin Jun replied. Luo Xiao, are you coming? The party has just begun. I can introduce you to that young lady. She is rather attractive. Luo Sheng glanced towards the bedroom, pondering for a moment. Luo Sheng, all right. I'll be there shortly. After hanging up the phone, Luo Sheng called for Meng Qing. Sir, it's quite late. Aren't you going to rest? Meng Qing respectfully stood before Luo Sheng and inquired softly. Luo Sheng donned a black suit and retrieved a Patek Philippe watch from the drawer, fastening it around his wrist. I need to step out for a while. Emily will be staying here tonight. If I don't return by evening, ensure her needs are taken care of in the morning. Meng Qing, understanding her place, did not pry into Luo Sheng's whereabouts but merely bowed her head and responded, Understood. Sir, shall I arrange a convoy for you? Luo Sheng shook his head. No need. Just have Chintai take a few people and follow in one car. I'll drive myself. Very well, sir. Which car would you prefer? As she spoke, Meng Qing retrieved a tray from a nearby drawer, brimming with over 20 car keys. Luo Sheng glanced at it and casually picked up one adorned with the emblem of a bull. It was the key to the Lamborghini Veneno, a coveted supercar valued at nearly 100 million, and one of Luo Sheng's many private vehicles. Chapter 50. Be Your Pet. Luo Sheng drove the Lamborghini Veneno, its sleek black carbon fiber body resembling a specter in the night. It wasn't long before he arrived at the entrance of the Golden Count Bar. As the striking silhouette of the Lamborghini Veneno came into view, it instantly drew gasps of astonishment from onlookers. Having just parked his car, Luo Sheng had barely stepped out when two stunning young women, each boasting a score of over 90, approached cautiously with their phones in hand, inquiring whether they could add him as a friend. In response, Luo Sheng merely offered a smile before closing the door behind him. It was only after he exited the vehicle that the surrounding beauties were astonished to discover that the owner was even more handsome than the car itself. Unable to contain their excitement, they yearned to request his contact information. In this contemporary society, a young man who is wealthy and exceptionally handsome embodies an irresistible allure. Alas, before they could act, They were intercepted by Chun Tai and a group of imposing men clad in black. Upon entering the bar's grand hall, vibrant lights, pulsating music, and a raucous atmosphere enveloped every young person present, compelling them to immerse themselves in the revelry. Luo Sheng initially furrowed his brow but soon located the booth where Qingjun was seated. In addition to Qingjun, the booth also housed Wang Yaozong, Li Su, and Shen Feng, with whom he had previously shared drinks. Upon seeing Luo Sheng's arrival, the trio promptly set aside the women they had been with, raising their glasses and standing to greet him. Young Master Luo has arrived. Welcome, welcome. Brother Sheng, good to see you again. The three eagerly surrounded him as he took his seat, leaving Qingjun momentarily at a loss for how to join them. Only after Luo Sheng settled in did Qingjun pull over a girl with an innocent appearance, dismissing Wang Yaozong, who was about to pour a drink for Luo Sheng. Go play elsewhere. Young Master Luo needs your attentive service, he instructed, guiding the young girl to sit beside Luo Sheng, and then, with an instructive tone, added, Little one, why are you dawdling? Quickly greet him. The young girl, clearly encountering such a scene for the first time, shyly uttered, Hello, Mr. Luo. After her greeting, she sat there, at a loss for words. Observing her discomfort, Qingjun, seizing the opportunity while pouring wine for Luo Sheng, spoke up. Mr. Luo, this is Shash's high school classmate, Su Jiejia. She hails from Luqing and just arrived in Donghai today. I picked her up from the train station. I heard her father is suffering from some illness and lacks the funds for treatment, seeking a benefactor. Initially, I intended to take her under my wing, but since you are here, let us see if she meets your approval. With that, Qingjun discreetly signaled Su Jiejia. It's my first time. Su Jiejia's innocent appearance belied the bombshell she was about to drop. However, Luo Sheng swiftly interrupted her, turning to Qingjun and saying, You, Qingjun, are quite the figure in this circle in Donghai. How is it that you've resorted to becoming a pimp now? Raising an eyebrow, Qingjun pointed to himself and replied, What figure am I? As long as you are satisfied, Mr. Luo, I would gladly step into any role, even that of a personal escort. Luo Sheng regarded the earnest Qingjun in silence, and after a few seconds, he calmly remarked, Perhaps next time. No, brother. I was joking. Please don't take it seriously. Qingjun's expression shifted, and he hastily added. Unexpectedly, Luo Sheng maintained his indifferent tone, stating, I took you seriously. Upon hearing this, Qingjun's expression turned conflicted as he stared at the wine glass in his hand, then suddenly gulped down its contents. After setting down his wine glass, he turned to Luo Sheng, who was staring at him with an impassive expression, and gritted his teeth. Fine. Luo Sheng picked up a glass of wine from the table, clinked it against Qingjun's, took a sip, and said, I was merely jesting. Go enjoy some games with your girlfriends. I shall converse with this young lady. Qingjun, visibly relieved, cast a lingering glance at Luo Sheng before turning to seek out his female companions. His heart had just endured a significant wound and craved the soothing presence of the girls. Luo Sheng poured a glass of wine for Su Jiejia and presented it before her. The young girl hesitated, accepting the glass with a slight awkwardness, her large, sparkling eyes fixed on Luo Sheng, contemplating whether to drink. Your name is Su Jiejia? Luo Sheng inquired casually. Su Jiejia nodded slightly. Yes, Mr. Luo. I am quite obedient. Luo Sheng smiled, recognizing Su Jiejia before him. She was a close friend of Han Yutong, having grown up together, and they were classmates in high school. In his previous life, she had attended Luo Sheng's wedding, offering a generous red envelope of 2,000 yuan. It was rumored that she had once dated a wealthy heir in Donghai, but their relationship ended in heartbreak due to an unplanned pregnancy and subsequent abortion. Nevertheless, she had secured a considerable settlement and returned to her hometown, Luqing, to embark on a small business venture. Luo Sheng's impression of her was rather limited, as by the time of his wedding, Han Yutong's connection with Su Jiejia had already become tenuous. The moment Su Jiejia approached, Luo Sheng recognized her. Pondering the whimsical nature of fate, he had no desire to entangle himself further with the people and events of his past life. Yet destiny appeared to be playing tricks on him. Luo Sheng gestured towards the wine glass in Su Jiejia's hand, instructing her to drink it obediently. Su Jiejia bit her lip and promptly downed the contents of the glass. Having never tasted alcohol before, she was immediately engulfed by a fiery sensation that coursed through her throat and into her stomach, causing her to frown involuntarily. Once the initial shock subsided, she spoke in her soft, mellifluous voice, Luo Shao, I have finished. Luo Sheng smiled and handed her a tissue, saying, Qingjun has already briefed me on your situation. Assisting you is a trivial matter for me. However, you must tell me why I should extend my help. After wiping the remnants of the wine from her lips, Su Jiejia clutched the tissue tightly and replied, Luo Xiao, I can be your pet. I will be very obedient. Thanks to the bustling ambience of the bar, Su Jiejia found the courage to voice such sentiments. Truly a dutiful child. Luo Sheng embraced the delicate young woman and inquired, Tell me, in which hospital is your father receiving treatment? Su Jiejia tensed up, cautiously asking, Luo Xiao, do you agree? Luo Sheng gazed at the tender girl in his arms and replied with a calm demeanor, I have said, assisting you is quite simple for me, provided you offer me something of value in return. Su Jiejia immediately responded, My father is at the Tongren Hospital in Luqing. I sincerely hope Luo Xiao can assist me. That hospital is a property of the Luo family. Provide me with your father's name, and tomorrow I shall have someone contact them. The words of Luo Sheng undoubtedly astonished Su Jiejia. Who exactly is this young heir before her? As one of the few prestigious hospitals in the provincial capital of Luqing, it is astonishing that it belongs to his family. Does that not mean he is part of the Tianluo group? Chapter 51. The advancing Su Jiejia this time. Su Jiejia came to Donghai City at the invitation of Sha. On one hand, she sought assistance for her father's medical treatment. On the other, she harbored her innermost desire. She yearned for an elder brother who could provide her with a life of abundance, a thought she had nurtured since childhood. Throughout her life, even in matters of romance, Su Jiejia had only experienced the innocent act of holding hands. This was not due to her exceptional virtue, but rather her early understanding that a woman's greatest asset lies within herself. Yet, she was naturally endowed with a pure and innocent appearance, leading those around her to mistakenly believe she was a good girl. In truth, she wished to convey that as long as she encountered someone who met her standards, she would be willing to give everything, regardless of the cost. Upon her arrival in Donghai, witnessing Qin Zhen and Sha arrive in a Cullinan to pick her up filled Su Jiejia with envy. That was a Rolls-Royce Cullinan, worth several million. Previously, she could only admire such luxury cars from afar online. Never did she imagine she would sit in one today. Later that evening, as she arrived at the bar, she listened to Qin Zhen introduce his friends one by one, each coming from affluent backgrounds, either running chain restaurants or venture capital firms. These wealthy heirs were individuals she would never have encountered without Qin Zhen's connection, if it were not for the awkwardness of their first meeting. It was her first visit to the bar, and she felt somewhat constrained. Su Jiejia was itching to leap forward. Upon learning that a distinguished young heir was to arrive and that Qin Zhen intended to introduce her to him, Su Jiejia realized that her presence here was not in vain. However, she could not have anticipated that this eminent young heir would be the scion of the Luo family from Tianluo Group. Ignoring Su Jiejia, who was still enveloped in astonishment, the others began to drink, exchanging toasts. Unlike their previous gathering in a private room, this time, everyone displayed a degree of restraint. Nevertheless, for Su Jiejia, who had never experienced such an affair, it was akin to stepping through the threshold of a new world, leaving her dazzled and amazed. The table in the booth was dominated by an array of exorbitantly priced spirits, some worth tens of thousands, even exceeding 100,000 per bottle. They were neatly arranged, resembling an opulent feast awaiting eager revelers. She observed the youthful and vibrant girls of similar age, unabashedly nestled beside Qin Zhen and the other affluent young gentlemen. Adorned in alluring and seductive attire, they swayed their lively forms under the intoxicating influence of alcohol and the dim, enchanting lights, wholly unperturbed by the gazes of onlookers. Their graceful movements were captivating, drawing attention effortlessly. At that moment, Su Jiejia finally experienced firsthand the lavish lifestyle of the legendary wealthy young heirs, characterized by nightly revelries and a world steeped in excess and indulgence. This life was both alien and alluring to her, resembling a dream that was tantalizingly close yet perpetually out of reach. Amidst this evocative ambience, Su Jiejia gradually found her footing. It seemed as though she possessed an innate talent, or perhaps concealed within her was an unrecognized gene. Yet, she had never been afforded the opportunity, nor had anyone endeavored to uncover it. She first shed her tightly wrapped woolen coat, revealing a delightfully loose, white knit sweater beneath. Then, she took the initiative to grasp one of Luo Sheng's hands, sweetly nestling into his embrace. As Luo Sheng raised his glass to toast with the others, he gently caressed Su Jiejia. Each time he finished a drink, Su Jiejia would proactively pour him another glass, and then tenderly offer him a piece of fruit. After Luo Sheng had indulged in a few rounds of drinks, Su Jiejia, suppressing any unusual sounds, poured herself a glass and raised it towards him. Luo Xiao, I toast to you. Observing Su Jiajia's gradually hazy expression, Luo Sheng smiled and casually rested his hand on the back of the sofa. I will watch you drink one. Su Jiajia lightly placed her hand on Luo Sheng's chest and tilted her head back to down the entire glass. Fortunately, she was only drinking champagne, which was not particularly potent. Otherwise, that one glass would have been sufficient to send her sprawling at that moment. After consuming a few more glasses, a slight flush adorned Su Jiajia's cheeks, and combined with her already dreamy gaze, she appeared quite alluring. There is a saying that one can never truly know the extent to which an ordinary person may compromise when faced with wealth. Yet, Luo Sheng was well aware, for he had witnessed and experienced far too much. The threshold in each person's heart varies in height. Once your financial capacity is sufficient to allow you to transcend it, you will behold a completely different, yet most authentic version of him, or perhaps her. Luo Sheng squinted at Su Jiajia, an involuntary smile curling at the corners of his mouth. This woman possesses a certain intrigue. A man of worldly experience like Luo Sheng could easily discern Su Jiajia's intentions. It seemed that her father's medical treatment was merely a pretext. Her true desire was to seize the opportunity to escape her original social class. A college student yet to graduate, it is rare to encounter such awareness in the past. However, in today's society, it is an entirely different matter. Let us attempt something even more intriguing. Luo Sheng leaned in close to Su Jiajia's ear, whispering a few words. Upon hearing him, her eyes revealed a peculiar glimmer. Yet she nodded, gracefully rising from the sofa. At Luo Sheng's gesture, she knelt on the floor, her palms pressed forward, her lower back sinking as low as she could manage. Her already flushed, innocent cheeks tilted slightly upward, her delicate, peach-hued lips parting softly. This scene rendered Qingjin, who stood nearby, utterly astonished. He had not anticipated that this seemingly innocent girl, who initially appeared timid, could so readily abandon her reservations. This was not in a private room, but in the lounge area of the bar. Even though the surrounding lights were dim, everything remained distinctly visible. Luo Sheng picked up a recently opened bottle of Ace of Spades champagne, raising it above Su Jiajia's head. The bottle tilted gently downward, and the pale golden liquid cascaded onto her face below. Su Jiajia, with her eyes closed, sipped the drink, allowing the excess liquid to dampen her attire. After finishing a bottle of Ace of Spades, she smiled contentedly while attending to her appearance. Luo Sheng casually remarked, "You need not return to the hotel tonight. Come with me." After a brief tidying up, Su Jiajia took Luo Sheng's hand and softly acknowledged him. The gathering continued until the early hours of the morning. Once the event concluded, Luo Sheng bid farewell to Qin Jun and others, leading Su Jiajia directly to a nearby hotel, where he booked a presidential suite. Upon entering the room, before Luo Sheng could utter a word, Su Jiajia swiftly gathered her long hair behind her and knelt before him as the door closed. Chapter 52. M1NT Club. The following afternoon, Luo Sheng had returned to Chiyun Villa, sharing lunch in the western dining room with Emily. She refrained from inquiring about his sudden disappearance the previous night, and he chose not to mention it. Even if Emily had asked, Luo Sheng would have simply replied, "Where I go is not for you to question." As for Su Jiajia, she had already departed for Lucheng that morning, utilizing the private car that Luo Sheng had arranged for her. By this time, she was likely nearing her destination. Before parting, Luo Sheng transferred 200,000 to her as pocket money and encouraged her to obtain her driver's license soon, promising to provide her with a vehicle for her convenience. This small gesture of kindness brought Su Jiajia immense joy, prompting her to insist on another encounter with Luo Sheng. Considering the wild antics of that girl last night, Luo Sheng pondered for a moment and decided against it. Otherwise, he might not return until noon. He took a small piece of A5 and a perfectly seared steak into his mouth, then accepted a towel from the maid to dab at the corners of his mouth. Turning to Emily, he said, "If you have no plans tonight, would you accompany me to a soiree?" As he spoke, he retrieved an invitation from his pocket and handed it to her. Emily, savoring her red wine, set down her glass and took the invitation, her eyes widening in surprise. "A soiree? Is it at the M1NT Club?" She glanced at the exquisite invitation in her hand, her curiosity piqued. She had heard whispers about this club, for her father was among its members. The M1NT Club, also known as the Billionaires Club, is a distinguished establishment headquartered in London. Recognized as one of the world's premier clubs, it is the first private exclusive club where members are also shareholders. The club is dedicated to providing a luxurious haven for the elite, ensuring utmost privacy while indulging in opulent living. Typically, M1NT clubs around the globe amalgamate private lounges, bars, and the finest dining establishments. They operate publicly on ordinary days, distributing profits as dividends to their esteemed shareholders. However, when the club hosts internal gatherings, public operations cease, permitting entry solely to shareholders and specially invited guests. The threshold for becoming a shareholder at the M1NT club is exceedingly high. One must first pay a substantial membership fee as an initial investment. Furthermore, both the applicant and the invitee must undergo a rigorous vetting process by the board, assessing their social standing, profession, and wealth. Only those who meet the criteria can successfully pass this scrutiny and qualify to become a shareholder member of the M1NT club. It came as no surprise to Emily that Luo Sheng, in his capacity, had become a shareholder member of the M1NT club. However, she was taken aback to discover that there was indeed a branch of the M1NT club in Donghai City. Luo Sheng casually remarked, "Yes. It's a regular cocktail party hosted by the club. I recall your father is also a shareholder member. I met him during a cocktail event in America." Emily nodded, acknowledging. "He has mentioned it to me." Luo Sheng continued, "Then it's settled. Prepare in advance for the evening, and I will have Meng Qing come to pick you up." After leaving the restaurant, Luo Sheng made a call to Han Yutong. Since last night, she had been sending him messages and even shared photos of her newly rented apartment. The phone rang for quite some time, and just as Luo Sheng was about to hang up, it was answered. "Are you in class?" he inquired. "No, not at all. There are no classes today. I was just busy moving things," Han Yutong replied. "Are you so eager to move? Why not hire a moving company?" Luo Sheng asked. "It's just a few bags of items from the dorm. There is no furniture, so I didn't need to hire anyone," she explained. "My friend Shan and I finished it in one trip." Luo Sheng responded. "Then you must treat your friend to a nice meal." At the mention of friends, Luo Sheng couldn't help but think of Su Jiejia. Han Yutong. "Phew, I am utterly exhausted and need a moment to rest." Han Yutong, speaking of dining out, Shan mentioned that you should treat her, as she has completed the tasks you were supposed to handle. Luo Sheng chuckled on the other end of the line, uncertain whether Yutong was genuinely clueless or merely feigning ignorance. Although her friend hails from a relatively decent family, it is merely commendable in comparison to the average. Given Han Yutong's awareness of her own circumstances, it is likely that her friend has begun to entertain ulterior motives. Luo Sheng. "If you wish for me to treat you to a meal, it seems it will have to wait until tomorrow." Han Yutong. "Oh, do you have plans for tonight?" Han Yutong. "I was just about to suggest that we visit a restaurant I've been longing to try for quite some time." Luo Sheng. "I need to attend a cocktail party tonight. Which restaurant are you referring to? I can make arrangements for tomorrow evening." Han Yutong. "Never mind. Let us just discuss it tomorrow." Luo Sheng. "How about we meet in the afternoon? Bring your friend along. I would like to express my gratitude." Han Yutong. "Sounds good. Shall we tidy up and come to find you?" Luo Sheng. "No need. I will come to you." After concluding the call with Han Yutong, Luo Sheng prepared to head out to her apartment. Considering that her friend would be joining them shortly, he dismissed the idea of taking his sports car. Instead, he settled into the Rolls-Royce Phantom, personally driven by Chen Tai, while 4 standard Mercedes-Benz G-Class vehicles followed closely behind. In the past, Qin Jun had inquired about such an extravagant travel arrangement from Luo Sheng. He found it difficult to comprehend why Luo Sheng, the first heir of a prestigious family in the highly secure nation of Daxia, required such an entourage of bodyguards for his travels. Luo Sheng's response at the time was, "This is merely what you perceive. There is much more beyond your sight." As the legitimate heir to one of the world's foremost financial conglomerates, his safety was not only pivotal for the continuation of his family lineage, but also crucial to the economic lifeblood of Daxia and the countless families dependent on the conglomerate. The motorcade soon arrived at the base of the apartment building. As the vehicle came to a halt, the bodyguards within the Mercedes-Benz G-Class swiftly exited, taking up defensive positions around the vicinity. Passers-by, witnessing such a display, couldn't help but pause and observe, eager to discern the identity of the individual seated in the Rolls-Royce Phantom. However, throughout the entire affair, Luo Sheng remained inside the vehicle, sending a message to Han Yutong to inform her of his arrival. Before long, Han Yutong emerged from the building alongside Gu Shanshan. Upon spotting the lineup of luxury cars and the multitude of bodyguards clad in black, Gu Shanshan's eyes sparkled with excitement, her heart racing. She leaned closer to Han Yutong and whispered, "Yutong, your boyfriend is quite remarkable." To this, Han Yutong responded with a proud smile, though internally, she too was exhilarated. Chen Tai, familiar with Han Yutong, promptly approached and gestured courteously. "Madam, please, step into the vehicle." The bodyguard stationed beside the Rolls-Royce instinctively opened the door for her. As for Gu Shanshan, she naturally opted for the passenger seat. Once the two settled into the vehicle, the bodyguards moved in unison, swiftly entering the car as if guided by a collective command. As the roar of the engine resonated, the convoy gradually departed from the apartment. Chapter 53. You choose. I pay. The fleet smoothly made its way towards Jingtai Central Square. In the back seat, Luo Sheng personally poured a glass of Krug champagne for both Han Yutong and Gu Shanshan. Gu Shanshan, who usually had a keen interest in luxury goods, was utterly thrilled upon seeing the label on the champagne bottle. Before she could savor it, she exclaimed, "So, Sheng Gu, is this Krug's Black Diamond champagne?" Luo Sheng smiled and nodded, affirming her recognition. With a hint of pride, Gu Shanshan replied, "Of course I know. This is the designated champagne for the royal banquets in Great Britain, a rarity in the market. I've only seen it online. And I've heard a single bottle costs tens of thousands." The price Gu Shanshan mentioned was not the inflated figures often found in bars, but rather the genuine market value. Luo Sheng gently swirled the pale golden liquid in his glass and remarked, "Among the numerous champagne brands, I particularly adore its flavor. I often indulge in a glass or two during my leisure time. If Miss Gu enjoys it as well, I shall gift you 2 bottles when we return." There happened to be some in the car. Gu Shanshan gratefully thanked Luo Sheng, astonished that such an expensive drink would be offered so casually by this affluent young man. Unlike some wealthy individuals she had encountered before, who were often miserly and overly calculating, he exuded a sense of generosity. Luo Sheng took a sip of his champagne and turned his gaze towards Han Yutong. "Yutong, for the time being, please stay at the apartment. Later, you can use the spare card I gave you to purchase a residence that you truly desire. I have assessed your current apartment. The environment is rather poor, and the tenants are excessively complicated. Choose a more upscale neighborhood. Consider it a gift from me." Han Yutong quickly shook her head, saying, "I am still in school, and my sole purpose for moving out is convenience. Otherwise, I wouldn't have space for all the things you've bought me in the dormitory." The average housing price in Donghai City is around 40 to 50,000 per square meter, with better options reaching 70 to 80,000. Not to mention those upscale communities, where prices often exceed 100,000 per square meter. Acquiring a modest, high-end residence would inevitably require several million, which is an overwhelming psychological burden for Han Yutong, who has never spent such a sum. "Whether you wish to buy or I help you arrange a place, you should cease living in that apartment," Luo Sheng stated. When Han Yutong hesitated further, Gu Shanshan, unable to contain her frustration, interjected, "Yutong, are you foolish? Sheng Gu must have his reasons for making such arrangements. You cannot expect him to visit you at that small apartment every time." After a moment's contemplation, considering Luo Sheng's status, Han Yutong conceded, "All right then. I will come to take a look in the next couple of days." Sitting in the passenger seat, Gu Shanshan couldn't help but scoff inwardly at her friend. How oblivious can she be? The wealthy gentleman is right beside her, yet she lacks the initiative. He offers her a house, and she hesitates to accept. This is indeed a location in the East China Sea, where every inch of land is precious. If someone were to generously gift her a set, allowing her to choose freely, she would awaken from her dreams with a smile. The car swiftly arrived at the Jingtai Central Square. The three alighted, attracting envious glances from those nearby. With their striking looks and luxury vehicle, who wouldn't steal a few extra glances? As they entered the first floor of the shopping mall, the sales associates of the surrounding high-end boutiques immediately recognized Luo Sheng and Han Yutong. After all, just a couple of days prior, Luo Sheng had graced them with his presence as a globally invited VIP. Such esteemed guests are certainly not easily forgotten. Consequently, as the trio passed each brand store, the entire staff would stand at attention at the entrance, softly greeting, "Welcome, Mr. Luo and Ms. Han." This display of respect utterly bewildered Gu Shanshan. Observing the deference exhibited by the sales associates of luxury brands like LV, Chanel, and Gucci, she noted how their demeanor starkly contrasted with their usual air of superiority. Gu Shanshan tugged at Han Yutong's sleeve and whispered, "Yutong, this treatment is simply too extravagant. I find myself feeling a twinge of envy." Han Yutong smiled with mild resignation, not having anticipated such a scenario. Yet, the sensation was undeniably pleasant, instilling a sense of being revered and elevated wherever she went. Cautiously, Han Yutong glanced at Luo Sheng beside her, only to find him unperturbed, hands casually tucked into his pockets, striding confidently ahead. How incredibly handsome! Han Yutong mused silently. However, Luo Sheng had no intention of taking them to these brands today. Luxury goods possess an undeniable allure for the average person. The mere act of toting a Chanel handbag or donning a piece from Louis Vuitton seems to elevate one's entire being. However, for Luo Sheng, these items are merely ordinary commodities. When the mood strikes, he indulges in purchasing a few for the girls, delighting them. For it is a well-known fact that women generally have a fondness for such things. Yet, when disinterest prevails, he wouldn't spare them a glance. Yutong, we shall forego these luxuries today. As Luo Sheng strolled ahead, he casually gestured towards the surrounding luxury brands. If you desire them, let them come to you next time. Today, I shall accompany you and your friends to procure the items you cherish most. Han Yutong replied gently, as long as it is a gift from you, I shall cherish it. Luo Sheng smiled quietly, opting not to respond, and led the two to the dedicated area for gold and jewelry. This section was similarly adorned with a plethora of renowned domestic gold brands, such as Lao Feng Xiang and Zhou de Sheng, all unified within a single space. A glance revealed a radiant expanse of shimmering gold. Luo Sheng nonchalantly selected a chair to sit upon. Pointing at the display cases before them, he stated plainly, choose whatever you like. I shall take care of the bill, as long as it brings you joy. Isn't this a bit extravagant? Han Yutong inquired. This is gold. Go ahead and select. I shall wait here for you. Luo Sheng maintained his composed demeanor. If there exists anything that can touch a woman's heart more than sincerity, it is undoubtedly these glittering treasures. From the elderly at 80 to the youth at 18, substantial investment guarantees results. This is undoubtedly the simplest, most direct, and effective approach. Upon receiving a reaffirmative response from Luo Sheng, Gu Shanshan's eyes sparkled with excitement as she promptly rushed towards the nearest counter. Han Yutong, however, hesitated slightly, trailing behind at a measured pace. She gazed at the dazzling jewelry displayed in the showcases, feeling a sense of unreality wash over her. When did purchasing gold become such a casual affair? Yet, the innate allure of these treasures proved irresistible, prompting her to join Gu Shanshan in selecting pieces. Chapter 54. He is no ordinary man. The staff at the jewelry store could clearly discern that their visitors were not ordinary. Just the sight of Luo Sheng, seated with an imposing presence, radiated an undeniable aura of power, complemented by a row of bodyguards clad in black standing behind him. It was evident to all that this man was either exceedingly wealthy or of high status. Therefore, wherever Han Yutong and her companion ventured, the staff greeted them with utmost enthusiasm. As the two women continued their selection, a man approached from a distance, accompanied by a young lady. Initially, he pondered the identity of such an impressive figure, questioning why anyone would require so many bodyguards while merely shopping in a mall. One might assume they were there to commit a robbery. However, upon getting closer and recognizing Luo Sheng seated in the armchair, the man instantly relaxed his furrowed brow. Young Master Luo, what a coincidence. I was wondering who had such a significant presence, he remarked. Luo Sheng turned to see that the newcomer was none other than Li Jun, the president of the Donghai Lin Supercar Club, with whom he had briefly crossed paths at the Donghai International Circuit. Presently, what a pleasant surprise, Luo Sheng replied. Li Jun glanced at the nearly private golden jewelry section and the two women who were intently examining the gold ornaments. Uncertain of the dynamics among the trio, he refrained from inquiring further. Instead, he smiled and remarked, given your esteemed status, young Master Luo, I presume it is unnecessary for you to personally accompany them. It would be more fitting for the store staff to present the items for your consideration. Luo Sheng nonchalantly waved his hand, indicating that it was all the same to him, as it had been a spur-of-the-moment decision to bring them along for a look. Is President Li here to purchase gold as well? Li Jun inquired, gesturing to the young lady in his arms. My little girlfriend's birthday is tomorrow, so I brought her to select a few gifts and to browse the gold jewelry. Young Master Luo, since our paths fortuitously crossed today, might I request a favor? Allow me to cover the expenses for the two lovely ladies within, he proposed. This statement was overheard by a female attendant who had come to serve Luo Sheng with a cup of water. Her demeanor shifted dramatically. This was a gold purchase, not an ordinary meal at a modest restaurant where one might compete to pay the bill. Had the two individuals before her not appeared financially secure, she would have surely retorted, what nonsense is this? Luo Sheng merely offered a faint smile. In the case of an average person, the act of having someone else eager to settle the bill would undoubtedly evoke a sense of pride, as it would suggest a degree of status. However, for Luo Sheng, the situation was markedly different. He had no need for others to pay for gifts for his significant other. Nevertheless, he understood that Li Jun meant no harm, merely eager to ingratiate himself after having ignored the latter's previous invitation to dinner following a racing event. On this occasion, encountering him outside, he naturally wished to present himself well. President Li was considerate. Thus, let us exchange a few words. Your young lady's birthday is tomorrow, is it not? In the entirety of the Jingtai Central Square, whatever she fancies, I shall gift her. Upon hearing this, Li Jun realized he had inadvertently stepped on a landmine. He quickly forced a smile, saying, Young Master Luo, I truly harbor no ulterior motives. Please do not misunderstand. Luo Sheng waved his hand, indicating that it was of no consequence. I appreciate your good intentions, but sometimes it is wise to refrain from being overly eager. At that moment, Han Yutong and Gu Shanshan approached, having selected their desired gold ornaments, accompanied by a store attendant. Upon seeing Li Jun, Han Yutong momentarily froze, mistaking him for a friend of Luo Sheng. Just as she was about to greet him, Luo Sheng stood up. Have you chosen so soon? Han Yutong nodded. Although Luo Sheng had encouraged them to select freely, she was well aware that he was not lacking in finances. Nevertheless, she remained mindful of the situation. In the end, both she and Gu Shanshan chose a bracelet and a necklace each, totaling merely 140 grams. After handing the black gold card to the attendant for payment, Luo Sheng turned to Li Jun and said, President Li, let your young lady select a few pieces as well. Consider them my birthday gift to her. Li Jun hastily shook his head, replying, Young Master Luo, you are exceedingly gracious. Your thoughtfulness alone is the finest gift for her. Luo Sheng, with an impassive expression, nodded slightly. Then, President Li, we shall take our leave. Watching Luo Sheng and the others depart, Li Jun finally exhaled a long breath of relief. His quiet girlfriend, intrigued, inquired, Jun, who is that person? Why does it seem like you are afraid of him? Li Jun, after all, was the president of the Donghai Lin Supercar Club, and his father was a real estate magnate in Southeast Asia. In the social circles of Donghai, he belonged to the upper echelon. The girl could not fathom who could possibly compel her Jun to adopt such a humble demeanor. Li Jun affectionately flicked her nose, reminding her that he was no ordinary person, but rather a figure whose mere presence could stir the very ground in Daxia. Should they encounter him again, she ought to show him due respect. Meanwhile, Luo Sheng, noting that the hour was still early, escorted Han Yutong and Gu Shanshan to a CAF on the second floor of the shopping mall for a brief respite. Given the relatively enclosed environment of the mall, Luo Sheng pondered for a moment before instructing his bodyguards to wait in the vehicles outside. He permitted only Chun Tai to accompany him and the two women. Otherwise, their entourage would either elicit wary avoidance from others or attract distant onlookers. Luo Sheng was indifferent to such attention, having grown accustomed to it since childhood. However, Han Yutong and Gu Shanshan appeared visibly uncomfortable. Once the three settled into the CAF, Han Yutong could no longer contain her curiosity and remarked, Brother Sheng, I believe I have seen that President Li online. Luo Sheng, stirring his freshly brewed coffee, replied, Yes, his name is Li Jun, and he is the president of the Donghai Lin Supercar Club. He is quite a frequent figure in the media, so it is not surprising you have encountered him. Upon hearing the name of the Donghai Lin Supercar Club, Han Yutong suddenly understood. It turns out that the person in question is this individual. No wonder he seems somewhat familiar. Shengge, does even someone like President Li show you such deference? Luo Sheng gently sipped his coffee and replied nonchalantly, In this world, wealth and power are distinctly stratified. Those in higher echelons tend to remain more concealed and are less known to the public. Li Jun is merely a minor figure. Han Yutong nodded thoughtfully, while Gu Shanshan mischievously winked and said, Shengge, what about you? With your wealth and the entourage of bodyguards you carry, you must be some hidden magnate as well. Luo Sheng chuckled softly, setting down his coffee cup. He regarded Gu Shanshan quietly, his gaze imbued with a hint of authority. Miss Gu, do you understand why some choose to visit bars and opt for secluded private rooms instead of the more convivial atmosphere of the main hall? Gu Shanshan, perplexed, shook her head, uncertain as to why Luo Sheng had abruptly shifted the conversation to this topic. Because some matters are not suitable for outsiders to know. After saying this, Luo Sheng resumed sipping his coffee. Gu Shanshan, sticking out her tongue, decided not to press further. Chapter 55. A lavish feast. The three continued to sip their coffee while savoring the exquisite pastries offered in the establishment. Han Yutong informed Luo Sheng that she had initially planned to travel north with Gu Shanshan during the winter break to admire the ice sculptures, and if possible, to experience skiing as well. However, with Luo Sheng's unexpected presence, she found herself compelled to reconsider her plans. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Sheng remarked, "If you wish to go, I shall take you to the St. Moritz ski resort in Switzerland. The scenery there is splendid, nestled in the heart of the Alps. Aside from being one of the world's premier ski destinations, I can also show you the glacial valleys." Han Yutong expressed her astonishment, saying, "Abroad? But I have never traveled outside the country. Rest assured, I will arrange everything. Your only responsibility will be to enjoy yourself." Luo Sheng replied with a calm demeanor. Han Yutong's eyes sparkled with anticipation, yet she felt a twinge of hesitation. Meanwhile, Gu Shanshan became animated, exclaiming, "Wow! Skiing abroad sounds absolutely fantastic." Luo Sheng turned to Gu Shanshan and offered a gentle smile. "Indeed, it would be a delightful experience. It had been nearly 2 years since my last visit there." He then turned his gaze to Han Yutong, his expression tender yet resolute. "Trust me, this will be a remarkable journey." Han Yutong bit her lip and nodded softly. Subsequently, Luo Sheng began to recount various amusing anecdotes from his trip to St. Moritz 2 years prior, such as the unique snowmobile experiences that allow one to race freely amidst the snow-capped mountains, and the charming alpine restaurants where one can savor exquisite cuisine while gazing at the breathtaking snowy vistas. As Luo Sheng narrated, Han Yutong's apprehensions gradually dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming sense of eagerness. Finally, Luo Sheng took out his phone and sifted through his gallery, sharing with them some photographs he had taken during his time in St. Moritz. The breathtaking scenery utterly captivated Han Yutong, who smiled and declared, "It is settled then. This winter vacation, we shall journey together to St. Moritz." Time swiftly passed, and by 4 in the afternoon, Luo Sheng returned the 2 ladies to their apartment before making his way back to Chiyun Mountain Villa. He needed to allocate some time for himself to prepare for the evening's soiree. The M1NT Club Gala, aptly named the Liguang Grand Event, was scheduled for 7 o'clock tonight. The organizers had considered the schedules of various attendees, notifying each shareholder, member, and invited guest a month in advance. The announcement of the Liguang Grand Event undoubtedly captured the attention of the upper echelons of Donghai City, eliciting eager anticipation among countless gentlemen and ladies of distinction. The guest list boasted not only the shareholders and members from the Donghai branch, but also an array of influential figures, business magnates, and top-tier celebrities. Even the 4th prince of the great Xia royal family, Xia Yao, was set to attend. Upon returning to the villa, Luo Sheng changed into a silver suit, complemented by a Cartier platinum brooch. From a tray brimming with car keys, he selected a Koenigsegg as his chariot for the evening. After picking up Emily, the 2 set off towards the M1NT Club. Upon their arrival at the club, the clock indicated it was already past 6 in the evening. The parking lot outside was teeming with luxury vehicles. Those lacking sufficient credentials could only quietly park their cars and walk to the entrance. However, Luo Sheng, driving the Koenigsegg, smoothly navigated directly to the red carpet at the entrance. 2 attendants, who had been waiting eagerly, swiftly approached to open the car doors for him and Emily. As Luo Sheng descended from the vehicle, he slightly adjusted his collar, linking arms with Emily, who was adorned in an elegant black evening gown. As they gracefully stepped onto the lengthy crimson carpet, the appearance of the pair instantly captured the attention of the crowd. Amidst the flickering lights and the enchanting melodies, they sauntered slowly towards the entrance. As they reached the midpoint of the red carpet, a sudden commotion erupted behind them. The 4th prince, Xia Yao, made his grand entrance accompanied by a retinue of attendants, exuding a commanding presence that involuntarily compelled those around him to take a step back. After scanning the crowd, Xia Yao's gaze settled upon Luo Sheng. In response, Luo Sheng halted and turned to face Xia Yao. With a gentle smile, Xia Yao approached with measured steps. "Mr. Luo, it has been a long time," he said, extending his hand. "I am well, Your Highness," Luo Sheng replied, reciprocating the gesture. Numerous media representatives, present by invitation, eagerly captured this moment with their cameras. After their handshake, Xia Yao leaned closer to Luo Sheng and whispered, "During this visit to Donghai, my elder brother and sister-in-law specifically asked me to extend their regards to you. Next month marks my sister-in-law's birthday, and my brother has expressed his eagerness for your presence in Kyoto." Luo Sheng offered a subtle smile and replied in kind, "We are all family. There is no need for such formality." With that, Luo Sheng made an uncommon gesture of invitation before the gathered audience. "Your Highness, please, after you." Xia Yao nodded slightly and proceeded ahead of Luo Sheng with one hand behind his back. Upon entering the venue, Luo Sheng and Xia Yao parted ways. Luo Sheng traversed the realm of high society with Emily as the attendees, seizing the opportunity before the formal commencement of the soiree, gathered to engage in light-hearted discourse. In a mere matter of moments, an unusual tableau emerged within the venue. On one side, a cluster of influential dignitaries congregated around Xia Yao, while on the other, titans of commerce gravitated towards Luo Sheng. They eagerly raised their glasses in tribute to the two men, exchanging pleasantries about their recent endeavors. Both Luo Sheng and Xia Yao, accustomed to such dynamics, shared a knowing glance, a silent acknowledgement, and toasted each other in camaraderie. Before long, the Li Guang Gala officially commenced, heralded by a renowned host who took to the stage to deliver an engaging opening address. Following this, the evening's entertainment unfolded. The audience was immediately captivated by a breathtaking vintage lingerie show that ignited the atmosphere with fervor. The supermodels, akin to brilliant stars scattered across the night sky, graced the stage. Clad in exquisitely crafted, extravagantly luxurious lingerie, they radiated an enchanting allure. Their slender waists, elongated legs, and tantalizingly glimpsed skin tantalized the audience's senses, drawing them into a trance of fascination. However, this opulent celebration was merely the beginning. The dazzling aerial ribbon performance elevated the ambience to an exhilarating crescendo. Vibrant ribbons danced gracefully through the air, unfurling like a resplendent tapestry. Moreover, the organizers had taken the initiative to invite a plethora of uniquely talented performance troupes from abroad. These artists either showcased bold and extravagant body painting or transformed into exuberant street revelers, exuberantly unleashing their passion and vitality. Moreover, some dazzled the entire audience with their alluring and seductive presence, captivating the attention of every individual present. These performers generously showcased their talents, weaving through the crowd with exaggerated and spectacular displays, engaging intimately with the guests and fostering warm interactions. They uniquely stimulated the senses of all, leading to spontaneous bursts of gasps and screams, while the joyous atmosphere lingered in the air, refusing to dissipate. Chapter 56. The girl blossoming in the mundane Luo Sheng reclined languidly on the sofa at the venue, holding a glass of champagne as he quietly observed the throng of people. Beside him, in addition to Emily Mellon, sat a distinguished middle-aged woman, the illustrious owner of MGM, known as the gambling queen of Macau, He Chaochuan. Of course, this was merely one of her many titles. Mr. Luo, I regret not being able to personally welcome you during your last visit to Macau, He Chaochuan said, her tone refined and respectful, yet maintaining her stature. As she spoke, she raised her glass in a toast to Luo Sheng. Luo Sheng smiled and replied, "There's no need for such formality, Madam He. I understand you were in Kyoto during my previous visit." Indeed, He Chaochuan nodded slightly. "I learned of His Highness the Fourth Prince's arrival and decided to join in the festivities, fortunate to have traveled on His Highness's private jet to Donghai." Luo Sheng took a sip of champagne, his gaze sweeping across the crowd with an air of casualness that belied a keen insight. "His Highness has likely other matters to attend to during this visit," he remarked nonchalantly, considering the weight of his royal status. Even though the M1NT Club soiree boasts high standards and numerous celebrities, it ultimately remains a gathering of the populace. To invite a prince to attend, it would require his prior intention to come. A flicker of something unusual crossed He Chaochuan's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure and smiled, saying, "Mr. Luo is ever so perceptive. Indeed, the fourth prince has come to tend to some personal matters, though I am not privy to the specifics." Luo Sheng gently swirled the champagne in his glass, watching the ripples dance upon the surface. Since it was merely the fourth prince's private affairs, he chose to relinquish his curiosity. At that moment, the rhythm of the music shifted, prompting the crowd to flock to the dance floor. Emily Mellon rose, casting an expectant glance at Luo Sheng. "Sheng, shall we dance?" Luo Sheng set down his glass, excusing himself to He Chaochuan, and with a smile, took Emily's delicate, fair hand, leading her to the dance floor. In the center, couples began to take their places, and as Luo Sheng held Emily's slender hand, their synchronized steps exuded an air of perfect harmony. "Sheng, your dancing skills remain as exceptional as they were during our school days," Emily whispered close to his cheek. "You too," he replied, sharing a smile that seemed to transport them back to the university ball. Just as they reveled in their dance and shared soft murmurs, the fourth prince, Xia Yao, approached, leading a young woman adorned in an exquisite gown. "Mr. Luo, would you be interested in changing partners?" Luo Sheng glanced at Emily, offering a faint smile. "Your Highness, I shall not refuse." He released Emily's hand, politely accepting the hand of the young lady beside the fourth prince. The young girl slightly bent her knees in a graceful curtsy before seamlessly merging into the dance floor alongside Luo Sheng. Her beauty was striking, particularly her eyes, which resembled clear autumn waters, crystal clear and devoid of any impurities. Such an untainted gaze seemed untouched by the tumult of the world, perpetually embodying an innate innocence and pure kindness. This intrigue stirred within Luo Sheng, prompting him to inquire softly, "May I ask how to address you, miss?" The girl parted her ruby lips. "You may simply call me Yike, Mr. Luo." Her voice, akin to her dance, was light yet imbued with elegance, reminiscent of a graceful butterfly in flight. "Do you know me?" Luo Sheng had assumed she was merely a sheltered canary of Xia Yao, a naive girl unfamiliar with the world's complexities. To his surprise, she indeed recognized him. Yike gently tilted her chin. "My brother is Li Junxin, so naturally. I am acquainted with you, Mr. Luo." Upon hearing the name Li Junxin, Luo Sheng suddenly comprehended. Li Junxin was the eldest son of the current prime minister, Li Xiang, and their family held royal connections, with the current empress being Li Junxin's beloved aunt. In the capital, aside from the numerous princes, Li Junxin was the foremost young gentleman. Though Luo Sheng had known him for quite some time, he had never heard of such an extraordinary sister. "So, you are Junxin's sister. That is indeed quite surprising." Luo Sheng harbored some lingering questions regarding the unexpected appearance of Li Junxin's sister in Donghai, especially accompanying Xia Yao. However, it was evident that this was not the moment for such inquiries. As Luo Sheng and Li Yike danced and conversed, he discovered that this young lady was not only strikingly beautiful, but also possessed an extraordinary eloquence. Li Yike, in turn, expressed her admiration for Luo Sheng without reservation. "Mr. Luo," she remarked, "my brother often speaks highly of you in my presence. I have long wished for an opportunity to meet you, and today that wish has finally been fulfilled." Luo Sheng, inhaling the subtle fragrance that emanated from Li Yike, smiled and replied, "It is indeed my honor to meet you today." As the dance progressed, their movements became increasingly harmonious. The gazes of those around them occasionally turned toward the pair, reflecting both admiration for Luo Sheng's charm and awe at Li Yike's beauty. When the music concluded, Luo Sheng escorted Li Yike back to the side of Xia Yao. Xia Yao first glanced at Emily, who had relinked her arm with Luo Sheng, then cast a sidelong look at the composed Li Yike. After a moment of contemplation, he approached Luo Sheng with one hand behind his back. "Mr. Luo, once the banquet concludes, would it be possible for me to have the honor of visiting Chiyun Villa?" Luo Sheng pondered briefly before responding, "I am deeply grateful for the fourth prince's kindness. It would be a privilege I would eagerly accept." As the banquet neared its conclusion, Luo Sheng bid farewell to the guests alongside Emily and led the fourth prince Xia Yao and Li Yike to Chiyun Villa. Throughout the journey, Luo Sheng's mind was filled with questions, uncertain of the fourth prince's intentions. Upon arriving at the villa, Xia Yao surveyed the elegant and exquisite surroundings, which radiated a luxurious aura befitting royalty. Such was the difference of the times. Had it been in previous dynasties, even the Luo family, with its vast influence and wealth, would have found it challenging to attain such grandeur. However, the slightest transgression would undoubtedly lead to a fate of confiscation and exile. Upon entering the main residence, Luo Sheng instructed Meng Qing to show the two young ladies around while he guided Xia Yao to a tranquil tea room on the third floor. The air was filled with a delicate aroma, and a maid, who had been waiting there, knelt by the tea table, preparing the tea. Xia Yao lifted the teacup and took a gentle sip, expressing surprise. "Is this the imperial Longjing?" Luo Sheng replied without revealing any emotion. "Indeed, it is the imperial Longjing bestowed by His Majesty." Xia Yao savored the tea further and smiled. "Only at Mr. Luo's place can one enjoy this. My father treasures it greatly. Apart from my elder brother, my other siblings can only dream of it." Luo Sheng chuckled. "It is indeed a blessing for this tea to be savored by your highness." He then personally poured another cup for Xia Yao. Observing the teacup on the table, Xia Yao fell silent for a moment before gently stating, "Mr. Luo, the truth is, my visit to Donghai this time is not merely for the so-called Liguang festival." Chapter 57. I am Luo Sheng. Upon hearing this, Luo Sheng could not help but set down his teacup. Could it be that the fourth prince's private matters in Donghai were somehow related to him? Or perhaps to the Luo family? He refrained from speaking, raising his hand to dismiss the maid nearby, and then gazed intently at Xia Yao, awaiting further elaboration. Noticing Luo Sheng's vigilant demeanor, Xia Yao was somewhat taken aback. Why did he exhibit such a serious expression when he had yet to disclose any matters? Mr. Luo, what do you think of the girl who danced with you tonight? Luo Sheng felt a sense of relief and smiled broadly as he spoke. Is His Highness the Fourth Prince seeking to act as a matchmaker for the Li family? Xia Yao's expression momentarily faltered. He helplessly rubbed his forehead and drained the cup from the tea table in one gulp. After placing the cup down, he replied with irritation. Alas, it is not matchmaking at all. It is merely that Lord Li Junxin has entrusted me to take his sister to the East Sea on this occasion. It is said to be a visit for you to behold. The disdain in Xia Yao's words unmistakably revealed his aversion to such matters. In contrast, the smile on Luo Sheng's face only deepened. The Li family in the capital, being of royal lineage, had Li Xiag as the prime minister, overseeing the affairs of the great Xia. Moreover, he was the elder brother of the empress, holding the esteemed title of the uncle to the nation. Likewise, Luo Sheng was the brother of the crown princess. Should the Luo and Li families form a union, it would undoubtedly be a splendid choice, both now and in the future. Furthermore, the young lady named Li Yike. Your Highness, the next time such an affair arises, let him present himself. Ha! Luo Sheng was not oblivious to the intentions behind the Li family's actions. They merely sought to gauge the waters first. If Luo Sheng found favor, it would certainly lead to mutual delight, and subsequent developments would follow naturally. Yet, if he were to find her lacking, it could easily be dismissed as youthful folly. However, that young lady Yike possessed a beauty that could charm even the fish and birds, her demeanor graceful and gentle, surely leaving every man smitten. Your Highness, what do you think? Xia Yao reflected on Li Yike's eloquence and demeanor, wholeheartedly agreeing that the Li family had indeed raised a remarkable daughter. The conversation regarding Li Yike was brief and discreet. Subsequently, they engaged in a discussion about the upcoming birthday banquet for the crown prince's consort, scheduled for the following month. As the hour grew late, around 10 o'clock, Xia Yao's attendant approached to urge him to conclude the meeting. At the moment of parting, Xia Yao grasped Luo Sheng's hand and said, Mr. Luo, I shall return to the capital tomorrow. My brother and I will await your arrival in the capital. Luo Sheng responded with a smile. May the fourth prince have a safe journey. I shall certainly arrive in the capital on time next month. Beside them, Li Yike charmingly added, Mr. Luo, I shall depart with the fourth prince, and we shall meet again next month in the capital. Luo Sheng nodded slightly. Indeed. I too hope to witness your grace at that time. After bidding farewell to Xia Yao and Li Yike, Luo Sheng lingered at the main gate of the residence. Lost in thought, he felt remarkably composed about the prospect of a distinguished lady like Li Yike being presented to him. Everything seemed preordained. After all, given Luo Sheng's status, the individuals with whom he could potentially be matched were limited. It was impossible for him to transcend that realm. As for those like Han Yutong, Emily, Su Jiejia, and all future acquaintances of Luo Sheng, they could dedicate their lives to him, yet they would forever remain his women, never to be his wife. The narrative of a noble heir marrying an ordinary girl exists solely in the realm of television dramas. In reality, there lies an insurmountable chasm between the two. Emily approached from behind, taking a coat from a nearby maid and draping it over Luo Sheng's shoulders. Sheng, the temperature is low tonight. Why haven't you gone inside yet? Luo Sheng turned to look at the foreign girl who had been constantly on his mind, gently caressing her cheek with his slightly cold palm. It's nothing. It's getting late, and you should return to rest. Just as Luo Sheng was about to ask Meng Qing to escort Emily back to the guest house, she unexpectedly embraced him from the side. Resting her head against his chest, Emily spoke softly, May I stay with you tonight? Luo Sheng paused for a moment before responding with a simple from his nose. The following morning, Luo Sheng, clad in a thin cotton loungewear, leaned against the massive rosewood desk in his study. He gazed at the overcast sky outside, where a gentle drizzle tapped rhythmically against the floor-to-ceiling windows. November's chill had begun to set in, and following a night of rain, the outdoor temperature had dipped into single digits. Yet, the climate control system in the main residence consistently maintained a comfortable 20 degrees indoors. Luo Sheng took a sip of his coffee and turned to Meng Qing, who remained as composed as ever. Has Emily's flight been arranged? It has been arranged, sir, for this afternoon at 4 o'clock, Meng Qing replied respectfully, her voice still carrying a hint of coldness. It's about time she returned to give her family an update, Luo Sheng mused. Will you need to personally see Miss Emily off this afternoon, sir? Meng Qing inquired. Luo Sheng set down his cup and turned to face her, crossing his arms over his chest as he regarded her. Meng Qing instinctively lowered her delicate and aloof visage. No need. But could you do me a favor during your outing at noon? Please select a gift for Emily and deliver it to her before boarding this afternoon. Meng Qing replied, Certainly, sir. Are there any specifications for the gift? Just choose according to your own preference. There are no budget constraints, Luo Sheng stated. Additionally, regarding the matter of contacting the colleagues at Luqing Hospital that you were tasked with, what is the status of that? Without the slightest pause, Meng Qing began her report. After your instructions last time, I promptly had the notice issued directly from the office of the group president. The patient, Su Haidong, has now been transferred to a VIP ward, where he is under the care of a dedicated medical team available around the clock. All expenses have been waived, and any fees previously collected have been refunded. Luo Sheng nodded, recalling that Su Jia had sent him a lengthy message of gratitude the previous night. He surmised that the situation had been properly managed, hence his inquiry. All right, you may leave now. Luo Sheng waved his hand. Understood, sir. Once Meng Qing had gracefully exited the study, Luo Sheng settled into his armchair, picked up his phone, hesitated for a moment, and then dialed a landline number. After several rings, the call was answered by a melodious female voice on the other end. Hello, this is the Secretariat of the President's Office at Tianluo Group's global headquarters. Who may I assist you with? This is Luo Sheng. Please connect me to Vice President Xiao Qingming of the group. Chapter 58. Is he just a minor employee? I am Luo Sheng. These 4 simple words may seem insignificant to others. In comparison to titles such as I am a certain official from the provincial committee or I am a certain member from the central government, they appear rather feeble. However, for those at the global headquarters of Tianluo Group, these 4 words carry far greater weight than the title of the Emperor of the Great Xia. The secretary responsible for answering the phone paused briefly before promptly responding, Certainly, Director Luo. I will connect you to General Manager Xiao right away. Please hold for a moment. The reason for not contacting Xiao Qingming directly is that his number has yet to earn a place in Luo Sheng's personal phone contacts. Among the tens of millions within the entire group, only CEO Yu Min is entitled to have a direct line of communication with Luo Sheng. Beneath Yu Min are the senior presidents overseeing various overseas divisions, as well as presidents and vice presidents managing specific business lines. Xiao Qingming is merely one of the hundreds of vice presidents within the organization. After a brief wait, the call was connected. Mr. Luo, how may I assist you? Xiao Qingming inquired. Prior to the call connecting, the secretary had already informed Xiao Qingming that it was Director Luo Sheng seeking him. This revelation instantly heightened Xiao Qingming's alertness as he sat leisurely in his office, sipping on morning tea. Xiao Qingming, there is a matter I need you to arrange. But ensure that no one else knows it is at my behest, Luo Sheng stated. Mr. Luo, your affairs are my affairs. Please proceed, Xiao Qingming replied, his heart racing with excitement. Despite holding the esteemed title of vice president at the global headquarters of the Tianluo Group, he appeared to tower over others. Yet, in the presence of Luo Sheng, he was merely an elevated pawn. Now that Luo Sheng had chosen to bypass all others and seek his assistance directly, it was indeed a privilege of the highest order. Should he execute the task successfully, what a fortuitous day it would be. Luo Sheng, there exists a subsidiary under the group known as Jingtai Commercial, and within their project at Jingtai Central Plaza, there is an individual named Chun Yajun. Luo Sheng, in your personal capacity, arrange for this individual to be transferred to the subsidiary's headquarters, assigning him a nominal position with a commensurate increase in remuneration. Without providing any rationale, Luo Sheng instructed Xiao Qingming to carry out this assignment. There was a noticeable pause on the other end of the line. Xiao Qingming, may I, with due respect, inquire as to what relation this Chun Yajun bears to you, Mr. Luo? Luo Sheng, do not pry into matters that do not concern you, and ensure that this remains confidential moving forward. Xiao Qingming, understood. Luo Sheng, proceed with the arrangements. Xiao Qingming, certainly, Mr. Luo. Upon concluding the call with Luo Sheng, Xiao Qingming exhaled deeply. He reminded himself that in order to maintain a stable career until retirement, he must diligently attend to his responsibilities. Without delay, he promptly scoured the internal directory of the group on his computer. In no time, he located Chun Yajun, an assistant in the Human Resources Department of Jingtai Central Plaza. This was merely an entry-level position. Xiao Qingming tapped his forehead. What does it matter who he is? Above all, do not indulge in curiosity. Do not be curious. Swiftly, he located the contact information for Zhang Sheng, the general manager of Jingtai Commercial. After a moment's hesitation, Xiao Chengming opted to use his personal mobile phone to place a call. The outcome was rather surprising. Chen Yajun, a recent university graduate who had only been with the company for a few months, was abruptly reassigned from the project to the headquarters, taking on the role of special assistant to the general manager's office. His salary skyrocketed from a modest 4,200 to an impressive 22,000, rivaling that of a subsidiary director. This led many colleagues to speculate whether he was, perhaps, the son of a certain executive within the subsidiary. However, within the vast expanse of Tianluo Group, this matter barely caused a ripple, merely stirring a commotion within the Jingtai Commercial Management Company. Yet, no one dared to elucidate the situation, nor would anyone venture to intervene, for the order for this personnel adjustment had been issued personally by General Manager Zhang Sheng. To Luo Sheng, Chen Yajin's circumstances were of little consequence. After contacting Xiao Chiming, he chose not to pursue the matter further. This was the sole favor he could extend to his brother from a previous life. Beyond that, nothing more could be done. After all, in this timeline, their emotional connection was that of strangers, and their identities were worlds apart. As noon approached, Meng Qing, having organized her tasks, drove her white BMW 740 to an upscale commercial street. Upon parking, she made her way directly to a private dining establishment named Yuni. The attentive staff respectfully guided her to a private room, where a fashionably dressed young woman was already seated, idly scrolling through her phone. Upon seeing Meng Qing enter, she set her phone aside and smiled, saying, "Miss Meng, it seems you finally have time to venture out today." Meng Qing placed her Chanel bag down and gracefully took a seat beside the young woman. "Han Lu, is it really as exaggerated as you claim? Did we not just go shopping together last month?" Han Lu extended a finger and replied earnestly, "To be precise, it was 45 days ago. How much does the Luo family pay you monthly that allows you to work tirelessly without a break?" Meng Qing responded, "After excluding bonuses and other benefits, I receive approximately 300,000. 300,000. And that's without bonuses or benefits." Han Lu gasped. "What would it amount to if those were included?" "That's hard to say. During the Mid-Autumn Festival, I received 50,000. And then my employer transferred an additional 200,000, stating that since I couldn't return home for the holiday, I should buy some gifts for my family." Meng Qing spoke as though it were commonplace. However, Han Lu had not anticipated that Meng Qing would divulge such information, as she had always been curious but refrained from asking out of respect for Meng Qing's privacy. Given that she served the prominent Luo family, not just any affluent household, now that the figures were disclosed, Han Lu couldn't help but feel a pang of regret for her casual inquiry. As a model, she often posed for extended periods to satisfy her employers, earning merely 20 to 30,000 a month. The discrepancy was indeed staggering. "Meng Qing, you often mention your employer. Could it be that he has developed feelings for you?" Han Lu, with an air of curiosity, inquired. Meng Qing, with a gentle smile gracing her lips, candidly admitted, "I have long belonged to him." "Meng Qing, you?" Han Lu exclaimed, her eyes widening as though she had stumbled upon a sensational revelation. Yet, Meng Qing continued, "I find this entirely natural. A man of such distinguished stature as he possesses an allure that no woman could possibly resist. So, where do you stand in your relationship?" Han Lu's excitement rendered her speechless. "Meng Qing, it seems you are on the path to marrying into wealth." Meng Qing lightly tapped Han Lu's head and chuckled. "What are you thinking?" To him, women are merely embellishments in the tapestry of life. Chapter 59. I no longer wish to strive as Han Lu absorbed Meng Qing's words. Disbelief clouded her judgment as she scrutinized her friend. Had it not been for the familiarity of the person before her, someone she had known for over a decade, she might have suspected an impostor. "Meng Qing, I remember you were not always like this. You were once the aloof goddess of our school, with suitors, affluent and handsome, lining up from the dormitory to the school gate, yet you turned them all away. You once claimed that all men were of the same ilk, base and repugnant, vowing never to let a man touch you." In Han Lu's memory, the vibrant years of their university days felt like a distant yesterday, a time imbued with youthful exuberance and nascent emotions, when the air was thick with the fervor of blossoming romance among young men and women. However, for Meng Qing at that time, whether it was the devoted admirers, the charming Casanova, the affluent second-generation heirs, the academically accomplished seniors, or the gentle and considerate juniors, she maintained an attitude of cold indifference and resolute dismissal, keeping them at an arm's length as if she had erected an impenetrable fortress in her heart, one that no man could easily breach. Yet, as time has passed, Meng Qing now boldly acknowledges that she is indeed the woman of the young master of the Luo family. This revelation strikes like a thunderous bombshell. The once aloof and disdainful ice beauty, who had held all men in contempt, now willingly submits herself to a man. Is the world gone mad? Or has her friend Han Lu succumbed to a form of mental disarray, resulting in a distorted memory? Meng Qing quietly listened to what Han Lu had to say, and then, with a dismissive tone, replied, I no longer regard those individuals. However, my gentleman is different. His status is esteemed, and even on a global scale. He holds a prominent position. He is powerful and confident, and there is nothing and no one that can contravene his will. Power, wealth, and women, elements that ordinary men pursue throughout their lives, are mere embellishments to him. Lulu, tell me, what woman could possibly reject such a man? Han Lu stared intently at Meng Qing, observing the look of infatuation on her face, and for a long moment, she found herself at a loss for words. Is this still human? Surely, her friend has been brainwashed. Upon witnessing Han Lu's incredulous expression, Meng Qing merely responded with a serene smile. To you, these matters may seem ethereal, for you have yet to encounter them or truly experience their essence. Just as Han Lu was about to voice her thoughts, a waiter entered to inquire whether they were ready to be served. Let us dine first. After our meal, accompany me to shop. For that is my primary task for today, Meng Qing stated. With the waiter's affirmation, an array of exquisite dishes was presented at their table, each plate resembling a work of art, emanating an enticing aroma. Meng Qing gracefully picked up her utensils and began to savor her meal, all the while recommending to Han Lu, this truffle caviar paired with foie gras boasts an unparalleled flavor. You simply must try it. However, Han Lu remained distracted, still contemplating Meng Qing's earlier words. Yet, confronted with such culinary delights, she could not resist sampling a bite, her taste buds igniting instantaneously. Throughout their dining experience, Meng Qing continuously recounted tales of Luo Sheng's exploits. As Han Lu listened, her confusion deepened until she finally interjected, Qing, have you considered that perhaps he is merely toying with you out of whim? Meng Qing's expression shifted momentarily before she regained her composure. Setting down her utensils, she replied earnestly, Lulu, I appreciate your concern, but he truly has no need to. Han Lu shook her head in resignation, feeling as though the Meng Qing before her had become a stranger, utterly ensnared in the world of the Luo family's heir. After their meal, Meng Qing took the initiative to settle the bill, which totaled a little over 2,000. Having spent considerable time in Luo Sheng's company, she felt no impact from the modest expense. Exiting Yun's private kitchen, Han Lu cast a glance at the BMW 740 idling at the door, where Meng Qing stood. She continuously remarked that she now resembled a petite heiress, driving a luxury BMW worth over $1 million, adorned in high-end custom fashion, and clutching a limited-edition Chanel handbag. Coupled with her cool and competent demeanor, she was simply breathtaking. After more than an hour, Han Lu, seated in the front passenger seat, kept stealing glances at the gift bag resting on the back seat. Inside lay a set of exquisite jewelry she had just purchased with Meng Qing, a pair of earrings, a necklace, a bracelet, and a ring, all crafted by Van Cleef Arpels, with a total value exceeding 700,000. According to Meng Qing, this jewelry set was procured by her to be gifted to a young lady on behalf of her employer. Do affluent families not personally select such extravagant gifts, fearing their subordinates might take advantage? Lulu, where are you headed this afternoon? I shall drive you there. Meng Qing's voice interrupted Han Lu's musings. Are you not joining me? We haven't seen each other in ages. Must you rush back after just one afternoon? Han Lu inquired. Meng Qing nodded. Yes. I need to escort that young lady to her flight this afternoon and personally deliver the gift prepared by my employer. Then please take me to the gym. I have no plans for the afternoon, Han Lu replied, feeling somewhat dejected. Han Lu shook her head, realizing her friend was beyond redemption. Not only did she help select the gift, but she was also to play the role of delivering it to another woman on behalf of that scion of the Luo family. However, it was evident that the Luo heir was quite generous. Observing Meng Qing's appearance stirred emotions within her. If she were in her place, she might very well succumb as well. She reflected on the fact that this young master of the Luo family could effortlessly bestow jewelry worth over 700,000. Meng Qing followed him, ostensibly merely a lifestyle assistant, yet surrounded by luxury cars that spoke of opulence. How long would it take her to amass such wealth through her own arduous labor? Each day, She toiled in the monotony of life, clad in humble attire worth mere hundreds, residing in a rental that she could never afford to purchase. If only she had a wealthy patron by her side, perhaps her burdens would lighten. Han Lu recalled Meng Qing's fervent admiration and obsession when she spoke of the young heir of the Luo family. Perhaps he truly possessed an extraordinary allure. The steadfast beliefs she held concerning love seemed to wane in the face of such a vast disparity in wealth. It appeared that love itself might indeed rest upon a certain material foundation. Individuals like the young master of the Luo family, who wield both wealth and power, undeniably captivate the heart. Han Lu sighed softly, aware that her thoughts were somewhat worldly, yet unable to suppress her longing for a life of abundance. Throughout the journey, she engaged in an internal struggle. Before long, Meng Qing arrived at the gym that Han Lu frequently visited, driving a BMW 740. Just as they were about to alight, Han Lu seemed to muster her courage and grasped Meng Qing's slender right hand firmly. Meng Qing. Yes? Meng Qing turned to Han Lu, her expression one of bewilderment. How about you recommend me to your esteemed master? I, too, wish to cease striving. Chapter 60. The accompaniment of bathing as evening approached. In the private gym located in the basement of the manor, Luo Sheng, clad in athletic wear, was jogging on the treadmill. Beside him, a stunning personal assistant held a white towel, occasionally dabbing the sweat from his brow. Sir, you are almost ready for a break in 5 minutes, heaving a sigh. Luo Sheng replied. At that moment, Meng Qing entered the room, not wishing to disturb the jogging Luo Sheng. She exchanged a nod with the beautiful assistant and accepted a towel from her, standing quietly to the side. A few minutes later, Luo Sheng pressed the stop button on the treadmill. After glancing at Meng Qing, he made his way to a nearby bench to rest. Meng Qing gently began to wipe his body. After taking a few sips from the water cup on the bench, Luo Sheng inquired, Has Emily boarded the plane? Yes, sir. Additionally, she greatly appreciates the Van Cleef Arpels gift you presented her, Meng Qing responded. Luo Sheng nodded slightly, stood up to stretch his arms, and walked towards the SBA room, with Meng Qing closely trailing behind. In a grand and opulent bath, Luo Sheng reclined like a dragon, serene and relaxed. Two beautiful attendants stood on either side of the bath. One of them, positioned at the edge, delicately massaged Luo Sheng's broad shoulders with her slender hands. The perfect pressure gradually eased the tension in his muscles. The other attendant cautiously stepped into the water, holding a pristine white towel, tenderly wiping away the sweat from Luo Sheng's skin. Each movement was executed with meticulous care. Meanwhile, Meng Qing and another attendant holding a bath towel stood quietly to the side, their heads slightly bowed, expressions reflecting both deference and reverence as they patiently awaited Luo Sheng's emergence from the bath. Within the serene confines of the entire SBA suite, the only sound that permeated the tranquility was the gentle trickle of water. Suddenly, a voice crackled through Meng Qing's earpiece, calling her name. This is Meng Qing, please proceed. She replied, understood. Lifting her gaze, she addressed Luo Sheng, who was still immersed in the bath. Sir, the master has returned and requests your company for dinner this evening. With his eyes half closed, Luo Sheng tilted his head back, his tone languid as he responded, All right, I understand. Shortly thereafter, accompanied by the sound of splashing water, Luo Sheng's tall and robust figure emerged from the bath. Unclad, he descended the steps of the tub with deliberate grace. A nearby handmaiden, holding a towel, promptly approached him. With practiced ease, she dried his body, attending to every inch with meticulous care to ensure no drop was left behind, before draping a loose, comfortable robe over him. Upon stepping out of the bathroom, Luo Sheng reclined on the massage bed that had been prepared in advance. The two handmaidens who had earlier attended to his bathing had swiftly arranged their appearances. They glided to the side of the bed and commenced the massage. Their techniques were remarkably skilled. Two pairs of nimble fingers traversed every contour of Luo Sheng's skin, alternating between gentle kneading and firm pressure, expertly gauging the intensity and acupressure points. Occasionally, they would introduce subtle flirtations, hoping to pique Luo Sheng's interest. He was accustomed to their antics and tacitly accepted their behavior, yet he remained largely unaffected. By the time the massage concluded, it was already 7 in the evening. As Luo Sheng departed from the SBA room, he passed by an area undergoing renovation. This space was originally designed to accommodate 20 individuals as a private cinema. However, finding it of little use, Luo Sheng had transformed it into an esports room. It should be nearing completion now. Meng Qing. Luo Sheng paused and called out to Meng Qing behind him. Sir, how may I assist you? She inquired. How is the renovation of the esports room progressing? Luo Sheng gestured towards the construction area. Meng Qing replied, Sir, it is nearly finished. All hardware facilities are in place. But there are still some finishing touches and clutter that need to be addressed. Luo Sheng nodded and instructed, have the construction team work overtime tonight to finalize things. With that, he made his way directly to the elevator, intending to proceed to the restaurant on the second floor. Meng Qing, not wasting a moment, immediately contacted the person in charge of the estate's construction team. On the outskirts of Chiyun Mountain Villa, there exists a cluster of low-rise buildings that serve both as the office and living quarters for the estate maintenance team. At that moment, within the dormitory designated for the engineering department, an older man, known as Lao Ma, was conversing with his nephew. Xiaofeng, since you just arrived today, there are many regulations you may not be familiar with. Please refrain from wandering about alone. Tomorrow, I will take you around the office area to help you get acquainted. Lao Ma advised. The young man, referred to as Xiaofeng, nodded earnestly. I understand, second uncle. However, I truly did not anticipate the vastness of Chiyun Mountain Villa. I could hardly believe it when I arrived this afternoon. Old Ma chuckled. It's not just grand. The treasures here are truly remarkable. Beyond our area, even an inconspicuous little tree outside can be worth tens of thousands. Not to mention the exquisite jars and vases in those villas. If we were to accidentally damage even one, we would be utterly ruined. Xiaofeng's eyes widened, his voice rising considerably. Second uncle, is it really that exaggerated? Shoo, lower your voice. After all these years of serving the Luo family, do you think I would deceive you? Old Ma whispered earnestly. However, Xiaofeng, do not blame your second uncle for not warning you. When working in the manor, you must keep your hands clean. You may take what the master gives you, but anything not given is off limits. Otherwise, the consequences are severe. It's not merely a matter of rolling up your mat and leaving. Old Ma admonished his nephew with gravity. Xiaofeng, with sincere eyes, replied, Second uncle, rest assured. My mother told me to heed your advice in all matters. Old Ma nodded in satisfaction. He had watched this child grow up, and he knew his character was beyond reproach. Just then, the dormitory door swung open, and a middle-aged man strode in briskly. Old Ma, I just received a notification from Butler Meng. They said the esports room at the main residence is to be wrapped up tonight. Old Ma looked perplexed. So urgent? The middle-aged man urged. Don't be so anxious. Don't you still have some wiring to finish? Hurry, take your tools and head over. Old Ma replied, understood. I shall set off at once. After the middle-aged man departed, Old Ma quickly rose to his feet. Xiaofeng, come along with me and lend a hand. Uncle, what are we going to do? Today is my first day. I'm afraid I won't perform well, Xiaofeng replied, his face a mask of anxiety. He hadn't anticipated that after merely reporting in the afternoon, he would be summoned to work that very evening, and it appeared to be quite urgent. Old Ma patted his shoulder reassuringly. It's all right. These are merely minor tasks, primarily aimed at familiarizing you with the work environment you will encounter in the future. Chapter 61. The Golden Wire. Old Ma swiftly gathered his tools and, accompanied by Xiaofeng, boarded the shuttle to the manor's main residence. Two others were also part of their group, yet Old Ma intentionally selected a seat at the rear, maintaining a distance of 2 rows from the other 2 individuals. As they rode in the shuttle, Old Ma quietly imparted advice to Xiaofeng. Tomorrow, you will officially commence your pre-job training, but for now, your second uncle will provide you with a preliminary lesson. Xiaofeng listened intently, eagerly awaiting the continuation of his uncle's instructions. First and foremost, do not look at what you should not. Particularly once we enter the main residence, refrain from gazing around. We shall keep our heads down and focus on our tasks. Secondly, do not ask what you should not. Not only tonight, but in the future, you will encounter various scenarios that may be entirely new to you. Do not foolishly inquire about everything. Once we return to the dormitory and close the door, you may ask me anything, understood? Xiaofeng nodded earnestly. Thirdly, do not listen to what you should not hear, and refrain from speaking what you should not say. Within the manor, whether it be the master or the guests, they are individuals of great stature, far beyond our reach. Sometimes, they may utter certain remarks that you should promptly sidestep, even if you inadvertently overhear. It is imperative to feign ignorance and refrain from discussing it with others. After finishing his words, Lao Ma observed Xiaofeng, who was so anxious that he dared not speak and could only nod repeatedly. With a smile, he continued, however, we are merely laborers and generally do not encounter those individuals or matters. I mention this merely as a caution to avert any potential peril to your life. A sense of trepidation washed over Xiaofeng. He cautiously glanced at the two individuals ahead and then whispered, "Second uncle, the work here is so arduous. Why did you so fervently recommend that I come after your last visit?" Lao Ma replied, "It's merely a matter of adhering to regulations. Out of 30 days in a month, there are over 10 days spent playing cards in the dormitory, in addition to 8 days off, with meals and accommodation provided. The fixed monthly salary alone amounts to 30 to 40,000. Such employment is nearly impossible to find nationwide. Do you realize how many people plead and beseech, their heads nearly touching the ground, just to secure a position here? They struggle to find a way in. Were it not for my considerable efforts and the substantial bribe I offered to the supervisor, you would never have a chance to enter." Throughout the journey, Lao Ma imparted earnest advice to his nephew about the intricacies of working at Chiyun Mountain Villa. The shuttle bus soon arrived at the main residence. As soon as Xiaofeng disembarked, he was rendered speechless by the grandeur of the sight before him. In all his years, he had never encountered such an imposing and magnificent dwelling. This was no mere house. It was akin to a palace. Had Lao Ma not pulled him along, he likely would have remained in a state of astonishment. They were not yet qualified to enter through the grand entrance of the main residence, but instead utilized a side door, taking the elevator down to the basement level. Since it was a personal request from Luo Sheng, Meng Qing opted to remain on site. Upon seeing that the engineering team had arrived, she instructed them to promptly commence the finishing touches. When Lama spotted Meng Qing, he greeted her with utmost respect, then led the head-down Xiaofeng into the esports room, approaching a tangled mass of complex wiring. With practiced ease, he opened his toolbox and retrieved a testing instrument. He then handed Xiaofeng a small wire clamp, saying, "Xiaofeng, hold this and secure the wires in the order I specify. I will use the instrument to assess the circuit's condition." Xiaofeng accepted the clamp, feeling a twinge of anxiety. As Lao Ma operated the instrument, he murmured, "Do not be nervous. We are merely conducting the final inspection to prevent any oversights." With each circuit number called out by Lao Ma, Xiaofeng carefully attached the clamp. After some time, he noticed a number of discarded wires haphazardly intertwined, creating quite an eyesore. "Uncle, what should we do about these excess wires?" he inquired. Lao Ma glanced at them and replied, "They must all be cut away. Otherwise, they may pose a risk of short-circuiting." Thus, Xiaofeng fetched a pair of scissors and began to sever the surplus wires one by one. However, before he could tidy up all the discarded wires, he noticed something unusual. Holding a segment of wire, he brought the exposed wire core closer to Lao Ma. "Uncle, this wire core doesn't appear to be copper, does it?" Xiaofeng asked uncertainly. Old Ma merely cast a casual glance and chuckled softly. "Ah, indeed, it is pure gold. Enough idle chatter, let us promptly organize this." Xiaofeng stared blankly at the gold wire in his hand, roughly 6 square millimeters in size, then turned his gaze to the scattered wire ends on the ground. To his astonishment, the wires used here were not copper core but rather gold core. Such a revelation was utterly unprecedented. Nevertheless, he diligently gathered all the wires together and tied them into a small bundle. Before long, Old Ma had completed his task as well. Nonchalantly, he took the bundle from Xiaofeng's hands and approached Meng Qing with a courteous inquiry. Steward Meng, these wires were necessary reserves from the previous construction. How should we proceed with them now?" Meng Qing glanced at the wires in Old Ma's hand, fully aware of their contents. However, as the personal assistant to Luo Sheng, her mindset was already distinct from that of ordinary individuals. She regarded such trivial possessions with indifference, unperturbed by the minutiae others might fuss over. "You may take them back and handle them as you see fit," she replied in a neutral tone. "Thank you, Steward Meng. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave," Old Ma said, suppressing his excitement and whispering his gratitude, fearful of being overheard by the others in the room. Meng Qing merely responded with a dispassionate acknowledgement and dismissed him from her thoughts. After departing from the main residence, Old Ma and Xiaofeng boarded a shuttle back to the staff living quarters. Throughout the journey, they exchanged not a single word. Yet the barely contained excitement on Xiaofeng's face spoke volumes about the exhilaration bubbling within him. Upon returning to the dormitory, Old Ma securely locked the door before retrieving a small bundle of golden wires from his pocket. Xiaofeng was the first to speak. "Second uncle, I noticed earlier that these 6 square wires are entirely composed of gold cores." Old Ma, wearing a broad smile, replied, "I was the one who laid the wiring during the construction. How could I not know?" Xiaofeng, still in disbelief, asked, "So that beautiful housekeeper just allowed us to take these back?" He calculated. These wires must be at least 5 or 6 meters long. In total, it's 5 meters. And if we calculate by the 6-square measurement, it weighs approximately 300 grams, old Ma confidently stated. 300 grams of gold. Second uncle, perhaps we should return it, Xiao Feng suggested, concerned that the housekeeper was unaware. Old Ma, calming himself, carefully stored the golden wires in the wardrobe while saying, "Put your worries aside. All material purchases must go through Manager Meng. She is more aware of what these items are than anyone else." But then Xiao Feng questioned, confused. Old Ma chuckled. Manager Meng wouldn't regard these items as valuable. When she deals with them, you'll receive your share. He added with a grin. This is what I meant earlier. You can only accept what others offer you. Chapter 62. She has always liked it. Situations like that of old Ma and his companions occasionally occur within the Qiyun Mountain Villa. Sometimes, it involves precious ingredients that have fallen short of quality standards, or high-end beverages and teas nearing their expiration dates. Other times, it concerns discarded furniture and decorative items from the owner that hold little value. Moreover, akin to this occasion, the remnants of golden wires left after renovations may seem absurd and unrealistic to some. The household could certainly gather these items for collective disposal. This is reminiscent of the old garments found in the homes of many ordinary people. Although the quality and condition of these clothes remain satisfactory, they are discarded or gifted simply because one perceives them as outdated and unworthy of their current self. In truth, whether one chooses to collect them for recycling or take them to a second-hand market, they could easily be disposed of for a modest sum. The primary reason most individuals refrain from doing so is not a lack of appreciation. Now, consider if your wealth were to multiply 100-fold, 1,000-fold, or even 10,000-fold. Would you endeavor to convert obsolete digital devices, small appliances, bicycles, and the like into cash, or would you casually relinquish them to the household staff? Luo Sheng has never shown concern for such matters. Under Luo Sheng's influence, Meng Qing has also transcended the mindset of an ordinary person. For her, money is of little concern. She finds herself wanting for nothing, setting aside her annual salary of several million. Luo Sheng has already gifted her a luxury residence worth tens of millions in Donghai City as a birthday present for her 24th year. However, she has only visited it a handful of times, predominantly residing in Qiyun Villa. Her clothing, shoes, handbags, and cosmetics are all generously provided free of charge by prominent luxury brands. The reason is straightforward. Luo Sheng's unbranded haute couture garments are designed by exclusive teams assembled by these brands. Every year, he incurs expenditures amounting to hundreds of millions, all of which flow into the coffers of these brands. Overseeing these matters is Meng Qing. Speaking of her savings, Meng Qing can scarcely recall the last time she checked her account balance, for she truly has no need to spend. Even luxury vehicles like the BMW 740 have been provided for her by Luo Sheng, with several at her disposal, under the pretext of needing to alternate them for occasional business outings. When one is liberated from the concerns of high-quality sustenance and living, wealth becomes merely a string of digits. Meng Qing is still supervising the finishing touches on the esports venue. On the second floor, in the Chinese restaurant, Luo Sheng is dining with his father, Luo Zhen. The dinner table tonight lacks exotic delicacies, offering only simple, home-cooked fare. After finishing a bowl of soup, Luo Zhen hands the napkin, now stained, to a nearby maid. He gazes at his eldest son, hesitating to speak. However, he soon dismisses the attendants in the restaurant and, with an expression of calm, states, "Ah Sheng, the day after tomorrow marks your mother's memorial. Please go in my stead to pay your respects." Luo Sheng had initially thought his father had invited him to dinner for an important discussion. Yet, upon arrival, not only did Luo Zhen refrain from mentioning any pressing matters, but he also unusually requested a table of light dishes from the kitchen. It only becomes clear now that the reason is, in fact, related to his mother. Luo Sheng's biological mother tragically passed away in a traffic accident 20 years ago. At that time, Luo Sheng and his brother, Luo Xiao, were still quite young. Hence their memories of her are rather scant. "Father, will you not go this year?" Luo Sheng inquires. In Luo Zhen's sharp eyes, a hint of melancholy flickered before he quickly regained his composure. "There's no need to go. It would only stir up memories. You and Air should go instead. After all, it's been this way for over a decade. When I pass a century from now, there will be ample opportunities for us to meet again. If you happen to see your grandfather, do convey my regards." Luo Sheng observed his father, who had long since concealed his emotions, and spoke gently. "Father, I believe over the years, Mother would have wished for you to visit her in person. Moreover, Grandfather has never held any resentment towards you." Luo Zhen shook his head resolutely. This is my own issue. It has nothing to do with your grandfather. And when you go, remember to bring a box of linglong cakes from Xiangyunji. Your mother always enjoyed their delicacies. I have tried them for years, yet I still cannot adapt to their flavors. As Luo Sheng listened to his father's heartfelt reflections, he sensed a profound nostalgia for his mother, an emotion he had never witnessed in his father before. The man who wielded power over countless lives, who typically remained stoic and serious, now appeared to embody the essence of an ordinary person. Father. Luo Zhen waved his hand, calming his breath, and soon returned to his usual demeanor. Xing, it's settled for the day after tomorrow. You should rest early. Luo Sheng rose and bowed to Luo Zhen. Father, I take my leave. Go ahead, Luo Zhen replied with indifference. Returning to the room on the third floor, Luo Sheng pushed open the door and entered the living room. A young and beautiful maid set down the book she had been reading, rose gracefully from the sofa, and bowed her head slightly, uttering, "Sir, you have returned." Luo Sheng responded with a faint hum from his throat and strode towards the sofa. After sitting down, he picked up the book that the maid had just been engrossed in. It was The Old Man and the Sea. "Do you enjoy reading?" Luo Sheng inquired, glancing at the maid, who stood with her head bowed beside him. "Yes, sir," she replied softly. "I believe reading brings tranquility to the heart." With a smile, Luo Sheng set the book aside, crossed his legs, and said, "Lift your head." Upon hearing his words, the maid slowly raised her gaze, her bright and spirited eyes locking onto Luo Sheng's. To be honest, over the past 2 years, Luo Sheng had seldom taken the time to scrutinize the appearances of these maids. Each of them had undergone rigorous selection before entering Qiyun Villa, excelling in both beauty and figure. If placed in the outside world, they would undoubtedly be revered as goddesses, pursued fervently by ordinary people. However, this particular maid possessed an additional quality, a refreshing aura, perhaps a unique charm stemming from her love for literature. Luo Sheng felt a slight stirring in his heart and asked, "What is your name?" The maid answered softly, "Sir, my name is Xian." Luo Sheng nodded, gesturing to the seat beside him. "Come, sit here." As Xian settled down next to Luo Sheng, she tenderly took his left hand and placed it on her smooth, delicate thigh. Luo Sheng remained indifferent to this gesture, merely handing her the book and prompting, "Tell me what you have gleaned from this book." Xian was initially taken aback, but she soon began to articulate her understanding and feelings regarding the book with great care. After a thorough exposition, time had unknowingly slipped into the evening, marking 10 o'clock. "Sir, it's getting late. Allow me to assist you in resting." Chapter 63. The inability to transcend class the next day. Luo Sheng drove his Pagani Huayra to Donghai University. After parking the car by the roadside, he made his way to the university entrance. The two had arranged to view a property together that morning. To avoid causing any unnecessary commotion for Han Yutong within the university, everyone except Chun Tai remained in place. Strolling through the campus of Donghai University, he observed the bustling students, their faces radiating youthful exuberance. Some were clutching books, preparing to attend classes, while others gathered in small groups, making plans for leisure activities. As a gentle breeze brushed against him, Luo Sheng took out his phone and attempted to call Han Yutong, only for the call to be abruptly disconnected before it could connect. Shortly thereafter, Han Yutong sent him a message. "I am currently in class. Please wait for me at the Xingyu CAF by the school entrance. I will join you after class." Luo Sheng chuckled awkwardly, accustomed to being the one others awaited. He felt a sense of unfamiliarity with this sudden role reversal. Not wishing to disturb Han Yutong further, he accompanied Chun Tai to the nearby Xingyu CAF. This establishment possessed a distinctly artistic ambience, featuring semi-open seating arrangements with several all-metal tables and chairs positioned outside. After ordering a latte from inside, Luo Sheng found a seat outdoors and patiently awaited Han Yutong's arrival after her class. Chun Tai stood unwaveringly behind him, his keen eyes constantly vigilant of the surroundings. Suddenly, a young man with a backpack approached, accompanied by a girl holding a smartphone. Observing their trajectory, it appeared they were headed directly for Luo Sheng. Chun Tai instinctively stepped forward, positioning himself between the duo and Luo Sheng, and spoke in a stern tone. "What do you want?" The backpack-wearing youth was evidently taken aback by such an unexpected encounter. After a brief moment of surprise, he quickly replied, "Apologies. We are students from Donghai University and would like to conduct a street interview with the gentleman behind you." With an impassive expression, Chun Tai responded, "The gentleman does not wish to participate in any interviews. Please leave." Upon finishing his statement, Chun Tai extended his arm in a gesture of dismissal. This took the backpack youth by surprise. It was his first encounter with such a situation. However, it only heightened his curiosity. Tilting his head to gaze at the man seated in the chair, he noticed that he had not once looked in their direction. He simply sipped his coffee while engrossed in his phone, as if the unfolding events held no significance for him. Yet, driven by curiosity, the backpack youth mustered his courage and raised his voice, calling out to Luo Sheng from a few meters away. "Excuse me, sir? We are students from Donghai University, and we would like to conduct a street interview with you. Would that be possible?" Luo Sheng set down his paper cup and addressed the front, saying, "Chun Tai, let them come over." It was only upon Luo Sheng's invitation that Chun Tai finally parted to allow the two a passage, though his gaze remained fixed on them with unwavering intensity. As soon as there was any indication of movement, Chun Tai would swiftly draw his Glock from his waist and eliminate the threat, even in the bustling vicinity of the university. In his eyes, the safety of Luo Sheng always took precedence. The young man with the backpack felt increasingly uneasy under the watchful gaze of the man in black, whose presence exuded danger. After taking a seat opposite Luo Sheng, he attempted to display a congenial smile, extending his hand in a gesture of greeting while saying, "Good day, sir. I apologize for the interruption." However, Luo Sheng merely regarded him with a detached expression, showing no intention of reciprocating the handshake. It was not an act of pretentious aloofness, but rather an innate pride that prevented him from easily engaging in such gestures. "Given that you are a student from Donghai University, do share what you wish to discuss." Luo Sheng's tone evoked an indescribable sensation in the backpacker, reminiscent of a lofty noble in ancient times addressing a kneeling subject, inquiring about their desired rewards. Suppressing his discomfort, the young man awkwardly retracted his hand. I would like to ask, sir, what line of work are you in?" Luo Sheng chuckled lightly, pondering whether the youth of today had become so trivial as to approach strangers on the street to inquire about their occupations. He replied calmly, "I suppose one might consider me a business operator." The backpacker felt a surge of elation at Luo Sheng's willingness to respond, as any answer was better than outright rejection. He immediately pressed on, "May I inquire which industry you are involved in?" This question caused Luo Sheng to furrow his brow slightly. However, he patiently responded, "The investment sector." In Luo Sheng's perspective, any industry that Tian Luo Group engaged in was merely a form of investment. It was evident that the backpack man had a broad range of interests. Upon learning that Luo Sheng was involved in investments, he proceeded to inquire about various investment-related topics, to which Luo Sheng answered each question in turn. Eventually, the backpack man posed a question. "Sir, considering your remarkable achievements at such a young age, do you have any valuable advice or experiences to share with today's youth? As you know, many young people feel lost after graduating from university and are uncertain about their future paths." Luo Sheng inexplicably thought of another version of himself from a different timeline. 7 years of toil, 3 years of struggle, and ultimately, it all amounted to mere illusions. "One must be fortunate in their circumstances," Luo Sheng remarked nonchalantly. The backpack man was taken aback. After an extensive conversation, this was the response he received, slightly discontent. He replied, "But sir, the rapid development of the internet in recent years has showcased numerous stories of grassroots individuals achieving remarkable success. They began as ordinary people and, through their talents and hard work, gradually transcended their social strata. Is this not a more genuine example, apart from merely being fortunate in one's beginnings?" Luo Sheng calmly regarded the young man before him, deciding to conclude the discussion. It is the era that shapes them. Furthermore, the internet merely clarifies the existence of social classes. It does not enable one to transcend them. Upon uttering these words, Luo Sheng noticed Han Yutong hurrying towards him in the distance. The backpack-clad man, left in a state of astonishment, rose and approached the others. "Ah, Luo Sheng, I apologize for keeping you waiting. Shall we set off?" Han Yutong gasped, her breath still ragged. Luo Sheng smiled gently, caressing her cheek. "All right, let us embark." As they reached the roadside, the earlier backpack man caught up with them. "Excuse me, sir, could you please clarify what you meant by being unable to transcend social classes?" Luo Sheng, embracing Han Yutong, halted and cast a glance at him, yet remained silent. Instead, he retrieved the key to the Pagani Huayra, unlocking the door and guiding Han Yutong inside. A dozen robust bodyguards, clad in black suits, orderly boarded 4 Mercedes-Benz G-Class vehicles. Amidst the backpack man's complex expression, the Pagani Huayra sped away in a flourish. Chapter 64. sponsorship of the service, most ordinary individuals find it challenging to accept concepts beyond their comprehension. Once confronted with something that transcends their understanding, they tend to dismiss it as nonsense or delusion. For instance, the garments worn by Luo Sheng are all bespoke creations, each one discarded after a single wear. To an ordinary person, unfamiliar with high-end luxury, this notion appears absurd, akin to a fantasy of an emperor wielding a golden hoe. They may wonder how such expensive clothing could be tossed aside after just one use, as if money fell from the sky. However, the reality is that most high-end bespoke clothing is crafted entirely by hand, with meticulous attention to detail, rendering them unsuitable for washing. Are you aware of how luxury brands respond to this? At the inception of these product designs, the notion of laundering was hardly ever contemplated. Moreover, many affluent magnates do not travel with an entourage laden with an array of luggage, nor do they require an assistant solely to manage their belongings. This is akin to wielding an emperor's golden hoe. The stark reality is that, aside from essentials, they venture forth unencumbered and return empty-handed. When posed with the question of how they manage changes of clothing, the answer is straightforward. They procure new garments locally, wear them once, and dispose of them thereafter. Throughout history, clothing has been a durable commodity for the common populace. In contrast, for those at the pinnacle of society, it manifests as a disposable luxury. Luo Sheng, seated in his vehicle, reflected upon the conversation he had just had with the backpacker. The dialogue brimmed with the notion that ordinary individuals could harness the winds of change to ascend the social ladder. Perhaps a select few have reaped fortunes amounting to 10 million, 100 million, or even a billion. Yet such gains merely enhance material existence and do not signify a true transcendence of class. Class has always represented more than just wealth. In moments of cognitive limitation, one may glimpse the lives of the affluent through the lens of the internet, feeling akin to a frog confined within a well. However, with sufficient diligence, one can surely leap beyond those confines. As for those above, they may proclaim the existence of a broader expanse beyond, regardless of how vividly and authentically they depict it. Should it surpass one's understanding, it may be dismissed as mere fabrication. Yet, one day, upon emerging from the confines of the well, believing oneself to have achieved transcendence, one may look up and realize that they are merely a mayfly gazing at the vast sky. Seated in the passenger seat, Han Yutong noticed Luo Sheng seemed lost in thought and, intrigued, inquired, "Luo Sheng, what occupies your mind?" Luo Sheng turned to her, offering a gentle smile. "Oh, it's nothing much, merely some intriguing concepts I was pondering." With her eyes sparkling with curiosity, Han Yutong pressed further, "What intriguing concepts? Do share with me." Gathering his thoughts, Luo Sheng began to articulate, "It pertains to the intricate relationship between social strata and perception. Consider those who aspire to ascend from the lower echelons. They often believe that amassing wealth equates to transcending their class. Yet, they may struggle to grasp even the fundamentals beyond their immediate cognition, which is rather amusing." Han Yutong speculated that Luo Sheng's thoughts likely referenced the backpacker from the recent street interviews. She frequently encountered similar short videos, showcasing individuals in first-class cabins or dining in upscale restaurants. "Isn't that the case?" she queried. However, she soon recalled Tianxua Group. The Luo family of Daxia had undoubtedly achieved their current stature through more than mere financial affluence. As an ordinary university student, she found herself unable to fully comprehend such complexities. At a traffic light, Luo Sheng halted the Pagani Huayra and, utilizing the pause to reflect, calmly stated, "Power is eternally the cornerstone of social mobility and the foremost element. Otherwise, you are merely a participant in this grand game. The distinction lies in whether you are an ordinary player or a premium player. Wealth, in most instances, serves merely as a byproduct of power, hardly worth mentioning." Han Yutong listened, slightly taken aback by his insights. However, Luo Sheng's words undoubtedly awakened her. She recalled a certain internet celebrity, one of the foremost streamers, who within just 2 or 3 years amassed wealth that ordinary people would earn over several lifetimes. Everyone admired such grassroots individuals who could rise to prominence, ascending to the pinnacle of life and achieving a leap in social class. Yet, due to a series of negative events, this individual vanished overnight, their official account banned, disappearing entirely from public view. Indeed, they had accumulated a vast fortune, enough to ensure a life free from financial concerns, living a life envied by many. Yet, perhaps that was all there was to it. This might be what Luo Sheng referred to as a whale in the game. In this realm, They could surpass millions and experience more extraordinary moments. But what about the Luo family? Han Yutong inquired softly, fearful that her question might displease Luo Sheng. He merely smiled indifferently, stating that the largest sponsor of this game was indeed the Luo family. What do you think? Han Yutong nodded, somewhat dazed. This reminded her of the time she had researched the Luo family of Daxiao online after discovering Luo Sheng's true identity. Among the information she found, there was a staggering fact. The Tianlu Group had contributed a tax payment of 8.4 trillion yuan to Daxiao last year. This absurdly high amount accounted for 40% of the entire fiscal revenue of the Daxia dynasty. At that time, media outlets noted that the Tianlu Group, through its own efforts, not only fully covered the national defense budget but also absorbed a third of the fiscal expenditures. This was akin to shouldering the operational costs required after the game's launch. The heir of such a prestigious family now sat beside her, and the very thought left Han Yutong in disbelief. But why have you approached me? I am merely an ordinary girl. Han Yutong was acutely aware that he would not lack for female companions, particularly those of striking beauty. As the traffic light turned red, Luo Sheng released the handbrake and remarked, "You will come to understand in due time." With that, the green light illuminated, and the Pagani Huayra surged forth like an arrow released from a bow. The vehicle soon came to a halt within an opulent residential complex. A man clad in a tailored suit, accompanied by two elegantly dressed women, had been awaiting their arrival. Upon spotting Luo Sheng's car, he hurriedly approached. The bodyguards disembarked first to open the doors for Luo Sheng and Han Yutong. Luo Sheng adjusted his jacket, surveyed the surroundings, and addressed Han Yutong. "This is the high-end residence developed by Tian Luo Group, Huafu Junting. I have selected a property for you, and I hope it pleases you." The suited man stood respectfully before Luo Sheng, saying, "Mr. Luo, it is an honor to meet you. We truly should not have troubled you with such a trivial matter. It reflects our negligence." Luo Sheng replied in a calm demeanor, "Please show Miss Han around." The suited man, not daring to meet Han Yutong's gaze, lowered his head and invited, "Then, Mr. Luo, Miss Han, please follow me." The group swiftly ascended in the elevator, arriving at the residence chosen by Luo Sheng, a spacious flat with a private entrance. A staff member stepped forward to input the code on the electronic lock. With a soft click, the entrance door swung open. Luo Sheng led Han Yutong inside, and as she surveyed her surroundings, her heart brimmed with astonishment. Chapter 65. The 369 yuan spacious flat. As Han Yutong stepped into the foyer, her gaze fell upon the imported marble tiles adorning the floor, their warm texture and unique patterns exuding an air of distinction. She nodded slightly, satisfaction gleaming in her eyes. The suited gentleman promptly introduced, "Miss Han. The design of this foyer is both minimalist and elegant, offering ample space for your everyday items. Please follow me this way." With a graceful gesture, he invited Luo Sheng and Han Yutong to proceed to the living room. The seamless floor-to-ceiling windows framed a breathtaking view of the city outside. Sunlight streamed in unabashedly, illuminating the exquisite, handcrafted custom sofa that graced the living area. Above, a dazzling Swarovski crystal chandelier sparkled brilliantly, each crystal refracting enchanting light. Han Yutong could not resist approaching the window, gazing down at the scenery below. The suited gentleman continued, "This living room boasts an expansive design with high ceilings that enhance your perspective, complemented by top-tier materials and furnishings that surely reflect your esteemed status." He paused, acknowledging that while Huafu Junting is one of the few upscale properties in Donghai, it remains leagues apart from Chiyun Mountain Villa. After a careful glance at Luo Sheng, who remained unresponsive, he proceeded, "Miss Han, please allow me to show you the kitchen." As they entered the kitchen, the man in the suit continued, "Miss Han, we have selected only the finest international brands for the kitchen's configuration. Every culinary tool is at your disposal, and the fully automated control system effortlessly meets all your cooking needs." He then proceeded to introduce the dining room, study, and 2 additional bedrooms. With the Pai Dar assistance, the master bedroom, saved for last. Spanning nearly 40 square meters, the master bedroom boasted an array of opulent furnishings, and beneath the grand bed lay a sumptuous cashmere carpet. In the master suite's private bathroom, luxurious brand-name fixtures gleamed with a cold luster, and the oversized bathtub inevitably stirred Han Yutong's imagination. However, what truly opened the door to a new world for her was the walk-in closet. Throughout her life, she had never experienced the delight of stepping into a wardrobe. Although this closet measured less than 10 square meters, it felt like a realm unto itself. After the man in the suit completed his comprehensive tour of the layout, He escorted Han Yutong back to the living room. As they walked, he remarked, "Miss Han, this expansive flat encompasses 369 square meters. While it may not be the largest in the Huafu Junning complex, it undoubtedly boasts the highest quality configuration. A few units were retained after the launch and are not available for public sale, and this one is among them. It seems almost as if it were prepared especially for you, Miss Han." With a sycophantic expression, he stood by, awaiting Luo Sheng's next instructions. Seated gracefully on the sofa in the living room, Luo Sheng watched as Han Yutong emerged from the room, smiling as he inquired, "So, are you satisfied?" Han Yutong nodded enthusiastically in response. Were it not for the presence of numerous onlookers, she would have surely rushed forward to bestow a kiss upon him. The overall decoration style of this expansive flat exuded luxury and elegance, with all the household appliances impeccably arranged. If one were not informed otherwise, Han Yutong might have presumed that someone had already taken residence here. It hardly resembled a new home prepared exclusively for her. Instead, it emanated a sense of being ready for immediate occupancy. Most significantly, she had only ever seen such houses in short videos and had never imagined that one day she would truly inhabit such a space. Noticing Han Yutong's satisfaction, Luo Sheng gestured towards the man in the suit. The man promptly understood and accepted a stack of documents from a staff member behind him, handing them over to Han Yutong. "Miss Han," he said, "all you need to do now is sign your name on these documents, and I will handle the rest. Within a day, this residence will belong to you." Han Yutong gazed at the house purchase contract and the power of attorney in her hands. In the monetary section, the conspicuous figure of 1 yuan per square meter was stated, totaling 369 yuan. Although she realized it was merely a formality, her heart was inevitably stirred. Even as a sheltered young girl, she understood the prevailing real estate prices in Donghai. Given the location and quality of Huafu Junting, the market value should be at least several hundred thousand per square meter. Overwhelmed with excitement, she signed her name on the documents one by one and instinctively inquired, "How should I make this payment?" The man in the suit, along with the 2 female employees accompanying him, appeared utterly bewildered. This script is not right. Aren't you supposed to be the woman of the young master? Could it be that I have misjudged? Yet, that seems unlikely." Just as the man in the suit found himself at a loss for words, Luo Sheng rose and affectionately draped his arm around Han Yutong's shoulders. "Let's go. I'm taking you out for lunch." It was at this moment that Han Yutong finally grasped the situation, awkwardly smiling at the man in the suit while internally berating herself. "Xiao Yutong, are you a fool? Huafu Junting belongs to the Luo family. Why would you even question how to pay for a few hundred yuan? How embarrassing." Seated in the semi-open private room of Bai Wei's High, Luo Sheng personally poured juice for Han Yutong and remarked, "Huafu Junting should be contacting you by tomorrow. If you need anything, just instruct them to procure it for you. There's no need for you to handle it yourself. Wouldn't that be inappropriate? After all, they are company employees. Perhaps I should manage it myself," Han Yutong replied. Even though her current position carried a hint of the matriarch's role, she believed in maintaining a clear distinction between professional and personal matters. It felt somewhat uncomfortable to have employees running errands for her private affairs. "Rest assured, your needs are more important to them than their work," Luo Sheng said with a smile. At that moment, a waiter wheeled in a cart, presenting an array of exquisite Chinese dishes, each resembling a work of art. The first dish was the delicately crafted longjing shrimp, with the translucent shrimp nestled among the verdant longjing tea leaves, exuding an enticing aroma. "Try this. It was overlooked last time and is also their signature dish," Luo Sheng said gently. Han Yutong picked up a succulent shrimp and placed it in her mouth. The tender, bouncy texture mingled with a subtle hint of tea fragrance, awakening her taste buds in an instant, causing her eyes to sparkle. Next, the steamed pork wrapped in lotus leaves was presented, the aromatic essence of the leaves infusing the tender morsels of meat. There was also the elegantly shaped wensi tofu soup, with delicate strands of tofu resembling fine silk floating in the crystal-clear broth. Han Yutong gently scooped a spoonful. The silky, delicate tofu melted blissfully in her mouth. The air was filled with classical and graceful melodies, as she admired the dancers, their movements as ethereal as a startled swan and as graceful as a swimming dragon. The table was adorned with exquisite porcelain, showcasing an array of delectable dishes. Opposite her sat a man who was not only the heir of a prestigious family, but also her boyfriend. In that moment, Han Yutong felt like the happiest girl in the world. If this were a dream, she fervently wished never to awaken. Chapter 66. Han Yutong's confusion. As Han Yutong dined and conversed with Luo Sheng, She recounted the events of the past few days. One matter, in particular, piqued her curiosity: her friend Su Jiejia. A few days ago, Su Jiejia had borrowed 100 yuan from her due to her father's severe illness and financial strain. Han Yutong had no intention of pressing her for repayment and, after meeting Luo Sheng, even contemplated offering further assistance to her friend. To her surprise, not only did Su Jiejia refrain from mentioning the loan, but she also returned the 100 yuan to Han Yutong. Isn't it peculiar? Han Yutong mused. She was in such a desperate state before. Upon hearing the name Su Jiejia, Luo Sheng first smiled lightly, then remarked, "Perhaps she has encountered a benefactor." However, when I inquired of her, she remained silent. Han Yutong speculated with suspicion. Do you think she might have engaged in some questionable activities? I've heard that many young women nowadays take on part-time jobs to earn extra money. Do you think Jiejia? Luo Sheng playfully flicked Han Yutong's forehead, admonishing her not to indulge in wild thoughts. Rubbing her forehead in pain, Han Yutong pouted, ready to speak, when a cheerful voice resonated from the entrance. "Luo Xiao, what a coincidence. You're dining here for lunch as well? I just heard Manager Hao mention it and couldn't quite believe it." Luo Sheng turned to see Qin Jin enter, accompanied by an unfamiliar young lady. Setting down his chopsticks, he rose and teased, "Oh, have we changed the leading lady again?" Qin Jin chuckled nonchalantly, patting the girl in his arms. "Come on, introduce yourself. This is the esteemed young Master Luo from the Luo family." The girl, momentarily taken aback, quickly composed herself and said, "Hello, Luo Xiao. My name is Xiao." Luo Sheng nodded slightly and then gestured towards Han Yutong, introducing her to Qin Jin. "This is Han Yutong. Miss Han, delighted to make your acquaintance." "I am Qin Jin, a brother of Luo Xiao," he replied, as he regarded the captivating beauty before him. Qin Jin harbored his own speculations. Yet, while Luo Sheng could jest with him, he dared not make light of her. Han Yutong, displaying her gracious demeanor, stood to greet Qin Jin, saying, "Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you." Qin Jin did not linger for long. He had merely come to exchange pleasantries. Since Luo Sheng had arrived accompanied by a lady for dinner, it was only fitting that he did not overstay his welcome. "Well then, young Master Luo, please continue. I must head over to order some dishes and shall not intrude further." After Qin Jin departed, Han Yutong inquired, "Who was that person just now?" Luo Sheng resumed his seat, replying, "He is a friend I have known for many years. The top 3 companies in Daxia, Xian Insurance and Huaxin Bank, are both owned by his family." Han Yutong nodded silently, aware that anyone who could associate with Luo Sheng must be an extraordinary individual. While she was not well acquainted with Xian Insurance, she had heard of it. However, she was quite familiar with Huaxin Bank, as it was the institution that issued her savings card. Huaxin Bank, alongside a few state-owned banks in Daxia, stood as one of the prominent commercial banks. She was astonished to learn that the seemingly carefree young man was the heir of Huaxin Bank. He appeared quite courteous towards you. "Are you not friends?" Han Yutong asked. "Indeed, we are both friends and clients," Luo Sheng replied, taking a sip of tea. A portion of the subsidiaries under Tian Luo Group maintains corporate accounts at Huaxin Bank, with an annual transaction volume of approximately 40 to 50 trillion. Personally, I also have investments exceeding 10 billion in my Huaxin account. Upon hearing this, Han Yutong understood. Having previously read online that possessing 100 million in a bank account could lead to various privileges. Now that Luo Sheng has taken the stage, not only has he amassed a fortune exceeding 100 billion, but it is also not merely savings. It is the type of wealth that banks favor for investment. It is no wonder that even the young heirs of banks treat him with utmost courtesy. As Han Yutong was contemplating this, her phone suddenly rang. Upon picking it up, she was surprised to see it was a call from Su Jiejia. Once the call connected, she heard Su Jiejia's excited voice. "Yutong, I have wonderful news to share. My father's illness has been cured." Han Yutong quickly inquired about the details. After a moment's hesitation, Su Jiejia replied, "Actually, someone gave me a substantial amount of money, but I cannot disclose their identity. He just needs to rest for a while before he can be discharged." Noticing Su Jiejia's reluctance to divulge more information, Han Yutong decided against pressing further. "That truly is a cause for celebration," she said. Su Jiejia continued, "Indeed, I am immensely grateful to that person. I plan to visit Donghai in about a week. Shall I come to see you then?" Han Yutong asked, "Jiejia, what brings you to Donghai? Aren't you supposed to be in class?" Su Jiejia explained, "I have some matters to attend to, but I won't be here for long. I will take a leave from school." Han Yutong responded, "Oh, that is fine. Do contact me when you arrive. I would love to treat you to a meal. After ending the call, Han Yutong shared with Luo Sheng that her friend would be coming to Donghai soon. Luo Sheng casually nodded in acknowledgement, indicating he was aware. In fact, earlier that morning, while sipping coffee, he had already received a message from Su Jiejia, stating that once her father's condition stabilized, she would come to Donghai to accompany him for a couple of days. After the two dined at Baiwei restaurant, Han Yutong had classes in the afternoon, so Luo Sheng escorted her back to the university. In truth, given Han Yutong's current circumstances, attending university held little significance. Even if Luo Sheng ultimately could not formally marry her, he could at least ensure her future affluence. What is the purpose of an ordinary person attending university? Is it genuinely for the acquisition of knowledge or to serve the nation? No, it is primarily to secure a place in society and to seek an ideal job. However, Luo Sheng refrained from such pursuits, fundamentally to provide her with a semblance of purpose. After bidding farewell to Han Yutong, Luo Sheng drove back to Chiyun Villa. Upon entering the main living room, he encountered his younger brother, Luo Xiao, who was seated on the sofa engrossed in his phone. "You're back?" Luo Sheng remarked casually. Luo Xiao looked up at his elder brother, rising with a cheerful smile. "Brother, tomorrow is Mother's Memorial Day, so of course I had to return home today." Luo Sheng nodded, acknowledging his thoughtfulness. "I was just about to call you, advising you not to wander out tonight. Since you're home, let us have dinner together." A hint of hesitation crossed Luo Xiao's face as he quietly inquired, "Brother, will father be attending tomorrow?" Luo Sheng's gaze sharpened. "No, if you see grandfather tomorrow, say that father is unwell and recuperating out of town." Luo Xiao nodded in understanding. Sensing that his younger brother had no further matters to discuss, Luo Sheng patted his shoulder and turned to leave the living room. Chapter 67. Commemoration. The next day, a convoy of Maybach S-Class vehicles slowly departed from Chiyun Villa. The Rolls-Royce Phantom that Luo Sheng occupied was situated in the second row of the motorcade. Accompanying him was Luo Xiao. Their destination this morning was a vast private cemetery established by the Luo family on the western outskirts of Donghai City. Throughout the Great Xia, apart from the royal family, only the Luo family enjoyed such an exception. Others, whether dignitaries or affluent merchants, were strictly forbidden from appropriating large tracts of land for private burials. It was here that Luo Sheng's biological mother was interred. Perhaps due to the solemnity of honoring their mother, the two brothers shared little conversation, enveloped in a tranquil atmosphere. Luo Sheng quietly gazed out the window. His recollections of his mother were confined merely to her visage captured in photographs. Beyond that, his memories were scant. It was only after maturing that Luo Sheng learned from his father that his mother's name was Yi Qingyan, the legitimate eldest daughter of the Yi family in Liangwang, renowned for her exceptional beauty. A decade ago, a tragic traffic accident claimed her young life. At that time, Luo Sheng was 7 and Luo Xiao was 5. Although the Yi family's influence did not rival that of the Luo family, it held a position in Liangwang that even imperial authority found challenging to disrupt. The Yi family had been entrenched in commerce for generations, with both direct descendants and collateral branches establishing an unassailable stronghold over Liangwang. From humble vendors to the governors of Liangwang, members of the Yi family could be found throughout, solidifying their status as local sovereigns. Many years ago, a saying circulated, "One leaf shields Liangwang, never to enter the capital." Fortunately, the previous head of the Yi family, Luo Sheng's maternal grandfather Yi Yuhai, extended a helping hand during the nascent days of the Great Xia, when much was in disarray. In a proactive display of goodwill, a substantial donation of wealth and resources was made, thereby securing the foundation of the family. Subsequently, an alliance was forged through marriage with the Luo family, further fortifying the family's position. To this day, while the Yi family may not wield the same influence it did a century ago, it remains an indomitable presence in the Guangxi region. The private burial site is located on the slopes of a hill named Jing Mountain. At the foot of the mountain, the Luo family's private armed guards maintain a perpetual vigil. Any ordinary person who dares to approach is met with warnings and, at times, detainment. The convoy traversed the route and soon arrived at the parking area on the hillside of Jing Mountain. Upon disembarking, Luo Sheng noticed another convoy in the parking lot, along with a gathering of individuals beside it. An elderly man, in his 80s yet still possessing a vibrant spirit, led several distinguished individuals, accompanied by a throng of bodyguards clad in black. As they gradually approached Luo Sheng, the elder halted a few meters away from Luo Sheng, removed his sunglasses, and regarded him with a benevolent gaze. "Xiao Sheng, do you not wish to greet your grandfather?" Luo Sheng stepped forward, bowing slightly before Yi Yunhai, and said, "Grandfather, you still possess such grandeur." He then turned to a middle-aged man standing beside Yi Yunhai and remarked, "Uncle, I trust you have been well." The middle-aged man nodded, his expression tinged with melancholy as he replied, "Xiao Sheng, after a year apart, you and your mother bear an increasing resemblance." He then glanced at Luo Xiao and added, "You, young man, could you not dye that head of white hair back? What a sight!" The speaker was indeed Luo Sheng's maternal uncle, Yi Zheng, the eldest son of Yi Yunhai and the brother of his mother. Uncle Yi Zheng has always been rather serious and rarely smiles. Luo Xiao forced a smile and said, "Uncle, this is the trend." Behind Yi Zheng stood two young individuals, his children, the eldest son Yi Tao and the second daughter Yi Li. They stepped forward, greeting their cousins. It has been a long time. Due to late childbirth, both were slightly younger than Luo Sheng and Luo Xiao. Luo Sheng remarked, "It's quite rare to see Xiao Tao and Xiao Li here today." Yi Tao, the eldest, responded, "Although I was young when my aunt passed away, she is still our beloved and we ought to be here today." Luo Sheng nodded slightly, choosing not to say more. Instead, the elder Yi Yunhai scanned the surroundings and casually inquired, "Xiao Sheng, where is your father?" Luo Sheng lowered his head and replied softly, "Grandfather, my father has been unwell for the past few days and is recuperating away from home. Therefore, Yi Yunhai interrupted him directly. "Do not attempt to use these excuses to placate me. It has been years. Every time, it's either illness or flight delays, or he simply cannot break free. I refuse to believe he has no intention of seeing me again in this lifetime." Luo Sheng sighed, "Father, he actually feels guilty." Yi Yunhai gazed toward the distant cemetery, his tone tinged with melancholy. It is quite normal for a man to have several women around him, especially within a large family. Yin Yin was too stubborn that day. Your mother, in a fit of anger, drove under the influence and met with misfortune. It was simply fate. Over the years, I have come to terms with everything and no longer harbor any resentment towards your father. If the opportunity arises for him to visit the two Guang regions, I would like to have a heartfelt conversation with him." Luo Sheng responded, "Grandfather, I will convey your words." Yi Yunhai nodded, noticing that everyone had exchanged greetings. He turned to Yi Zheng and said, "Have someone bring the items. Let us go pay a visit to your sister." Yi Zheng nodded silently, understanding his father's intent. Leading the group was Yi Yunhai, followed by Yi Zheng and Luo Sheng, with Luo Xiao and the siblings Yi Tao and Yi Li bringing up the rear. They were accompanied by dozens of black-clad bodyguards, carrying an array of offerings destined for the grave of Luo Sheng's mother, Yi Qingyan. This private cemetery in Jingshan is the resting place for the ancestors of the Luo family, along with their primary spouses. Other non-direct descendants are seldom permitted interment here unless they have rendered significant contributions to the family. Although Yi Qingyan's grave is also located within this burial ground, it is enveloped by meticulously pruned evergreen trees, creating a sanctuary that feels detached from the worldly realm. A pathway paved with smooth white marble slabs leads directly from the periphery of the cemetery to the gravestone. Each slab beneath their feet exhibits distinct veining, shimmering gently in the sunlight. On either side of the path stand exquisitely crafted marble sculptures, lifelike in their form, as if guarding this sacred ground like mythical beasts. At the end of the pathway stands a towering gravestone, over 2 meters high, carved from pure white marble. It bears the inscription, "Grave of beloved wife Yi Qingyan," along with the specific dates etched clearly. Around the gravestone, intricate and exquisite patterns are carved, each detail showcasing the artisan's remarkable craftsmanship. As the only two descendants of Yi Qingyan, Luo Sheng, accompanied by Luo Xiao, gently wipes away the dust from the gravestone with a towel in hand. Simultaneously, he receives several boxes of delicate pastries from his subordinates, neatly arranging them on the stone pedestal before the tombstone. "Mother, these are from father, who wished for you to have them. I hope you can still savor them after all these years." Chapter 68. The Yi siblings. The memorial ceremony proceeds smoothly. After the paper money is burned, the attendees take turns paying their respects. However, at the moment of parting, Yi Yunhai crouches before Yi Qingyan's gravestone, tenderly caressing the photo embedded within, lost in silence. Ultimately, it is only with Yi Zheng's support that the elderly man slowly rises. Luo Sheng understands that while the old man claims to have come to terms with it, as a parent, how can one ever fully reconcile the sorrow of outliving one's child, regardless of how time passes? He simply wishes for his father not to remain trapped in this emotional turmoil for a lifetime, especially considering it is his beloved daughter. After leaving the cemetery and arriving at the parking lot, Luo Sheng contemplates inviting his grandfather's family out for a meal, as they have traveled from afar. Even with a private plane, it still requires time. Yi Yunhai gently pats Luo Sheng on the shoulder. Xiao Sheng, your grandfather and uncle will not join for dinner. Let the two children, Xiao Tao and Xiao Li, stay behind. You young ones have much to discuss, unlike me, an old relic, who finds it challenging to bridge the generational gap. With that, Yi Yunhai settles into the car. Yi Zheng gazed at Luo Sheng and said, Xiao Sheng, since the old man has spoken, let Xiao Tao and the others stay in Donghai for a couple of days. As their elder brother, you must take good care of your younger siblings. Luo Sheng smiled and replied, Uncle, rest assured, I will ensure they have a wonderful time in Donghai. In a couple of days, I will arrange for a private jet to take them back to Guangxi. Yi Zheng nodded, then leaned closer to Luo Sheng and whispered, the old man's health has deteriorated this year. Have your father find some time to visit him. We wouldn't want him to depart with any regrets. Luo Sheng felt a jolt of surprise. Just recently, his grandfather had appeared quite robust. How could he be unwell? He cast a questioning glance at his uncle. Yi Zheng, perceiving the concern, quietly divulged, it's Alzheimer's disease. He is now entirely reliant on medication to sustain him. Upon hearing this, Luo Sheng remained composed, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Alzheimer's disease, an incurable and irreversible affliction, can only be managed to slow its progression or temporarily restrain its symptoms. Nevertheless, what is destined to come will inevitably arrive. With a heavy heart, Luo Sheng bid farewell to his uncle and, together with Yi Tao and Yi Li, climbed into his convoy. The siblings were evidently thrilled at the prospect of spending a few days in Donghai. They were acutely aware of their cousin's status. He was undeniably a wealthy young master. Donghai, renowned as an international metropolis in the Great Xia, pulsates with vibrant nightlife and opulence, evoking a sense of longing in all who behold it. Despite being born into the Yi family, they understood the allure that awaited them. However, Yi Zheng exerted considerable discipline over his younger siblings, allocating them a meager monthly allowance of merely 20 to 30,000, which was hardly sufficient. Seizing the opportunity to visit Donghai to pay respects to their late aunt, they devised numerous strategies, commencing a month in advance to sway Yi Yunhai's opinion. The old gentleman, unable to withstand their sweetened persuasion, ultimately proposed that they stay a few extra days. Now, their desires fulfilled, the siblings were elated. Consequently, as they boarded the vehicle, Yi Tao and Yi Li proactively suggested traveling in the same car as Luo Sheng. Without much thought, Luo Sheng acquiesced. Recognizing that he seldom saw his cousins throughout the year, it was only natural to seek a closer connection during their rare encounters. So he arranged for Luo Xiao to take another vehicle, allowing him to share a ride with the siblings. On the journey back to Chiyun Mountain Villa, Yi Tao occupied the front passenger seat while Yi Li settled into the rear. During their conversation, Luo Sheng learned that Yi Tao was still a student in his third year of university, while Yi Li had just embarked on her first year. However, as members of the esteemed Yi family, their education was largely a formality, primarily aimed at broadening their social circles and acquiring a respectable degree to enhance their status. Thus, their visit to Donghai bore little consequence to their academic pursuits. In the back seat, Yi Li exuded an air of grace, embodying the demeanor of a refined young lady, while Yi Tao in the front displayed an impressive countenance, unmistakably a scion of a wealthy family. Cousin, are we heading to Chiyun Mountain Villa? Yi Li inquired softly. Yes, I will first settle you in, and then we shall dine together, Luo Sheng replied nonchalantly. Wow, Chiyun Mountain Villa. I've heard my father speak of it. It's particularly luxurious, exclaimed Yi Tao with excitement. Luo Sheng smiled and replied, once we arrive, you can explore the surroundings. Will you take us to a bar tonight, cousin? Asked Yi Li, her eyes sparkling. A bar? The bars in Donghai are likely quite similar to those in Liangwang. With no significant differences, Luo Sheng responded, puzzled as to why these siblings had traveled so far only to think of visiting a bar. Wasn't it enough that they frequented such places back home? With a wry smile, Yi Tao in the passenger seat said, cousin, you don't understand. At home, our father is quite strict with my sister and me. Financially, we aren't exactly at ease. Especially for my younger sister, if she sets her sights on a handbag, my entire month's allowance is swiftly depleted, he continued. Yi Li retorted, it's not that exaggerated. I merely borrowed 20 or 30,000 from you. Borrowing, and you intend to repay. Yi Tao immediately countered, then explained, when do you plan to repay the 54,000 you borrowed from me? Pouting, Yi Li feigned anger. Are you still my dear brother? Just for borrowing a little money. You become so anxious, lacking any grace. Luo Sheng finally understood. Their uncle must have been overly cautious, fearing reckless spending, which led to such a situation. No wonder. Upon entering the car, their gazes had been so peculiar. Well, since you have come to Donghai, as your cousin, I shall not treat you poorly. We shall discuss everything once we return, Luo Sheng remarked with a smile. Observing that the demeanor of the two siblings bore little resemblance to that of the esteemed Yi family. Fortunately, it was Chun Tai behind the wheel, alleviating any concerns Luo Sheng had about information leaking. Upon their arrival at Chiyun Mountain Villa, Yi Li was immediately captivated by the stunning scenery before her, exquisite landscaping and magnificent architectural designs. Meng Qing had already assembled a welcoming party at the entrance of the main residence. Upon seeing Yi Tao and Yi Li, she respectfully greeted them, saying, "Welcome, young Master Yi and Miss Yi, to Chiyun Mountain Villa. I am Meng Qing, the assistant to the gentleman. The guest accommodations have been prepared for both of you. Please follow me." Luo Sheng gestured toward Meng Qing and instructed, "Xiao Tao, you and your sister should accompany Meng Qing to freshen up first, and we shall dine together afterward." "Understood, cousin," the siblings replied in unison. By midday, having refreshed themselves and changed into new attire, the brother and sister arrived at the western restaurant of the main residence, guided by Meng Qing. "Young Master Yi, Miss Yi, the gentleman will join you shortly. You may take a seat and wait for a moment." Just as Meng Qing finished speaking, Luo Sheng's voice echoed from the entrance, "No need to wait. Please be seated." Following closely behind him was Luo Xiao. Once the four were seated, Luo Sheng took advantage of the moment while the maid poured wine for everyone to say. "Today's lunch features Western cuisine, and after the meal, I will take you on a tour of the estate, as it is your first visit." Yi Tao and Yi Li exchanged glances, each discovering a spark of anticipation and excitement mirrored in the other's eyes. Chapter 69. The tour. As the group enjoyed their lunch, Luo Sheng's phone suddenly buzzed with a vibration. Upon picking it up, he noticed it was an unfamiliar number. With a hint of curiosity, Luo Sheng answered the call. "Who is this?" "It's me, Akuan," came a rugged voice from the receiver. "This is my number in Daxia. Save it." Luo Sheng stood up, holding the phone, and gestured for Luo Xiao to continue dining with the Yi siblings while he stepped outside to the sofa in the dining area. "Akuan, you've come to Daxia?" Luo Sheng inquired. Akuan, whose real name was Duan Kuan, was a Cambodian of half Daxia descent. "Yes, I just arrived in Xinjiang this morning. After landing, I got a SIM card and called you right away," Duan Kuan replied. "What brings you to Daxia? Aren't you busy being the prince back in Cambodia?" Luo Sheng asked. "My father has invested in a project here in Xinjiang, so I came to take a look and, at the same time, enjoy a bit of tourism," Duan Kuan explained. "Do you have time this evening? Let's gather. It has been over half a year since we last met," Duan Kuan continued. Luo Sheng pondered for a moment. Realizing he was in Donghai, over 700 kilometers from Xinjiang, the distance was manageable. He could arrive in about 2 hours. "However, I have guests here today," Luo Sheng responded. "Bring them along. I'm hosting a gathering at my newly acquired villa this evening," Duan Kuan suggested. "Who are you with?" Duan Kuan asked. "Members of the Yi family from Liangguang. They are my cousins," Luo Sheng replied. "The Yi family? No problem. Leave everything to me," Duan Kuan assured him. "Just be a bit reserved. They are still young," Luo Sheng cautioned. "Don't worry, Brother Sheng. I know how to handle it," Duan Kuan reassured him. After hanging up the phone, Luo Sheng returned to the restaurant. Noticing that several people had nearly finished their meals, he spoke up. "Xiao Tao, tonight I will take you all to Xinjiang for some entertainment. A friend of mine has organized an event there." Luo Xiao, sitting nearby, expressed his dissatisfaction, saying, "Brother, it seems I am not included." Luo Sheng replied nonchalantly, "You are welcome to join. I believe Akuan would be quite eager to see you." However, upon hearing that it was an event organized by Duan Kuan, Luo Xiao immediately lost his enthusiasm. An event hosted by Brother Kuan was something he preferred to avoid. Luo Xiao and Duan Kuan had never seen eye to eye, yet due to Luo Sheng's presence, neither party had erupted in conflict. However, persuading the two of them to sit together willingly in the same room would likely prove to be a significant challenge. Yi Tao, appearing perplexed, inquired, "Cousin, are we departing shortly?" Luo Sheng turned to Yi Tao and replied, "It is still early. This afternoon, I will take you for a stroll around the estate." Yet Yi Tao countered, "But cousin, isn't Xinjiang over 700 kilometers from Donghai? Shouldn't we leave a bit earlier?" He glanced at the time. Noting it was nearly 1 o'clock, after finishing their meal and resting for a while, They would arrive at their destination around evening. Luo Sheng smiled faintly and gestured to Meng Qing, who was standing by the door. Sir, how may I assist you? Meng Qing approached Luo Sheng respectfully, inquiring. Please arrange for a few helicopters around for this afternoon. I need to make a trip to Qingyang City. Understood, sir. Traveling by helicopter from Donghai to Qingyang would take approximately 2 hours, which explained Luo Sheng's lack of urgency in departing. Yi Tao suddenly realized, cousin, so you intend for us to take a helicopter there? Indeed, it is more convenient, Luo Sheng replied with a calm demeanor. After lunch, Luo Xiao took his leave, mentioning that he had arranged to play cards with a few friends in the afternoon. Luo Sheng paid no heed to his actual activities. As long as he caused no trouble, everything was permissible. Accompanied by the Yi siblings, they boarded a shuttle bus that traversed the winding paths of the estate. Surrounded by scenic gardens, an array of exotic flowers and unique stones adorned the landscape. Passing servants paused to bow and greet the three as the shuttle glided by. Upon arriving at the racetrack, the vast expanse stretched endlessly before them, the verdant grass resembling a soft velvet carpet. A few fine horses leisurely ambled within the enclosure, their powerful forms and flowing manes swaying gently in the breeze. Meng Qing, who was also on board, softly introduced, "This is the Master's racetrack, covering over 20,000 square meters. Every thoroughbred here boasts first-rate lineage. Particularly noteworthy is a purebred horse, acquired years ago for over $60 million and gifted to the Master." The eyes of the Yi siblings sparkled with astonishment. $60 million, equivalent to over 400 million in Daxia currency. To purchase a horse for such an extravagant sum, and as a gift no less. That was indeed an astounding display of wealth. Luo Sheng stated matter-of-factly, "Time is limited today. I will take you inside to run a few laps tomorrow." "All right, cousin," they replied eagerly. Subsequently, they visited the comprehensive sports complex. Gazing at the expansive facility, Yi Tao marveled. To have a nearly 100-acre sports complex built on one's own estate can only be witnessed in Chiyun Mountain Villa. Upon entering the venue, they were greeted by a multitude of advanced sports equipment, all meticulously arranged. In the spacious and luminous area, a professional boxing ring stands prominently, accompanied by neatly arranged boxing gloves and protective gear nearby. On the opposite side, the basketball court gleams like a mirror, with a brand new and robust hoop. At the very heart of the gymnasium lies a football field that meets international standards. 2 staff members are diligently tending to the verdant grass not far away, ensuring it is ready for the potential needs of its owner at any moment. As Luo Sheng strolls, he remarks, "This gymnasium is mostly unoccupied. I occasionally come here to play some basketball. Sometimes, when the mood strikes, I invite professional clubs for a friendly match. However, since I always participate, it is no surprise that my team emerges victorious each time. Yet, I remain indifferent to the outcome. At least the experience of these friendly matches is exhilarating, and I find great enjoyment in it." After leaving the gym, they travel to the largest private landscaped garden within the estate. Although referred to as a private garden, its scale rivals that of the external parks, even surpassing them in elegance. The entrance to the private garden is a lush green lawn, resembling a vast emerald carpet spread across the earth. Not far away, a shimmering artificial lake glistens invitingly. Further ahead, an intricately designed artificial hill rises abruptly, adorned with uniquely shaped rocks in a myriad of forms. At the foot of the hill, a winding stream flows gently by. Crossing the stone bridge that arches over the stream, one encounters exquisitely carved patterns on the bridge, infusing the entire scene with a touch of antiquated elegance. Beneath the bridge, the water of the stream is crystal clear, revealing the pebbles at its bottom. One can distinctly observe the fish frolicking freely in the water, occasionally leaping above the surface, creating a cascade of crystalline droplets. Surrounding this serene scene, apart from the melodious calls of birds, there exists a profound tranquility, rendering the atmosphere remarkably peaceful. Immersed in such a private garden, one feels as if isolated from the world, evoking a sense of delight. Chapter 70. The Big Shot Soon Enough. The clock struck 4 in the afternoon. Meng Qing leaned closer to Luo Sheng, informing him that the helicopter was ready. Luo Sheng nodded and, accompanied by the somewhat reluctant Yi siblings, made their way to the helipad within the estate. 4 large helicopters ascended from the Chiyun Mountain Villa, soaring towards the direction of Qingyang City. 2 hours later, the helicopters reached the outskirts of Qingyang City. Luo Sheng opened his eyes and inquired of Chen Tai, who was seated ahead, "How much longer until we arrive?" "Sir, We are approximately 5 minutes away from the location provided by young Master Duan, Chintai replied. Luo Sheng nodded, gazing through the window at the cityscape below. The thoroughfares were teeming with traffic, as the evening rush hour saw a continuous flow of pedestrians and vehicles. A Bentley sped along the congested main road. Sun Xiaolong reclined in the back seat, his defiant gaze scanning the surrounding vehicles while intermittently checking the messages on his phone. Xiao Zhao, how much longer until we arrive? Sun Xiaolong asked, his tone laced with impatience. Mr. Sun, we still have 5 kilometers to go. But the traffic ahead is quite heavy. We are unable to move, replied the driver, Xiao Zhao. Damn it. A 10-minute journey has taken 20 minutes. And we still have 5 kilometers? Sun Xiaolong frowned, his tone decidedly displeased. The driver, Xiao Zhao, dared not retort, offering nothing but incessant apologies. Sun Xiaolong gazed at the messages on his phone and muttered to himself. What an audacious entity, emerging from who knows where, daring to encroach upon my territory. He mused about Tianqing construction and resolved to send them packing. With this thought in mind, Sun Xiaolong opened his contacts and located a person noted as Lao Cheng. Dialing the number. Hello, Lao Cheng, it is I, Sun Xiaolong, he began. Ah, Mr. Sun, what a pleasant surprise to receive your call, Lao Cheng replied. Could you assist me with a matter? Sun Xiaolong requested. Mr. Sun, please, do not mention assistance. You are like family to me. Your father was my mentor, and I am at your service for anything you require, Lao Cheng assured him. There is a company called Tianqing Construction in Qingyang, led by a man named Duan Kuan. I need you to ensure that he vacates Qingyang within a month, Sun Xiaolong commanded. There was a brief pause on the other end of the line before Lao Cheng responded. Mr. Sun, have they offended you in some way? Do not inquire further. Just remember, it must be done within a month, he replied, disconnecting the call without waiting for a response. To an observer, it would appear as if he were issuing orders to a subordinate. Meanwhile, in a luxurious standalone villa in Qingyang, Cheng Yuan listened to the dial tone, feeling somewhat awkward as he turned to the young man beside him. Mr. Duan, is there some misunderstanding between you and Mr. Sun? The young man raised his hand to dismiss the attendants and turned to Cheng Yuan, revealing himself to be none other than Duan Kuan, the very individual mentioned by Sun Xiaolong in the call. He raised a glass of red wine and savored a sip with measured grace, then remarked, Mr. Sun, are you referring to Sun Xiaolong? I have never even met the man. Where could any misunderstanding arise? Then, as if struck by a thought, he added, oh, could it be because I have taken a few of his projects? Nevertheless, such occurrences are quite commonplace in the business realm. Cheng Yuan listened to Duan Kuan's words, clearly dismissing the other party with disdain. This feeling of being caught in the middle began to tarnish Cheng Yuan's previously cheerful disposition, leaving him indifferent even to the 2 young ladies in his embrace. After a moment's hesitation, Cheng Yuan sighed and said, Mr. Duan, I have known your father for many years and am aware that he is a person of significant influence in Cambodia. However, we are in Greater Xia, and Sun Xiaolong is no trivial figure. Duan Kuan let out a cold laugh, grasping a strand of the beauty beneath him by the hair and pulling her aside before standing up, revealing his body adorned with elaborate red dragon tattoos. Come now, Uncle Cheng, enlighten me about this Sun Xiaolong. What makes him such a formidable person that even you, the head of Qingyang, appears so anxious? Cheng Yuan swallowed hard, his expression wavering. Speak freely. If this Sun Xiaolong truly is an extraordinary individual, I will not put you in a difficult position. Within 3 days, I shall depart from Greater Xia and return to Cambodia. Duan Kuan's words undoubtedly provided a sense of reassurance to Cheng Yuan. He slowly began. Sun Xiaolong's father is named Sun Yeqing, a notable figure within the court of the capital, but I'm afraid I cannot divulge further details. Cheng Yuan initially believed that his words would dissuade Duan Kuan. However, much to his surprise, after whispering a few words to one of his subordinates, Duan Kuan nonchalantly donned a bathrobe and casually remarked, All right, my friend should be arriving shortly. Cheng Shu, please wait a moment. I shall go to greet him. Cheng Yuan opened his mouth, yet chose to remain silent. Accompanied by the whirring of helicopter blades, Luo Sheng's helicopter descended smoothly into the villa's courtyard. As soon as he disembarked, he heard Duan Kuan's hearty voice. Brother Sheng, I anticipated you would arrive by helicopter. Huh? Luo Sheng observed Duan Kuan approaching from the villa, clad in loose-fitting blue-patterned shorts and a half-open white bathrobe, with a dragon tattoo that flickered in and out of sight across his chest. Despite the outdoor temperature being only in the low teens, he appeared completely unfazed by the chill. Duan Kuan opened his arms wide and immediately enveloped Luo Xing in a warm embrace. Luo Xing, smiling, appraised Duan Kuan and remarked, Kuan, it has been quite some time. You have certainly been keeping fit. Duan Kuan laughed heartily. I've merely been practicing without purpose. Come, let us head inside. The Yi siblings seemed noticeably out of their depth in the presence of someone like Duan Kuan, overwhelmed by his commanding aura and silently trailing behind Luo Shang. Once inside, Luo Xing noticed another individual present, significantly older than the rest of them. Chang Yuan, initially curious about the purpose of the gathering Duan Kuan had orchestrated that evening, now surmised that the distinguished Luo Xing must be the very guest of honor. The revelation that the individual before him was a young man of similar age to Duan Kuan left Cheng Yuan utterly perplexed. Given Duan Kuan's temperament, it was bewildering to consider which of his contemporaries could earn his regard. Once everyone had taken their seats, Duan Kuan began, Let us first dine. And only after our meal shall the true spectacle commence. Shengu, allow me to introduce this esteemed individual, my father's longtime friend and the foremost authority in Qingyang, Uncle Cheng Yuan. Upon hearing Duan Kuan's introduction, Cheng Yuan was about to rise and extend his hand in a gesture of camaraderie toward the younger man before him. Despite being a prominent figure in Qingyang, he felt it imperative to extend a modicum of respect to Duan Kuan's acquaintance. However, as he smiled and reached out his right hand, it became suspended in midair. The young man opposite him remained impassive, merely nodding slightly upon learning of Cheng Yuan's identity. Cheng Yuan discreetly retracted his right hand. Aside from his superiors, no one had ever dared to put him in such an awkward position before. Just as his demeanor threatened to darken, Duan Kuan continued, Uncle Cheng, let me formally introduce you to my soul brother in the great Xia, the heir of the Luo family, Luo Shang. I assume you have heard of him, so I shall refrain from elaborating further. At this moment, Cheng Yuan's expression was nothing short of captivating, an amalgamation of indignation that was abruptly suppressed. What a jest! The individual before him was the legitimate heir of the Luo family? How could such a formidable figure be present here, and moreover, be a brother to Duan Kuan? Yet, he swiftly regained his composure. With a face full of cordiality, he rose and approached Luo Shang, bowing his head and saying, Ah, it is indeed Mr. Luo. What a pleasure it is to meet you. Regarding such local officials, Luo Sheng neither sought to vex them nor paid them undue attention. He merely turned to Duan Kuan and remarked, Wasn't it just supposed to be a gathering of U.S. brothers? It was evident that he did not wish to cultivate a close rapport with the local authorities. Mr. Luo, I came this afternoon to discuss matters with General Manager Duan. I initially intended to leave, but General Manager Duan insisted on introducing me to you, Cheng Yuan explained, casting a subtle glance at Duan Kuan. General Manager Duan, since Mr. Luo has arrived, I shall not intrude upon your brotherly reunion any longer, Cheng Yuan said, preparing to take his leave. However, Duan Kuan grasped Cheng Yuan's arm, cheerfully snapping his fingers to summon a subordinate who promptly approached with a gift box. Duan Kuan, unabashed in the presence of Luo Sheng and the Yi siblings, handed the package to Cheng Yuan. Uncle Cheng, I shall not keep you from dinner. Please accept this small token of our local specialties. Cheng Yuan instinctively glanced towards Luo Sheng, who merely sat quietly sipping tea, seemingly unaffected by the proceedings. Upon realizing this, Cheng Yuan sighed in relief, hastily accepting the gift bag. Thank you very much, General Manager Duan, he said before departing in haste. Yili leaned closer to Luo Sheng. Her curiosity piqued. Cousin, what could possibly be inside that bag? It seems so mysterious. Luo Sheng gently tapped her on the head and replied, Little one, it's best not to concern yourself with such matters. Duan Kuan chuckled. These two must be the esteemed young master and Miss Yi from the Yi family. There is nothing particularly special about it, merely some tea leaves, albeit of a variety unique to Cambodia, which Uncle Cheng enjoys drinking. Is that so? Yili cast a doubtful glance in the direction Cheng Yuan had departed. Meanwhile, Cheng Yuan emerged from the villa and entered his vehicle. After surveying his surroundings and confirming that no one was watching, he cautiously extracted a gift box from his bag. Indeed, it contained 2 packages of premium tea, a local specialty with a market value of several thousand yuan, but that was inconsequential. However, nestled at the bottom of the gift bag lay a thin envelope. Upon opening it, Cheng Yuan pulled out a check, and the amount boldly stated in the designated field read, 10 million yuan in total. Inside the villa's dining room, Duan Kuan welcomed everyone to take their seats. The attendants began serving exquisite dishes onto the table. Seated at the head of the table, Luo Sheng introduced the Yi siblings. Xiao Tao, Xiao Li, this is Duan Kuan. You may call him Kuan Gu. Kuan Gu, the siblings echoed in unison. Duan Kuan waved his hands in a gesture of humility, asserting that they were all friends, regardless of whether one hailed from the Yi family or was an ordinary individual. As long as they were associated with Sheng Gu, they were friends of Kuan. After some polite exchanges, Luo Sheng continued. Kuan is a native of Cambodia. His father is Prince Duan Yi. Should you wish to visit Cambodia in the future, you can directly reach out to your Kuan Gu. Duan Kuan, eschewing further pleasantries. Stated directly, I cannot speak for other places, but in Cambodia, should you choose to visit, I will ensure you experience what it truly means to be in paradise. Kuan Gu, I have heard that Cambodia is quite chaotic, Yi Tao remarked. Duan Kuan disdainfully replied, chaos? That is merely the perspective of ordinary people. Should you set foot in Cambodia, I assure you that you shall traverse it unscathed, for no one would dare lay a finger on you. Cambodia, a realm governed by warring factions, teems with an innumerable array of illicit activities and harbors scenes that would leave the average person aghast. Men shackled by chains. Women confined within cages. If northern Myanmar is a hell for the impoverished, then Cambodia is the very embodiment of the inferno. In that place, the lives of the destitute are trampled upon as if they were mere weeds. The Duan family stands as the paramount warlord of Cambodia, without question. It can be asserted that in Cambodia, apart from his father, Duan Yi, Duan Kuan's words are akin to divine decrees. Yi Tao, while yet to comprehend the weight of Duan Kuan's name within Cambodia, nevertheless placed his faith in his words, for after all, he was the brother of his cousin and would not deceive him. After addressing Yi Tao, Duan Kuan shifted his focus towards Yi Li. However, he advised, it would be unwise for a young lady like you to venture into Cambodia. It is not a suitable environment for you. Should Master Yi decide to go, I would welcome him with open arms. Yi Li, perplexed, remarked, but I am merely a first-year college student. Given my gender, my brother Yi Zheng has always been protective. Hence I remain largely unaware of the malevolence that pervades this society. Brother Kuan, why do you welcome my brother but not permit me to go? Duan Kuan chuckled and glanced at Luo Sheng, who replied nonchalantly, because you are a girl, and there is nothing in Cambodia that would appeal to you. Yi Li was about to protest further when Duan Kuan interjected, let us not dwell on this any longer. The dishes shall grow cold. Come, everyone, let us raise our glasses and toast. Luo Sheng led the toast, and the others followed suit, raising their glasses filled with wine. After several rounds of drinks and a delightful array of dishes, the Yi siblings found themselves in a pleasantly tipsy state. Brother Sheng, shall we call it a night and cease drinking for the moment? Duan Kuan inquired of Luo Sheng, who glanced at the Yi siblings before responding, sure. It all depends on your arrangements now. Duan Kuan smiled and replied, Brother Sheng, everything was prepared before your arrival. He then called out towards the entrance of the dining area. Xiaoya, a young assistant, bespectacled and poised, entered the restaurant and approached Duan Kuan. Mr. Duan, how may I assist you? She asked. Duan Kuan gestured towards the slightly flushed Yi Li and instructed, please take Miss Yi to the spa room and ensure her comfort. Xiaoya nodded in understanding, understood, Mr. Duan. She approached Yi Li respectfully, saying, Miss Yi, if you would please follow me. Yi Li had anticipated that her cousins had planned activities that she would not be able to partake in, so she stood up without hesitation. Before departing, she cast a playful glance at her brother, conveying a clear message, brother, enjoy yourselves. Once Yi Li had left, Duan Kuan turned to the remaining gentlemen and remarked, now it is just the three of us, so let us not hold back. He clapped his hands and declared, ladies, it's time to serve the main course. The sliding door on the side of the restaurant opened slowly, revealing a spacious indoor swimming pool that captivated the gaze of Luo Sheng and Yi Tao. Surrounding the pool were over 20 stunning young women clad in various styles of bikinis, each one exuding grace and beauty. In the previous moment, some were frolicking in the water, while others sat on the shore, their delicate, translucent feet creating ripples in the water. Still others reclined on sun loungers by the pool, quietly sipping juice. At the instant the sliding door was pushed open, over 20 young ladies paused, turning in unison towards the direction of the dining area. On their youthful or alluring faces, expressions of anticipation radiated. Their natural and unpretentious smiles might lead an unsuspecting observer to believe that the individuals about to make their entrance were beloved boyfriends. However, the protagonists of the evening were merely three. Duan Kuan rose and approached the sliding door, gesturing an invitation. Sheng Gu, young Master Yi. The changing room is right next door, and your garments are ready. Please, proceed. Luo Sheng offered a calm smile and made his way to the changing room. Although Yi Tao was subject to a rather strict household regimen, the number of individuals eager to curry favor with him was beyond count. He had attended numerous similar pool parties and found nothing particularly remarkable about them. Yet, engaging in games with beautiful women was an experience that never seemed tiresome to a normal man. After changing into his attire, Duan Kuan had already discarded his bathrobe and was now chasing and being chased by numerous beauties in the pool. The atmosphere was lively, with laughter and splashes intertwining harmoniously. Luo Sheng settled into a nearby lounger, his gaze calmly sweeping over the young women in the pool, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Suddenly, Duan Kuan plunged beneath the surface of the water. Moments later, amidst a chorus of shy gasps, he emerged, triumphantly holding aloft a triangular piece of white fabric. As if proclaiming his own triumph, he let out a jubilant shout and tossed the fabric far into the distance. Ignoring the feigned alarm of the young girl, Duan Kuan swam to the edge of the pool and called out to Luo Sheng on the shore with a hearty laugh. "Shenggu, come down and relax with us." Luo Sheng chuckled lightly, showing no intention of entering the water. Instead, he signaled to a nearby attendant to bring over a dozen plastic rings. Then casually addressed the beautiful women in the pool. "Let's play a game. Whoever catches the rings I hold will be rewarded with 100,000 for each ring. The rules are simple, no hands allowed, and if you fall into the water, you forfeit." He then glanced at Duan Kuan with a mischievous grin, adding, "After it's all over, I'll have you, President Duan, transfer the funds." Though his voice was not loud, it resonated in the ears of every listener. The eyes of all the young ladies instantly sparkled with excitement, and those who had initially refrained from entering the water eagerly leaped in, ready for action. Duan Kuan leaned against the pool's edge, arms draped casually over the side, and laughed heartily. "Shenggu, your calculations are impressive. Let them all count on me." Not wanting to be left out, Yi Tao picked up an oversized water gun from somewhere and aimed it at the girls in the pool. "Cousin, let me add some difficulty," he declared before pulling the trigger. A jet of water shot forth from the gun, splashing against the girl's skin. Amidst the spray, they giggled and dodged from side to side. Observing this, Duan Kuan shouted to a nearby attendant, "Hey, bring me one of those too." With Duan Kuan joining in, the scene grew even more chaotic. In an instant, the entire swimming pool was suffused with the vibrant hues of spring. Time passed, each second stretching into eternity. The enchanting young ladies, initially evading the jets of water from the water guns, missed the rings thrown by Luo Sheng. As moments slipped away, an increasing number of these maidens ceased their evasions, allowing the streams of water to cascade over them. Even if it meant losing their composure, they remained unperturbed, perhaps merely gasping in surprise. All of this was merely to be accurately ensnared by Luo Sheng. As the night deepened, the lights by the pool illuminated the sparkling water's surface, creating an ethereal ambience. In such an enchanting atmosphere, only those seasoned by the trials of life could remain unaffected. Anyone else, upon witnessing this scene, would find themselves momentarily entranced. This evening's leisure, following dinner, was perhaps the ultimate fantasy for any ordinary man. Yet, it might not be confined to men alone. Were these beauties replaced by handsome young men, one would wonder which woman could withstand such allure. After an extended period of the ring toss game, most of the young ladies had collected their prizes, some even adorning their necks with 2 or 3 rings. Luo Sheng intended to declare the end of this playful affair. At that moment, Yi Tao, seemingly dissatisfied with the long-range shooting, cast aside his water gun and plunged into the water with a splash. Like a ravenous wolf among a flock of sheep, he zealously pursued the unsuspecting maidens. The girls squealed in delight as they evaded him, their faces alight with excitement. Observing this, Duan Kuan also discarded his water gun and joined the fray. Mere seconds later, Yi Tao swam beneath one young lady, lifting her from the water with a playful nudge, accompanied by her melodious shriek. In the swimming pool, laughter and merriment filled the air. Seizing a moment of distraction, a young girl mustered her courage and swam over to Luo Sheng. She delicately placed a slender hand on the back of his foot, while her other arm was modestly positioned across her chest, serving as a feudal shield. The damp ends of her hair grazed her upturned cheek, and her enchanting eyes, filled with curiosity, gazed at him. "Sir, shall we play together?" The girl's voice rang out like a clear spring, melodious and delightful. Luo Sheng raised an eyebrow, crouched down, and gently caressed the girl's rosy cheek. As his fingers brushed against her lips, She instinctively parted them slightly, a playful smile dancing upon her face. Luo Sheng then discarded his bathrobe and leaped into the pool. The following day, Luo Sheng awoke alone in bed. He had not indulged in the company of those unknown girls from the night before. While fun and frolic were enjoyable, he would only entertain the idea of a shared night if presented with a health report. Upon opening his eyes, the first sight that met him was a row of maidens from Chiyun Villa at the foot of his bed, alongside Meng Qing, who stood silently to the side. Last night, upon learning that Luo Sheng would be staying overnight, Meng Qing had summoned all the maids at the villa before dawn, bringing with her the clothes and accessories he would require for the day, arriving by helicopter. Such occurrences had happened many times before. Unless he was far away, Meng Qing would always take it upon herself to uphold the decorum befitting Luo Sheng as the legitimate heir of the Luo family through her diligent actions. In her heart, she held his esteemed status in the highest regard, leaving no room for negligence. Each morning upon awakening, it is imperative that at least one maid is present to attend to his ablutions. Furthermore, regardless of his location, he must always appear resplendent when venturing outside, never donning the garments worn the previous day. Luo Sheng greatly admires Meng Qing for this attribute. She handles these matters with remarkable efficiency without the need for excessive words. Upon noticing that Luo Sheng has stirred from his slumber, Meng Qing and the assembly of maids bow their heads in unison and softly utter, "Good morning, sir." After completing his morning routine, Luo Sheng, guided by the villa's attendants, strides towards the breakfast hall, closely followed by Meng Qing and her entourage of maids, which could easily lead one to believe this was his own residence. Upon reaching the dining area, Yi Li and Duan Kuan are already seated, enjoying their breakfast. Upon witnessing Luo Sheng's entrance with a retinue of maids, Duan Kuan's eyes gleam with intrigue. These maids, in terms of appearance, stature, and demeanor, undoubtedly surpassed the girls he had arranged the previous evening. Truly, Luo Sheng is a remarkable figure, always accompanied by a cadre of exquisite individuals. With a look of admiration, Duan Kuan contemplates whether he should elevate the quality of those around him upon his return to Gaomi. Luo Sheng offers a faint smile and casually selects a seat. As he approaches the chair, a maid promptly steps forward, drawing it out and graciously inviting him to sit. Once seated, Luo Sheng accepts a cup of freshly brewed premium coffee from the maid's hand. After savoring its aroma, he finally speaks. "It is their diligence that makes the difference. I have simply grown accustomed to it." Then he turned to Yi Li and asked, "Shaoli, how did you rest last night? We are to return to the East Sea shortly." Yi Li nodded with satisfaction, saying, "It was quite pleasant. I didn't expect Brother Kuan's private technician to possess such remarkable skills. They far exceed those of my own." After a brief pause, she added, "They are also far more attentive." Duan Kuan smiled gently and replied, "Miss Yi, you flatter me." The private technicians under his employ were meticulously brought over from Cambodia, their skills unparalleled, for he could not afford any negligence. Those who dared to fish in troubled waters had long since been dealt with. "By the way, where's my brother? Why has he not arrived yet, even though all the cousins are here?" Yi Li inquired, puzzled. Luo Sheng exchanged a knowing glance with Duan Kuan. "Let us not worry about your brother. We can call him before we leave," Luo Sheng said. "That rascal partied too hard last night, relying on his youth and going full throttle. He should still be asleep by now." At that moment, in one of the villa's bedrooms, 5 individuals lay sprawled across the large bed. In his slumber, Yi Tao pushed aside 2 pairs of legs that were resting on him and turned over, continuing to snore peacefully. After breakfast, the 3 of them gathered in the tea room for a while. During their casual conversation, Duan Kuan subtly revealed information regarding his relationship with Sun Xiaolong, as well as the fact that his father was Sun Yeqing. Luo Sheng, keenly perceptive, understood the underlying motives. The events from the previous night involving Cheng Yuan were orchestrated by Duan Kuan, aiming to leverage his influence to help the Duan family establish a foothold in Qingyang. "Kuan, how do you intend to repay this favor?" With a cheerful smile, Luo Sheng gazed at Duan Kuan and suddenly uttered a remark. Yi Li, seated nearby, appeared somewhat bewildered. Were they not discussing matters concerning Kuan Ji's company? How had the conversation veered into the realm of personal favors? Did Kuan Gu intend to propose a collaboration with Tian Luo Group? Duan Kuan, retracting his smile, regarded Luo Sheng with a serious demeanor and said, "Sheng, good. You know that anything belonging to the Duan family is yours." Luo Sheng raised his teacup and clinked it against Duan Kuan's across the table. "The next time I visit Gaomian, treat me to a meal of local delicacies. Sheng Gu, you." Duan Kuan looked at Luo Xing in speechless astonishment. Qingyang, after all, was a provincial capital. If the Duan family could establish a firm foothold there, avoiding direct competition with Tianluo Group, they could easily amass several billion in profit over the course of a year. In the face of such immense financial gain, it was entirely plausible for familial bonds to fracture and brotherly trust to be betrayed. Duan Kuan had mentally prepared himself for considerable sacrifice, yet he was taken aback by the realization that the ultimate price was merely a meal. Feigning a glance at his watch, Luo Sheng stood up and adjusted his attire. It's about time. We should return to Donghai. He patted the still-dazed Duan Kuan on the shoulder. I'll give you a call later. If you encounter any insurmountable issues here, reach out to him. Duan Kuan, with a grave expression, silently nodded in acknowledgement. Half an hour later, Luo Sheng, accompanied by Yi Li and the yawning Yi Tao, boarded the helicopter. As they prepared to depart, Duan Kuan received a lavishly adorned gift box, embellished with gold and diamonds, from one of his subordinates and presented it to Luo Sheng. Shenggu, this is a small token of appreciation from a brother. Please accept it. Upon opening the box, Luo Sheng discovered a platinum necklace adorned with 9 exquisite jadeite cabochons. In his discerning eyes, the market value of this necklace likely exceeded 100 million. After closing the gift box, he handed it to Meng Qing, who sat beside him, and smiled as he said, Kuan, I appreciate your thoughtful gesture. I must take my leave now. As he watched Luo Sheng's private jet depart, Duan Kuan murmured to himself, inaudible to anyone else, Brother Sheng, I have received your sincere intentions as well. Within the villa of Sun Xiaolong in Qingyang, he awoke that morning, still suffering from a throbbing headache induced by the previous night's revelries. There, he noticed a message from Cheng Yuan sent to his personal phone the night before. Disregarding the superfluous pleasantries, the essence of the message conveyed that Cheng Yuan felt his capabilities were limited regarding Tianqin construction and could not intervene. This revelation incensed Sun Xiaolong. Who was Cheng Yuan? He was the foremost authority in Qingyang. How could he claim to be incapable of managing matters within his own domain? Just last evening, during a phone call, he had been obsequious, promising compliance. Yet, merely a few hours later, he had reneged on his commitments. In a fit of rage, Sun Xiaolong hurled the ashtray from the coffee table to the ground, creating a tremendous clatter that summoned his young assistant, who rushed into the room. Upon witnessing the shattered remnants of the ashtray scattered across the floor, she cautiously inquired, Mr. Sun, what has happened? Sun Xiaolong cast a disdainful glance at the assistant and, in a somber tone, replied that incompetent Cheng Yuan cannot even manage a fledgling Tianqin construction. It seems his position ought to be reconsidered. The assistant dared not respond, hesitantly handing over a stack of documents to him. What is this? Sun Xiaolong asked impatiently. The assistant took a deep breath and said, Mr. Sun, this is the project regarding the renovation of the old city in Qingyang that you requested to prioritize 2 months ago. Initially, there had been no final decision, but just this morning, it has been confirmed that it will be entirely entrusted to Tianqin Construction. This is the internal notification document along with the proposal and quotation from Tianqin Construction, which is, surprisingly, 5 percentage points higher than ours. After stating this, the assistant cautiously stepped back a pace. The room fell into a profound silence. Sun Xiaolong, expressionless, began to peruse the documents in his hand, his cold gaze sweeping over each line. He was well aware of the potential profits from this project. Throughout Qingyang, numerous factions had sought to acquire it, resorting either to coercion or leveraging connections to suppress and intimidate him. Eventually, he dealt with them all. It appeared that this matter was all but settled, only to be snatched away by the seemingly out-of-nowhere Tianqin Construction. The more Sun Xiaolong pondered, the angrier he became. He had already spent millions on this endeavor. Were they colluding with Cheng Yuan to undermine him? Tossing the documents aside, Sun Xiaolong lit a cigarette and reclined on the sofa. After taking a few deep puffs, without glancing at the assistant, he pointed decisively and ordered, I don't care whether you resort to money or threats. Within 3 days, uncover the background of that Duan Kuan from Tianqin Construction. Qingyang cannot allow such a formidable figure to exist. Chapter 74, Virtual Reality. After returning to Donghai, a brief period of rest ensued. After lunch with the Yi siblings, Luo Sheng assigned them several bodyguards and transferred 200,000 each for their enjoyment. After all, he was merely their cousin, not a caretaker. It was unreasonable to expect him to accompany them constantly over the next couple of days. Once he departed from Qiyun Villa, Luo Sheng drove his Rolls-Royce Phantom directly to the technology park at number 118 Xinhai Road. Earlier that morning, as he returned to Donghai, Dong Xiaolei had messaged him, requesting his presence if he had the time, claiming there had been significant breakthroughs. Although Luo Sheng was not well versed in virtual reality technology, he found Dong Xiaolei's rapid progress astonishing and perplexing. How much time had passed since their last encounter in Haojiang? Yet, here was a development worthy of a special visit. With a hint of anticipation, Luo Sheng arrived at the technology park and entered Dong Xiaolei's workspace. He found Dong immersed in a vast array of complex data displayed on a colossal screen, utterly absorbed in his task. So much so that he failed to notice Luo Sheng's approach. Not wishing to interrupt, Luo Sheng observed Dong's disheveled hair and the faintly peculiar odor emanating from him. Unable to restrain himself, he inquired, "Xiaolei, have you not bathed in days?" Upon hearing the voice behind him, Dong Xiaolei turned, his bloodshot eyes gleaming with excitement. "Brother Sheng, you're here. Just give me 5 minutes. I'll be done shortly." With that, he resumed his intense focus on the screen, his fingers dancing swiftly over the keyboard. Luo Sheng glanced around, noting the scattered papers covered in intricate calculations and design sketches. Finding a somewhat tolerable spot, I pushed aside the blueprints on the seat and settled down. At that moment, the secretary approached with a cup of coffee, respectfully handing it to Luo Sheng. "How long has Chairman Dong been in this state?" After accepting the coffee, he inquired of the secretary. After a moment's contemplation, the secretary replied, "Mr. Luo, Chairman Dong has maintained this condition since his return last time. During this period, aside from restroom breaks and less than 5 hours of rest each day, he has either been here or with the engineering team downstairs. Even meals are taken in front of this array of equipment." Luo Sheng nodded and continued, "What is the current status of the deployment at the science park and the supercomputing center? How far along are we?" "Please hold on, Mr. Luo." The secretary hurried to her office, rummaging through some documents before returning with a stack of papers. Currently, the entire science park comprises 18 buildings. Of these, aside from 2 designated as staff dormitories, 12 are allocated for the present and future deployments of the supercomputing center. Among the remaining 4, one is the main building of the park, which is this one. The other 2 serve as offices for Chairman Dong and various engineering teams. The last building has been repurposed as a space for the research, manufacturing, and testing of various terminal devices. After more than 20 minutes, the secretary, parched from speaking, finally completed her report on the hardware deployment progress within the science park. Subsequently, she picked up another document and continued, "Mr. Luo, the supercomputing center has been officially designated by President Dong as the superdimensional supercomputer cluster. Thanks to President Dong's unique insights, our supercomputing center has been equipped from its inception for rapid deployment and large-scale scalability. According to President Dong's previous calculations, we anticipate achieving the first phase of deployment within the coming year. At that point, superdimensional will far surpass the combined capabilities of the current top 3 supercomputers in the world." As the secretary meticulously reported on the progress of the supercomputing center, Dong Xiaolei suddenly shouted, "We've done it." Luo Sheng looked up to see the data on the screen scrolling rapidly, culminating in a breathtaking 3-dimensional image. Dong Xiaolei turned around, his deep-set eyes radiating an unusual brilliance, and excitedly told Luo Sheng, "Brother Sheng, we have successfully created an entirely new mode of virtual reality interaction. It can now not only allow people to hear and see as before, but also to move and even speak. Although there remain significant technological barriers regarding taste and smell, I believe it will not be long before we can enable users to virtually experience an indistinguishable boundary between the virtual and the real." Luo Sheng slowly rose to his feet, first gazing at the large screen, and then turning his attention to Dong Xiaolei, whose expression bordered on delirium. He was about to speak when Dong Xiaolei abruptly grasped his arm. "Come on, Shenggu, let me take you to experience the terminal prototype." However, Luo Sheng firmly pressed down on the other's hand and calmly stated amidst the look of confusion, "What you need to do right now is to return and rest immediately. Shenggu, we can discuss resting later. Just let me show you first, it won't take long." Yet, Luo Sheng showed no inclination to compromise. "What nonsense! In your current condition, I fear you might collapse at any moment." Chen Tai, who had been stationed at the doorway, approached swiftly. "Sir, do you have any instructions?" "Call 2 individuals over to escort Xiaolei to his dormitory for rest." "Understood, sir." Dong Xiaolei attempted to argue, but perhaps due to the prolonged tension, He suddenly felt an overwhelming wave of fatigue wash over him, causing his legs to weaken. Luo Sheng quickly supported him and shouted to Chen Tai, "Hurry and arrange for someone to take Xiaolei to rest." Once Dong Xiaolei was forcibly carried away by the bodyguards assigned by Chen Tai, Luo Sheng surveyed the chaotic office area and inquired of the small secretary still waiting nearby. "Is there anyone besides General Dong who can operate the terminal prototype?" The small secretary nodded. "Yes, Engineer Su, who is in charge of the prototype's development and maintenance, can also operate it." "Where is he?" Luo Sheng asked. "Engineer Su usually stays in the building where the terminal prototype is located." "Mr. Luo, shall I take you there now?" Luo Sheng nodded. "Yes, let us go." As Luo Sheng guided Chen Tai into the room housing the terminal prototype, his gaze was immediately drawn to the uniquely designed machine that stood at the center, setting aside the array of debugging equipment surrounding it. The main body resembled a colossal capsule tilted at an angle. Engineer Su elucidated, "Mr. Luo, the current form of this prototype is still in its nascent stage. According to the vision shared with General Dong, its final appearance will be considerably more streamlined than it is now." Luo Sheng nodded slightly and approached the machine. With Su's assistance, he entered what could be regarded as the world's very first true virtual chamber and donned the equipment. Moments later, accompanied by a familiar sensation of dizziness, Luo Sheng briefly lost consciousness. Chapter 75. The boundary between virtual and reality. When Luo Sheng regained consciousness, he found himself in a modest wooden cabin. The sensation was akin to that of a person who has been squatting for an extended period suddenly rising, resulting in a fleeting dizziness. It was a brief moment, perhaps just an instant. As he surveyed his surroundings within the cabin, he noted that aside from a wooden bed adorned with a simple mattress, there was a table and 2 chairs. The table held a few odds and ends, along with a steaming cup of tea. Opposite the bed was a small door that appeared to lead to the outside world. The cabin, devoid of windows or even a single candle, exuded an unusual brightness. Tentatively, Luo Sheng lifted his hands. This time, unlike before, he could sense the existence of his body. Yet, this sensation remains profoundly peculiar. There exists a dissonance, a feeling of possessing control over something that is evidently not an intrinsic part of oneself. Lowering his gaze to the raised hands in this corporeal form, he observes that the palms are somewhat dusky, clad in coarse linen garments, with the astonishingly realistic textures and hues are almost beyond belief. With an expression of astonishment, Luo Sheng reaches out to touch the wooden bed and the chair. He even takes a seat, picking up various items from the table to scrutinize them closely. Glancing at the teacup upon the table, he hesitates not a moment before lifting it to savor a sip. As the tea warms his insides, the sensations conveyed by this body leave Luo Sheng momentarily thunderstruck. In the next instant, he rises swiftly and strides toward the small door, exerting force upon the doorknob, yet the wooden door remains steadfast and unmoving. "Mr. Luo, the current development progress of this world is confined solely to this room." Su Gong's voice resonates from the surrounding space. Luo Sheng releases the doorknob, acknowledging, "I understand." His gaze sweeps across every corner of the room once more. Does Dong Xiaolei truly comprehend the significance of all this? The world he has crafted, while still coarse in various textures, is, nonetheless, capable of astounding the entire globe. Even now, Luo Sheng finds it difficult to regain his composure. The boundary between the virtual and the real begins to blur at this moment. Just as Luo Sheng exits the virtual realm, Su Gong quickly approaches him. He forcibly suppressed the excitement within, wearing a beaming smile as he addressed Mr. Luo, inquiring if he was satisfied with the outcome. As the principal architect behind the virtual warehouse development, he was the first to immerse himself in the virtual realm yesterday. The vividly lifelike scenes, akin to being in the tangible world, astounded him as if struck by lightning, resulting in a sleepless night filled with fervent thoughts of witnessing this epic-making moment. With the arrival of the true magnate, he naturally sought to bask in the glory. Mr. Luo, with a warm smile, gazed at him and remarked, "You have done exceptionally well. I shall instruct that from today onwards, all salaries will be doubled, and an additional 3 months' wages will be distributed as a bonus." The smile on Engineer Su's face grew even more radiant. Receiving such a statement meant additional income, certainly a cause for celebration. Yet, what delighted him even more was the acknowledgement of their achievements by the esteemed leader as a technical professional. After departing from the equipment building, Mr. Luo made a visit to Dong Xiaolei's quarters. This fellow, who had previously claimed he did not need rest, had succumbed to deep slumber in just a short while. Not wishing to disturb him, Mr. Luo and Chun Tai returned directly to the vehicle. As soon as he entered the car, the previously smiling Mr. Luo instantly withdrew his smile. In an authoritative tone, he instructed Chun Tai, who was in the driver's seat, upon our return, immediately elevate the security level of the technology park to its highest. All individuals, including Dong Xiaolei, are strictly prohibited from contacting the outside world without permission. Furthermore, all external leave is hereby revoked. No one is permitted to leave without my explicit consent. As Chun Tai just started the vehicle, his expression momentarily faltered. Having followed Luo Sheng for such a long time, it was the first instance he witnessed him treating a matter with such gravity. I understand, sir, Chun Tai replied earnestly. If anyone has objections. At this point, a hint of indifference flickered in Luo Sheng's gaze. Then let them be utterly silenced. Such formidable virtual reality technology could not be permitted any possibility of leakage before its official unveiling. On the way back, Luo Sheng continued to ponder the matters concerning the technology park when suddenly, a call from Han Yutong interrupted his thoughts. As soon as the call connected, her melodious voice resonated. Darling, what are you up to? Luo Sheng responded. I just finished dealing with some affairs and am now preparing to return to the estate. Han Yutong inquired, do you have time this evening? Glancing at the clock, which indicated it was a little past 4 in the afternoon, Luo Sheng replied, I have no plans for tonight. What, missing me? Indeed, I just miss you. Is that a problem? Han Yutong continued, the new house is too spacious. And I'm all alone. I even had trouble sleeping last night. What about Gu Shanshan? Didn't you invite her over to keep you company? Luo Sheng asked. She said I was trying to lure her into a scenario of 2 women serving 1 man. I have no idea what goes on in her mind, Han Yutong responded. Even if she were willing, I would not be humph. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Sheng continued, all right, I will come find you later. Let's have a good chat tonight. The sound of Han Yutong's tinkling laughter echoed from the other end of the line. Han Yutong, I shall procure some ingredients on my way back. Tonight, I will personally prepare a meal for you. Luo Sheng feigned surprise. You can cook? In truth, during the years of their marriage in a past life, Luo Sheng had savored the dishes prepared by her almost daily. Having traversed this timeline for some time now, he found himself nostalgic. Han Yutong, I have been cooking for myself since high school, and I assure you, my culinary skills are quite remarkable. Upon hearing this, Luo Sheng nearly blurted out, yes, I know. Luo Sheng, well, I look forward to sampling your culinary prowess. After concluding the call, Luo Sheng leaned back in his seat, closing his eyes to rejuvenate. Upon returning to the estate, he retrieved the gift box that Duan Kuan had presented him that morning and switched to a Koenigsegg. Half an hour later, he drove into the Huafu Junting. Arriving at the base of the building where Han Yutong resided, Luo Sheng signaled for everyone to remain on standby while he ascended the stairs alone. The gift box in hand, as the door swung open, he was greeted by Han Yutong, who joyfully rushed to welcome him. Upon entering, a warm atmosphere enveloped him, with the dining table adorned with an array of fresh ingredients. This scene felt eerily familiar. This is for you, Luo Sheng said, presenting the gift box to Han Yutong. Wow, you prepared a gift for me as well, she exclaimed, accepting it but not hastily opening it. Instead, she placed it in the bedroom. Stepping back out, she remarked, I just arrived home too. Please make yourself comfortable in the living room. Dinner will be ready shortly. With that, Han Yutong tied on an apron and busied herself in the kitchen. Observing this inexplicably familiar sight, Luo Sheng smiled softly. Chapter 76. You are beautiful seated on the living room sofa. Han Yutong was engrossed in scrolling through short videos on her phone. At that moment, she embodied the image of a devoted wife. As her husband returned home from work, she, in her role as a spouse, began to meticulously prepare dinner for him. The nonstick pan on the stove sizzled as ingredients were added, filling the air with a delightful aroma that subtly infused warmth into their home. Before long, the kitchen was enveloped in a medley of enticing scents. Han Yutong emerged, carrying a beautifully arranged dish on an exquisite plate. With a gentle glance toward Luo Sheng in the living room, she cheerfully called out, dinner is ready. Come and taste my culinary skills. Luo Sheng responded and took a seat at the dining table. As he gazed at the visually appealing and fragrant dishes laid out before him, he picked up a piece and savored a bite. The delightful flavors burst forth in his mouth. How is it? Han Yutong looked at Luo Sheng with eager anticipation. Aware that the Luo family had their own private culinary team, she felt a twinge of anxiety that her pride in her cooking might not meet his expectations. To her surprise, Luo Sheng nodded in approval, exclaiming, "This is quite impressive, comparable to the chefs at my home." Han Yutong suspected that Luo Xing was merely flattering her to boost her spirits, yet she felt a profound sense of satisfaction. She quickly pulled out a chair beside her and took a seat. "Try this one too. It's my specialty," she said, as she picked up a piece of sweet and sour pork with her chopsticks and offered it to Luo Xing's mouth. Under the warm glow of the restaurant's lights, the two individuals savored the delightful moments of their exquisite dinner. As 3 hours slipped by, the moonlight of the night cascaded through the panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows of the bedroom, spilling into the room. Scattered across the disheveled floor lay a few articles of clothing. The once immaculate white sheets were now marred by large patches of moisture. Luo Shang, having just concluded an exhilarating horse racing competition, reclined on the sofa by the window. In his hand, he held a glass of red wine that Han Yutong had thoughtfully prepared for him. Although it was not of the highest luxury brand, her heartfelt gesture was more than sufficient. Gazing out the window, he beheld the vibrant nightlife unique to Donghai City. The dazzling neon lights lent an enchanting allure to the surroundings, reminiscent of the earlier scenes that had unfolded within the room, effortlessly drawing one into their depths. In a state of dual relaxation, both physically and mentally, Luo Shang's thoughts began to drift far away. In another realm of time, he had once envisioned this very moment, striving tirelessly in the daylight for his career, then driving a luxury car worth millions in the evening, returning to his lavish penthouse amidst the envious gazes of others. After shedding all constraints and facades, he imagined engaging in a passionate battle with the one he loved. Following such an encounter, he could recline as he did now by the panoramic windows, perhaps sipping a drink or brewing a pot of tea, accompanied by his favorite music, all while absorbing the entirety of the cityscape. In that moment, it might feel as though the entire world belonged to him. Yet, ordinary individuals will forever harbor beautiful fantasies about that which remains unattainable. For those who have possessed it since birth, all of this is as natural as breathing. Take Luo Xing, for instance. His heart is as tranquil as a still lake. In this realm, the inherent nobility bestowed upon him ensures that he has always held everything within his grasp. In the bathroom, the once rumbling sound of water ceased abruptly. Han Yutong, drying her slightly damp hair, emerged from within, wrapped in a towel, her petite, exquisitely sculpted feet bare. She gracefully approached Luo Xing and settled beside him, resting her head against his chest. "What are you watching?" Luo Xing opened his arms, enveloping her in an embrace, and replied with a gentle smile. "I am observing this city." Han Yutong followed his gaze. The nightscape of Donghai City is indeed breathtaking. Yet, in the past, she had never had the opportunity to behold the city from such a vantage point, such heights. It is not just her. Countless dreamers drawn to Donghai may spend their entire lives, only to witness such beauty during late-night work hours. "My dear, do you think this is the life of the upper class?" Han Yutong mused thoughtfully. Luo Shang tenderly caressed her smooth, delicate shoulder. "Why do you ask?" With a contented smile, Han Yutong softly replied, "It just feels, ever since I met you, my entire perspective has shifted. There is an ever-present illusion of being elevated above it all." Inhaling the subtle fragrance emanating from her, and gazing at her flushed cheeks, Luo Shang set down his wine glass, one hand instinctively reaching toward her. "Let us set aside discussions of social status for the moment and delve into more intimate matters." Han Yutong, feeling the movements of Luo Shang, found her eyes glistening like blooming peach blossoms. With a gentle bite of her lower lip, she murmured, "Please, not like this. I haven't yet recovered." Moments later, Luo Shang stood beside the sofa, wiping his hands dry with a tissue. He gazed at the alluring figure curled up on the couch, still trembling slightly, and with a playful smile remarked, "Come now, show me the necklace I gifted you today." Han Yutong, breathing heavily, turned to cast a sorrowful glance at Luo Shang. Slowly rising, she approached the vanity and retrieved the luxurious gift box, opening it to reveal a platinum necklace adorned with 9 exquisite jade egg-shaped stones, which sparkled enchantingly under the bedroom lights, captivating her gaze entirely. Luo Shang stepped closer, taking the necklace from the box, and, under Han Yutong's watchful eyes, adorned her neck with it. She turned to face the vanity mirror, where she instinctively caressed the necklace with both hands, her eyes brimming with emotion and joy. "Thank you, my dear, it is truly beautiful." Standing behind her, Luo Shang rested his head on her shoulder, his hands subtly finding their way around her waist, gently pulling her closer. As the towel slipped away, Han Yutong gasped instinctively, attempting to cover herself with her arms, yet found herself firmly held by Luo Sheng, unable to move. His fiercely aggressive gaze fixated on the beautiful scenery reflected in the mirror, a faint smile gracing his lips. Rain Tong, you are truly beautiful now. Han Yutong shyly lowered her head, unable to meet his eyes, her voice barely a whisper. Could you please not look at me like that? Even though this was not their first candid encounter, the naturally reserved Han Yutong found it difficult to accept such an unabashed visual assault. With a firm tug, Luo Sheng turned her towards him, gazing at her endearing expression, reminiscent of a little girl who had just been wronged and was filled with grievance. Without uttering a word, he effortlessly lifted her into his arms and proceeded towards the bed. Chapter 77. Call out your boyfriend the following morning, while Luo Sheng still slumbered peacefully. Han Yutong quietly rose from her bed. With classes awaiting her at school, she needed to make haste. However, as she opened the door to leave home, she was taken aback by the sight before her. Meng Qing stood outside the door, flanked by a row of neatly arranged maidens. The moment she spotted Han Yutong, she immediately bowed and greeted, "Good morning, Miss Han." Han Yutong recognized Meng Qing, the one who had previously delivered a card to her. As for the row of maids behind her, although she had long suspected that Luo Sheng had servants in his home, the reality of the situation struck her with considerable impact. Most notably, in her imagination, the maids in Luo Sheng's household were middle-aged women in their 40s or 50s. She should merely be an unremarkable girl, devoid of any charm or presence. Yet, the reality is that each of them possesses a beauty that would captivate even someone of her own gender. Their elegance is particularly refined and transcendent. Especially noteworthy is their exquisitely proportioned figures, each aspect perfectly balanced, compelling one to steal a few extra glances. "Hello, Assistant Meng," Han Yutong responded with a hint of nervousness. Meng Qing, with a benevolent smile and a cool demeanor, inquired, "Miss Han, are you about to leave?" "Yes, I have classes at school this morning, and I need to head over," Han Yutong replied. Meng Qing respectfully offered, "Shall I arrange transportation for you, Miss Han?" Han Yutong waved her hand dismissively. No, I will drive myself. By the way, what brings you here?" Meng Qing stepped aside, revealing the bags held by the maids behind her. "I am here to attend to the gentleman's needs. These are the clothes he requires for today." Han Yutong was taken aback. She had not anticipated that Meng Qing, as Luo Sheng's assistant, would be responsible for such matters, and even bring others along. Did it mean that each morning a group of these stunning attendants catered to Luo Sheng's every need? Despite feeling slightly uncomfortable, Han Yutong replied, "You may come in, but Luo Sheng is still asleep. You can wait for him in the living room." Meng Qing bowed once more, expressing, "Thank you for your support of my work, Miss Han. We shall await the gentleman in the living room." Han Yutong arrived at her designated parking space on the ground floor, preparing to drive her Porsche 911. However, she noticed an unfamiliar sports car parked by the roadside, alongside a row of Mercedes G-Class vehicles. A dozen men in black attire, wearing sunglasses, stood rigidly by the cars. The leader, Chen Tai, approached her with measured strides as soon as he spotted her. "Good morning, Miss Han," he greeted. Observing these individuals, Han Yutong recognized them as bodyguards of Luo Sheng. Did they remain stationed here since Luo Sheng's visit last night? "Good morning. Did you arrive last night?" she inquired. Chen Tai's voice, devoid of emotion, responded, "Yes, Miss Han. But it's already mid-November. Weren't you cold last night?" Han Yutong asked, glancing at the group behind Chen Tai. Each one stood impeccably straight, their expressions serious, exuding an aura of unapproachability that belied the notion of having endured a frigid night. Chen Tai replied with unwavering conviction, "It is our duty to protect our sir. Under any circumstances, the safety of our sir remains our foremost priority. Yet, we appreciate your concern, Miss Han. The brothers took turns on duty last night." Moved by his words, Han Yutong felt a flicker of respect in her gaze and nodded slightly in acknowledgement. She then entered her car and drove away. As she navigated the road towards Donghai University, Han Yutong reflected on the morning's encounter. It was astonishing to consider the extent of care and protection surrounding Luo Sheng. Each of them seemed genuinely centered around Luo Sheng, particularly the maids. Would they, like the handmaidens of antiquity, assist their master in warming the bed? At that moment, Luo Sheng awoke, emerging from his chamber, and was not surprised to see Meng Qing and others in the living room. Meng Qing bowed in greeting and gestured for the maid behind her to step forward and attend to his morning ablutions. Luo Sheng raised a hand, his gaze falling upon the slippers worn by Han Yutong at the door. "How long has Miss Han been gone?" Luo Sheng inquired. Meng Qing respectfully replied. She departed not long ago. I heard Miss Han mention that there were classes at school this morning. Luo Sheng felt a twinge of surprise. This young lady had studied late into the night and yet managed to rise early for school. Truly, she is a diligent student. It seems I might consider providing her with additional lessons tonight to reinforce the knowledge from last evening. Meanwhile, Han Yutong parked her car in a roadside space and hurried to school. 10 minutes before class was set to begin, she finally arrived at the classroom. Just as she settled into her seat, barely catching her breath, a handsome young man approached and handed her a concert ticket. Yutong, there's a concert by Wang Monk at the Donghai Sports Center next week. Would you like to join me? He confidently proposed. Han Yutong lifted her gaze to meet his. Her eyes filled with disdain. This individual was Fong Su, from the same department, who had pursued her since their sophomore year. However, she had learned from her dormitory mates that he was nothing short of a scoundrel, boasting of his wealth as a local second-generation property developer, with multiple properties and substantial savings. Beginning in the second semester of her freshman year, she witnessed a parade of fleeting encounters. It became commonplace for him to juggle multiple relationships simultaneously. Over a dozen girls had undergone abortions only to be discarded the very next day. Han Yutong had always maintained a respectful distance from such a man. I'm sorry, but I must decline. Fong Su, unfazed by the outright rejection, continued. Isn't Wang Monk your idol? I have tickets for the front rows. Are you certain you want to attend? Han Yutong remained cold in her response. I want to go. Please refrain from contacting me in the future. I have a boyfriend. Fong Su scrutinized her from head to toe and let out a chuckle. He had long since discerned her background. A girl from an ordinary family in Luqing who had never been in a relationship. Not only was she strikingly beautiful, but she was also still a virgin. In today's society, any girl with a modicum of charm was likely not untouched. Even he, despite his numerous conquests, could count on one hand the truly unblemished ones. It was no wonder he had kept his eye on her since the beginning of their sophomore year. Yutong, you needn't fabricate a boyfriend just to reject me. If he truly exists, bring him out. I'd like to see what he looks like, Fong Su said flippantly. Chapter 78. A slap naturally. Han Yutong would not stoop to the level of summoning Luo Sheng merely to appease someone like him. Such an act, in her eyes, would utterly diminish her boyfriend's stature. Han Yutong glanced at the time, her impatience evident as she said, You are not worthy of meeting him. Class is about to begin. Please return to your seat. Fong Su seemed more troublesome today than ever before. Unlike usual, he did not leave nonchalantly. Instead, he fixed his gaze on a thin boy with glasses sitting next to Han Yutong and declared, Get lost. I'm sitting here today. The bespectacled boy lowered his head and stole a glance at Han Yutong. Taking a deep breath, he looked up at Fong Su and managed to squeeze out 2 words. No way. Fong Su raised an eyebrow and delivered a sharp slap to the boy's head, barking, Who do you think you are? Get lost, do you hear me? The boy's expression was one of struggle, yet he dared not speak. Han Yutong coldly directed her gaze at Fong Su and, in a gentle tone, said to the boy, Zhang Wei, it's all right. You can change your seat. Zhang Wei, also from Luqing and a former high school classmate of Han Yutong, was studious, yet rather timid, rarely initiating conversations. They often sat together, discussing their studies. She did not wish to drag him into this conflict because of her. As soon as Han Yutong's words fell, Fong Su seized Zhang Wei by the collar and yanked him aside, cursing, What are you doing here, obstructing me? Zhang Wei's face flushed crimson, but he refrained from retorting. He merely cast a lingering glance at Han Yutong before gathering his belongings and departing quietly. Fong Su contemptuously observed Zhang Wei's retreating figure, then turned to Han Yutong and remarked, Yutong, is your boyfriend as worthless as this loser, which is why you're too embarrassed to call out his name? Han Yutong disregarded the words of her interlocutor, engrossed in the arrangement of her textbooks. Fong Su, feeling a sense of ennui, ceased his mockery. However, he soon noticed the attire adorning Han Yutong, a striped soft tweed ensemble by Chanel. With a smile gracing his lips, he remarked, Yutong, it has been a few days since we last met, and I must say, your fashion sense has significantly improved. This high imitation of Chanel's striped tweed. I encountered the authentic version just last week at the Jingtai Center, and it seems to be priced around 50 to 60,000. If you fancy it, why not join me for dinner this evening? I might consider gifting you a set. What do you think? Fong Su, reveling in his own thoughts, mused. University truly transforms a girl in the most remarkable ways. The once unassuming Han Yutong had now begun to pursue materialism, opting for replicas. Since she harbored such intentions, things would become simpler. After all, he had successfully employed this tactic to win over numerous girls in the past. Once, during a karaoke gathering he organized, he encountered a breathtaking girl who was accompanied by her boyfriend. Fearing he might miss this chance, he seized the opportunity while excusing himself to the restroom, preparing 100,000 in cash and placing it on the table in the adjacent private room. Under the pretext of assisting in selecting items at the supermarket, he lured the girl away. Ultimately, in the neighboring room, he managed to seduce her. Subsequently, he heard rumors that the girl seemed to be pregnant. Yet her boyfriend had always taken precautions. Fong Su had initially believed he was on the brink of success this time. However, to his surprise, upon hearing Fong Su's words, Han Yutong could not help but chuckle. Although her smile was far more enchanting than her usual expressionless demeanor, Fong Su couldn't shake the feeling that her laughter was laden with mockery. Suppressing the ire bubbling within him, he spoke in a low voice. "What are you laughing at?" Han Yutong turned her head, her gaze icy as she regarded Fong Su. "It's nothing. I just suddenly realized that, as boys, the disparity between you and him is truly vast. Not only do you not deserve to meet him, but you aren't even worthy of knowing his name." Fong Su clenched his fists in anger, yet he was restrained by the classroom setting, unable to unleash his frustration. Throughout the lesson, his mind wandered, consumed by Han Yutong's disdainful smile and the stinging words that wounded his pride. In his elementary and middle school days, he had often been the target of ridicule from peers in Donghai, looked down upon. However, after experiencing 2 relocations in a span of merely 3 years, he felt as though he had risen above it all. Since then, no one had dared to speak to him in such a manner. After class, Fong Su intercepted Han Yutong as she prepared to leave. Ignoring the crowd around them, he exclaimed, "Han Yutong, do you really think you found yourself a remarkable boyfriend? He might just be a gigolo, and me unworthy? I will ask you one last time. Will you accompany me tonight?" Han Yutong scoffed, expressing her disinterest. "It's none of your business." After exiting the classroom, she brushed off the encounter. Fong Su had been a persistent annoyance for nearly a year. She had grown accustomed to his antics. In the evening, as Han Yutong was getting ready to leave school, she received a call from Luo Sheng. "Yutong, the classes have concluded for today, right?" Han Yutong, "Well, I just finished and was about to leave." Luo Sheng, "That's fine. Wait for me at the school gate, and I will come to pick you up." Han Yutong, "Great. Are we still going back to my place tonight?" Luo Sheng, "No, I will take you somewhere else tonight." Han Yutong, "Where is that? It sounds so mysterious." Luo Sheng, "You will find out soon enough. I am setting off now." Han Yutong, "All right. I will wait for you at the school gate." With a heart full of joy, Han Yutong hung up the phone, packed her belongings, and headed towards the school gate. However, when she arrived at the entrance of Donghai University over 10 minutes later, the smile on her face abruptly vanished. She spotted Fong Su leaning against the door of a BMW X5, holding a bouquet of flowers in his hands. This was peak time for students exiting classes, and the school gate was bustling with Donghai University students. Han Yutong deliberately pretended not to see him, attempting to circumvent him. Yet Fong Su clearly had no intention of letting her succeed. He quickly approached and stood in front of Han Yutong, offering her the flowers with a smug expression. He said, "Yutong, hasn't your pretty boy boyfriend come to pick you up? Why not join me in my car? I'll take you to see the world outside tonight." As he finished speaking, Fong Su reached out to grab Han Yutong's arm. "Fong Su, remove your filthy hands. My boyfriend will be here shortly." Fong Su, however, remained unmoved, his face displaying a nearly obsessive madness. At that moment, onlookers began to gather, with some even pulling out their phones to record the scene. As Han Yutong observed the increasing crowd of onlookers, she found herself unable to break free from Fong Su's grasp, relying solely on her own strength. In a moment of desperation, she raised her hand and struck him across the face with a resounding slap. The sound echoed as Fong Su's head jerked to the side. However, in the next instant, he retaliated with a backhanded slap that caused her tears to well up, though she valiantly suppressed them, refusing to let them fall. Fong Su, with an air of arrogance, exclaimed, "What are you pretending for? I've pursued you for a year. Do you think I'm unaware of whether you have a boyfriend? I'm here today to see what kind of man he is." Chapter 79. "I will make you pay until you are penniless." Fong Su's voice boomed loudly, cutting through the din of the outdoor setting, ensuring that everyone around could hear him clearly. Some who recognized him began to whisper among themselves in small groups. Fong Su is incredibly brazen, making such a scene in public. Hasn't he always been like this? That girl probably doesn't want to engage with him and is deliberately toying with him. Damn, he is just relying on his family's wealth. He would cower instantly if faced with someone formidable. How many formidable characters do you think exist? It's not like a television drama where a hero swoops in to save the damsel. Poor girl. She is so beautiful, yet subjected to being slapped by Fong Su in public. Sigh. It's bad enough that Fong Su is a scoundrel. Now he is resorting to violence against women. He truly is despicable. Despite the numerous discussions and disapproving glances cast upon the scene, no one stepped forward to intervene. As the crowd awaited the unfolding drama, tension hung palpably in the air. A powerful cadence of footsteps echoed, approaching from afar. The surrounding crowd instinctively parted to create a path. Emerging from the throng were a dozen tall, imposing figures clad in black, their expressions serious. They moved in perfect unison, swiftly taking their positions on either side, resembling a pair of loyal sentinels, clearing a space in the center. A wave of astonishment swept over the onlookers, leaving even the previously boisterous Fong Su momentarily dumbfounded, a sudden pang of foreboding gripping his heart. Only Han Yutong's face shone with a joyful smile, for she knew he had arrived. In the next moment, Luo Sheng, dressed in a light blue suit, appeared before the crowd with measured strides. His elegant and luxurious aura sparkled like stars in the night sky, instantly captivating all eyes. With each step he took, an intangible pressure emanated from him, as if he stood on a cloud, surveying the world below, causing the surrounding atmosphere to grow heavy with tension. Behind his exquisite gold-rimmed glasses, a pair of deep, oceanic eyes, seemingly capable of perceiving all, revealed an endless chill. Fong Su's heart raced in alarm. He felt as if the stranger was approaching him directly. Could it be that this girl truly had such an extraordinary boyfriend? This was unexpected. In his shock, Fong Su unconsciously released his grip on Han Yutong's hand. Noticing her arm freed, she immediately dashed towards Luo Sheng without a backward glance. The moment she felt his warmth, her suppressed grievances erupted, tears streaming down her cheeks, soaking the fabric of Luo Sheng's shirt. Lo Sheng, Han Yutong called out softly, her voice tinged with tears. Lo Sheng remained silent, gently lifting her up and tenderly caressing her slightly reddened cheek, which bore the clear imprint of 5 fingers. As he gazed into her eyes, swollen with tears, he discerned a blend of grievance and joy. Lo Sheng exhaled a heated breath from his chest. In both this life and the last, he had never been able to bring himself to harm the woman before him. Yet today, she had been publicly struck by a scoundrel. He looked at Han Yutong, lamenting his failure to provide adequate protection. Then, with a tone of indifference, he called out, "Chen Tai." Beside him, Chen Tai nodded in understanding. Raising his hand to summon 2 bodyguards, he pointed to Fong Su, who was trembling and leaning weakly against a BMW X5, instructing them to bring him over. The bodyguards swiftly approached, seizing the pallid Fong Su and dragging him closer. At a distance of merely 1 meter from Lo Sheng, Fong Su struggled to maintain his balance. Chen Tai swiftly lunged forward, delivering a low kick to Fong Su's shin. With a resounding thud, Fong Su's knee crashed to the ground. He propped himself up with his hands, attempting to rise, but was restrained by the bodyguards who seized his wrists, rendering him immobile. Pain contorted Fong Su's face. Yet he gritted his teeth, suppressing any cries of anguish, and defiantly raised his head to stare intently at Lo Sheng. Though he felt a surge of shock and fear, he was convinced that, with so many witnesses present, Lo Sheng would not dare to do anything more than deliver a beating and hurl a few insults. Turning back, he continued to eat and drink as he pleased, choosing whom to sleep with at his whim. Luo Sheng surveyed his surroundings. At least a few hundred people were gathered around, and the numbers were still rising. It was not just that the crowd was predominantly composed of university students. Even those with years of experience in society seldom encountered such a spectacle. Who was that man? His aura was formidable. You ask me, and I ask who? I just arrived as well. That beauty truly has a boyfriend, and he is quite impressive. This man is handsome, surrounded by so many bodyguards. Fong Su has truly kicked the bucket this time. This man exudes an overwhelming presence. If I could be his woman, I would willingly endure 10 slaps. Don't push from behind. If you do, I might just kneel as well. Ignoring the cacophony around him, Luo Sheng first pulled Han Yutong aside, instructing her to wait for him. He then approached Fong Su, looking down at him with the disdain reserved for insects. Now that I am here, tell me, what do you think of my worth? Typically, according to Luo Sheng's past conduct, he would never lower himself to converse with someone of such a low status. Allowing the other party a glimpse of him was already a tremendous honor for them. However, the remnants of tears still lingering in his heart compelled him to make an exception today. Fong Su, with a stiffened neck, attempted to assert himself but faltered as he spoke. "Humph, no matter who you are, I can simply apologize publicly on behalf of my girlfriend. But if you dare to lay a finger on me again, I will make you lose everything." It is not that Fong Su is particularly resolute. Rather, it is the sheer number of onlookers that compels him to maintain a faade of strength, even if he must concede defeat. In the future, should anyone bring up this incident, he could assert that he was merely a victim of overwhelming force. Luo Sheng let out a cold laugh, as though he had just heard the most absurd joke. At that moment, from the other side of the crowd, several patrolling security officers made their way through. Leading the group was Tan Feng, the very officer who had previously attempted to apprehend Luo Xiao. Since the last incident, he had been inexplicably reassigned to this district security office, serving as the captain of a patrol team, effectively demoted in rank. As Tan Feng, flanked by 3 team members, finally squeezed into the scene and prepared to demand an explanation, he was struck by the sight of Luo Sheng's icy demeanor. Instantly, he felt an overwhelming desire to retreat to the patrol car. This was indeed a precarious situation. He had acted impulsively during the last encounter, and now, facing the second son of the Luo family, he dared not make a move. Otherwise, he might find himself without even the chance to guard the reservoir. Chapter 80. Take him away. Luo Sheng's gaze naturally fell upon Tan Feng. Upon sensing Luo Sheng's penetrating stare, Tan Feng's heart tightened involuntarily. Yet he steeled himself and approached Luo Sheng. As he passed by Fong Su, who was kneeling on the ground, he refrained from even a glance, as if the man were entirely non-existent. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to soften his tone as much as possible. Then he slowly addressed Luo Sheng, saying, "Mr. Luo, greetings. I did not anticipate your presence here." Luo Sheng, with an impassive expression, gazed intently at Tan Feng, feeling that the other man appeared somewhat familiar. After a brief moment, he asked in a nonchalant manner, "Oh, do you know me?" Upon hearing this, a flicker of surprise crossed Tan Feng's face, but he quickly regained his composure. He promptly responded with a smile, "Of course, I had the privilege of encountering you once before. It has been quite a while." Yet Mr. Luo maintains his distinguished demeanor. At this moment, Tan Feng secretly rejoiced that since the other party did not recognize him, he would not divulge that it was indeed he who had previously taken Luo Sheng's younger brother to the police station. Just as Tan Feng was about to inquire about the unfolding situation and whether he should intervene, he observed that Luo Sheng merely responded with a casual hum, and then dismissed him entirely. This unexpected cold reception caused Tan Feng to stifle the words that had nearly escaped his lips. The team members behind him sensed their captain's unease and approached, whispering, "Captain, should we restrain the individual?" As he spoke, he casually glanced at Fong Su, who remained kneeling on the ground, along with the 2 bodyguards controlling him. Tan Feng did not dare to look in that direction. After all, with so many onlookers present, what could he do? "Step aside and disperse the crowd," Tan Feng commanded unequivocally. Although the 3 team members were puzzled by their captain's approach, they nonetheless scattered to ensure that the students observing would vacate the area. Unfortunately, the outcome of this action was minimal. The onlookers merely retreated a few steps, enlarging the perimeter of their observation. Observing the presence of law enforcement officers, Fong Su experienced a wave of relief. He mused inwardly that he might even evade a beating. At this thought, the corners of his lips subtly curved upward into a faint smile, as if anticipating his safe departure from this contentious scene. However, contrary to his expectations of untroubled release, Luo Sheng, who had been standing before him, moved with no warning. Luo Sheng impassively raised his right hand and then, with a sudden, forceful motion, delivered a resounding slap to the left side of Fong Su's face. The unexpected blow carried immense force. A sharp crack echoed as Fong Su's head snapped to the side, nearly rendering him unconscious. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and his cheek swelled visibly, presenting a shocking sight. Upon witnessing this, Chentai promptly approached and, in a hushed tone, remarked, "Sir, there was no need for you to involve yourself personally. Allow me to handle such trivial matters." Yet, Luo Sheng remained unmoved. With a swift motion, he delivered another forceful backhanded slap, landing squarely on Fong Su's right cheek. The successive blows left Fong Su disoriented and seeing stars. He felt a sensation of vertigo, and his head swam. Saliva and blood mingled uncontrollably in his mouth, flowing from the corners of his lips in a wretched stream, leaving him in a state of utter disarray. The nearby security patrol officers widened their eyes in astonishment. They had not anticipated such audacity from this individual, who dared to strike another in their presence. A young officer attempted to intervene, but was halted by Tan Feng, who shook his head in disapproval. The young officer found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Tan Feng glanced around at the surrounding university students, many of whom were capturing the scene on their mobile devices. It was evident that remaining there was no longer appropriate. With furrowed brows, he murmured, "We must leave. This matter is beyond our jurisdiction." Having spoken, he quietly bowed his head and led his team away from the scene. At that moment, Luo Sheng had just delivered 2 resounding slaps to Feng Su. In a tone barely audible to those nearby, he uttered, "You reckless fool, someone of your lowly status. I could extinguish your existence without lifting a finger. Yet today, I shall make an exception, so you may remember this lesson for the rest of your life." His voice was low and laced with menace, a fleeting glimmer of lethal intent flashing in his eyes as he turned to the ever-stationary Chen Tai and commanded, "Chen Tai, take him away." Chen Tai, responding promptly, acknowledged, "Understood, sir." For Luo Sheng, dealing with insignificant figures like Feng Su hardly piqued his interest. His public display of aggression was merely a means to assert his stance before all present and, in part, to vent the fury simmering within him. Upon returning to Han Yutong's side and wrapping an arm around her shoulder, he proceeded directly to the waiting Rolls-Royce Phantom parked by the roadside. Han Yutong softly said, "You truly need not act this way. So many are watching, and he is unworthy of your effort." Luo Sheng's voice, though soft, resonated with an extraordinary strength, imbued with confidence. At that moment, the atmosphere was so tense it felt as if it could condense into droplets. The multitude of onlookers had witnessed the entire episode and had clearly heard his words. Among them was Feng Su, who knelt in utter humiliation. He had been attentively observing the movements of the patrol officers. Initially, when that resounding slap struck his face, he had eagerly anticipated that someone would intervene. However, to his dismay, they all chose to remain silent, turning away without hesitation. Coupled with the captain's deference towards Han Yutong's companion, a terrifying thought began to dawn upon him. This man wielded such power that even the patrol officers dared not provoke him lightly. Having finally emerged from his shock, Feng Su's face had turned ashen, etched with fear and despair. Ignoring the searing pain on his face, he hastily stammered in desperation, "Dear sir, it is all my fault. Every mistake is mine alone. I implore you, show mercy and spare me this once." Yet, Luo Sheng paid no heed to Feng Su's pleas, ushering Han Yutong into the vehicle. Meanwhile, Chen Tai ordered 2 bodyguards to forcibly drag Feng Su towards another car. Feng Su struggled desperately, shouting in vain. But all his efforts were destined to be futile. The students, who had initially gathered out of curiosity, were now rendered pale with fear upon witnessing the scene. One by one, they instinctively retreated, anxious to avoid any potential trouble. Inside the vehicle, Han Yutong leaned against Luo Sheng's shoulder, realizing that today's incident would likely become a sensational topic of discussion. Luo Sheng, unfazed, merely smiled, thinking that as long as no one dared to provoke her in the future, all would be well. Moments later, Chen Tai returned to the car, announcing, "Sir, the individuals have been brought on board." Luo Sheng nodded in acknowledgement as they made their way back to Chiyun Mountain Villa. Chapter 81. You have no future left. As the convoy traversed Yunding Avenue, Han Yutong, seated in the rear of the Rolls-Royce Phantom, gazed at the checkpoint ahead. Flanked by armed guards, she instinctively assumed it was some sort of military restricted area. However, to her surprise, the convoy passed through the checkpoint without obstruction or the need for identification. All the guards, in unison, turned to pay their respects to the vehicle beneath them. It was then that she realized this must be the fabled Chiyun Mountain Villa that had been the subject of much speculation. Previously, she had stumbled upon a live stream by a small streamer who had purportedly been inside the villa. Unfortunately, she had joined the stream late and missed the entire broadcast, only catching glimpses of a garden where the streamer discussed the value of various plants before abruptly ending the stream. Later, she heard that the broadcast had been recorded, but when she sought it out, whether in its original form or through other shares, it had vanished without a trace. A fragment is nowhere to be found across all platforms. Netizens claim that the broadcaster has captured content that should not have been filmed, resulting in their account being permanently banned, along with the forced removal of all related videos by the authorities. The swift action taken by officials prevented the situation from gaining any traction, suppressing it before it could even unfold. Some bloggers can only recount the tale of this live broadcast through text, accompanied by a dubious screenshot of uncertain authenticity. Han Yutong has also perused some of these accounts. They speak of extravagant water feature walls valued in the hundreds of thousands, restricted mermaids, royal-grade dragon well tea, an exquisite 3-meter-long yellow pair with tea tables, among others. The bloggers lavishly describe opulence in the most extravagant terms. They further assert that the estate's owner has a multitude of exceptional maids, any one of whom would be a goddess in her own right. Naturally, those oblivious to the truth uphold the adage of no pictures, no truth, claiming that the bloggers present their narratives as if they have personally experienced them, fabricating tales. Exceptional maids? Han Yutong instinctively raised her gaze towards Luo Sheng, who was resting with his eyes closed beside her. The maidens she observed earlier that morning were indeed the maids from Chiyun Villa, seemingly even Luo Sheng's exclusive attendants. Viewed in this light, the assertions made by the bloggers online may not be entirely fictitious. As the colossal iron gate of the estate swung open, Han Yutong beheld for the first time what true grandeur entailed. Her astonishment rendered her momentarily speechless as she surveyed the expansive front courtyard of the estate. Is this truly a place where people reside? Dearest, Luo Sheng, is this Chiyun Villa? Han Yutong could not help but tug at Luo Sheng's arm, her voice trembling with awe as she inquired. Luo Sheng opened his eyes, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he nodded, affirming, yes, indeed. There is no need for you to feel anxious. You will inevitably come here sooner or later. Today is merely an opportunity for you to familiarize yourself with the surroundings. Han Yutong traversed the winding, tree-lined path, her gaze swept across the opulent scenery enveloping her. From the resplendent crystal fountain in the plaza to the expansive, verdant lawns in the distance, and the gently rippling lake, along with the elegantly arranged villas. It was difficult for her to fathom that all of this magnificence coalesced within a single estate. Yet, Han Yutong considered herself fortunate, for despite her astonishment and disbelief, she arrived here today as the esteemed partner of Luo Sheng. All would regard her with reverence, treating her as the most honored guest. In stark contrast, within the rear of the convoy, in a Mercedes-Benz G-Class, Fang Su's composure had utterly shattered. Though he was uncertain of the exact location, it had become inconsequential. Like Han Yutong, he had witnessed the grandeur through the vehicle's window. To possess such an estate in a bustling international metropolis like Donghai, complete with armed guards at the entrance, was a preposterous calamity for him, no matter how hard he strained his mind. He could not comprehend how an ordinary individual like Han Yutong could possibly have such a formidable partner. His body trembled uncontrollably, his eyes reflecting a tumult of fear, helplessness, and regret. Excuse me, gentlemen. Once we arrive, would it be possible for me to use the restroom first? I find myself in a rather pressing situation. Fang Su, trembling, addressed the two menacing figures clad in black beside him. However, they paid him no heed, their gaze steadfastly fixed ahead. After a few moments of silence, he cautiously ventured again. Dear brothers, might you reveal what fate awaits me at the hands of your employer? Upon uttering these words, Fang Su, with his swollen cheeks, looked eagerly towards the intimidating men flanking him. Yet, as seconds elapsed, the carriage remained enveloped in an eerie silence, broken only by the faint hum of the engine. Just as he contemplated speaking once more, a cold metallic sensation graced his forehead. The bodyguard in the passenger seat, wielding a Glock, turned to him with a frosty glare, commanding silence. Fang Su, his face ashen, promptly sealed his lips. At this juncture, he could only suppress his urge to relieve himself, fervently hoping he would return home for dinner that night. He vowed that after this day, he would lead a more prudent life, never again engaging in such risky endeavors. The convoy soon arrived at the open space before the main residence. Meng Qing, accompanied by several maidens, descended the steps, standing respectfully to the side. As Luo Sheng emerged from the vehicle, holding the delicate hand of Han Yutong, the maidens and the bodyguards who had just disembarked all bowed in unison, proclaiming, "We welcome you home, sir, and extend our greetings to Miss Han at Chiyun Mountain Villa." Luo Sheng, observing the somewhat astonished expression on Han Yutong's face, remarked lightly, "Did I startle you?" Han Yutong, still in a daze, nodded slightly, a bit. "This is my first encounter with such an experience in my life, especially in such opulent surroundings." As she raised her gaze towards the main residence, Luo Sheng wore a composed smile, casually placing one hand in his pocket while guiding Han Yutong up the steps. Once the two of them entered the main house, disappearing from the crowd's sight, Fang Su was dragged from the back of the car to stand before Chun Tai by the bodyguards. "Captain Chun, how shall we handle this individual?" Chun Tai cast a glance at Fang Su, who lay incapacitated on the ground, his eyes vacant and devoid of life, a flicker of disdain crossing his face. The master did not issue explicit instructions, but since he has been brought back, let us first confine him to a dark room. Having coldly delivered this command, Shintai turned to leave. However, Fong Su, grasping at the last thread of hope, clutched at Shintai's pant leg. "Brother, you cannot do this. It is unlawful detention. I implore you, let me go back. I realize my mistakes and promise I shall never repeat them. I am willing to bow before you, yes, bow." With that, Fong Su hastily knelt down, banging his head against the ground several times. Shintai crouched down, seizing Fong Su by the hair. "You have no future left." Chapter 82. A discussion on remedial lessons. As nightfall descended, the bustling city of Donghai was engulfed in the evening rush hour. Countless weary souls, having toiled throughout the day, began their journey homeward. Among these diligent individuals was Han Lu, who had just concluded her filming for the day. Dragging her exhausted body from the elevator of an office building, she prepared to make her way to the nearby subway station. Ever since parting with her dear friend Meng Qing, her mind had been preoccupied with the words exchanged between them. How she longed for the day when she too could embrace a life of privilege and distinction, instead of toiling tirelessly for a meager sum. Leading the life of an inconspicuous small-scale model, she was taken aback when, just as she reached the subway entrance, a call came through from a photographer with whom she had collaborated on several occasions. Assuming he had a job opportunity for her, she stepped aside to take the call. After all, regardless of life's discontent, one must still earn a living. Han Lu. "Hello, Brother Pan. Do you have work for me?" "Brother Pan. Indeed, you are quite astute." "Han Lu, what product are we shooting this time?" "Brother Pan, this time it's different. We will be traveling abroad with the team." "Han Lu? Abroad? Which country?" Up until now, Han Lu's assignments had predominantly been in Donghai City, a hub of commercial activity with a high demand for models, rarely venturing beyond its borders. The prospect of working overseas was certainly unexpected. Yet, the client is always king. As long as the remuneration is satisfactory, a journey is worthwhile. After all, profit can be made anywhere. "Brother Pan, we are headed to Siam, with a plan for 3 days and 2 nights. All expenses, including airfare and accommodation, will be covered, and the remuneration is 12,000. Han Lu, such a generous fee? It can't be something dubious. You know I have my limits, Brother Pan." "Brother Pan, what are you imagining? It's a legitimate commercial modeling gig, albeit more demanding in terms of time and effort. Otherwise, the client wouldn't offer such a price." "Brother Pan, this job is a private contract I secured. The client and I have a good rapport, so there will be no inappropriate undertakings involved." Han Lu sensed an unusual tone in Pan Ji's voice and quickly offered her apologies. "Pan Go, it is my fault. Do not worry. Once this is over, I only require 10,000, and the 2,000 shall be your compensation for your efforts." Pan Go replied, "All right. Let's tentatively schedule it for next week. I will contact you in advance." After concluding the call with Pan Go, Han Lu let out a long sigh of relief. Although there are certain safety concerns associated with shooting abroad, since the employer is an acquaintance of Pan Go, there should be no issues. Moreover, the remuneration is significantly higher than usual, akin to a trip to Siam for leisure. Meanwhile, within the Chiyun Mountain Villa, Han Yutong was seated in the western dining room of the main residence. Even though it was merely a dining area, it resembled a palace of European nobility. The natural marble floor, with its intricate and smooth textures, reflected enchanting hues under the brilliance of the crystal chandelier. Surrounding walls adorned with classical oil paintings, unfamiliar to her, were elegantly framed in intricately carved golden frames. Silver cutlery, glistening with metallic luster, and crystal wine glasses, pristine and translucent, were meticulously arranged upon the dining table. In a corner, a beautiful pianist clad in a black, high-slit gown was performing a gentle melody. Several exquisitely beautiful maidservants, each scoring above 90 in looks, gracefully presented meticulously plated dishes to Luo Sheng and her. After each serving, they would kneel in a gesture of respect and reverence towards the two, showcasing an exquisite etiquette that reflects their esteemed status. This meticulous attention to detail, underscoring their nobility, was evident throughout Han Yutong's experience within the main residence. Once all the courses had been served, the maidens arranged themselves neatly along the periphery of the dining hall. Each of them stood with their hands clasped before them, embodying a posture of poised readiness to heed their master's commands. In such an atmosphere, anyone seated there would inherently exude an air of sophistication and elegance. Thus, Even though Han Yutong was acutely aware that she was no princess, in this moment, she felt as though she surpassed one. A dinner that appeared utterly mundane to Luo Sheng was, for Han Yutong, a source of trepidation, as she feared losing her composure. After the meal concluded, Luo Sheng guided Han Yutong to tour his bedroom. As she beheld a space larger than her home in Luqing, a sense of numbness washed over her. Sitting on the sofa near the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, Han Yutong suddenly recalled a scene she had witnessed on the first floor. The familiar indoor landscape of the courtyard, along with the colossal aquarium that dominated an entire wall. However, surrounded by a throng of people at the time, she had hesitated to inquire. Now, with only Luo Sheng and herself remaining in the room, she pondered for a moment before voicing her curiosity. "Dear, I previously saw a female online who seemed to have conducted a live stream on the first floor. Her interest did not lie in the reasons behind the individual's banishment, after all. It was the grand residence of the Luo family, and such a place would not permit outsiders to intrude so easily. They would undoubtedly find a means to impose sanctions upon them. This was understandable to her. What intrigued her was how the individual had managed to access this space for a live broadcast. Even if she were an ordinary person, well, it seemed that she could no longer consider herself ordinary either. However, even ordinary individuals would undoubtedly find it unacceptable to have a stranger inexplicably conducting a live stream in their own home, taking viewers on a tour. Upon hearing this, Luo Sheng chuckled and remarked, "It was brought back by my younger brother. She has already been reprimanded, so I trust she will not repeat such indiscretions." Han Yutong nodded in agreement, astonished that there are indeed people so thoughtless. While she herself would have refrained from even taking a photo for fear of causing Luo Sheng any discomfort, she had heard online that her account had been permanently banned. Moreover, all videos circulating on the internet were swiftly removed by the platform within a single day. Yet, it seemed that the Baoyin platform was not a subsidiary of the Tianluo group, was it? Luo Sheng approached Han Yutong, gently caressing her cheek, and spoke softly. "This is quite normal, for within the global headquarters of the Tianluo group, there exists a department known as Strategic Investment, each year, with substantial funding. This department's vision extends to every corner of the globe, ensuring that the Tianluo group remains at the forefront, evolving alongside the times." Han Yutong, somewhat bewildered, nodded and inquired, "So, has the Tianluo group invested in the Baoyin platform? Is it one of the shareholders?" Luo Sheng did not respond to this question. Instead, he lightly grasped Han Yutong's chin with his fingers and casually stated, "Let us not dwell on such matters. Instead, let us discuss your supplementary lessons." "Supplementary lessons? What lessons?" Han Yutong replied, her large eyes blinking in confusion. In the next moment, as Luo Sheng lowered his palm, she shyly bowed her head, murmuring, "You are so wicked." Chapter 83. This gift is yours. After an entire night of diligent instruction from Luo Sheng, Han Yutong, a diligent and eager learner, was utterly overwhelmed. With the final influx of knowledge, she once again broke free from her constraints. It was impossible to count how many times this had occurred that night. She could hardly move a finger, yearning only for a tranquil sleep until the morrow. Luo Sheng stretched his body and instructed Meng Qing to arrange for the sheets, now laden with the ocean of knowledge, to be changed. He then lifted Han Yutong into his arms, heading towards a circular bathtub spacious enough to accommodate 5 or 6 individuals. The following day, after breakfast, Luo Sheng arranged for Han Yutong to be returned to school. On his way back to the main residence, he took a detour to the guest house to check on the Yi siblings. In the tea room of the guest house, Luo Sheng sat opposite them. "Xiao Tao, Xiaoli, how have you fared these past few days?" Luo Sheng inquired, taking a sip of the tea offered by a maid. "I hear from my subordinates that your endeavors have been quite fruitful." Yi Tao spoke first. "Cousin, spare us your words. Xiaoli nearly bought out the entire East Sea." Luo Sheng chuckled. After granting the siblings some freedom, he had initially transferred 200,000 to each of them. However, he received a call from Yi Tao that afternoon, pleading for assistance. Consequently, he arranged for an assistant to manage their expenses, treating it as a gift for his younger siblings. Given that such rare opportunities to meet were few and far between, Yi Li pouted, "It's not that exaggerated. I merely purchased a few bags and clothes, spending barely 3 million in total. To my cousin, this amount is hardly significant." Luo Sheng smiled gently and replied, "It's perfectly fine, as long as you enjoy it." He then turned his attention to Yi Tao. "Little Tao, what about you?" Yi Tao raised his wrist somewhat proudly, showcasing a blue Vacheron Constantine watch. "Cousin, what do you think of this watch?" Following Yi Tao's gesture, Luo Sheng smiled faintly. The Vacheron Constantine Heritage Series. Do you have an affinity for these, little Tao? Yi Tao nodded enthusiastically. Indeed, but my father has always restricted my spending in this area. Luo Sheng slightly nodded, gesturing for Meng Qing, who stood behind, to visit the main residence and retrieve one of his watches. Shortly thereafter, Meng Qing returned, holding an additional watch box. Luo Sheng took it, opened it for a brief confirmation, and then extracted a Vacheron Constantine watch from within, handing it to Yi Tao. This is the 80172 model from the Vacheron Constantine Heritage Series. I seldom wear this one, so I gift it to you. Yi Tao accepted the watch, his delight unmistakable. He was aware that the domestic retail price for this watch exceeded 5 million, although the transaction price was less than half of that. It was still vastly superior to the watch currently adorning his wrist. Cousin, are you really giving me this watch? Luo Sheng replied nonchalantly. Yes, I am. This was one I wore during my school days, and I haven't used it in quite a while. Now, I typically wear something like this. As he spoke, Luo Sheng revealed the Patek Philippe adorning his wrist. Yi Tao widened his eyes, scrutinizing it closely before tentatively inquiring, is this the Patek Philippe Grand Complication 6002G? A longtime enthusiast of timepieces, Yi Tao immediately recognized the watch. However, he was taken aback that his cousin had acquired such a luxurious piece worth millions. The official retail price in the country is around 15 million, and while he couldn't recall the latest transaction price precisely, it should hover around 30 million. It's merely a watch. Upon your successful graduation from university, I shall gift it to you, Luo Sheng declared. At that moment, Yi Li eagerly interjected, Cousin, what about me? You? Luo Sheng gazed at his elegant little cousin, smiling as he asked, what would you like as a graduation gift? I shall prepare it in advance for you. Yi Li pondered for a moment, struggling to identify her desired gift. A handbag or clothing felt far too mundane. Any wish of hers could easily be fulfilled by her father. They lacked neither lavish mansions nor luxurious cars at home. She was even chauffeured in a dedicated pink diamond-studded Cullinan. After contemplating for a while, she decided to leave this conundrum in Luo Sheng's hands. As for the specifics, it depends on your sincerity, cousin. I'm open to anything. Well, having no specific demands is indeed the highest standard of expectation, Luo Sheng mused, confident in his ability to satisfy his little cousin's desires. Rest assured, I will not disappoint you. Seeing that Yi Tao had already donned the watch gifted to him, Luo Sheng continued, you will be heading back tomorrow, and I have no pressing matters today, so let me take you out for a stroll. Sounds great. The Yu siblings replied in unison. An hour later, Luo Sheng, accompanied by two young companions, arrived at the Donghai Tushan International Golf Club, renowned for hosting numerous prestigious events. The Tushan International Golf Club boasts an expansive area, lush greenery, and spans over 2,000 acres. This golf course, nestled against verdant mountains and facing flowing waters, ranks among the finest in Donghai City. Having received prior notice, the club manager, Xiao Chenyang, eagerly awaited their arrival at the entrance, personally welcoming them. Upon seeing Luo Sheng approach with his entourage, Xiao Chenyang immediately adopted a humble demeanor. Mr. Luo, it is a pleasure to welcome you to our club today. Having hosted Luo Sheng on multiple occasions, Xiao Chenyang understood that his status did not warrant a handshake. Thus, after offering his greetings, he respectfully stood aside, gesturing for them to enter the club. Luo Sheng nodded slightly and stepped inside, while Xiao Chenyang followed closely behind, carefully guiding the way and softly detailing the day's events at the club. Upon entering the main hall, all staff members, seemingly informed in advance, uniformly bowed and greeted, Welcome, Mr. Luo. The group proceeded to the well-prepared VIP room, where Xiao Chenyang quickly stepped forward to pull out a chair. He gently brushed his hand across the seat and, with a beaming smile, invited, Mr. Luo, please take a seat. Once Luo Sheng settled down, he promptly accepted a meticulously crafted drink from a nearby attendant. Cradling it with both hands and placing it reverently on the table before Luo Sheng, his eyes filled with admiration, the Yu siblings curiously surveyed their surroundings. Although they hailed from affluent families, the extreme deference displayed was still astonishing to them. Luo Sheng, however, was accustomed to such treatment. After taking a subtle sip of his drink, he casually remarked, Let us clear the first course today. I wish to play a few holes with my younger siblings. Xiao Chenyang eagerly nodded in agreement, assuring, Rest assured, Mr. Luo, everything has been arranged. In the VIP room, Luo Sheng inquired whether the Yu siblings had ever played golf before. They responded that they had frequented the golf course numerous times, but primarily accompanied their father, Yu Zheng, for social engagements, rarely having swung a club themselves. With a smile, Luo Sheng reassured them, "No worries, shortly I will have the caddy assist you both in practice." Before long, the group arrived at the first course via several shuttle cars. Luo Sheng received a golf club from the caddy and executed a few warm-up exercises with ease. Yi Tao was eager to try his hand at the sport, though his movements clearly betrayed his amateur status. Luo Sheng chuckled, "Xiao Tao, golf emphasizes posture and technique. Quite different from your usual playful antics." Yi Li teased from the side, "Brother, do be careful not to embarrass yourself in front of our cousin." Yi Tao huffed in defiance. The charming caddy beside him smiled and offered, "Sir, may I assist you?" As the caddy approached, he gently extended his arms from behind Yi Tao, patiently guiding him on the correct grip for his golf club. Feeling the soft touch behind him, Yi Tao beamed with joy. He had never experienced such a moment during his previous visits to the golf course with his father. It was indeed delightful. Beside him, Yi Li leaned on her club. Observing her brother with a bemused expression, she remarked, "Brother, your smile seems a bit lecherous." Yi Tao shrugged off the caddy's hold and retorted, "Is it customary to speak of your own brother in such a manner? And what about you? Weren't you the one who ordered a handsome guy?" He gestured toward the tall caddy standing next to Yi Li, who appeared to be over 185 centimeters. The caddy could only smile awkwardly yet politely. Realizing she had been outed, Yi Li turned her head away and muttered, "Mind your own business. Just focus on your practice." Accompanying them, Xiao Qinyang cautiously remarked, "Mr. Luo, your siblings are truly charming." Luo Sheng nodded, choosing not to respond to the comment. He then positioned himself, legs slightly apart, his gaze focused and resolute on the distance. After a brief moment, he swung his arm, and the club traced a perfect arc through the air. The white ball soared high, sailing toward the horizon before landing precisely near the green. A chorus of admiration arose from those around him. The nearby caddy exclaimed in awe, "Mr. Luo, your skills are remarkable." Luo Sheng smiled faintly, preparing to take another shot, when he spotted in the distance a young woman clad in a fitted white coat, her long hair flowing gracefully as she wandered alone across the verdant expanse of the golf course. She moved with a lightness that rendered each step as graceful as a startled swan. The distance obscured her features, yet an extraordinary aura enveloped her, as if she were an ethereal being untouched by the mundane world. Even though Luo Sheng had encountered numerous women, the enigmatic charm she radiated stirred something within him. Sensing his gaze, the young girl turned her head. In that instant, their eyes locked, and it felt as though an electric current coursed between them. Luo Sheng regained his composure, clearing his throat, and decided to approach her. She, too, sensed his intention and stood still, awaiting his arrival. As he drew near and beheld her visage, Luo Sheng understood why she had appeared so extraordinary moments before. She was breathtakingly beautiful. Her skin was as fair as jade, and her eyes sparkled like stars, bright and clear. Beneath her elegantly arched nose rested a pair of softly parted lips, tender and vibrant, evoking an irresistible desire for a kiss. Such exquisite features were indeed rare in this world, coupled with her tall stature and otherworldly grace. Any ordinary person standing beside her would likely feel a sense of inadequacy. If Han Yutong's beauty were rated at 92, then Meng Qing's would surely be 95, while Emily Mellon and Su Jiejia would receive a score of 90. The maids admired by countless netizens would fall around 85. As for Li Yike, whom he had encountered at the M1NT Club soiree, she could easily be rated at 96. This assessment was based solely on his personal standards, devoid of any external influences or familial status. However, before him stood this young girl, whom he would readily grant a score of 99. The solitary point deducted was a testament to his last vestige of restraint, for he has always firmly believed that there is no truly perfect visage in this world. In the girl's pristine eyes, a hint of bewilderment flickered as she turned to Luo Sheng. With a smile, Luo Sheng extended a hand towards her, saying, "Hello. Let us be acquainted. My name is Luo Sheng." "Hello, I am Su Qian. Are you here to play basketball as well?" The girl's melodious voice chimed in. Although she found Luo Sheng's sudden approach somewhat abrupt, her upbringing compelled her to respond with courtesy. Luo Sheng lifted the cue he held, indicating with clarity that he was indeed here to play. Yet, he replied, "No, I am here to meet someone," noticing that they appeared to be of similar age. Su Qian spoke with a tone of shared understanding. "Were you also brought here by your elders to meet clients?" Luo Sheng paused momentarily, then chuckled. "I am here to meet a person I have never encountered before." Su Qian tilted her head slightly, a faint smile gracing her lips. "Have you met that person?" I did not meet them before, but now I have, Luo Sheng stated with unwavering conviction and a tone so earnest that it seemed he was declaring a fact. Exuding an air of composure. A flicker of surprise crossed Su Qian's eyes, having been sheltered under her parents' wing since childhood. She had never been approached in such a manner by a boy. Just as Luo Sheng was about to continue their exchange, a middle-aged man's voice interrupted their initial encounter. Qian, come over here. Your Uncle Wang and the others have arrived. The middle-aged man approached them with hurried steps. He cast a wary glance at the young man before him, then turned to Su Qian and inquired, Qian, who is this? Before Su Qian could respond, Luo Sheng spoke with an air of indifference. I have just made the acquaintance of this young lady. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man fell silent, no longer sparing Luo Sheng a glance, and made a move as if to take Su Qian away. However, Luo Sheng, with one hand in his pocket, swiftly seized the man's arm with the other. The middle-aged man was taken aback by the young man's audacity to act so directly. He released Su Qian and turned to scrutinize Luo Sheng. At that moment, he realized that despite this young man's seemingly tender years, he exuded an aura of authority that could only belong to someone accustomed to high status. This sensation reminded him of Qing Yuan, the foremost figure in Qingyang. Yet in comparison, Luo Sheng seemed to eclipse him entirely. This individual was likely no ordinary person. Thus, he felt compelled to retract his earlier disdain and stated earnestly, I am Su Yue, chairman of the Su Group in Qingyang. May I ask how to address you? Luo Sheng met Su Yue's gaze with calmness and replied, My surname is Luo, and I hope to become acquainted with Miss Su Qian. Chapter 85, Father, are you seeking death? The flat and emotionless tone of the young man deeply unsettled Su Yue. Particularly unsettling was the steady confidence in Luo Sheng's eyes, which conveyed a hint of aloof superiority, as though nothing in his surroundings could captivate his attention, save for his daughter behind him. This demeanor was far from what one would expect from a young man in such a situation, at least not among those he had known. Mr. Luo, do you not perceive that uttering such words in the presence of a father is somewhat inappropriate? Director Su, considering your position as Miss Su Qian's father, I do not wish to exert my influence today. Perhaps it would be prudent for you to take a moment to rest aside. Luo Sheng's tone remained calm and powerful, yet his fiercely penetrating gaze had already transcended Su Yue, fixating instead on Su Qian, who stood behind him. This unparalleled beauty, a rare gem that seemed to belong solely to the heavens, was a prize that Luo Sheng was determined to claim. Su Qian, too, was observing him. Her eyes reflected curiosity, confusion, a hint of shyness, and perhaps a trace of admiration. Luo Sheng was uncertain. Since the dawn of her memories, many young men had harbored intentions to approach her, some even taking action. However, they were invariably deterred at the outset by her father's imposing presence upon introducing themselves. Those who faced her father for the first time either exhibited deference or resorted to flattery. Some even hastily apologized, vowing never to disturb Su Qian again. Never had anyone before him displayed such unflinching composure, seemingly unperturbed by the weight of her father's title as the chairman of the board. Even now, in the face of his father's subtly oppressive inquiry, he maintained an unwavering gaze locked onto hers. Su Qian conceded that she had entertained the thought of getting to know this young man. Just as Su Yue was about to lead his daughter away, a hearty laugh resonated from behind them. Old Su, had it not been for the caddy mentioning you were coming this way, I might have missed you entirely. A man clad in traditional Tang attire approached, accompanied by a young individual who was engrossed in his mobile device. Old Wang, I apologize for the delay. I've been tied up with some matters, Su Yue expressed courteously. The man referred to as Old Wang, named Wang Jianhai, operated a chain of specialty stores for sports and outdoor goods throughout the vast realm of Daxia, achieving decent success with outlets in nearly every province and city. He and Su Yue had been close friends for many years. Wang Jianhai gave a gentle pat on the back of the young man beside him and remarked in a tone laced with disappointment, Yaozong, greet him. This is your Uncle Su. Just a moment, I'm sending a message. Wang Yaozong retorted with irritation. However, it was Su Qian who, without needing a prompt from Su Yue, took the initiative to say, Hello, Uncle Wang. Wang Jianhai gazed at Su Qian, unable to conceal his satisfaction. Ah, Qian, you have grown increasingly beautiful. If Yazong were to marry you in the future, it would truly be a blessing he earned in his previous life. After speaking warmly, he turned to the side and inquired of Luo Sheng with curiosity. Old Su, this individual appears quite distinguished. May I inquire as to his identity? Su Yue, slightly vexed, responded, He is merely someone who wishes to make the acquaintance of my Qian. Upon hearing this, Wang Jianhai raised an eyebrow and promptly smacked his son, who was still preoccupied with his device. For heaven's sake, your future spouse is right in front of you, and you're still fiddling with that wretched phone. Wang Yaozong, nearly dropping his phone from the force of his father's slap, lifted his head with a hint of grievance. Dad, what are you doing? Shingo, what brings you here? As Wang Yaozong lifted his gaze, prepared to voice a few complaints, he was met with the sight of Luo Sheng, who was beaming at him. In an instant, he was taken aback. Wasn't he supposed to be here to meet Su Yue? Why was Brother Xing also present? Amid the astonished looks from Wang Jianhai and Su Yue, Wang Yaozong hastily approached Luo Sheng, his face alight with excitement. To an onlooker, it would seem as if a younger brother had encountered a long-lost elder sibling. Luo Sheng remained silent, merely observing the four individuals before him. At that moment, Xiao Qinyang arrived alongside Luo Sheng's caddy. He slightly bowed his head and respectfully inquired, Mr. Luo, have you encountered a friend? Wang Jianhai stood there, momentarily dumbfounded at the sight of Xiao Qinyang, whom he recognized as the general manager of Tushan International Golf Club. Mr. Xiao, a pleasure to meet you, Wang Jianhai remarked. Xiao Qinyang looked up, realizing it was Mr. Wang, and responded amiably, hello. Just as Wang Jianhai was about to inquire about Luo Sheng's identity, he heard Luo Sheng interject. All right, save your reminiscing for a private conversation. He then stepped forward, approaching Su Qian. With one hand resting behind his back, he extended the other in invitation, Miss Su. Would you be interested in taking a stroll with me? Su Qian met Luo Sheng's gaze, and inexplicably nodded, accepting the invitation. Both Su Yue and Wang Jianhai instinctively prepared to intervene, but were thwarted by Wang Yaozong, who desperately held them back. Dad, Uncle Su, what are you doing? Are you out of your minds? Wang Yaozong exclaimed, his face a mask of horror, seeing Luo Sheng depart with a stunning beauty. Xiao Qinyang exchanged a meaningful smile with Wang Jianhai before turning to leave. The affairs concerning Mr. Luo are not within the purview of a mere insignificant character like him. Wang Yaozong managed to calm his previously agitated emotions. Fortunately, his quick reflexes prevented a potential disaster. Indeed, how astute I am. Su Yue, held tightly by Wang Yaozong, could only watch helplessly as Luo Sheng led his daughter away to a nearby spot. Wang Jianhai, infuriated, pointed at Wang Yaozong, nearly at a loss for words. You young rascal, had better provide an explanation to both me and Uncle Su. Are you not aware that Uncle Su intends to marry Qianqian into our Wang family? Wang Yaozong nodded, acknowledging, yes, I understand. I came here merely for both parties to meet. Wang Jianhai's forehead throbbed with veins, then why on earth? Dad, do you not recognize Shingo? Wang Yaozong interrupted his father's reprimand. What nonsense. Given Sheng Ji's demeanor just now, it was evident he had some intentions. To compete with Luo Sheng for a woman he has never even met? I, Wang Yaozong, do not possess such audacity. What Shingo? Are you referring to that young Shu? Wang Yaozong hastily silenced his father. Meanwhile, Su Yue composed himself, observing Wang Yaozong, who was still clinging to him tightly. Just a moment ago, he was pondering how this young man from the Wang family could behave in such a manner. Yet, in the next moment, he retracted that thought. Dad, keep your voice down. Wang Yaozong urged anxiously. Shenggu is none other than the legitimate eldest son of the Luo family in Daxia, Luo Sheng. I was just wondering how Shenggu happened to be here, thinking you might know him. Su Yue and Wang Jianhai exchanged a glance, each seeing astonishment mirrored in the other's eyes. Chapter 86. The first encounter. Luo Sheng and Su Qian walked side by side. The gentle breeze stirring ripples across the verdant grass of the field. The soft, radiant sunlight of the morning filtered through the branches of nearby trees, casting a warm glow upon them. Apart from the occasional chirping of birds, the surroundings were blissfully tranquil. Su Qian lowered her head, a strand of hair cascading over her forehead, appearing ethereal in the sunlight. With her hands tucked into the pockets of her white-fitted coat, she walked quietly beside him. Breaking the silence, Luo Sheng spoke softly. Miss Su, I hope I did not startle you earlier. It was rather abrupt. Su Qian shook her head and raised her gaze to meet his. I was indeed a bit surprised, but not frightened. I just feel that you are quite exceptional. A smile graced Luo Sheng's lips. What, in your opinion, constitutes exceptional? Su Qian tilted her head in contemplation for a moment. I am not certain. It is merely a feeling, and you are distinctly different from them. Them? Yes, the boys who wished to be acquainted with me before. You are more assertive and confident, far more so than they were. I appreciate a strong and self-assured man. It makes me feel at ease. Su Qian's candidness caught Luo Sheng off guard. He paused, intrigued, and remarked, "It seems Miss Su possesses a certain uniqueness as well. To be frank, I find myself quite interested in you." Su Qian's heart inexplicably quickened. "And why do you wish to know me? Is it merely due to my appearance?" Luo Sheng gently brushed aside the strands of hair from her forehead. At first glance, he was indeed captivated by her beauty. Yet it was the unique tranquility that emanated from her that ensnared him even more. In truth, his attraction was rather superficial. To Luo Sheng, the essence of Su Qian, regardless of her true character, held little significance. Merely possessing such rare beauty, he would gladly consider her a prized possession. With a faint blush adorning her cheeks, Su Qian hesitated, saying, "But we have just met. Are you not afraid that I may not be as you envision?" Luo Sheng smiled warmly, replying, "Then allow me to discover the true you." As Su Qian felt the intensity of his gaze, a peculiar flutter surged within her. After a moment's hesitation, she nodded and retrieved her phone. "Let us add each other on WeChat," she suggested. Once they exchanged contacts, she looked up at Luo Sheng, inexplicably hoping he might utter something profound. After changing her contact name to Su Qian, he spoke slowly. "From afar, it seemed you were burdened by some concerns." Su Qian initially offered a wry smile before biting her lip and confiding, "The Su group is facing some challenges," so she trailed off, her thoughts lingering. Her father had always been like this, oblivious to her feelings and indifferent to her struggles, yet she refused to become a mere pawn in his game. With a peculiar look directed at Luo Sheng, she declared, "But I believe that one day, in some corner of this world, I will encounter someone who truly understands me." A subtle smile graced Luo Sheng's lips, hinting that perhaps fate had already woven its intricate designs. Su Qian gazed at him with a complex expression, a flicker of hope stirring within her heart. At that moment, a gentle breeze swept by, tousling the strands of hair by her ear, as if it were also stirring the once certain trajectory of her fate. Moments later, Luo Sheng returned with Su Qian. Wang Jinhai had already departed with Wang Yaozong, leaving only Su Yue seated in the lounge, smoking. Upon seeing his daughter return with the young master of the Luo family, he approached with a mixture of emotions. At this point, Su Yue had shed his earlier demeanor, donning a serene smile instead. "Mr. Luo, I was unaware it was you earlier, and I humbly ask for your forgiveness for any offense," he stated. Luo Sheng glanced at him with indifference, responding, "You are Su Qian's father, Su Yue, correct?" "Indeed, indeed. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Su Yue, managing a few companies in Qingyang." "It is truly an honor to meet you, Mr. Luo," he replied, lowering his stance considerably, to the point that even Su Qian was taken aback. She had never witnessed her father adopt such a humble posture in public. Luo Sheng acknowledged him with a slight nod, saying, "Su Qian informed me of the difficulties faced by the Su group. Sun Xiaolong's Li Sen group is on the verge of dissolution, so you need not worry further. Su Qian is a wonderful girl. She should have the opportunity to visit Donghai more often." With these words, Su Yue understood Luo Sheng's intent and promptly nodded in agreement. However, he felt inclined to inquire about Sun Xiaolong and the circumstances surrounding his troubles, yet he swallowed his words. Such matters among these prominent figures were better left untouched for a mere private enterprise owner like himself. Regardless, since Luo Sheng has expressed such sentiments, it stands to reason that the Su group will likely navigate through this challenging period. After bidding farewell to the Su father and daughter, Luo Sheng proceeded towards Venue 1. He felt no urgency regarding Su Qian, as it was merely their first encounter. The finest treasures are meant to be savored slowly. Furthermore, with her father present, it was certain that he would safeguard Luo Sheng's interests. Once Luo Sheng departed, Su Yue gently pulled Su Qian aside and inquired softly, "Did Mr. Luo say anything to you?" Su Qian replied coolly, "We just engaged in casual conversation." "Did Mr. Luo mention anything about his family?" Su Yue asked tentatively. "Do you think everyone is like you, discussing family backgrounds upon first meeting?" "We merely chatted casually, as friends," Su Qian retorted, a hint of indignation in her voice. Since childhood, she had been the cherished jewel of her family, living a life that many would envy as a young lady of privilege. Yet, few knew that her parents had only taught her the intricacies of corporate management and the etiquette of high society. Even her interests and experiences were strictly regulated by their constraints. Not a single day had she been permitted to explore the world independently, let alone engage with the opposite sex, which was absolutely forbidden. To Su Qian, her home was nothing more than a gilded cage, leaving her After over 20 years of life, entirely oblivious to the world beyond her parents' confines. And then there was Luo Sheng, the first male to boldly breach this enclosure. He was akin to the first ray of sunlight piercing through the dawn. Even without knowledge of his identity, Su Qian felt indifferent and had no intention of prying into it through her father. Luo Sheng returned to the first golf course, where the Yi siblings were methodically practicing their serves with the assistance of their caddies. Upon seeing Luo Sheng's arrival, Yi Tao handed his club to a nearby caddy and approached him. "Cousin, did you just encounter an acquaintance? Why did you leave so suddenly?" Luo Sheng raised an eyebrow slightly. "I suppose so. How's your practice going?" Yi Tao refrained from pressing further. It was not unusual for someone of his cousin's stature to run into acquaintances. Hearing the question directed at him, Yi Tao smiled mysteriously. "Cousin, allow me to demonstrate what it means to possess extraordinary talent." With that, he picked up his club, ready to showcase his skills. As time passed, evening descended. Returning to her villa in Qingyang, Su Qian lay on her bed, images of Luo Sheng continually resurfacing in her mind. She held her phone, her fingers unconsciously gliding over the screen, pausing for a moment on Luo Sheng's WeChat profile picture. Subsequently, she began to edit a message. "Are you there?" Chapter 87. Do you find it appealing? Within the confines of Qiyun Mountain Villa, after finishing dinner, Luo Sheng reclined in his study chair, holding a financial report for the third quarter of this year, which Meng Qing had just handed to him. Earlier that afternoon, Luo Sheng's father, Luo Zhan, had called him, expressing a desire for him to formally attend the group's year-end summary meeting as the next heir of Tianluo Group, rather than merely a nominal executive director. In light of this, Luo Sheng knew he must prepare in advance. The only sounds in the study were the occasional rustle of paper as he turned the pages. Upon concluding the exhaustive review of the intricate financial statements, a chime emanated from the mobile device resting on the desk. He picked it up to find a message from Su Qian, whom he had added earlier that day. Subsequent to adding her, Luo Sheng had not engaged with her, having spent the entire day with the Yi siblings. Cognizant of their impending departure from Donghai via private jet the following morning, Luo Sheng endeavored to fulfill his fraternal duty. After departing from the golf course, he first escorted them to Guantang Banquet, a frequent haunt of his, for luncheon, followed by a whirlwind tour of Donghai's renowned landmarks for commemorative snapshots. It was not until he returned to his study in the evening that Luo Sheng could finally catch his breath. "Su Qian, are you there?" A subtle smile graced Luo Sheng's lips. Typically, unless prompted by a specific matter, such a message from one of the opposite sex invariably conveys a singular sentiment, that they are thinking of the recipient. Placing the phone face down on the desk, he nonchalantly addressed Meng Qing, who was attending to his shoulders. "You may retire for now. I have some matters to attend to." Meng Qing nodded demurely, then quietly retreated to the side, uttering a deferential, "Then, sir, I shall take my leave." Luo Sheng offered a soft affirmation before retrieving his phone and commencing a reply. Luo Sheng, attending to some work matters, just finished. Su Qian's response was immediate, as if she had been awaiting his reply on the other end. "Su Qian, still occupied with work at this late hour?" Luo Sheng, "Yes, there are some matters that require advanced preparation." "Have you returned to Qingyang?" Su Qian, "Returned to Qingyang this afternoon, now lying in bed, but unable to sleep." Luo Sheng, "Are you still pondering over the engagement?" Su Qian, "Not quite. During dinner this evening, my father informed me that the Wang family would not only offer assistance to our family, but would also refrain from mentioning the engagement again." Su Qian, "By the way, may I call you Luo Sheng directly? I prefer not to address you as Mr. Luo like my father does." Luo Sheng, "You may address me however you wish. It is your prerogative." Su Qian, "Luo Sheng, my father also shared some rather peculiar remarks with me this evening." Luo Sheng, "What did he say?" Su Qian, "He suggested that when I have free time, I should not seclude myself at home, but rather visit you in Donghai for a chat." Su Qian, "He has always dismissed any male acquaintances I had before." Upon hearing Su Qian's words, Luo Sheng quickly realized that Su Yue might not have disclosed his identity to her daughter. He decided to probe the young lady of the Su family further. "Luo Sheng, aren't you curious as to why your father has suddenly altered his attitude towards me?" Su Qian, "I am curious, but I do not wish to inquire." Luo Sheng, "Why is that?" Su Qian, "I do not want my feelings towards you to be influenced by your identity." Su Qian, "Moreover, your status holds no significance for me." Su Qian, "Even if you were merely an ordinary person, I could support you for a lifetime." Simply astonishing. This is the first time anyone, especially a woman, has declared to Luo Sheng, "I can support you for a lifetime." Luo Sheng could ascertain that Su Qian was completely unaware of his true identity. During the day when he took Su Qian away, Wang Yaozong was also present. He would undoubtedly reveal his identity to Su Yue and the others. Therefore, Su Yue was acutely aware of who he was, which later led to a complete transformation in his attitude. However, the other party did not proactively explain to his daughter, and Su Qian herself was disinclined to inquire further. This aspect is rather intriguing. As for whether Su Qian was deliberately pretending to be unaware of his identity, it is not merely a matter of her being a young girl. Even her father, Su Yue, would not dare to engage in such tomfoolery, even if given 10 more lives. Luo Sheng, is this considered a direct confession? Su Qian, I'm not sure. I just feel that you are different from others. Does that count as liking someone? Luo Sheng, what do you think it means to like someone? Su Qian, wanting to sleep with him? Luo Sheng, are you certain? Su Qian, that is what I read online. If you love someone, you must give yourself to him. Isn't that right? Luo Sheng felt it necessary to take a closer look at this young lady, Su. Subsequently, the two engaged in a conversation via WeChat for over an hour. As their dialogue deepened, it seemed as though she had found a channel for her innermost thoughts. She shared in meticulous detail everything that had transpired in her life over the past few years. Whether it was her parents forbidding her to interact with other males, restricting her social circle, or the feeling of living daily within a gilded cage, she likened herself to a canary trapped within that cage. Although it appeared splendid and radiant, she could never touch the world outside. Luo Sheng's presence felt like a powerful force, opening the cage. He was the only one who had intruded into her world so directly. At this point, Luo Sheng began to comprehend Su Qian's words. Aren't you afraid that after getting to know me, I won't be what you imagined? Being confined in such a closed environment for an extended period, even amidst luxury and abundance, would inevitably lead to psychological issues. During this time, Luo Sheng also discovered a significant concern. Although Su Qian was polite and well-mannered, her understanding was limited to what she had known. When it came to matters beyond her comprehension, especially those concerning relationships between men and women, she was as innocent and unblemished as a blank canvas. Just moments ago, Su Qian had sent a message containing a selfie, a photo showcasing long, straight, and fair legs that exuded sensuality. From the image, it appeared that the person had donned nothing but a pair of undergarments. Even someone as worldly as Luo Sheng found himself bemused by her audacity. The conversation had been going smoothly. How had it taken such an unexpected turn? He sent a question mark in response. Su Qian replied, I just searched online, and it said that boys like looking at legs, so I thought I'd show you. She continued, or do you want to see something else? I can take a picture for you. Luo Sheng felt as though he had stumbled upon something extraordinary, an unexpected treasure. Beneath her angelic and flawless appearance lay a soul that seemed to harbor contrasting depths. He cautioned, you could easily be taken advantage of by ill-intentioned individuals. Su Qian replied, but you are not a bad person. I trust you. Luo Sheng. Su Qian. By the way, Luo Sheng, you haven't told me yet. Do you find it appealing? Chapter 88. Master, I have arrived. If Luo Sheng were an ordinary man, he would surely feel overwhelmed at this moment. However, as someone well-versed in the company of women, he now gazes at the photograph with a mere appreciation for beauty. Indeed, the proportions and lines are exquisite. He muses to himself, Luo Sheng, do you have a penchant for purple? Su Qian, not exclusively. I also possess pink, white, and black lace. It just so happens that today, it is this one. Su Qian, would you like to see? Just a moment. That insatiable desire for attention. Which man can withstand it? Luo Sheng refrains from stopping her, merely squinting his eyes as he quietly observes the screen. After about 3 or 4 minutes, 3 consecutive notification sounds disrupt the tranquility of the study. Su Qian, pink. JPG white. JPG, black lace. JPG, Su Qian. Look, I indeed have other colors. In comparison to the previous snapshot of her legs, which was merely a fleeting glimpse, these 3 newly sent photographs are all close-ups. Coupled with the high-definition quality of the images, every detail is crystal clear, reflecting on Su Qian's flawlessly exquisite visage. One can't help but let their imagination wander as they behold the photographs before them. Luo Sheng, you seem quite fond of sharing these. Su Qian, not really. This is my first time taking such pictures, although it feels a bit strange. Su Qian, but if it's for you to see, then it's acceptable. Pray, share your reasoning. Is it solely because you find me rather unique? Not merely that. It is also because you are the only young man my father permits me to associate with. I do not wish to lose you. So, do you enjoy watching? I much prefer to appreciate in person. It is far more authentic. Then I shall book a ticket for tomorrow to visit you in Donghai. As my father has granted permission. Tomorrow? This girl is even more proactive than he is. However, it may not be feasible in the coming days, as another gifted individual, Yutan's close friend Su Jiejia, is arriving in Donghai tomorrow. He received a message from her this evening. Let us postpone for a few days. I have some matters to attend to and may not have the time to host you. Oh, very well then. At that moment, a gentle knock resonated through the study. Enter, commanded, setting his phone aside. A maid donned in a black and white uniform gracefully stepped into the room, her lovely legs adorned in black stockings. She approached with utmost respect, bowing her head. Sir, it is getting late. Shall we retire for the evening? Glancing at the clock, noted it was already midnight. He replied with a soft affirmation, You may head to the bedroom first. I have a few matters to attend to. The maid, with an air of blossoming anticipation, responded softly, Very well, sir. I shall take my leave into the room. Once the maid departed, sent a message to, It is midnight. Are you not yet resting? Susan, feeling a bit drowsy, yet inexplicably, I'm reluctant to put down my phone. Rowan, rest then, I also need to retire. Susan, Rowan, you're not sleeping alone tonight, are you? Why would a respectable young woman pose such a question to a man she's just met? Late at night, however, he had no reservations and thus, no intention to conceal the truth. Rowan, no. Susan, is it your girlfriend? Rowan, not precisely a girlfriend, but neither is she an outsider. Susan, then, could you possibly? Shy emoji, Rowan, just articulate what you wish to know. Susan, though it sounds peculiar, I'm still unwilling to put down my phone. Above the chat box, the indication of the other party typing would appear and then vanish intermittently, persisting for a full minute before the message finally arrived. Susan, so, could we have a video call? As if fearing rejection, she immediately followed up with another swift message. Susan, don't worry, I won't intrude. I'll simply observe from the sidelines. Good heavens, simply observe from the sidelines. Rowan, intrigued? Await your arrival in East C, and I shall grant you a VIP seat. Rowan, now sleep. Susan, but I've already shown you. Ultimately, Susan received no further response from Rowan. Reclining on the immense bed, Susan gazed up at the ceiling. She tossed and turned, unable to find solace in slumber, her mind consumed by the image of Luo Shang. What was he doing now? Was he perhaps with another girl? The hazy picture flickered through Su Qian's thoughts. Yet, having never explored educational websites and lacking relevant experiences, it was challenging for her to conjure what such a scene might entail. Nevertheless, her hands began to roam unconsciously over her own form. This instinctive action undoubtedly opened a portal to a new realm of discovery for her. The following day, Su Jiejia arrived as scheduled in Donghai City, dressed in fashionable attire. Her eyes sparkled with vitality and mischief. As she surveyed the bustling crowd at the train station exit, she strained to locate someone. At last, she spotted a man in a black suit holding a sign that read, Welcome, Miss Su Jiejia. She hurried towards him, greeting the man with a nod. The gentleman in black asked in a confirming tone, Are you Su Jiejia from Luqing? Su Jiejia nodded affirmatively. Yes, that's me. Did Shenggu send you to fetch me? Welcome to Donghai, Miss Su. The gentleman has some matters to attend to this morning, so I was sent to escort you to the hotel. Seated in the back of the Cullinan, Su Jiejia rested her chin on her hand, gazing out at the towering skyscrapers through the window. This was her second visit to Donghai, yet her emotions were entirely different. The last time she was here, she also rode in a Cullinan, with Mr. Qin Jin himself at the wheel. However, back then, her father was gravely ill, and she was merely a beautiful yet ordinary college student. Harboring a few hundred yuan, she ventured into the unfamiliar metropolis of Donghai, hoping to find assistance through her close friend Shasha's introduction, and aspiring to escape her original impoverished family circumstances. At that time, to be frank, her mood was quite dismal, fraught with uncertainty and the discomfort of being treated as a mere commodity. However, this time, not only had her father received the most professional and comprehensive medical treatment free of charge, but she had also emerged from her predicament, poised to embark on a new chapter in her life. In particular, adorned in an overcoat worth several thousand yuan, clutching a recently acquired iPhone, and possessing tens of thousands of yuan in her bank account, she felt an inexplicable sense of security, despite these possessions being considered insignificant by many affluent individuals. Furthermore, The thought of the person she was about to meet, her master, one of the most esteemed members of the younger generation in Daxia, caused Su Zhejia's face to flush with heat, and she involuntarily tightened her legs. Chapter 89. Dad, something happened. Qingyang City, the chairman's office of Lisen Group. Sun Xiaolong sat rigidly in the opulent executive chair, his countenance gloomy as he scrutinized the report in his hand. Lin Dongji, the nominal chairman, stood tremulously beside him, resembling a chastised schoolboy. Sun Xiaolong could not have foreseen that Tianqin Construction, a company he had dismissed a mere 6 months prior, would now be driving his Lisen Group to such straits. Every project associated with Lisen Group, whether the contracts were expiring or were originally slated for public announcement, or had already been arranged and were awaiting procedural completion, had been snatched up by Tianqin Construction without exception. Furthermore, numerous aspects have transcended the sphere of influence wielded by Cheng Yuan, the paramount figure in Qingyang. This suggests that the individual's network extends beyond the confines of Qingyang, with a more expansive web of influence paving the way for them at higher echelons. The arena of market competition is inherently ruthless. Given the finite nature of market share within a locality, any augmentation in one's acquisition inevitably diminishes the proportion available to others. To propel oneself further, it becomes imperative to tread upon the remnants of one's adversaries. Presently, it appears that Sun Xiaolong's Lisen Group is being deliberately positioned as a stepping stone for others. Casting aside the report with vehemence, Sun Xiaolong ignited a cigarette, his voice a somber resonance as he inquired, "What is the status of the matter I entrusted to Assistant Lai previously?" Lin Dongji responded with cautious trepidation. "Assistant Lai conveyed a message to me approximately half an hour ago, indicating that she is en route here and likely possesses pertinent information. Are you not privy to the details?" Sun Xiaolong cast a sidelong glance at his interlocutor. Lin Dongji stammered with palpable unease, "Young master's son. Assistant Lai has been overseeing this matter exclusively." I. Where is she then? She should be arriving momentarily." Sun Xiaolong arose languidly, exuding an aura of formidable intimidation as he approached Lin Dongji. With deliberate movements, he adjusted the other man's collar, remarking, "Ah, little Lin. Considering that others are on the verge of dismantling the group, why do you persist in using such equivocal language? Am I to understand that your role as the group's chairman, for which I compensate you with a monthly remuneration of 200,000, merely entails offering me such ambiguous pronouncements? Or perhaps you harbor a desire to reunite with your late father prematurely?" Tightening his grip, Sun Xiaolong nearly asphyxiated Lin Dongji. "Mr. Sun, I was mistaken. I underestimated Tianqin Construction. I didn't anticipate their swift actions." Sun Xiaolong released his hold, casting a disdainful gaze upon the prostrate Lin Dongji. "You didn't underestimate them. You're simply incompetent. Mr. Sun, you're right. I'll certainly be more attentive in the future." Disinclined to waste further words on such a useless individual, Sun Xiaolong commanded, "Get up and call Assistant Lai. Inquire about her whereabouts." Before the words had fully left his mouth, the doors to the chairman's office were thrust open. Lai Xianxian, adorned in a black leather coat and high-heeled boots, entered with a grave expression. "Mr. Sun, there's no need to call. I've arrived." Extinguishing his cigarette, Sun Xiaolong settled onto the sofa before his desk, crossing his legs. "Now that you're here, enlighten me on the progress you've made these past few days." Lai Xianxian inhaled deeply, placing her handbag aside and extracting a meticulously prepared document from within. "Mr. Sun, on the surface, Tianqin Construction appears to be a standard private enterprise with a registered capital of 50 million, and its legal representative and general manager, Chen Yi, is a local of Qingyang. However, the true controlling figure is a foreign national named Duan Kuan, who had been absent from Qingyang until recently." Sun Xiaolong interjected, "Assistant Lai, can you share something I'm not already aware of? Were it not for the fact that this woman, nearly his age, was an associate of his father's." Sun Xiaolong would have struck her without hesitation. After an extended discourse, it became evident that all the information was already known to him months ago. Lai Xianxian paused briefly and said, "Sun Xiao, what I have gathered in recent days reveals that this individual is far more complex than we initially assumed. Duan Kuan is the eldest son of Prince Duani of the Khmer Kingdom, a figure of considerable influence in that realm. Cheng Yuan, the foremost authority in Qingyang, shares a cordial relationship with Prince Duani, often seizing the opportunity to visit him discreetly during his travels to Siam during festive seasons. I learned this from one of Cheng Yuan's drivers, as he is responsible for arranging every itinerary. Furthermore, the recent surge in activity from Tianqing construction, which has severed all our subsequent projects, may not solely be attributed to Cheng Yuan. There could be another player involved. At this point, Lai Xianxian hesitated noticeably, refraining from elaborating further. However, Sun Xiaolong's curiosity was piqued, and he raised an eyebrow, asking, "Have you identified who it is?" After careful consideration, Lai Xianxian replied, "It is the Li family from Kyoto." Upon hearing the name, Sun Xiaolong abruptly stood, his eyes wide with disbelief, and inquired, "Is it the Li family of Chief Minister Li Xiang?" To be precise, it pertains to Minister Li's son, Li Junqian. Lai Xianxian herself was incredulous upon uncovering this information. "Sun Xiao, I believe it is time to reach out to your father. We cannot resolve this matter on our own. If Minister Sun is willing to intervene, at the very least, our Li Xin group should not be ousted from the arena." Sun Xiaolong returned to the sofa, raising a hand to support his forehead. The illustrious Li family of Kyoto, once represented by the prominent Sun Xiaolong, is acutely aware of the significance this lineage embodies. The Li family's ancestry traces back to loyal ministers of the dragon, esteemed founding nobles of the realm. Generations of their descendants have remained steadfastly loyal to the Great Xia dynasty, holding esteemed positions as royal relatives, thus constituting one of the most venerable families within the empire. The current head of the family, Li Xiang, stands as the prime minister, wielding authority just beneath the emperor, managing the affairs of the nation with oversight over all cabinet departments. Moreover, Li Junqian, the legitimate eldest son of the Kyoto Li family, is not only the nephew of the reigning empress, but also one of the 3 esteemed princes of the Eastern Palace. A few years prior, Sun Xiaolong had been compelled to retreat to Qingyang due to an unfortunate verbal altercation with Li Junqian. Ordinarily, someone of Li Junqian's stature would hardly concern themselves with matters of such insignificance. Yet, several years later, this name has resurfaced in Sun Xiaolong's thoughts, stirring within him a sense of unease and confusion. After a considerable pause, he turned to Lai Xianxian and inquired, "How did you come to know of Li Junqian's involvement in this affair?" Lai Xianxian handed a document to Sun Xiaolong. "Young master son, my intention was to investigate the connections of Duan Kuan. Hence, I procured his call records from the telecommunications company. By chance, I discovered that just a few days ago, Duan Kuan had made a call to Li Junqian's private number, which lasted 5 minutes and 8 seconds. Following this conversation, our company, Li Xin Group, immediately began to experience various forms of suppression." Sun Xiaolong silently nodded, indicating his understanding. He glanced at the materials in his hand and dismissed Lai Xinyuan and Lin Dongji. Once the two had departed, he took a deep breath, retrieved his phone, and dialed a number. As soon as the call connected, Sun Xiaolong spoke in a somber tone. "Dad, there has been an incident at Li Xin Group." Chapter 90. A selfie. While Sun Xiaolong was grappling with the complications arising from Li Junqian's involvement, Su Jejia had already arrived at the Intercontinental Hotel, which Luo Sheng had specially arranged for her. After more than 20 years of living as an ordinary person, today, she was about to experience a taste of the extraordinary. As the Cullinan came to a halt, before she could open the door, a bodyguard, who had exited the vehicle ahead of her, graciously opened the door for her. Standing respectfully to the side, he bowed slightly, adopting a posture of courteous invitation. Feeling a touch of embarrassment, Su Jejia stepped out of the car, instinctively preparing to retrieve her luggage from the trunk. However, she was pleasantly surprised to see a hotel staff member approaching, wheeling her suitcase and cheerfully announcing, "Welcome, Miss Su, to our Intercontinental Hotel." Subsequently, her suitcase was transported to her room by a staff member using a specialized luggage cart, while she followed the attendant to the VIP lounge for check-in. As she passed the hotel's front desk, Su Jejia noticed several guests standing around, either inquiring about prices or registering their information. Such experiences were familiar to her, and during peak travel seasons, she often found herself waiting in line. Should she encounter someone conversing with the hotel staff regarding group purchases, it might lead to a considerable wait. Yet, this time she was ushered into a lavishly decorated room, imbued with a subtle scent. After the staff courteously requested her to wait a moment, she settled into the spacious and comfortable sofa, her eyes instinctively surveying her surroundings. During her previous encounter with Luo Sheng, her intoxication had clouded her memory, leaving her unclear about how she had arrived in that room, and she could hardly recall whether there had been such procedures. The following day, pressed for time to return to Luqing, she had no opportunity to indulge in the experience. However, this time she was fully alert, and time was abundant, as she savored the esteemed treatment bestowed upon her. An uncontainable yearning for the lives of the affluent blossomed within her. Within a minute, Su Jiejia observed two attendants approaching her, each bearing exquisite beverages and delightful fruit confections. After placing the items on the small table before her, one attendant bowed deeply and, with a smile, addressed her, "Miss Su, please enjoy." "Thank you." Su Jiejia politely acknowledged this. Just as she took a couple of sips from her drink, the male staff member who had initially attended to her returned, accompanied by a professionally attired woman. The two stood before Su Jiejia, and the male staff member, with utmost humility, introduced himself. "Miss Su, it is a pleasure to meet you. I am the Deputy General Manager of the Intercontinental Hotel. My surname is Yu. This is Manager Qian, the head of the front office, who will assist you with your check-in." Su Jiejia was taken aback to discover that the gentleman who had just assisted her with her luggage was, in fact, the hotel's Deputy General Manager. "I truly appreciate your assistance. It must be quite a bother for you to personally attend to my needs," she expressed. The Deputy General Manager, wearing a warm smile, replied, "Miss Su, you are far too kind. As a guest of Mr. Luo, you are indeed our most esteemed patron. Addressing your every need is our utmost duty." After exchanging pleasantries, Su Jiejia swiftly completed her check-in process. Luo Sheng had arranged for her a presidential suite of nearly 300 square meters, which included a bedroom, a living room, a dining area, a kitchen, and a terrace overlooking the river. Upon entering the opulent suite and admiring its lavish decor, Su Jiejia couldn't help but reminisce about her previous enchanting journey. "Miss Su, your luggage has been delivered to the bedroom. We shall not disturb your rest any further. Should you require anything, you may call upon your dedicated personal butler using the landline in the living room or bedroom," the Deputy General Manager gently interjected, standing at the doorway. "Thank you," she replied. Once the door closed behind her, Su Jiejia sank into the living room sofa, stretching out in a relaxed manner. After a brief moment of repose, she retrieved her phone from her pocket, opened Luo Sheng's contact, and sent him a message. "Jiejia, Master, I have arrived at the hotel." Luo Sheng, "Yes, take some time to rest. Once I conclude my matters here, I shall take you out for a splendid meal." "Jiejia, all right, I will wait for you at the hotel." Su Jiejia was acutely aware of her position. She was merely a pet kept by Luo Sheng. This realization had dawned on her back in the bar. As a young woman, she understood that her golden years were fleeting. If she failed to seize the opportunity and mistakenly believed she could act recklessly as if she were truly his woman, it would ultimately lead to disappointment. Su Jiejia had long since come to terms with this truth. Thus, from the moment Luo Sheng chose her that night in the bar, she resolved to be an obedient, docile, and considerate presence, devoted solely to serving her master. Even if it meant engaging in activities that were exceedingly shy and difficult to articulate, she would embrace them boldly. Humming a little tune, Su Jiejia felt the warm breeze from the air conditioner as she shed her outer garments, followed by her trousers. She intended to take a shower before her master arrived. After all, if he desired her upon his arrival, she wanted to be prepared. With the sound of water flowing resonating from the bathroom, Su Jiejia stood beneath the showerhead, tilting her head back, allowing the water to cascade over her innocent visage and delicate form. Suddenly struck by a thought, she dashed out of the bathroom, grabbed the phone from the table, and returned to the bathroom. Meanwhile, Luo Sheng was in the study of Qiyun Villa, his brow furrowed as he scrutinized a document recently submitted by Meng Qing. "Meng Qing, are you certain of the authenticity of this material?" Luo Sheng inquired, lifting his gaze. Standing beside him, Meng Qing, with a composed demeanor, nodded affirmatively. "Yes, sir. The authenticity of the material has been verified." Luo Sheng let out a cold snort. Although I had long suspected the clandestine dealings of these individuals, I had not anticipated their audacity. Aside from Yu Min, the CEO, and a few senior executives, the others had siphoned off at least 200 million each year from the group. What I did not foresee was that my father was already well aware of all these matters. Meng Qing displayed no surprise regarding this. She simply said softly, "Sir, the head of the family wishes for you to select 1 or 2 individuals for the year-end audit. As for the others, consider it a reward for their years of diligent service to the Luo family." Luo Sheng smiled meaningfully. It seemed his father was orchestrating this to bolster my position and reputation by exposing these unfortunate souls. He intended to continue speaking, but was suddenly interrupted by a message. Upon opening it, he found a full-body selfie of Su Jiejia, striking a peace sign. Chapter 91. Where did you learn that? Luo Sheng gazed at the selfie displayed on his phone, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. With no one else present, he felt no need for discretion. So he opened Su Jiajia's image without hesitation. Meng Qing, who had been reporting with her head bowed, naturally caught sight of the picture that filled the entire screen. "Sir, Miss Su has quite an impressive figure," Meng Qing remarked indifferently. Luo Sheng tucked away the photo, leaning back in his seat as he quietly observed the icy beauty before him, who consistently averted her gaze. Reflecting upon the past, it has been a decade since he truly savored the presence of the woman before him. All that remains are the fleeting remnants of memory, which have begun to blur over the months. More often than not, he recalls her indifferent tone and the perpetual demeanor of an ice-cold beauty. She resembles a devoted acolyte, steadfastly awaiting by Luo Sheng's side, centering her world around him, worshipping him as her cherished belief. Yet, by a quirk of nature, even Luo Sheng occasionally senses a slight distance between them, a beautiful housekeeper devoid of emotional expression, solely devoted to serving her master. This encapsulates Luo Sheng's perception of Meng Qing. Raising her head, she gazed at me. Luo Sheng spoke in a commanding tone. Naturally, Meng Qing exhibited no hint of negligence towards his directive. Slowly lifting her gaze, her emotionless eyes met Luo Sheng's for but a few seconds, during which a faint blush, reminiscent of frost, blossomed upon her cheeks. Intrigued, Luo Sheng remarked, "I recall you being rather remarkable." Meng Qing, unfazed by shyness or retreat, respectfully replied, "I am grateful for your kind remembrance, sir. Of course, I remember. After all, you are quite distinct from the others." Luo Sheng mused after a moment of recollection. Assuming he referred to the other maids, Meng Qing responded, "Each of us is devoted to serving you wholeheartedly. There is nothing exceptional about me." Throughout, her tone and demeanor remained notably steady. Such a display stirred something within Luo Sheng. Who wouldn't yearn to conquer an apparently aloof ice queen, to glimpse the hidden facets of her character? Glancing at the time, he noted it was still early. Su Jiajia had just arrived at the hotel, leaving him in no rush to approach. He turned his chair to face Meng Qing directly. In the gaze of Meng Qing, filled with anticipation, he pointed downward, commanding her to come forth and kneel. His tone was succinct yet assertive, clearly indicating his intent to convey to Meng Qing that she was unlike anyone else. For a fleeting moment, a rare look of distraction crossed Meng Qing's face, but she quickly regained her composure and, understanding his unspoken message, advanced to kneel before him. Half an hour later, Luo Sheng rose and made his way to the bathroom, leaving Meng Qing alone, still kneeling on the floor. As noon approached, Luo Sheng finally departed from Qiyun Mountain Villa, sending a message to Su Jiajia along the way. Half an hour later, the convoy arrived at the entrance of the Intercontinental Hotel, where the assistant general manager stood at the forefront, accompanied by a group of staff, all eagerly awaiting his arrival. Had the general manager not been out of town these past few days, such an opportunity would surely not have fallen to an assistant. "Mr. Luo, we are honored to have you visit our hotel. Miss Su has prepared everything. Here is your room key," he said, bowing slightly as he presented the key card with both hands. Chen Tai stepped forward to accept it. "Thank you for your efforts," Luo Sheng replied before leading his party directly to the elevator. Upon reaching the corridor outside the presidential suite, he signaled for Chen Tai and the others to wait outside. As soon as the door swung open, Luo Sheng beheld Su Jiajia, draped in a disposable bathrobe from the hotel, kneeling at the entrance, awaiting his arrival. "Master." Luo Sheng closed the door with a cheerful smile and approached her. Su Jiajia instinctively prostrated herself on the floor, gently replacing his shoes with a pair of comfortable slippers. Though her movements were somewhat unpracticed, they were nonetheless tender. This scene instantly reminded him of Meng Qing. The two women bore a striking resemblance, albeit one was passive while the other was assertive. In truth, Luo Sheng preferred the passive type, akin to unwrapping a surprise box, infused with a hint of delight and unpredictability. Conversely, with the assertive type, before he even made a move, the other party would lay all their cards on the table. While that too had its merits, it ultimately lacked a certain thrill. However, having just surrendered to Meng Qing's persuasive tactics earlier that morning, he was disinclined to stir up any further trouble at this moment. After sitting in the suite for a while, he inquired about Su Jiajia's father. He learned that her father had been matched with a kidney donor the very day he was transferred to the VIP care unit and was now in the recovery phase. Su Jiajia found this quite intriguing, as it was commonly said that such matters often involved long waits and no guarantee of a suitable match. Yet, in her father's case, it seemed as though everything had been prepared in advance, with no delays whatsoever. Luo Sheng merely smiled, assuring her that her father should focus on recuperation and recovery. For ordinary individuals, some things require waiting, often leading to empty outcomes. But that was limited to the realm of the ordinary. Before departing from the Intercontinental Hotel, Su Jejia mysteriously handed Luo Sheng an object. This is her meticulously prepared gift. To acquire this item, she had spent considerable time browsing online. After arriving at the hotel and taking a shower, she adorned herself with it. Master, this is a gift from Jejia, Su Jejia remarked, and in that moment, Luo Sheng could sense her genuine sincerity. He recognized the item. It was merely a small toy for adults. Yet, there are indeed few who would take such initiative. Truly, she is a natural talent. Luo Sheng nodded in satisfaction and said, "Change your clothes, and let us go for lunch." Su Jejia rose, unreservedly shedding her bathrobe, and donned a long woolen coat, fastening the buttons and cinching the belt. Her movements were seamless. Is she prepared to go in complete confidence? Before Luo Sheng could utter a word, Su Jejia leaped beside him, wrapping her arm around his. With her sparkling, lively eyes, she beamed, "Master, I am ready. Let us depart." "Where did you learn this?" Luo Sheng inquired. It is worth noting that during their first encounter, she was merely a young girl who had never dated. Achieving this level of sophistication in such a short time suggests she is indeed an eager learner. He has never hesitated to reward diligent and studious individuals like her, though it seems the reward will have to wait until the evening. Su Jejia gazed at him with innocent eyes, refraining from a direct answer. Instead, posing a question of her own. "Do you like it, master?" Chapter 92. Did we bump into someone? Su Jejia's inquiry was undoubtedly superfluous. After all, which normal man would not appreciate such a gesture? Even though Luo Sheng had encountered a myriad of intriguing pets, who would ever find them insufficient? Upon exiting the Intercontinental Hotel, Su Jejia took her seat in Luo Sheng's vehicle. During the ride, Luo Sheng playfully examined the gift she had bestowed upon him. Suddenly, an unexpected movement startled Su Jejia, nearly prompting her to exclaim. Instinctively, she covered her mouth, casting a flirtatious glance at Luo Sheng, who remained unfazed, engrossed in his mobile device. At that moment, a message arrived from Su Qian, far away in Qingyang. "Su Qian, Luo Sheng, are you there?" Luo Sheng, "Yes." "What is the matter?" "Su Qian, do you know what Ziwei means?" "The girl must be quite bold. Do her parents know how audacious she is?" Luo Sheng, what prompted this inquiry? Su Qian, last night, I engaged in some peculiar activities and searched online, where everyone seemed to mention it, but I struggle to comprehend. Luo Sheng, is it just you? Are you certain? Su Qian, yes, indeed. Do you think this could be a kind of affliction? Luo Sheng, what leads you to that conclusion? Su Qian, because the final sensation was exceedingly strange. It's hard to articulate, yet I found it rather enjoyable. Luo Sheng, there is nothing unusual about that. We are all adults, and such behaviors are quite normal. Su Qian, so Luo Sheng, do you also have a fondness for Ziwei? Su Qian, if you do, when you next visit Donghai, I can assist you. Upon reading this, Luo Sheng felt a sudden twitch in his eyelid. Could it be that the young lady from the Su family has lost her wits? Luo Sheng, no need for that. When you come to Donghai, I will introduce you to even more exhilarating experiences. Su Qian, really? Luo Sheng, indeed. But do you plan to share this with anyone else? Su Qian, I won't. I only intend to confide in you because I fear that others may not understand me. Su Qian, in my childhood, I was often reprimanded by others and my parents for various bizarre things. Ever since then, I have refrained from speaking about anything I find peculiar. Luo Sheng, yet you share this with me? Su Qian, did you not say that you wished to know the real me? This reasoning was sufficiently compelling, and Luo Sheng was reluctant to counter it. After exchanging a few more casual remarks, he ended the video call and sent Su Qian a final message, informing her that he had other matters to attend to. Beside him, Su Jejia had begun to breathe rapidly, her body tense, clearly entering the final stages. Even the grip on Luo Sheng's arm intensified unconsciously. After a series of continuous tremors, her taut body finally relaxed, collapsing into Luo Sheng's embrace. In a voice only he could hear, she softly murmured, "Master, I am well now." A faint smile graced Luo Sheng's lips as he patted her back, turning to Chen Tai, who was at the wheel, and inquired, "How much longer?" "Sir, it should be about." Chen Tai's words were abruptly cut short as the Rolls-Royce came to a sudden halt, followed by a loud bang from outside the vehicle, accompanied by a girl's startled cry. Due to the abrupt deceleration, both Luo Sheng and Su Jejia in the back seat involuntarily lurched forward. Fortunately, the moderate speed mitigated any significant impact on the occupants. Sir, my sincerest apologies. A scooter unexpectedly darted out, Chintai said, filled with remorse. Composing himself, Luo Sheng's immediate concern was for Su Jejia. Are you hurt? Su Jejia sat up and shook her head. I'm all right. Did we hit someone? Luo Sheng reassuringly patted her shoulder. As long as you're unharmed. Chintai, go and check. Chintai nodded in acknowledgement. Understood, sir. He promptly unfastened his seatbelt, opened the car door, and went to assess the situation. At that moment, Tong Mingming was in a state of utter panic. A recent university graduate from this past summer. She had only just received an interview invitation yesterday from Tian Luo Group's global headquarters, scheduled for 9 o'clock this morning. After enduring 2 hours of anticipation and interviews, she had managed to secure the position of administrative receptionist at the group's headquarters, owing to her exceptional appearance and remarkable performance. Although merely a receptionist role, it still required a degree from a reputable institution, fluency in a major foreign language, and an outstanding image and demeanor to even qualify for application. However, the high barrier to entry came with its own advantages. With the backing of Tian Luo Group and a position at the global headquarters, the salary was naturally the highest in the industry for similar roles, and the potential for advancement was substantial. Originally, Tong Mingming's spirits were high as she hummed a cheerful tune, riding her electric scooter back to her rented apartment, eager to share the joyous news with her twin sister and grandfather. Who would have thought that she was blissfully cycling, daydreaming about her impending professional life just 2 days away? Suddenly, a little boy, around 5 or 6 years old, darted out from the sidewalk. In a moment of panic, she hastily swerved her bicycle in an attempt to avoid him. As fate would have it, she collided with a vehicle that had abruptly stopped nearby. The next thing she knew, she found herself sprawled on the ground. When she regained her senses and sought the boy's figure, she discovered that he had already been taken by his mother, merrily skipping away, seemingly unaffected by the incident. To her bewilderment, she was now encircled by a group of imposing men in black, and the car she had struck was no ordinary vehicle, but a Rolls-Royce. Gazing at the alarming scratches on the door, with the base coat clearly visible, she felt as though her world had collapsed. Chintai brushed aside the bodyguards and approached Tong Mingming, who was sitting on the ground in a state of disarray. With an air of indifference, he remarked coldly, "Do you not watch where you are cycling?" Tong Mingming felt a pang of injustice, but mustered the strength to rise, enduring the sharp pain in her ankle, and bowed apologetically. "I sincerely apologize. I was just trying to avoid a little boy." She continued, How much will the repairs cost? I will compensate you." As she uttered this, she mentally calculated whom she could borrow money from. She was aware that a Rolls-Royce was no trivial matter, and assuming it required a paint job, it would likely cost her several thousand yuan. For a young woman who has recently graduated from university and just secured her first job, this sum is undoubtedly substantial. Chintai merely cast a fleeting glance at the car door before uttering a figure that took Tong Mingming completely by surprise. 20,000. 20,000. Tong Mingming was momentarily stunned. Is it truly necessary to demand such an amount? Excuse me, sir, could you possibly reduce it? I don't possess that much. Just as Chintai was about to decline, the rear window of the Rolls-Royce descended. Luo Sheng adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and glanced at Tong Mingming, who appeared through the window. Chapter 93. Twin sisters. Her slightly disheveled hair and a face that bore traces of panic and a hint of grievance instantly revealed her as an inexperienced young girl. With a calm demeanor, Luo Sheng spoke. "Chintai, if the person is unharmed, let it be." He did not wish to delay matters or trouble a young girl over such a trifling sum. Tong Mingming turned towards the voice. Before her stood a man who seemed to have stepped out of a romance drama, exuding an air of nobility that instantly captivated her. This was not a realm filled with filters and scripted narratives, where everyone appeared as a dashing hero or a domineering CEO, but the ordinary world of reality. Is he the employer of such individuals? Tong Mingming pondered. Upon hearing Luo Sheng's words, Chintai promptly replied, "Understood, sir." He then waved away the surrounding bodyguards and turned toward the driver's seat. Only then did Tong Mingming realize the situation and hurriedly expressed her gratitude to Luo Sheng. Thank you for your help. I apologize for the trouble." Luo Sheng merely cast a glance at the other party and thought to himself, what a courteous young lady. Without uttering a word, he raised the car window. As he watched the convoy slowly depart, Tong Mingming silently propped up her small electric scooter, brushed off the dust from her clothes, and rode away. After about 15 to 20 minutes, Tong Mingming returned to her rental apartment situated in a rundown area of the old city. This place starkly contrasted with the splendor of Donghai, as if it belonged to an entirely different world. In every city, there seems to exist such a locale, providing a refuge for the impoverished to seek shelter from the elements. Inside the dilapidated building with its weathered walls, Tong Mingming retrieved her keys and unlocked the door to her home. The modest one-bedroom apartment, less than 50 square meters, appeared dim and damp due to prolonged exposure to insufficient sunlight. As she entered the abode where she had lived for over 20 years, a girl strikingly similar to her emerged from the kitchen. "Sis, you're back," Tong Yi exclaimed, having deduced her sister's arrival from the sound of the door opening. "Where's Grandpa?" Tong Mingming inquired. Holding a spatula, Tong Yi gestured towards the interior of the room, saying, "He's tidying up in there. By the way, how did your interview go today?" Tong Mingming first placed her handbag on the small sofa, then sat down, rubbing her ankle as she replied, "It went quite smoothly. I'll be going in the day after tomorrow to complete the onboarding process." "Really? That's wonderful," Tong Yi remarked, noticing her sister's actions. "Sister, what happened to your ankle?" "It's nothing. I just accidentally bumped into a car on my way back and fell." As she spoke, Tong Mingming couldn't help but think of the young man seated in the back of the car. He was so youthful, yet could afford such an exquisite vehicle. Accompanied by numerous bodyguards, he must surely be the scion of a wealthy family. How enviable it is to be born with a silver spoon. Upon hearing that her sister had been in an accident, Tong Yi quickly set down her spatula and hurried over to crouch in front of her sister. "Sister, did you have an accident? Is it serious? Are you hurt anywhere?" Observing her sister's concerned expression, Tong Mingming chuckled. "I told you. I'm fine. I just twisted my ankle a bit. I'll be all right after a moment." "Oh, so was it the other party that hit you? Or did you hit someone else?" Tong Yi inquired. "I accidentally bumped into someone else, but fortunately, they were understanding and didn't demand compensation," Tong Mingming replied while gently massaging her ankle. She then recounted the details of the incident to Tong Yi, including how the young man had come to her aid. "Sister, he seems rather nice," Tong Yi remarked after listening. Tong Mingming nodded in agreement. "Indeed, he is a good person, albeit somewhat aloof." "Is he handsome?" Tong Yi asked, her curiosity piqued. "He is handsome, but what does it matter to me?" After saying this, Tong Mingming sniffed the air and asked, "Are you cooking something?" This question caused Tong Yi to suddenly panic. "Oh no, my braised fish!" she exclaimed, immediately leaping to her feet and dashing toward the kitchen. Tong Mingming shook her head in amusement. Just then, an elder emerged from the room. "Mingming, you're back." "Grandpa," she replied. "How did your interview go today?" "Everything is going smoothly, Grandpa. The day after tomorrow, I will start my new job, earning over 7,000 a month." Tong Mingming smiled, revealing her small tiger teeth. "It's wonderful to hear that. If your parents were watching from above, knowing you have secured a position at the global headquarters of Tianluo Group, they would surely be delighted." "Grandpa," Tong Mingming's eyes glistened with moisture. "Let us not dwell on it. I'll go wash my hands, as dinner will be served soon." The old man spoke with a somber tone before retreating back into his room to continue tidying up. Meanwhile, Luo Sheng had already escorted Su Jiejia to an upscale Western restaurant. Upon entering, they were met with a commotion. "I came all the way to Donghai for a business trip because I heard good things about your establishment. Why am I not allowed to enter?" The irate voice belonged to a middle-aged man, who was accompanied by a young and beautiful lady. Clearly, being denied entry for dining was a source of great frustration for him. The restaurant staff, maintaining an air of indifference, responded, "Sir, we apologize, but our restaurant operates on a reservation-only basis. Only guests who have made reservations at least 3 days in advance are permitted to dine here." "What nonsense! I see there are plenty of empty tables inside. Are you even in the business of serving customers?" The middle-aged man continued to protest vehemently, pointing at the vacant seats. At that moment, the restaurant manager, who had been observing the scene, caught sight of Luo Sheng. He quickly approached with a bow. "Mr. Luo, welcome. What brings you to our establishment today?" Rosheng paid no heed to the middle-aged man beside him, instead gazing down from his elevated position at the restaurant manager who was leaning forward. "Yes, please arrange a table by the window." "Certainly, Mr. Ro, please follow me," came the response, dripping with utmost humility. The middle-aged man, noticing that this remarkable young man had clearly not made a reservation yet was being ushered in, raised his voice. Was he not required to book in advance? How is it that he can just walk in? The restaurant staff cast a disdainful glance at the middle-aged man and replied respectfully, "That gentleman is our restaurant's most esteemed guest. and he requires no reservation at any time. The staff continued, "Sir, if you have no other matters to attend to, please take your leave and do not disturb other patrons. Otherwise, we will have no choice but to contact the authorities." The man wished to persist in his confrontation, but unexpectedly, he found himself firmly restrained by two imposing figures clad in black, their expressions menacing. Their gaze sent a chill down his spine. Chuntai waved at the restaurant staff, who promptly retreated to the side. Approaching the middle-aged man, Chuntai stated, "Sir, I prefer not to have any disturbances while dining, so I kindly ask you to leave immediately." Though the man wanted to retort with a dismissive "none of your business," an inner resistance compelled him to silently nod in acquiescence. He vowed it was not due to the pain radiating from his shoulder, nor the intimidating presence of the surrounding bodyguards, but rather an abrupt realization that his behavior seemed rather inappropriate. Chapter 94. The Restless Su Jiajia is a reservation-only high-end Western restaurant. The ambience here exudes opulence and luxury. Su Jiajia, who had never dined in such an upscale establishment, couldn't help but survey her surroundings upon entering. Once the two were seated, Luo Sheng casually ordered a selection of dishes and turned to Su Jiajia, inquiring about her choice of beverage for lunch. Su Jiajia had just made her selection. It must be noted that the prices on the menu truly shattered her preconceived notions. Even the most unassuming dessert commanded a price in the hundreds. In the past, even if someone had offered to treat her, she would have hesitated to order anything. Hearing Luo Sheng call her name, Su Jiajia handed the menu to a nearby waiter, smiling as she said, "I'll leave it to you." Luo Sheng nodded and addressed the restaurant manager, who was attending to them, saying, "Please bring me a bottle of the vintage Lafite." "Certainly, Mr. Luo. I will arrange it immediately," the manager replied before bowing and departing with the waiter. As they awaited their meal, Su Jiajia sat with her legs tightly crossed, her cheeks slightly flushed, her demeanor reflecting a sense of unease. She resembled someone desperately needing a restroom, on the verge of an outburst. Cautiously, she glanced around, fearful of being discovered. When she looked back at Luo Sheng, she noticed him observing her with keen interest, sipping water as if he were admiring a curious spectacle. With a pleading gaze and a trembling voice, she softly asked, "Master, could we perhaps turn it off for now?" She was utterly unprepared for the overwhelming potency of this situation. Unexpectedly, Luo Sheng kept it on after obtaining it, showing no intention of turning it off. As she had just alighted from the vehicle, her legs felt weak. She gritted her teeth, determined not to reveal any signs of abnormality to outsiders. In response to Su Jiajia's request, Luo Sheng merely shook his head slightly. He wished to observe what kind of delight this little pet could ultimately bring him. A few moments later, seated opposite him, Su Jiajia bit her lip and lowered her head, emitting a few muffled groans from her nasal cavity. Accompanying this were subtle tremors in her body. After a considerable pause, she finally lifted her gaze to meet Luo Sheng's eyes, but her expression now held an indescribable essence, reminiscent of a parched traveler in the desert who suddenly encounters a bottle of mineral water. Throughout the meal, Su Jiajia maintained this countenance, her face flushed with an unusual hue. The restaurant manager even approached to inquire if she was feeling unwell or if the air conditioning was set too high. Yet, Su Jiajia simply shook her head in silence, dismissing his concern. Once they had finally finished their meal, Su Jiajia spoke in a voice as delicate as gossamer. "Master, I wish to visit the restroom. Could you accompany me?" Luo Sheng feigned ignorance, asking, "Do you really need me to accompany you to the restroom?" Su Jiajia's body trembled once more. Her breathing grew heavy as she pressed her lips together. After a few seconds, she stammered, "Master, I cannot hold it any longer. Could you please accompany me?" Seeing her in such distress, Luo Sheng smiled and stood up, moving to her side. "Come, I shall accompany you." Su Jiajia, feeling a wave of relief, took Luo Sheng's hand and hurried towards the restroom entrance. She first entered and took a quick glance around, confirming that no one was inside before rushing out and pulling Luo Sheng in with urgency, a move that even caught him off guard. As soon as they stepped into the booth, Su Jiajia disregarded all else and immediately squatted down facing Luo Sheng. VIP content. Please pay to view. After a considerable time, they returned to their seats, and Su Jiajia appeared notably more at ease compared to earlier. Luo Sheng looked at her with satisfaction and inquired, "Are you planning to stay in Donghai for a few days?" Su Jiajia first took a sip from the cup on the table before replying, "Just 2 days. Too long would be difficult to explain at school." Luo Sheng nodded, acknowledging her response. "By the way, how did it go with your driving school registration?" "I've already signed up and will take the first subject test soon." Hearing Luo Xing mention the driving school ignited a sense of anticipation within Su Jejia. She wondered what kind of car her master would grant her once she obtained her license. Since you left in a hurry last time due to your father's matters, I didn't get a chance to give you any gifts. This afternoon, I'll take you to the mall. Pick whatever you like as a little compensation for you. Luo Sheng casually remarked. To make a girl willingly accompany you, one must either fulfill her emotional needs or satisfy her material desires. Naturally, Luo Sheng could not cater to her emotional needs and could only spend a little on material rewards for this little wildcat. After enjoying their lunch, the two departed from the restaurant and settled into a luxurious Rolls-Royce, heading towards the Wanhu International Plaza located in the heart of the city. This establishment is akin to the prestigious Jingtai Central Square, showcasing a myriad of international luxury brands and fine dining options, symbolizing the epitome of fashion and high-end shopping in Donghai City. Upon their arrival, the mall presented a dazzling array of opulent goods, with Su Jiejia's eyes sparkling with a blend of excitement and trepidation. Earlier in the car, Luo Sheng had mentioned that as a reward, she could freely select any item that caught her fancy, with the sole stipulation being that she must ensure his satisfaction by the evening's end. Luo Sheng guided her into a Bulgari store as if leading a well-behaved pet. Su Jiejia was captivated by an exquisite necklace, yet upon glancing at the 6-digit price tag, she hesitated and gently set it down. Though she was acutely aware that Luo Sheng was financially well off and would undoubtedly be willing to purchase it for her, she understood the virtue of moderation and restraint. To her, a 6-figure necklace felt beyond her worth. Observing her hesitation, Luo Sheng merely smiled, instructing the sales associate to wrap it up. You need only to consider whether you like it. The price should not be a concern, he remarked, his casual tone seemingly discerning her apprehensions. This understated declaration not only resonated deeply with Su Jiejia, but even the nearby salesperson was captivated, internally exclaiming, "Handsome guy. Are you still in search of a girlfriend?" However, due to professional decorum, she refrained from expressing her thoughts aloud. After leaving Bulgari, Su Jiejia ventured into several other luxury boutiques, trying on various garments and handbags. However, this time, Luo Sheng chose not to make a grand display of the clearing, but instead opted for the VIP room. Along the way, he allowed Su Jiejia to experience the shopping style of the affluent. Observing the sales associates in the luxury boutique, all of them bustling around her, Su Jiejia sat in the expansive opulence of the VIP room, feeling as though everything was a mere illusion. After gathering an abundance of items and linking her arm with Luo Sheng as they exited an Hermes store, she was preparing to head to the nearby Versace when she heard a familiar voice calling from behind. Jiejia? Turning around, Su Jiejia locked eyes with Han Yutong, who was not far behind. Earlier that afternoon, Han Yutong had accompanied Gu Shanshan for a shopping excursion. Upon their arrival at Wanhui International Plaza, they had barely begun to browse when Han Yutong unexpectedly spotted her dear friend Su Jiejia emerging from the Hermes store, arm in arm with a man. Logically, Su Jiejia should have been in Luqing at this hour, planning to come to Donghai to see her the following day. Yet here she was, vividly present before her, prompting Han Yutong's curiosity to elicit a shout. As Su Jiejia turned around and confirmed her identity, Han Yutong was momentarily taken aback. However, upon noticing her intimate connection with Luo Sheng, she felt as though she had been struck by lightning, standing frozen in place. This was impossible. How could Luo Sheng be here? And with Jiejia? Together with Jiejia? Su Jiejia was unaware of the relationship between Han Yutong and Luo Sheng, having previously concealed her itinerary from Han Yutong, informing her that she would arrive in Donghai the following morning to visit. In fact, she had intended to seize the opportunity of visiting Donghai to meet with her close friend and express her gratitude for the assistance received previously. However, with the deception now unveiled, she felt a twinge of embarrassment. Fortunately, it was not a significant issue. Thus, Su Jiejia took hold of Luo Sheng's arm and approached Han Yutong. "Yutong, what a coincidence that you found me here," she remarked. Han Yutong, with a cold demeanor, cast a disapproving glance at the seemingly unconcerned Su Jiejia. Was she so unashamed to be caught in the act? Her gaze shifted to Luo Sheng, who merely wore a smile, exuding an air of calmness without a hint of panic. Han Yutong fixed her eyes on Luo Sheng and replied, "Indeed, what a coincidence." She anticipated that after her statement, Luo Sheng would respond with a plea for explanation or perhaps concoct an excuse to bid farewell to Su Jiejia before hastily departing. However, Luo Sheng stood there with one hand in his pocket, nonchalantly stating, "Yutong, you've arrived." On the side, Gu Shanshan's eyes widened in astonishment. She recognized Su Jiejia, yet the current scene left her bewildered. Sensing the awkward atmosphere, the oblivious Su Jiejia inquired, Luo Xiao, do you and Yutong know each other? Before Luo Sheng could respond, Han Yutong's icy gaze fell upon Su Jiejia. Jiejia, do you not intend to offer an explanation? Did you not say you would only arrive in Donghai tomorrow? How is it that you are here with Luo Sheng now? Upon witnessing Han Yutong's reaction, Su Jiejia quickly grasped the gravity of the situation, her expression shifting from surprise to embarrassment. She bit her lip, rendered speechless. Although she was indifferent to whether Luo Sheng had other girlfriends or how many, the person before her was her dear friend. To think that she had engaged in such a betrayal against her best friend. She slowly released Luo Sheng's arm and stood to the side, momentarily at a loss for words. Han Yutong scoffed. Su Jiejia, after all these years of friendship, is this how you deceive me? Su Jiejia stepped forward and gently grasped Han Yutong's hand, saying, Yutong, I truly had no idea he was your boyfriend. And my early arrival in Donghai was not meant to hide this from you. Han Yutong was utterly unconvinced by her words and turned to leave. The reason she did not want to embarrass Luo Sheng was that she was well aware of his status and who he was. She was not naive. She understood that a man of Luo Sheng's lofty stature would never be short of beautiful women around him, much like the group of attendants from the previous occasion. Han Yutong had contemplated this after that day, realizing that if Luo Sheng desired one of them, who could possibly refuse? Thus, she had mentally prepared herself. However, she never anticipated that the first time she would catch him in such a situation, the leading lady would be her own friend. Observing Han Yutong's departure, Gu Shanshan hurriedly spoke to Luo Sheng. Mr. Luo, aren't you going to chase after her? Luo Sheng took a deep breath, watching Han Yutong's retreating figure, and replied, Let her be. She will have to confront this sooner or later. In truth, at the moment he turned to see Han Yutong, his heart was devoid of any turmoil. For the vast majority of ordinary people, such a scenario would signify heartlessness, a sign of a scoundrel. Yet, for Luo Sheng, it was merely an inconsequential matter. At his level, women can no longer be described merely as partners. More often than not, they serve merely as adjuncts of value, embellishments of life. Such a statement may seem rather cold-hearted, yet it reflects the truth. As one ascends the social ladder, a fundamental realization emerges. The most significant distinction between the impoverished and the affluent is not merely the disparity in wealth, but rather that the poor are perpetually engrossed in matters of emotion, while the rich are invariably preoccupied with value. The fidelity that women yearn for is, more often than not, something only the impoverished can offer, for it is all they possess. For Han Yutong, Luo Sheng is undeniably exceptional. However, this does not guarantee that Luo Sheng will bestow upon her the loyalty she seeks. The current Luo Sheng, in terms of soul, memory, and body, is no longer the Luo Sheng of a past existence. Even if their intimacy wanes, he will regard her as a cherished artifact, safeguarding her within his exclusive crystal palace, unwilling to let anyone else tarnish her essence. Gu Shanshan hesitated for a moment but refrained from expressing her reproach. Observing Gu Shanshan's departure, Su Jiejia cautiously relinked her arm with Luo Sheng's. Master, is it truly acceptable to be so indifferent? Luo Sheng turned, gently caressing Su Jiejia's cheek. What is the matter? Aren't you upset? Su Jiejia lowered her head and murmured, I am merely the master's pet. Haha, splendid, Luo Sheng laughed heartily. I am quite pleased with your demeanor. Now, continue selecting your gifts. Upon noticing that Luo Sheng had no intention of continuing the discussion, Su Jiejia obediently fell silent and linked her arm with his as they entered Versace. Meanwhile, Gu Shanshan hurried out and discovered Han Yutong sitting alone on a bench in the plaza outside the mall, softly weeping. She rushed over and sat beside her, offering comfort. Yutong, that Luo Sheng is truly despicable. He flaunts his wealth with such audacity. However, by running out like this, Haven Tu effectively handed Luo Sheng over to Su Jiejia. Han Yutong ceased her sobbing and shook her head, replying, I don't actually blame Luo Sheng. Ever since I learned of his identity, I've mentally prepared myself for this. I just always thought such a situation would arise after our marriage, or that he would eventually tell me himself, rather than me discovering it in this manner. Gu Shanshan tilted her head, pondering whether Yutong had already been prepared for this. If it were her, having a super wealthy boyfriend, she wouldn't mind sharing him with a few more sisters. As she handed Yutong a tissue, she inquired, Yutong, when you say you knew who he was, what do you mean? Who is Luo Sheng? To this day, Gu Gu Shanshan remained unaware of Luo Sheng's true identity, believing him merely to be an affluent second-generation heir. Han Yutong accepted the tissue and dabbed at her tears, revealing, Luo Sheng is actually the legitimate eldest son of the Luo family in Daxia, the future heir of Tian Luo Group. Chapter 96. Compromise the legitimate eldest son of the Luo family in Daxia, the future heir of Tian Luo Group. This seemingly simple statement caused Gu Shanshan to falter instantly. No wonder he was so wealthy. No wonder he was constantly accompanied by a dozen bodyguards. It was also unsurprising that, at such a young age, he exuded the aura of one who had long occupied a high position. After a considerable pause, Gu Shanshan regained her composure and suddenly slapped Han Yutong's shoulder. In response to her friend's bewildered gaze, Gu Shanshan exclaimed, Yutong, are you foolish? He is the legitimate heir of the Luo family. What does it matter if he has several women? You, yourself, were once desired by him, and you gave in without hesitation. Do you think other women do not wish for the same? While all women in Daxia yearn for a man like him, here you are, weeping. What are you thinking? Gu Shanshan now wished she could take Han Yutong's place and apologize to Luo Sheng on her behalf. If it were her, not only would she not shy away from encountering him, but she would also be willing to assist him in his endeavors. If she needed to take a break, it would be considered inconsiderate to pause. With a look of exasperation, Gu Shanshan continued, You must go find Luo Sheng immediately and explain that you were merely upset with Su Jiejia for not informing you in advance, and you are not angry with him. Han Yutong's eyes widened in astonishment. She never expected her friend to be so magnanimous. Shanshan, don't you think that when two people are together, they should be loyal to one another? Han Yutong inquired. Gu Shanshan placed a hand on her forehead and replied, Yutong, what you speak of pertains to ordinary people, who naturally should uphold loyalty to one another. But who is Luo Sheng? Discussing love and loyalty with him seems rather naive, don't you think? To put it bluntly, only the impoverished would offer you loyalty, whereas Luo Sheng can provide you with everything this world has to offer beyond mere loyalty. Yutong, as a woman, must sometimes temper her greed. In the end, Gu Shanshan's tone shifted to one of heartfelt earnestness. Am I too naive, too greedy? Han Yutong remained silent. At that moment, her phone chimed. A message had arrived. Upon checking, it was from Luo Sheng. Gu Shanshan leaned in curiously, urging, Yutong, quickly open it and see. Han Yutong shot her a reluctant glance before tapping it open. Luo Sheng, I'm at Versace, leaving soon. I've made up my mind, come find me. Reading the message, Han Yutong mused. He remains as domineering as ever, just like the first time he insisted she stay with him, offering no choice to others. Yutong, Luo Sheng clearly isn't dwelling on what just happened. He giving you a chance, Gu Shanshan chimed in. However, Gu Shanshan insisted anxiously. No buts. If you wait any longer and he leaves, you'll regret it for the rest of your life. She was genuinely worried for her friend. At such a critical juncture, what was there to hesitate about? Secure your position first. Everything else could be sorted later. Thus, Han Yutong found herself half-pushed by Gu Shanshan back into the mall. Arriving at the Versace counter, Su Jiejia was inside selecting her favorite clothes, while Luo Sheng stood quietly at the entrance, surrounded by a group of bodyguards clad in black. Consequently, within the entire boutique, apart from Su Jiejia, there was not a single other customer present. Upon the arrival of Han Yutong and Gu Shanshan, Luo Sheng immediately caught sight of them. You are here, he stated in a notably calm tone, as if nothing unpleasant had transpired moments before. Under Gu Shanshan's gentle urging, Han Yutong slowly stepped forward. She refrained from glancing at Su Jiejia and instead focused her gaze on Luo Sheng, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Yes, she inhaled deeply before speaking, just now. I was not. However, the remainder of her words eluded her. Luo Sheng did not press further. Instead, he enveloped her in his embrace, suggesting, Since you are here, let us choose something together with your friend. Leaning against him, Han Yutong savored the familiar warmth, inhaled the comforting scent, and contemplated the somewhat jarring words, silently nodding in agreement. At that moment, Gu Shanshan sprinted over, her expression one of admiration. Luo Xiao? Just now Yutong mentioned something about you to me. I've done a great service this time. You must not forget me. Luo Sheng was indifferent to Gu Shanshan's awareness of her own identity. He released Han Yutong and smiled, saying, Of course, your contribution is acknowledged. Go on. Choose what you like. All right. Thank you, Luo Xiao, Gu Shanshan beamed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. The trio exited Versace and subsequently visited luxury stores such as Prada, Balenciaga, and Chanel. After more than an hour, they concluded their shopping expedition, thoroughly satisfied. As they departed from the shopping mall, Luo Sheng strode ahead with his hands tucked into his pockets, while Su Jiejia and Han Yutong flanked him on either side, each linking arms with him. Gu Shanshan closely trailed behind. In truth, she wished to seize the opportunity to link arms as well, but there was simply no space available. Countless passers-by turned their heads, eager to catch a glimpse of Luo Sheng. This overt display of affection, with two lovely companions at his side and a stunning beauty following closely behind, incited envy among the men who witnessed the scene. However, it was merely envy. No one believed that he had stumbled upon mere luck. After all, aside from Luo Sheng's equally handsome visage, the presence of a dozen black-clad bodyguards trailing him made it evident that he was no ordinary man. Upon reaching the entrance of the mall, several bodyguards had already parked the vehicle in anticipation. Gently brushing Han Yutong's cheek, Luo Sheng said, "You and Shanshan should head back." Han Yutong, who had been contemplating whether to accompany Luo Sheng with Su Jiejia, felt a wave of relief wash over her as she replied, "All right, then I'll return to school first." Just as she was about to depart, a thought crossed her mind, and she leaned closer to Luo Sheng. Her cheeks flushed as she whispered, "Darling, do you prefer it when I wear nothing underneath?" After speaking, she cast a glance at Su Jiejia, recalling her surprise in the fitting room when she discovered that Su Jiejia was, indeed, wearing nothing beneath her woolen coat. Luo Sheng had anticipated that Han Yutong would make the discovery, yet he had chosen to remain silent. "Would you like to try?" he inquired with a playful smile. "Dream on. I could never do that," Han Yutong retorted, before linking arms with Gu Shanshan and departing together. Luo Sheng smiled gently, turning to lead Su Jiejia into the luxurious Rolls-Royce. As soon as they entered the vehicle, he retrieved a small pink toy from his pocket and handed it to Su Jiejia, commanding in an almost authoritative tone, "You may put it on now." Without a hint of hesitation, she accepted it and slightly lifted the hem of her coat to adorn herself with the toy. Chapter 97. A trip to the Bund. After departing from Wanhui International Plaza, the duo did not rush back to the hotel, but instead ventured to the Bund at Donghai. After all, apart from their previous hurried visit, Su Jiejia had yet to fully appreciate the scenic beauty of Donghai. Standing by the Huangpu River, she rested her hand on the railing while Luo Sheng stood beside her, hands clasped behind his back, quietly accompanying her as she admired the distant river view. Regrettably, it was afternoon. The Bund truly revealed its most splendid visage at night. Chen Tai, leading a cadre of bodyguards, stood 3 meters behind them, forbidding any approach from outsiders. This created a peculiar scene amidst the otherwise slightly crowded Bund. An unusual vacuum formed within a 3-meter radius around Luo Sheng. Passers-by could not help but notice the spectacle, drawn irresistibly to Luo Sheng's presence. His statuesque figure and handsome visage, complemented by a meticulously tailored gray pinstripe suit in the British style, rendered him even more distinguished and regal. In contrast, while Su Jiejia was undeniably a rare beauty, she seemed to pale in comparison to the striking aura of Luo Sheng, evoking a sense of stark disparity between them. "Who is this person? He is incredibly handsome," murmured an onlooker. "My dear, it is quite a sight to behold someone accompanied by such an entourage of bodyguards. One could easily mistake it for the filming of a short video. The scene evokes the vivid imagery of protagonists from a romantic novel. Goodness, which young master from Donghai could this possibly be, to garner such a grand display? That gentleman possesses an undeniable charm. Were he to propose, I would willingly reduce my dowry by several thousands. How can it be that, despite sharing the same gender, there exists such a disparity? Many audacious young women yearn to approach Luo Sheng and request his WeChat information. Yet, they halted 3 meters away, thwarted by the protective barrier of bodyguards. A gentle breeze caressed Su Jiejia's face, causing a few strands of hair to dance lightly in the wind. She seemed to sense something and turned to glance at Luo Sheng, her master, who consistently captivates attention. Luo Sheng merely offered a faint smile, accustomed to such admiration. At that moment, a luxurious yacht glided gracefully across the river, accompanied by melodious music wafting from its deck. Luo Sheng felt a surge of inspiration and exchanged a knowing glance with Chen Tai. Chen Tai promptly approached, bowing respectfully and inquiring, "What are your instructions, sir?" Luo Sheng whispered a few words, to which Chen Tai nodded in understanding before stepping back. Su Jiejia remained oblivious to their conversation, completely entranced by the scenery before her. The sensation was utterly intoxicating. It seemed that as long as she remained by her master's side, she need not concern herself with academic pressures, the trivialities of life, or the uncertainties of the future. It was a sense of relaxation and security she had never experienced before. Pointing towards the upscale residential building across the river, she called out to Luo Sheng, "Master, is that Huangpu number 1? Luo Sheng followed the direction of her finger and nodded, surprised to find that she was familiar with it. "I have seen it online. I heard that many affluent individuals from Donghai reside there." Su Jejia remarked with a radiant smile. "Perhaps, but the people I know do not live here," Luo Sheng replied with a nonchalant tone. Su Jejia, puzzled, inquired why not. "Isn't it wonderful? A spacious flat with a river view, where many toil their entire lives just to afford a bathroom. Because it is too noisy and too close to the mundane world, they tend to favor the old villas of Donghai and the standalone houses in the suburbs, which offer a quieter retreat," Luo Sheng said, gazing into the distance at Huangpu number 1. As a high-end residence widely recognized due to the internet, its fame has simultaneously diminished its prestige. Now, it caters more to the social elites who have risen from humble beginnings, rather than to the true wealthy and powerful. For them, the privacy of a residence is paramount, followed by safety and quality. Take Chiyun Mountain Villa, for instance, not to mention the only access route, Yunding Avenue. Guarded by private security 24 hours a day, even the airspace within a kilometer of the villa is off-limits to private helicopters and drones. The information available online consists merely of simple textual descriptions, devoid of even a single photograph. Any details regarding specific layouts or parameters are consistently omitted, resulting in very few people knowing even the style of the villa's entrance. Su Jejia found it difficult to comprehend. In contrast, she yearned to reside in such a place. In this manner, one can stand high above and gaze down upon the bustling splendor below. Just the thought evokes a sense of superiority. And you, esteemed master, do you reside at Chiyun Mountain Villa? I have read online that it is the estate of the Luo family. Luo Sheng nodded slightly, affirming, "Indeed. What is Chiyun Mountain Villa like? I have yet to find any images of it online. It is quite perplexing." "There is nothing perplexing about it. You should stifle that curiosity of yours, for it may prove detrimental," Luo Sheng remarked. "Oh, understood," Su Jejia said, discerningly shifting the topic. The two continued their conversation, discussing the architecture and scenery around the Huangpu River, and time slipped away unnoticed. Shortly thereafter, a beautifully adorned and uniquely designed pleasure boat glided gracefully towards the shore and came to a halt. Luo Sheng, with a smile, took Su Jejia's hand and walked towards the vessel. Su Jejia was momentarily taken aback, but upon seeing the boat, her face illuminated with a joyful surprise. Just moments ago, she had contemplated whether to experience a boat ride, though she worried that such a seemingly modest form of entertainment might displease Luo Sheng. Little did she expect that he had already made arrangements. Once aboard the boat, Su Jejia curiously surveyed her surroundings. To her astonishment, they were the only guests on the vessel. Luo Sheng, seemingly attuned to her thoughts, gently caressed her back and said, "No need to look around. I do not share my company with others." As soon as he finished speaking, the boat set off smoothly into the waters. As the distance from the riverbank increased, the surrounding clamor gradually faded away, replaced by a serene and tranquil atmosphere. Moments later, a uniformed server approached the two, carrying a bottle of red wine. "Sir, here is your red wine." He deftly uncorked the bottle and poured a generous glass for both Luo Sheng and Su Jejia. "Please enjoy." The server offered a slight bow and quietly departed. Luo Sheng and Su Jejia sat side by side at the bow of the boat, basking in the warm, gentle sunlight. The crystal-clear goblet swayed delicately in their hands, the ruby liquid within emanating a rich and fragrant aroma. Occasionally, they would take a sip of the wine, savoring the delightful sensation on their palates while quietly relishing this exclusive moment of tranquility shared between them. Su Jejia gazed at Luo Sheng, her eyes filled with tenderness. "Master, this feeling is wonderful. It's as if the entire world contains only the two of us." Luo Sheng gently clasped her hand, saying, "As long as you're obedient, we can enjoy such a life every day." Su Jejia nodded eagerly. "Yes, master, I would like you to turn on the remote." Chapter 98. Good sisters. The following morning, a fine drizzle fell outside. In the presidential suite of the Intercontinental Hotel, the bedroom appeared somewhat disheveled, with clothes strewn across the floor, bearing signs of having been torn apart. The delicate raindrops slid down the floor-to-ceiling windows, revealing two particularly distinct handprints. The small sofa that had originally been placed by the window was also roughly pushed aside. Still ensconced in slumber, Luo Sheng was gradually roused by a wave of comforting sensations. As he slowly opened his eyes, he noticed that Su Jiejie had vanished from his side. The next moment, realization dawned upon him, prompting him to throw aside the elevated quilt. There, he beheld Su Jiejie kneeling, her gaze filled with infatuation as she addressed him. "Good morning, my master. You are indeed full of vigor. Did you not rest well last night?" Su Jiejie licked her lips, revealing her fondness for her master's essence. As she spoke, she supported herself on her arms, still marked by the impressions of the bedding, inching closer to Luo Sheng. He smiled and playfully patted her rear, signaling that it was time to rise. While Su Jiejie regarded him with a puzzled expression, he reached for his phone and sent a voice message. "Meng Qing, please come in." Barely 10 seconds had passed since the message was dispatched when the bedroom door swung open, startling Su Jiejie into hastily pulling up the quilt to shield her form. Meng Qing entered, accompanied by 6 maidens clad in elegant black silk uniforms, who gracefully arranged themselves at the foot of the bed. "Good morning, sir," they chimed in unison. Su Jiejie, momentarily entranced by the array of striking maidens, felt a twinge of disorientation. Yet, it appeared as if they were entirely oblivious to her presence, all facing Luo Sheng, their heads bowed in silent anticipation. Lounging languidly against the bed, Luo Sheng observed Su Jiejie's flustered demeanor and chuckled softly. "What's this? Is my little wildcat feeling bashful?" Pouting, Su Jiejie replied, "Master, there are so many eyes upon us." To which Luo Sheng nonchalantly responded, "They are all mine, just like you." Upon hearing this, Su Jiejie felt a surge of astonishment. Yet she quickly found solace in the thought, for he was indeed the legitimate heir of the Luo family. The identity is not dissimilar to that of the ancient nobility. It is entirely reasonable to maintain a retinue of enchanting maidens, devotedly attending to one's needs, and even engaging in more intimate affairs. Luo Sheng observed Su Jiejie's expression, smiled indifferently, and rose to make his way to the bathroom, closely followed by one of the maidens at the foot of the bed. Su Jiejie, still seated on the bed, wrapped in her blanket, found herself momentarily at a loss. She was utterly unadorned. Although the individuals before her were all women, they remained strangers, rendering her psychologically uncomfortable. Yet Meng Qing had evidently anticipated this scenario. With a swift clap of her hands, a maiden stepped forward, cradling a complete set of pristine women's attire. "Miss Su, this outfit should suit your figure perfectly. You may try it on. As for the clothing from yesterday, I shall take care of it later. Please change here while I escort them outside to organize the garments the gentleman requires today." Su Jiejie nodded, dazed, as she watched Meng Qing exit the bedroom. This woman appeared to be only a few years her senior, yet she executed her tasks with remarkable efficiency and clarity. It was indeed enviable for the boys outside to have such a devoted girl attending to Luo Sheng. Moreover, any one of those maidens would undoubtedly be a stunning beauty in the world beyond. Little did Su Jiejie realize that even someone like Meng Qing, or herself, was precisely the type of girl those boys would be eager to cherish. Moments later, Luo Sheng emerged from the bathroom, wrapped in a towel, and regarded Su Jiejie, who had already changed into a new outfit. He approached her, gently caressing her seemingly innocent face. "Are you planning to see Yutong this morning?" Su Jiejie nodded, affirming that they had indeed agreed to meet today. Despite the events of yesterday, it was essential to clarify matters with her. "Go ahead, have a good conversation with her," Luo Sheng said, turning to leave, knowing that Meng Qing was likely waiting for him in the living room. Suddenly, he recalled something and returned, saying, "Please don't rush off after breakfast. I will arrange for a driver to take you there." "Certainly, master. I shall freshen up first," Su Jiejie replied. After she entered the bathroom, Luo Sheng proceeded to the living room, where Meng Qing had neatly arranged today's attire. As he dressed, he instructed, "Call the hotel and have breakfast delivered." Meng Qing respectfully responded, "Sir, I contacted the suite manager 10 minutes ago, and they should be arriving shortly." Luo Sheng nodded in satisfaction. Once Su Jiejie had completed her morning routine and entered the suite's dining area, the table was already adorned with exquisite delicacies. Luo Sheng sat at the head of the table, savoring the breakfast from the Intercontinental Hotel, while Meng Qing stood alongside several attendants. Upon seeing Su Jiejie emerge, Luo Sheng gestured to the chair beside him. "Come, sit and join me for breakfast." Su Jiejie felt somewhat uneasy dining with so many eyes upon her, but since Luo Sheng had spoken, she could only sit down, albeit with a hint of awkwardness. During the meal, Luo Sheng casually inquired, little wildcat. Have you considered what you will do if Yutong does not forgive you? With unwavering determination in her gaze, Su Jiajia declared, then I shall not leave my master. Luo Sheng gently patted her head, reassuring her, do not worry, Yutong will forgive you. Furthermore, he added, you should have nearly used up the money I transferred to you last time. I will send you 200,000 later for your pocket money. Su Jiajia's actions during breakfast momentarily paused, but she soon responded cheerfully, thank you, master. Do not mention it. If anyone deserves gratitude, it is you for being so obedient. He replied. After their meal, Su Jiajia took the vehicle that Luo Sheng had arranged for her to Donghai University, where she sent a message to Han Yutong. However, as time passed, she received no reply and could only wait in silence. Fortunately, Yutong had informed her just a few days prior that there were classes at school that morning, which meant she should be on campus and not elsewhere. After about half an hour, Su Jiajia finally spotted Han Yutong slowly exiting through the school gates. Taking a deep breath, she approached Yutong, who regarded her with a frosty demeanor. How dare you show your face here? Yutong, please allow me to explain, Su Jiajia implored, glancing at the bustling crowd around them. Let us find a place to sit and converse. A few minutes later, they settled into a booth at a nearby CAF. Su Jiajia sincerely explained to Han Yutong that the events from yesterday were not a matter of willful concealment, but rather a lack of awareness on her part. She also recounted her own experience of secretly coming to Donghai seeking assistance, which ultimately led her to meet Luo Sheng, who provided the help necessary for her father to escape his predicament. Rain Tong remained silent for a considerable time before finally letting out a sigh. Well, considering our many years of friendship, I suppose I can relent. Besides, I pondered over this last night, and since this matter is unavoidable, it is better to let you take the lead rather than allowing someone else to seize the opportunity first. Su Jiajia, overwhelmed with joy, wept tears of happiness. Then we shall remain good sisters from now on, right? What do you say? Now we have truly become good sisters. Han Yutong retorted with a hint of annoyance. Chapter 99. Deceived as Su Jiajia and Han Yutong engaged in conversation at a CAF, far away at the airport in the capital of Siam, Honlu. Accompanied by the filming crew, boarded the bus that had come to pick them up. Just moments after taking off from the plane, Honlu noticed that several young and beautiful girls were traveling alongside her. All of them were models invited to Siam for a commercial performance. Seated on the bus, a man responsible for the journey informed them that the performance would take place in a city near the border of Siam and Cambodia. As it was still early, everyone could take some time to rest. He also collected all their passports under the pretense of facilitating their hotel check-in later. Once this was done, the team leader settled at the front, engrossed in his phone, and ceased to speak. Han Lu and a few girls who shared the same flight sat together, enjoying the exotic scenery outside the window while chattering animatedly. They even discussed the possibility of forming a group to explore Siam for a couple of days after their task concluded before returning home. After all, the round-trip tickets were funded by their employer, and it would be a pity not to seize the opportunity to enjoy themselves during this rare trip. Several hours later, after a long and arduous journey, compounded by the fact that it was a night flight, everyone had not managed to rest well. Thus, they quickly succumbed to slumber. Within the tranquil confines of the carriage, Han Lu was engrossed in messaging her dear friend Meng Qing. Han Lu, I've arrived in Siam. What are you up to? Are you attending to your young master? Meng Qing, yes, I just returned to the estate with my husband. I am now preparing lunch for him. Meng Qing, please be careful over there by yourself. Han Lu, indeed, you are serving your young master. Don't worry, I am with a group of over a dozen people. Han Lu, I'll bring you a gift when I return. Meng Qing, all right. After their brief exchange, Han Lu spent some time on her phone, nibbled on some snacks, and gradually drifted off to sleep once more. When she finally awoke, 5 hours had elapsed. Rubbing her somewhat bleary eyes, Han Lu glanced out of the window, uncertain of their current location. All she could see was a desolate country road. Yet, she did not dwell on it. After all, this was her first visit to Siam, a place foreign to her. Perhaps it was indeed necessary to traverse such paths. However, she was taken aback when, merely 10 minutes later, the vehicle came to an abrupt halt. The doors swung open, and a group of 7 or 8 robust men wielding weapons surged in. Without uttering a word, they approached each seat, delivering a swift slap and forcibly confiscating everyone's phones. They bound their hands with straps and placed hoods over their heads. In the vehicle, several young men, who were also models for this occasion, instinctively yearned to resist. Yet, without exception, they were swiftly subdued and complied obediently. As for the young women, upon witnessing the glint of sharp weapons and the imposing presence of muscular men, they were rendered utterly terrified. Coupled with a merciless slap that left them dazed, none dared to utter a word. After being fitted with a hood, Han Lu gently touched her numbed cheek, tears streaming down uncontrollably. In that moment, she realized she had undoubtedly been deceived. This was not an engagement for a commercial modeling gig at all. Recalling the stories she had encountered online about individuals being lured to the north, a tremor of dread coursed through her. Would they also be taken to that dreadful place? Fear, helplessness, and panic engulfed her instantly. She was acutely aware of the fate that awaited young women who ventured there, as numerous accounts had surfaced online. Tales of being forced into servitude, working in milk factories, and other horrors sent chills down her spine. Particularly for those who were beautiful, the prospects were nothing short of horrifying. Most distressingly, she was still an innocent young woman. She did not wish for her first experience to be shrouded in such ambiguity, especially not in such a place, even if she were to survive or be rescued. It would become an indelible nightmare haunting her for a lifetime. However, unbeknownst to Han Lu, their destination was not the north, but rather a place even more chaotic than the North Ko-Min. If the north could be likened to a hell for ordinary people, then Ko-Min represented the 18th layer of hell. Ordinary individuals who find themselves trapped in such a place will come to experience the depths of despair and the furnace of moral degradation. Life becomes as weightless as a feather, and morality fades into nothingness. Here, these are not mere adjectives. Time elapses unmeasured. And when Han Lu is finally unmasked and exposed to the light once more, she finds herself in a vast square. Surrounding her are armed personnel wielding firearms, their backs against towering walls, atop which similarly armed sentinels stand guard. This group of individuals surveys their surroundings with palpable panic and confusion. A middle-aged man clad in a leather jacket, a cigarette dangling from his lips, approaches them, revealing a cruel smile. "Welcome to Cambodia," he announces. "My surname is Kai. You may address me as Manager Kai or Mr. Kai, whichever you prefer. I must clarify that our establishment differs significantly from what you may have seen online about the North. Now that you are here, do not entertain thoughts of returning." Among the crowd, a handsome young man, summoning his courage, shouts, "On what grounds do you prevent us from leaving? This is kidnapping." Manager Kai discards his cigarette onto the ground, extinguishing it with his foot, and claps his hands together. "Well said. I am in a generous mood today, so allow me to enlighten you. You are all valuable commodities that I have procured at great expense." He scans the group once more, adding, "And the quality is exceptionally high. I am quite satisfied. When you purchase something that pleases you, do you simply return it without a refund? Clearly, that is not the case." Manager Kai strides towards the handsome young man, gesturing to the side. Immediately, someone presents him with an object resembling a metallic baton. He took it without hesitation and thrust it directly into the young man's lower abdomen. A powerful surge of electricity coursed through the youth's entire body in an instant, causing excruciating pain that forced him to collapse to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. After delivering 2 more strikes, Manager Kai finally ceased his actions. "Remember this," he commanded. "There are 2 things you must never do here. The first is that my words are beyond question. The second is that you should not entertain any thoughts of escape. Even if you are fortunate enough to leave, you would merely be exchanging one confinement for another. As long as you obediently follow my orders, I might show mercy and delay your entry into the factory." A trembling young man from the crowd ventured to ask, I am not questioning you, Manager Kai, but I would like to know what the factory refers to." Everyone else also looked on with curiosity. It was clear that this factory was not merely a place for assembling screws. "It is your ultimate destination, and you will understand in due course," Manager Kai replied, revealing a cruel smile once more. His gaze towards Han Lu and her companions resembled that of a predator surveying a flock of sheep awaiting slaughter.